Chapter 1. I became the Holy Lord. Within a resplendently adorned suite, a collection of priceless artworks is displayed, each more exquisite than the last. However, the most captivating treasure is undoubtedly a lifelike dragon sculpture, crafted in dark gold, its form both menacing and fierce. The surface is marked by 12 mysterious indentations, exuding an aura of sinister enchantment, as if it possesses the very essence of life, poised to awaken at any moment. What is this place? A deep and ethereal voice reverberates. Suddenly, the pupils of the dragon sculpture ignite with a crimson glow, scanning the surroundings. Familiar arrangements begin to come into focus. Have I truly been transported into the world of Jackie-chan adventures? Shendu exclaims in astonishment as he delves into the memories within his mind. Jackie-chan Adventures, a cherished classic of childhood animation, is widely recognized and beloved. Yet, Shendu could scarcely have dreamed that he would one day embody the formidable antagonist of the series, once-dominant demon sorcerer of the Eastern continent, the Tyrant of Fire, the legendary evil dragon, the Holy Lord. Historical records depict a time under the Holy Lord's reign as one of desolation and despair, where the populace languished in misery. It was not until the warrior Lo Pei of the Lin dynasty emerged, restoring the petrifying magic inscribed in the Kamatage texts, and sealing the Holy Lord into a dragon sculpture, that his cruel dominion was dismantled. This event occurred over 8 centuries ago. Wait, Kamatage. As Shendu continues to sift through the Holy Lord's memories, a perplexing realization dawns upon him. How could characters from Jackie-chan Adventures wield powers from the Marvel Universe? Was Lo Pei truly from Kamatage? Could it be that the world I inhabit harbors not only the animated characters of Jackie-chan Adventures, but also the superheroes of the Marvel Universe? Shendu stands in disbelief. This moment. He comprehends the complexity of his situation. He has unwittingly entered a world where multiple narratives converge. In comparison to Jackie-chan Adventures, the Marvel Universe is undeniably far more terrifying. With its diverse array of mutants, the Viking gods residing in Asgard, and the mad titan lurking in the dark quadrant Thanos, who has obliterated half of the universe's life. Even during the Endgame, when the Avengers harnessed the time-bending Infinity Stones to restore the lost half of existence, it led to even more catastrophic upheavals. The Westview Illusion, Power Brokers, the Eternals, and the chaotic Multiverse. How can Shendu, trapped in a sealed state, hope to safeguard himself? Dragon Tooth of Magic. A spark of inspiration ignites within Shendu. In the near future, the Holy Lord's son, the Demon Dragon, will return to the modern era in search of the Dragon Tooth of Magic to attempt the resurrection of the Holy Lord. According to the narrative, the Dragon Tooth of Magic should still be hidden near the Golden Gate Bridge, having never been destroyed. With the Dragon Tooth of Magic, Shendu could escape his sealed state. Even in the perilous Marvel world, he would possess the means to intervene in the unfolding story, Ghost Shadow Legion. Shendu silently intones the incantation. Immediately, the loyal servants slumbering in the Dark Kingdom were awakened. Shadows rose from the ground, swiftly transforming into fully armed ninjas clad in impenetrable black attire. These were the Shadow Ninjas, seasoned warriors of the night, adept in various assassination and reconnaissance techniques. They were taciturn and immortal. Naturally, the master lacked the direct authority to command the Shadow Ninjas. Instead, he exerted indirect control over the Ninja Legion through a spectral mask. It was nothing short of perfect for the Shadow Ninjas to replace him and venture to the Golden Gate Bridge in search of the magical Dragon Tooth. Shendu could not help but feel a surge of delight. Set forth to the Golden Gate Bridge. Bring the magical Dragon Tooth before me. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed. Creaking, the office door swung open to reveal Valen, a silver-haired thug clad in a green suit, leaning on a gentleman's cane, his face etched with fatigue as he approached Shen. Master, Valen expressed his discontent. We have been utterly exhausted lately, striving to earn funds for activities while completing the bounties from the Life Foundation. Indeed, Master, unlike the Shadow Ninjas, we require 7 hours of restorative sleep to ensure we can work with vigor, complained Affin and Zhou. The Black Hand Gang, a pivotal supporting character throughout Jackie-chan Adventures. They have alternately served as the Master's henchmen, Shadow Generals, and Dark Assassins. Though they may be inept, their unwavering loyalty proves somewhat beneficial. Valen, Shendu remarked with deep significance, prepare to welcome the return of the Demon of Fire. Shortly, I shall bestow upon you boundless power, sufficient to rend the claws of the Dragon Team and the Avengers. The group exchanged bewildered glances, then erupted into joyous laughter. Master, Valen said, his face reflecting trepidation. It seems you are utterly unaware of the peril posed by superheroes. Who would believe that a debonair playboy could transform into the crime-fighting, villain-punishing superhero, Iron Man? Repeated failures have already incurred astronomical losses for the Black Hand Gang. Master, I hope you can advance a portion of the Golden Rooster King's treasure. Otherwise, we may lack the funds to continue enlisting muscle, Valen lamented animatedly. Iron Man? Shendu's gaze flickered. There was no doubt that the superheroes of the Avengers would intervene in his quest for the 12 talismans. Should the Supreme Sorcerer, Agamotto, take notice, the consequences could be dire. It was possible that the Time Variance Authority TVA, tasked with maintaining the sacred timeline, had already detected the emergence of temporal branches and would soon arrive. To impose sanctions upon him, a surge of apprehension washed over Shendu, rendering him increasingly silent. Whoosh! Just then, the shadow warriors who had journeyed to the Golden Gate Bridge in search of the magical dragon tooth returned, presenting the gleaming, white, razor-sharp tooth before Shendu's eyes. Chapter 2. The Phantom Beast, Fish Fruit, and the Dragon's Tooth of Magic. This is a milk tooth that once belonged to the Sovereign. Imbued with unprecedented life energy, it possesses the power to aid the Sovereign in breaking the seal and emerging into the light once more. However, the Dragon's Tooth of Magic is singular and cannot restore the Sovereign to full strength. It can merely grant the Sovereign the ability to move. Following the established protocol, Shendu did not respond to Valong, but instead directed the Ghost Shadow Ninjas to commence the resurrection ritual. Before long, the Dragon's Tooth was arranged, and a resplendent light radiated forth. A low hum filled the air. Valong's pupils constricted as he suddenly noticed the lifeless coiled dragon sculpture gradually regaining vibrant color. It was as though it had been resurrected. Crack! Heavy claws struck the ground, causing the tiles to crumble. In the next moment, a towering demon, approximately 7 meters in height, emerged before them. The demon's muscles were taut and sinewy, every movement exuding explosive power. It resembled a god of hell, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Why had the Sovereign not utilized the dragon's tooth to revive himself sooner? Afin and Joe exchanged glances, both instinctively feeling a sense of absurdity. Yet, soon after, fear and reverence took hold, leaving them trembling, almost wishing to worship the Sovereign. Although they had heard tales of the Sovereign's past glory, the members of the Black Hand Gang had not witnessed it firsthand, and thus held some disdain. Now, with the resurrection of the Fire Demon, they finally recognized the gravity of the situation. The Sovereign, who had ruled the Eastern continent twice, was indeed not a figure to be underestimated. No wonder the Sovereign had cast aside his demonic brethren to forge his own path. The dragon's physique was indeed terrifying. Even without spells, it could rival the might of the Hulk in his prime. If all the spells were gathered to restore the Sovereign's former power, he could very well ascend to the level of a celestial father, standing alongside the likes of Odin, the king of the gods, and Hela, the goddess of death. Shendu keenly sensed his newfound power and could not help but unleash a deafening roar. A resounding dragon's cry echoed through the heavens. Crack! The floor-to-ceiling windows instantly sprouted cracks, resembling a spider's web. I shall fulfill my promise and bestow upon you endless power. The Sovereign's voice resonated like thunder. At that moment, Shendu waved his dragon claw, and the surging magical energy began to bubble ferociously. Instantly, magical smoke enveloped the 4 members of the Black Hand Gang. Valong was the first to undergo a monumental transformation. Scales rapidly grew, his body doubled in size, and a flexible tail sprouted from his back. As if a humanoid lizard were being born, the members of the Black Hand Gang successively transformed into an entirely different species. The characteristics of dragons were unmistakably manifest upon them. This was transformation magic, an innate ability of the Sovereign, capable of granting targets a physique and strength that transcends the mundane, significantly reducing damage from conventional firearms and projectiles. The son of the Holy Lord, the Demon Dragon, once wielded transformation magic to reshape the members of the Black Hand Gang in pursuit of demonic energy. However, the Black Hand Gang proved to be nothing more than a bunch of inept fools, ultimately leading to their abandonment by the Demon Dragon. In contrast to the frost-poisoned Serpent Fistmaster, the Black Hand Gang undeniably exhibited a greater loyalty, never betraying their own. Moreover, only the master of the Rubik's Cube, Leisu, possesses the ability to decode the Panka treasure box and liberate the Holy Lord's other brothers and sisters. It is hoped that this will not attract the attention of the Supreme Mage. Shendu wore a grave expression. According to the memories within the Holy Lord's mind, he had once participated in the sealing operation organized by the Lin dynasty. Not only was he well-versed in the arcane arts of Kamartaj, but he also mastered the petrification magic of Lo Pei. If Gui were to personally intervene, Shendu would undoubtedly face defeat. Ding! At that moment, an ethereal melody began to play, and a dialogue window materialized before his eyes. Given that the host had regained his freedom, the villain system was officially activated. As long as the host engaged in actions befitting a villain, he would receive substantial rewards. The Glory Collection package has been distributed. Would the host like to open it now? As he gazed at the suddenly appearing system panel, Shendu's eyes widened in astonishment. A system? He actually possessed an external aid? Compared to the Infinity Stones of the Marvel Universe or the historical tomes of the Jackie Chan Adventures world, the power of this system was undoubtedly unparalleled. Binding to the system meant invincibility. Dominating the Marvel Universe was no longer a mere fantasy. Open the collection package, Shendu declared without hesitation. Instantly, a dazzling brilliance erupted, revealing an orange fruit adorned with spiral patterns and four antennae at its base. This was the animal-type phantom beast fruit, known as the fish fruit, in its azure dragon form, originating from the world of One Piece and belonging to the Emperor Kaido. It bestows upon the user the terrifying ability to transform into an azure dragon, granting a comprehensive enhancement of attributes. It can even unleash natural disasters of cataclysmic proportions, spewing scorching breath, releasing wind blades, generating typhoons with its draconic form, and summoning flame clouds to hover over ghost islands. Furthermore, with optimization from the villain system, it has eradicated the weaknesses of being unable to consume multiple fruits and the fear of losing strength in seawater. It is undeniably an all-encompassing ultimate devil fruit, the azure dragon fruit. Upon witnessing this, Shendu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Holy Lord was often criticized for his demonic image with a dragon's head and a human body, resembling an upright hybrid lizard. In stark contrast, Kaido's azure dragon form perfectly embodies the mythical divine beast of Eastern folklore, symbolizing auspiciousness and good fortune. Truly astonishing. Chapter 3. Invasion of Area 13. Why is the Holy Lord lost in thought? Leisu inquired softly. At this moment, the four members of the Black Hand Gang had transformed into humanoid lizards, their original appearances still vaguely discernible. Although their beauty had diminished, they gained unprecedented power in return. Particularly, Wallong could not help but feel a surge of ambition. It seemed that investing in the Holy Lord had not been in vain. With newfound courage, Wallong said, Holy Lord, since you have regained your freedom, the treasure of the Golden Rooster King should rightfully belong to us, correct? Roar. The dragon-headed demon suddenly opened its mouth, a torrent of searing flames erupting forth. Even though the transformed lizard-like Wallong was bolstered by enhanced resistance, he could not fully evade the heat of the Holy Lord's flames, experiencing an excruciating pain that sent a shiver down his spine. Remember your place, Wallong. You are all my servants. Servants have no right to make demands of their master. Shendu's voice resonated, deep and enchanting. Kneel before me, vile-suited thug. With a thud, the crowd succumbed, prostrating themselves uncontrollably. Spare us, Holy Lord. The four members of the Black Hand Gang pleaded. They quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and dared not defy the Holy Lord's might and will any longer. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a villainous act. Commanding subordinates effectively. Resistance attributes significantly enhanced. What? Shendu was momentarily perplexed. Was it truly that simple to complete a task by merely intimidating Wallong? It seemed the villain system's criteria were not as stringent as he had imagined. Resistance attributes. Did this mean he need not fear petrification magic? Shendu was suddenly lost in thought. However, the pressing matter at hand was to quickly consume the azure dragon fruit to bolster his defenses. Before long, the dragon-headed demon unfurled its claws, manifesting a peculiar fruit adorned with spiral patterns in its palm. Biting into the fruit's surface, Shendu was immediately overwhelmed by an indescribable sourness that danced upon his tongue. It was said that the taste of the devil fruit resembled that of excrement, and indeed, the reputation held true. Boom. Before he could voice his disdain, Shendu felt his muscles tense, his heart racing. If one were to observe at a microscopic level, they would see cells and genetic material rapidly dividing, replicating, and mutating. Shendu could almost discern the qualitative shift of his bloodline factors. A cloud of magical mist suddenly enveloped Shendu as the smoke dissipated. A strikingly handsome figure emerged, sculpted like marble, exuding an aura indistinguishable from that of a red carpet superstar, even more alluring and sinister. Shendu had cast a dragon language spell to restore his former appearance, resembling the character design from a battle royale game. After all, his demonic form was too conspicuous, hindering his ability to gather talismans. Well, the Holy Lord after the transformation seems to have activated a beauty filter. Often couldn't he help but flatter. Even Wallong felt a wave of jealousy. Why did such a dazzling male counterpart exist in the world? You two can return to your original forms, Shendu smiled. His demeanor was calm and cautious, having resolved to keep a low profile until he could acquire more extraordinary items through the villain system, gaining the strength to defeat the supreme sorcerer Gu-Yi and reclaim his former dominion over the land. The palace built by the Holy Lord was situated on the outskirts of the harbor city, summonable with the recitation of a spell. Crucially, the harbor city housed a mage temple. Thus, without the strength to defeat the supreme sorcerer, Shendu would never dare set foot in the harbor city. Moreover, beyond Gu-yi, the formidable Spear Bureau, with its 300,000 stationed agents, was not to be underestimated. Codename, Fengshen and the Superhero Alliance of Guardians. It is unmistakably a reincarnation of both the Avengers and the X-Men, perhaps even surpassing them. The enigmatic Kunlun, the hereditary Iron Fist of heroes, are all entities that the Master currently cannot provoke. To restore one's true form? The 4 members of the Black Hand Gang exchanged glances in bewilderment. Suddenly, inspiration struck. A fiery magical mist began to envelop the surroundings. The energy from the fire demon rapidly contracted, transforming into a dragon-shaped tattoo that branded the skin, akin to a cursed seal. Truly, the Master is deserving of such reverence. Joe spread his hands in astonishment, marveling at the striking dragon tattoo, which he undoubtedly found immensely admirable. Eggplant. Lisa lifted his phone to capture the image of the dragon tattoo and promptly uploaded it to Facebook. Inadvertently attracting the attention of a uniquely positioned fan, the former shadowed sumo warrior, True. The dragon tattoo bore an uncanny resemblance to the Master himself. The archaeologist gazed curiously at the screen and remarked, "True, you haven't unfollowed Lesu?" A new update emerged. The bald Sheriff Blake interjected, revealing a familiar telephone booth on the projection screen, evidently the secret entrance to District 13. Instantly, an ominous premonition surged through everyone's minds. Could it be that the Black Hand Gang had discovered the precise location of District 13 and was poised to launch an assault? Buzz. A piercing alarm suddenly blared. Boom. Fiery flames surged forth like laser projectiles, crashing through the reinforced concrete walls. Smoke and dust enveloped the area, and amidst the ruins, thugs clad in emerald suits appeared, leading their loyal followers brazenly into view. Wallen. Sheriff Blake and archaeologist Jackie Chan exchanged startled glances, comprehending the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. "Hand over the talismans." Wallen threatened, his voice resonating with a magical duality, "or I shall roast you alive." Jackie. Chapter 4. The Magic of Een and Ni. District 13. This is the permanent base of armed forces in California, dedicated to intelligence gathering and strategic defense along the West Coast. In a bid to curtail the increasingly notorious international crime syndicate, the Black Hand Gang, Sheriff Blake has enlisted the help of his dear friend, archaeologist Jackie Chan, to gather the 12 zodiac talismans symbolizing the Master's divine power. To date, District 13 safeguards 4 talismans: rat, tiger, horse, and goat, each representing the bestowal of kinetic energy to inanimate objects, healing abilities, the yin-yang balance of talisman energy, and astral projection. "Protect the talismans," Jackie Chan shouted. He swiftly darted to a corner, leveraging the cover to seize an opportunity, only to be engulfed by confusion. How could Wallen unleash flames? Had the Black Hand Gang discovered other talismans? It is said that the Master's life talisman grants its bearer the power to manipulate fiery explosions. Meanwhile, swish, swish, swish. Shadows darted from every direction, swiftly transforming into fully armed, agile shadow ninjas. These are the Master's loyal henchmen and enforcers, wherever the Black Hand roams. The shadows are sure to follow. The incantation resounded with a rhythmic cadence, urging the demons to depart. A gaunt elder clad in a woolen sweater gripped a pufferfish and a gecko tightly. Suddenly, his hands radiated a vibrant green luminescence, targeting the advancing Black Hand Gang and the shadowy ninja with the precision of a seasoned gunslinger. With a thunderous barrage, a flurry of emerald rays sliced through the air, striking the unsuspecting suit-clad thug, Valen, with remarkable accuracy. The potent righteousness of the magic collided with Valen's skin, akin to acid splattering, unleashing a fierce plume of white smoke. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from Valen, while the dragon-shaped tattoo concealed beneath his skin flickered violently. The formidable power of the fire demon surged forth from his limbs, transforming Valen into a robust humanoid lizard, his physique imposing and muscular, with fangs and claws glistening against dark green scales adorned with toughened armor. A tail lashed behind him, shattering numerous tiles as if a prehistoric lizard had emerged. Witnessing such a visually striking spectacle, the dragon team and Blake gasped in astonishment. "Oh no, the dark magic!" the elder exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. Sensing an ominous foreboding, a chorus of howls erupted as Reizu, Finn, and Zhou each revealed their own lizard-like forms. Their powerful bodies, reminiscent of the Hulk, barely recognizable yet exuding an otherworldly and malevolent aura, shattered the elder's understanding of reality. Who had transformed the Black Hand Gang? Was the Lord truly resurrected? A whimsical girl with large, expressive eyes and short, dark hair, dressed in trendy children's attire, exclaimed in surprise. "Xiaoyu, run!" The sumo warrior, Trulu, swiftly scooped up Xiaoyu just as a fireball obliterated the spot where she had stood moments before. The terrifying heat penetrated the floor, leaving behind a gaping, grotesque pit. Had Trulu been slow to react, Xiaoyu might have met a charred demise. "Well, it seems my sumo warrior has fully integrated into the family of District 13. Valen remarked with a mocking grin. The fireball was originally aimed at you, Trulu. It merely missed its mark. Valen, the archaeologist shouted furiously. Darting from his cover to confront the instigator of the near catastrophe, he landed a punch squarely on Valen's face, but to his astonishment, his fingers cracked painfully while Valen remained utterly unfazed. Oh no, the Black Hand Gang has transformed into demons. We must combat magic with magic, the elder urged hastily. And one more thing, do not disturb me. I require time to prepare a spell to subdue these demons. Demons? The others stood agape once more. The Black Hand Gang had indeed metamorphosed into demons? Who was responsible for Valen's transformation? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing villainous actions. Seize the initiative. The rewards for mastering the interpretation and writing of runic script are substantial. Gazing at the translucent system panel, a knowing smile crept upon Shendu's lips, suggesting an understanding of the arcane symbols reminiscent of the Marvel Universe. These runes symbolize the mysteries of the cosmos, imbued with extraordinary powers. Among the witches who have survived since the medieval era, Agatha Harkness stands as a devoted apprentice of runic magic. The runic script is inextricably linked to the Allfather, Odin. Both the Eternal Spear Gungnir and Thor's Hammer Mjolnir are adorned with these remarkable runic inscriptions. The system is indeed magnificent, Shendu mused, contemplating the lavish rewards that would be bestowed upon him if he were to reveal his true form. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. With an enhanced resistance to sealing, even the supreme sorcerer, Dr. Strange, would find it impossible to contend with him. Why not showcase the might of the Lord of Fire? With that thought, Shendu abruptly revealed his true self, his physique doubling in size, soaring to a height of 7 meters in an instant. Muscles and scales twisted and contorted, presenting a fearsome and menacing dragon visage. The sound of claws crushing the ground echoed, shattering countless bricks amidst a cloud of dust and debris. His imposing figure appeared grandly before the onlookers. The Lord has truly returned, exclaimed Jackie Chan and his father in astonishment. Chapter 5, The Pinnacle of Armament Hockey Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing a villainous act. A dramatic entrance has been made. The host's life has been restored. Shendu paid no heed to the voice prompts from the villain system. His crimson gaze swept across the military base, taking in the bewildered and horrified faces in succession. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged within him. Replacing the Lord of Fire seemed to have altered Shendu's mindset, erasing any respect for worldly rules or social morals. Instead, he reveled in the sensation of wielding the power of life and death. This transcendence above the mundane was utterly intoxicating. Is this truly the Lord? The ancient Lord of Fire. All the armed agents present displayed a complex array of emotions, their astonishment palpable. They could hardly believe that the ancient demon genuinely existed, standing before them in the flesh. Initially, they thought the tales of the Lord of Fire were mere fabrications by archaeologists, with no actual demons existing at all. The Lord was presumed to be simply a mutant in disguise. Archaeologists from the eastern continent likely had never encountered the true power of mutants. However, reality dawned upon them now. The jester was, in fact, themselves. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing a villainous act. Your prowess is unmistakable. The host has been awarded the maximum level of armament hockey. Indeed, as anticipated, he received even more abundant rewards. Armament hockey, a combat technique from the world of One Piece, envelopes the user in an invisible armor, enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities while mitigating magical damage. Even the mere touch of a wielder of nature's abilities is palpable. How should I deliver my opening line? Shendu couldn't help but be swept away by a torrent of thoughts. Ultimately, he resolved to borrow a line from the Desert Emperor, a choice that felt particularly apt for the occasion. Jackie Chan, are you prepared to meet your emperor? His resonant, enchanting voice echoed within the hushed hall. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Even the ever-chatty Xiaoyu was momentarily silenced. An emperor? Jackie Chan pondered this notion. The sovereign, once a tyrant ruling over Asia and the master of the eastern continent, was indeed akin to the supreme ruler. This declaration laid bare the sovereign's ambitions. The fiery demon, the last malevolent dragon of Earth, would once again reign over Asia, reconstructing the former empire and imperial city. Those who submit to the dark will thrive, while those who resist shall perish, Shendu proclaimed with a commanding voice. Kneel before me, feeble mortals. A collective gulp resonated through the assembly, the sound of swallowed apprehension strikingly jarring. Yet, none dared to move. To prostrate oneself before a grotesque dragon? That was a preposterous notion. Careful of the talismans. Old Father warned again, having noticed the shadowy ninjas charging towards the vault containing the talismans. The 12 talismans symbolized the 12 divine powers of the sovereign. Recovering even one would enhance his strength. With all talismans restored, the sovereign would possess power rivaling that of the greatest sorcerer. The vault contained 4 talismans: rat, tiger, horse, and sheep. Magic must triumph over magic. Xiaoyu, with her wide, sparkling eyes, suddenly conceived a brilliant plan. Utilizing her nimble agility, she performed a stair-climbing stunt, swiftly reaching the vault and bouncing to seize the rat talisman, which imbued inanimate objects with kinetic energy. She dashed towards an ancient figurine. It was the statue of the dragon-slaying warrior, Lopez, temporarily borrowed by archaeologist Jackie Chan for the purpose of deciphering ancient texts. Lopez was caught off guard by the sovereign's sudden assault, led by the Black Hand Gang. Lopez, champion of the Lin dynasty and the former supreme sorcerer. His petrification magic once imprisoned the fiery demon, sealing it within a dragon sculpture. If the dragon-slaying warrior Lopez could defeat the sovereign once, surely he could do so again. Xiaoyu silently hoped. Buzz. The rat talisman radiated a brilliant glow, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that entered the chest of the figurine. Instantly, the statue was imbued with vibrant hues, resurrected from the dead. Where am I? The dragon-slaying warrior Lopez exclaimed in bewilderment. He then bellowed, "Halt! Dark creature!" Whoosh. Shadows surged upwards, swiftly morphing into fully armed black-clad ninjas. Gazing at the dark beings loyal to the sovereign, Lopez narrowed his eyes and rapidly formed a hand seal. Invoking a spell. A talisman inscribed with ancient script hovered in the air, enveloped in emerald light. An energy scroll. Lopez issued a menacing warning. In that moment, the scroll erupted with a dazzling beam of light, sweeping through the void, vanquishing phantoms and obliterating all in its path. The astonishing destructive force directly shattered the metallic door of the vault. Even from a considerable distance, the archaeologist and the bald sheriff felt an eerie chill. It was imperative to prevent the talisman from falling into the hands of the demon emperor. The resurrected dragon fighter, Lope, gestured and chanted incantations. With a swift motion, the shoulder adornments rotated in succession, revealing internal diamond-shaped grooves. 3 talismans were drawn into these grooves by an invisible energy, safeguarded under his personal watch. Chapter 6. The Dragon Fighter Lope. Mr. Lope. The Holy Master returns, launching an assault on the 13th district. "We hope you can once again subdue the Holy Master," exclaimed the whimsical girl, Xiaoyu. Initially skeptical of the dragon fighter's renown, Xiaoyu's doubts dissipated upon witnessing Lope's prowess. Her confidence soaring and dispelling the gloom that had overshadowed her heart. The end of the Holy Master is nigh. The Demon Emperor returns? Lope gasped in disbelief. Who liberated the Demon Emperor? The Black Hand Gang. Xiaoyu reiterated emphatically. With a flourish, Lope formed seals with his hands, producing a fresh talisman inscribed with Eastern hieroglyphs. Gravitation scroll. A greenish glow enveloped them as the dragon fighter and Xiaoyu slowly ascended, hurtling towards the smoke-filled battlefield. In that instant, Shendu cast a glance. Locking eyes with the dragon fighter Lope, a jolt of trepidation surged through Shendu, as though he were plummeting into an abyss. He could hardly believe his eyes. Lope? Why is the dragon fighter here? Did Xiaoyu awaken Lope with the talisman that animates inanimate objects? Shendu's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of Lope's formidable reputation, once the supreme sorcerer, the creator of petrification magic, and the grandmaster who surpassed royal authority. Without Lope, the Lin dynasty would have long ceased to exist. But why had Lope appeared in this place? Was this the power of the protagonist halo? An unreasonable phenomenon triggered by the destined maiden Xiaoyu? After all, such a plot twist had never occurred in the original work. Demon Emperor. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can rebuild your wicked empire, Lope warned, his countenance radiating solemnity and righteousness. Energy scroll. The talisman inscribed with magical runes erupted with resplendent beams of light, launching with overwhelming force towards the dragon-headed demon at the edge of vision. The magnificent surge of righteous energy even startled the seasoned elder, who could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Truly, Lope was the dragon fighter. An existence beyond the reach of even the most formidable sorcerers. Father, Uncle Long, I awakened the dragon fighter Lope, Xiaoyu declared with pride. With a thunderous roar, the energy beam struck the Holy Master, unleashing a tempest of dust and smoke. Since time immemorial, righteousness has triumphed over evil. The energy magic possesses a natural restraining effect against dark forces, rendering even the Holy Master unable to evade its grasp. As the swirling dust settled, the formidable visage of the dragon-headed demon was laid bare, its translucent armor receding like the tide. Clearly, it was unharmed. Lope, it seems you have made no progress. Aside from your petrification magic, you are utterly ineffectual, Shendu remarked in a low, sardonic voice. The higher the path, the greater the demon. If the Lord had not underestimated the petrification spell, how could he have been vanquished by the dragon fighter Lope? Is this merely to elevate Lope's renown? After all, it is but a resurrection of a mere clay figurine. Why should I concern myself? It was evident he harbored disbelief. Resolute, he sought to challenge the legendary protagonist Aura. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a villainous act. Your prestige has reached its zenith. Reward, the abandoned scale dagger. Shendu was taken aback, bemused and amused by the unexpected emergence of wilderness gear from the realm of kings. The abandoned scale dagger, colloquially known as the Yellow Blade, could augment a player's jungle damage and inflict real damage with burn effects. In the future, it could be upgraded to the Dragon Scale Sword. Wrath of the Flames. Lord. There are numerous police cars outside, and armed helicopters are circling above. It seems the shadow of a tiger tank is also present. The suited thug Valance suddenly interjected, noting that General Kusa, stationed in California, had arrived on the scene. What shall we do? Although the raid on District 13 was quite effective, the retrieval of the charms was not successfully executed. The resurrection of the Dragon Fighter Lope has rendered Shendu hesitant. Sheriff Blake has seized the opportunity to swiftly call for support from the San Francisco police, effectively surrounding the Fire Demon Lord. Furthermore, they have even reached out across the ocean to the Sankei building, requesting assistance from the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Department. A positive response has been received. It is said that the recently acclaimed Iron Man, Tony Stark, will also be present. The situation took a dramatic turn. The scales of victory tilted towards the District 13 faction, as the appearance of the Dragon Fighter Lope undoubtedly served as a potent morale booster for the Dragon Squad. Demon Emperor, you are no different from your former self, still adept at beguiling hearts with your ambiguous rhetoric. However, I am quite curious how you managed to escape the petrification spell without the mouse charm, Lope inquired, his face etched with curiosity. Then, a look of realization dawned upon him as he chuckled. I suspect you utilized a lost baby tooth. It is one of the rare items capable of reversing petrification. A baby tooth. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The all-powerful fire demon could indeed lose a tooth. It was utterly absurd. It seemed that even if you were not the true Lope, your intellect remained unparalleled. Shendu's eyes sparkled, his pupils ablaze like two flickering flames. In an instant, his words awakened the dreamer. Lope, upon touching his chest, immediately sensed the divine energy oscillations that granted motion to inanimate objects. It became clear that his resurrection was the result of the mouse charm's interference. But what of it? He vowed to subdue the fire tyrant wreaking havoc in the land. Even if he were not the true embodiment, he would fulfill his oath and employ petrification magic to reseal the Lord. Chapter 7 The Holy Lord is a mutant buzz. Buzz, buzz. Armed helicopters circled high above, their brilliant searchlights sweeping back and forth, illuminating the nearly ruined secret military base. The California peacekeeping forces, alongside local police, rushed to the scene, cordoning off a 100-meter radius with impenetrable precision. They even evacuated nearby residents, resolved to deploy weapons of mass destruction to annihilate the international crime syndicate. The Black Hand. How audacious could Valen be? General Kusa, with his stern features clad in camouflage, gazed intently at the live surveillance feed on the screen, unable to suppress a surge of indignation. The Black Hand. This was California's notorious criminal organization, rumored to be scouring the globe in search of a certain talisman and allegedly involved in the abduction of disheveled homeless individuals for illegal live experiments. General Kusa was seething with rage. If his colleagues were to learn of this, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Even his dear friend, General Ross, would find it laughable. Target Valen. If negotiation fails, shoot immediately. General Kusa's arms crossed, his imposing physique radiating ferocity. Understood, came the quiet response from a sniper positioned atop a nearby skyscraper. The Barrett rifle was assembled, the index finger poised on the trigger, ready to unleash a deadly projectile at any moment. However, Valen, resembling a humanoid lizard, had been endowed with extraordinary vigor by the Holy Lord, his physical prowess significantly enhanced, his body cloaked in resilient scales capable of deflecting conventional ammunition. The Barrett might not even be able to take him down. Oh dear. We must combat magic with magic. A shrill voice crackled through the intercom. My apologies, General Kusa. Sheriff Blake hastily offered. Do not underestimate the dark creatures summoned by the Tyrant of Fire. Caution the ancient dragon fighter, Lopez. General Kusa furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him. Why was there a mention of Eastern monkey language? It was utterly grating. He dismissed the words of both Lopez and his father with disdain. Demons. Mere figments of fantasy. He scoffed. They do not exist in reality. The Oriental monkey, likely unfamiliar with the concept of genetic mutation, would be perplexed. The so-called fire demon was probably just an obscure, inferior mutant. Mutants possessed abilities as varied as the stars. During World War II, many valiant mercenaries were, without exception, carriers of the gene, genuine mutants. As material conditions improved and the global population surged, the rapid advancements in modern technology led to a significant increase in the number of mutants. This community encompassed individuals from all walks of life, transcending nationality, skin color, and ethnicity. The most recognized tier was the Omega level, a rarity even on a global scale. According to my conjecture, the reason the suited thug, Varon, has transformed into a humanoid lizard is likely due to a recent awakening of his genetic factors, resulting in a mutation and a reversion to ancestral traits. General Kusa has personally apprehended countless mutants. Even General William Strick, the founder of the Sentinel Special Operations, must exercise caution in his dealings. Otherwise, The operations of the Sentinel Special Operations in California would be utterly chaotic. General Kusa, who holds dominion over the West Coast, is by no means a benevolent figure, and he will not tolerate any mockery from the Eastern monkeys. Lo Pei, you remain unchanged, remarked Shendu, a wry smile gracing his lips. If you were to learn of the actions of the last emperor of the Lin dynasty, would you regret having supported their rise? Regret? Lo Pei's expression shifted. Yet he soon regained his composure, exuding an air of nonchalance, even retorting, Holy Master, I am merely a clay figurine that has fortuitously returned to life. The rise and fall of the Lin dynasty holds no significance for me. My sole purpose in resurrection is to petrify you once more. Buzz. The dragon fighter formed hand seals, unleashing a flurry of talismanic papers inscribed with ancient symbols, glowing with a verdant luminescence. The magical incantations resonated in harmony, spreading an aura of righteous valor that transformed the solemn military base into a semblance of paradise. Varon, prevent Lo Pei from casting his petrifying spell, Shendu commanded, gesturing with his claws. Instantly, the suited thug Varon surged toward Lo Pei, his hands ablaze with searing flames. The excruciating heat distorted the air, creating a mirage. Simultaneously, shadows darted swiftly, weaving through the crevices of the stones, reaching the path of the California peacekeeping forces in no time. Clang! Before the soldiers could pull the trigger, a barrage of shurikens and other dark projectiles descended upon them, their glossy black surfaces glinting menacingly. In an instant, they pierced the throats of numerous American soldiers. The night, indeed, served as the perfect camouflage for the shadowy ninjas. The SEALs, unaccustomed to supernatural forces, resembled lambs led to slaughter, their faces a portrait of sheer terror. In their panic, they fired indiscriminately, only to inadvertently strike down their own comrades. Chapter 8. A punch to disfigure. Strike the face. The elusive shadow assassins undoubtedly imposed tremendous pressure on the peacekeeping forces, rendering them nearly incapable of tracking their movements. Even night vision and thermal imaging devices proved futile against the ghostly ninjas, as, strictly speaking, they were merely heartless dark entities. Magic must be vanquished by magic. The classic adage from Old Dad was not without merit. Damn it. General Kusa's visage contorted with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. He slammed his hand on the desk, scarcely believing his eyes. How could the Black Hand Gang command the assassin factions that had arisen in Fusang? The reputation of the Hand Association is known throughout the world and is no stranger to General Kusa. In fact, members of the Hand Association had previously attempted to assassinate General Kusa to expand their business interests. Certainly, the assassination attempt proved futile. Yet it illuminated General Kusa's awareness of the terrifying nature of the Hand Association. The resemblance between the Ghost Shadow Ninjas and the Hand Association evidently led to a misconception on Kusa's part. In truth, the two could not be compared. Roar. Offing and Zhou opened their cavernous mouths, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Wherever the flames reached, even the steel and concrete walls exhibited signs of melting. Empowered by the dark energy of the Holy Lord, the Black Hand Gang's quartet advanced as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, exerting their utmost to enhance the dragon's speed and might, launching a breathtaking offensive. Misfortune. Upon witnessing this, Jackie Chan hastily sought refuge, leaping across the office desks like a frenzied monkey. In the midst of his escape, he seized a mop handle, inadvertently toppling the unsuspecting suited thug, Valen. Hooray! Long live Uncle Dragon. The whimsical young girl, Xiaoyu, cheered. Evil spirits, begone! Evil spirits, begone! Evil spirits, begone! The sacred incantation resounded. Thereupon, the sorcerer Old Daddy employed his familiar tactics once more. With his hands clasped around a pufferfish and a gecko, he unleashed a barrage of magical rays akin to a hail of bullets, systematically vanquishing the encroaching Ghost Shadow Ninjas. Your magic shares a common origin with mine, remarked the dragon fighter, his visage painted with admiration, suggesting that the lineage of Qi magic had not been severed, but rather had traversed the ocean to the barbaric realms. Whoosh. As his words fell, Lopez once again formed a spell. Intertwining his fingers into a marvelous configuration, countless energy scrolls erupted forth from his sleeves. This was an essential ritual for petrification magic. Once completed, the tyrant who had once dominated the eastern continent and burned books while burying scholars would undoubtedly revert to an immovable dragon sculpture. Do not disturb the dragon fighter. The brawny sumo warrior charged towards Lacey with great strides. A savage collision sent the ill-intentioned former ally soaring. True, weighing nearly 500 pounds, he resembled a speeding tank. The forceful impact left even Lacey, transformed into a humanoid lizard with enhanced physiology, reeling and gasping for breath. It seemed I must intervene personally. Shendu could no longer endure the situation. With a measured and resonant shout, he proclaimed, "Life, return." Instantly, Shendu's dragon form quivered. His bones underwent a revolutionary transformation. compressing his nearly 7-meter frame into a mere 2 meters in height within the blink of an eye. The density of his bones reached an extraordinary peak. This was a technique mastered by Rob Lucci in the world of One Piece, controlling the aggregation of internal organs, hair, and sinews to enhance mobility and physical resilience. However, the drawback was that the life-returning form would incur a certain degree of power loss. Yet, for the fire demon, the expenditure was negligible. With his innate claws, he was more than capable of tearing apart any target, even the dragon fighter Lopez. Whoosh! Shendu sprang into action, leaving behind only a fleeting blur on the ground. In the next instant, he appeared before the dragon slayer, Lopez. At a distance so close, one could almost distinctly perceive the astonishment and terror etched upon his rival's face. The hair on the back of his neck bristled. Surpassing ordinary perception, this bestowed upon Shendu an unprecedented confidence. Surprised? Astonished? A mocking smile graced Shendu's lips. Immediately, he clenched his fist, enveloped in the full might of armed color domineering, drastically amplifying his lethality and destructive power. With an unstoppable, terrifying force, he advanced slowly. Suddenly, he struck Lopez squarely in the face. A crack echoed through the air. Lopez's features contorted grotesquely, his nose shattered, and his skin rippled with deep, sunken folds. The sound of a thunderous impact erupted as the ancient warrior was sent flying, crashing through multiple walls, his fate uncertain. Could it be? The dragon slayer was defeated? How could the saint transform his form? It was as if the demon of fire had uttered an incantation, restoring life. The crowd erupted into chaos, their faces reflecting shock and horror, engaging in fervent discussion. The entire sequence transpired in a fleeting moment, too swift for anyone to comprehend. Even the archaeologist Jackie Chan was left dumbfounded. He had believed that awakening the dragon slayer, Lopez, would suffice to reseal the saint, yet unexpectedly, the saint had turned the tables and slain Lopez. Chapter 9. Iron Man arrives. Cough, cough. Amidst the smoke that blotted out the sun, dust swirled in the air. The dragon slayer pushed aside the debris that weighed him down and staggered to his feet. At this moment, his expression was one of utter distortion. Blood streaming from his nostrils, his bones fractured and swollen almost to the point of resembling a pig's head. He could scarcely believe his predicament. The fire tyrant he had once subdued had transformed into an entirely different entity. Restoration of life? This was a power the saint had never displayed. Compressing his sinews and bones, controlling his skin and organs, his height, which had once approached 7 meters, suddenly plummeted to around 2 meters. One could only imagine the terrifying density of the saint's body. It seemed as if an invisible armor enveloped the dragon's fist. Lopez's gaze flickered. With his exceptional insight and discernment, he quickly grasped the true reason for his injury, the intangible armor manifested by the armed color domineering. This was the key to his grievous wounds. Healing scroll. Lopez formed hand seals. A talisman inscribed with a magical incantation hovered in midair. A radiant light, symbolizing immunity to all ailments, immediately enveloped the dragon slayer. Before long, the injuries on his face began to mend gradually, returning to a flawless state in an instant. This ability was nearly on par with the healing symbol of the horse talisman. Of course, the healing scroll could only affect living beings. Fortunately, Lopez had not been utterly shattered. The exquisitely crafted maiden let out a sigh of relief, secretly anticipating Lopez's counterattack. The dragon slayer, lauded by his father and the former supreme mage, would surely not succumb to the defeated saint. Perhaps it would be wise to surrender the talisman voluntarily to appease the demon of fire. A short, stout civil servant suddenly proposed. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Countless sharp gazes fixated upon him. Since the target of the tyrant of fire is solely the talisman, the universal gravitational scroll, the dragon slayer once again cast a spell. In an instant, an invisible wave spread forth. Lope soared into the air like a streak of ethereal light rushing towards the heavens, vanishing into the distance with astonishing speed, leaving even Shendu momentarily stunned. Opting to flee in a panic, Finn and Zhou exchanged glances, utterly embarrassed. It appeared that the Holy Master was indeed the most formidable being on earth. The suit-clad thugs, Valen and Ras, displayed exaggerated, deranged grins upon their fierce and menacing faces. Scanning the scene, one could observe the remnants of destruction throughout the military base. The California peacekeeping forces, who had come to rescue, lay lifeless across the ground. General Kusa's expression was exceedingly grim, akin to an enraged lion in a fit of helpless fury, despite his clenched fists and the unmistakable signs of frustration etched on his face. General Kusa had no choice but to cease his assault. With Lope having departed with the talisman, there was no longer any need for him to linger. Shendu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Were it not for the fateful revival of Lope by the daughter of destiny, Xiaoyu, he might have successfully retrieved the talisman. However, what was done was done. Further lamentation was futile. The remaining 8 talismans must be secured without delay. Suddenly, Shendu felt a peculiar sensation. He raised his gaze toward the distance, where a figure appeared in the sky, moving with remarkable speed. Iron Man. Both Valen and Sheriff Blake cried out the same name in unison. The recently ascendant superhero, the world-renowned playboy, Tony Stark, had arrived on the scene. His sci-fi-inspired Mark VI armor, adorned with a striking gold and crimson finish, exuded sophistication. Additionally, it was equipped with Stark Industries' cutting-edge weapon systems and an integrated artificial intelligence butler. At the first opportunity, he astutely detected the presence of the Tyrant of Fire. J.A.R.V.I.S. Launched the Sidewinder missiles, commanded the dapper billionaire. His deep, magnetic voice resonating with authority, clearly preparing to deliver a grand gesture. At once, sir, the emotionless AI responded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shoulder-mounted weapon systems activated. 2 sets of cannons rose in unison, and then, the Sidewinder missiles, equipped with high-explosive warheads and infrared guidance systems, were launched, hurtling forth at a speed of 100 kilometers per second toward the fearsome, reptilian figure. Valen could not help but curse. Holy Master. You cannot withstand the Sidewinder missiles. The high-explosive warheads are capable of obliterating all matter, comparable in might to your own fiery wrath. Comparable in might? Did Valen underestimate himself or overestimate Stark? Shendu found the situation both amusing and absurd. Boom, boom, boom. The Sidewinder missiles struck the earth in succession, engulfing the ruins in a blaze of fiery light. As the smoke cleared, the figure of the Tyrant of Fire had vanished without a trace. Dead? Truly. They are deserving of the title Avengers. Sheriff Blake exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, marveling at the scene. Who says Earth's technology is incapable of vanquishing the evil dragon? Magic must defeat magic. The old man exclaimed in exasperation, asserting that even a nuclear bomb could merely obliterate the demon's corporeal form, failing to extinguish its soul. Moreover, such an assault was no more than a mere tickle to the Holy Lord. A tickle? Stark felt as though he had sustained a critical hit. Sir, magic does not exist. It is merely a power fabricated within the realms of fantasy, Iron Man stated with utmost seriousness. Chapter 10. Stark wept Iron Man. A being of mortal flesh in the Marvel Universe, rivaling the gods, though he had yet to ascend to the heights of an endgame battle. His martial prowess was not to be underestimated. His past as a captive instilled in him a profound appreciation for life and a vehement hatred for criminals. Thus, Stark wasted no time, fully activating his armor to rush to the battlefield. However, he was taken aback by the utter fragility of the Black Hand gang. It seems my armor is nearly flawless, Stark declared with a beaming smile. Is it? A deep, fantastical voice intoned, sending chills down Tony Stark's spine. His intelligent assistant, Jarvis, had failed to issue a prior warning. When had the enemy appeared behind him? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as Tony Stark abruptly turned, raising his palm. The arc reactor at his chest surged, elevating its output frequency to an extreme level. In an instant, 2 arcs of pulsing energy erupted from his palm. The colossal pulse beam struck the formidable skin of the dragon-headed demon, producing sparks as dark green scales erupted. An almost imperceptible armor successfully deflected the pulse beams. Yet it made Shendu acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities of modern technology. The power of the pulse rays was indeed comparable to the old man's magical assaults. Swoosh. Shadows began to converge from all directions, encircling Tony Stark in layers. Shadow ninjas? Iron Man's face expressed astonishment as he felt the collapse of his worldview. Shadows possess life? Monsters, begone! Monsters, begone! Monsters, begone! Rasped incantations echoed. The emaciated old man clutched a pufferfish and a gecko, performing an ancient ritual as he chanted spells. Soon, to Stark's incredulous gaze, he unleashed a barrage of emerald rays. This was a magical attack imbued with righteous energy. Even the armored thug, Varlon, found himself powerless against the old man, feeling excruciating pain that reverberated through to his cerebral cortex, leaving him in agony. Could magic truly exist? Was the fire demon not a mere figment of imagination? Stark's pupils dilated sharply as a tempest of thoughts engulfed him. Crack! Before he could react, the sound of cracking bones echoed. His proud metal armor, faced with the claws of the fire demon, proved utterly defenseless, torn apart like tofu by the Holy Lord. Energy scroll. In that moment of dire peril, a resonant cry suddenly rang out. Suddenly, the dragon fighter, Lope, returned, his hands forming an extraordinarily peculiar gesture. The magical incantation, imbued with righteous energy, radiated brilliance, compelling the fiery tyrant to retreat. Lope, do you truly believe your treachery will succeed? What a farce. Shendu's gaze was frosty, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, clearly having discerned Lope's intentions to lure him away. Even Lope was taken aback by the saint's remarkable discernment. Surrender the talisman, or I shall incinerate the iron-armored little treasure before your very eyes. Shendu's voice was deep, his breath akin to a blade of heat. Despite being a devoted audience member of the Marvel Cinematic Universe in his past life, he held great reverence for Iron Man, Tony Stark. Yet, in this life, having usurped the Saint's role and bound himself to the villain system, he was destined to be unable to turn foes into allies. In fact, he would likely face capture by Tony Stark. Given such circumstances, why show mercy? It would be wiser to eliminate the yet-to-be deified Iron Man once and for all. After all, possessing all the talismans would empower the Saint to crush the world-destroying overlord of the demigod tier, Thanos, the true bane of Shendu's existence. Additionally, the immortal Kong, who lurked at the end of the void and manipulated the sacred timeline, was equally formidable. The Marvel Universe was vast and terrifying. One must tread cautiously through these treacherous waters. Shendu refused to be a mere sculpture of a coiled dragon, eternally trapped in the cycle of rebirth. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a villainous act. You have instilled an indelible psychological shadow upon Iron Man. Reward, Talisman Radar. Excellent. With the Talisman Radar, he could expedite his collection of talismans. It was likely that the dragon fighter, Lope, who had previously placed the talismans, would find it impossible to surpass Shendu, for time had transformed the landscape. And the talismans might have fallen into the hands of other nefarious individuals, making them difficult to locate, such as the Mexican wrestling master, Bull Warrior. Damn, Stark gasped, feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He never imagined he would become a pawn in his enemy's scheme. The Mark VI, painstakingly developed, had proven utterly ineffective. Could it be that reliance on technology was futile against demons? Iron Man's worldview shattered, his pride dissipating. After all, intelligence indicated that the fiery tyrant had once dominated the eastern continent and quelled an era with his 7 demonic brethren, their powers rivaling those of the Saint. It seemed imperative to develop a powerful suit of armor imbued with magical properties. Stark silently vowed that if he were to miraculously survive, he would seek out the dragon fighter, Lope, to master magic. Chapter 11. A psychic assault from across the ocean. The rapidly changing circumstances left everyone in a state of bewilderment, especially for the dragon fighter, Lope, whose countenance was clouded with anxiety. His plan to lure the enemy away had failed, and the unexpected guest descending from above had even become a hostage of the fiery tyrant. This predicament was undeniably troublesome, and he could not afford to ignore it. Suddenly, the suited marauder Valen and his subordinates gradually succumbed to a state of mental disarray. An aged and unfamiliar voice emerged, declaring, "Holy Master, I advise you to cease the slaughter. It has come to this. I am willing to relinquish a cherished talisman." Shendu narrowed his eyes, his crimson pupils radiating a sharp brilliance. Why had Valen turned against his own teachings? The voice bore a semblance to something he recognized. Could it be? After a moment's reflection, Shendu immediately associated it with a figure of resounding renown, the esteemed Professor Charles Xavier, one of the 2 great mental leaders of the mutant community and the headmaster of the Young Genius Academy. Possessing the most formidable intellect on Earth and an unprecedented telepathic ability, even the ancestral mutants coveted his prowess. Through a specially designed brainwave amplification device, coupled with the professor's innate mental talents, he could potentially detect and annihilate all living beings on Earth in an instant. Naturally, Charles Xavier is of a pacific disposition. Advocating for peaceful coexistence with humanity, he founded the Young Genius Academy, dedicated to sheltering orphans and those who have been displaced by the ravages of war. Having survived since World War II, the professor was undoubtedly privy to countless government secrets. Thus, even as the White House was compelled to tolerate the existence of the war police, I had heard of the Holy Master's fearsome reputation. Initially, I believed you to be a fellow mutant, but upon sifting through Valen's memories, I discovered your origins were far more extraordinary and devoid of any connection to mutants. Across the ocean in New York's Westchester, within Xavier's mansion, the bald elder in a wheelchair, equipped with a brainwave amplification device, spoke through Valen's voice, recounting, "Howard Stark, Iron Man's biological father, is my dear friend. To protect my friend's son, I am willing to part with this talisman, even though it was a gift from Eric. It bears a lifelike depiction of a puppy. The dog talisman, a symbol of youthful vigor. It provides immunity to fatal harm and allows its bearer to remain eternally youthful." How did it end up in the professor's possession? Shendu's thoughts swirled as he felt a surge of excitement. Yet he could not help but reflect on the chaotic disorder of the world he inhabited. This was a complex tapestry of time and space, interwoven with characters from the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures, as well as superheroes from the Marvel Universe and mutants with bizarre abilities. The stable operation of this real world, with its myriad forces colliding, undoubtedly resulted in a series of chemical reactions. Even with narrative references, one cannot act with impunity. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable catastrophe, such as with the Phoenix, Jean Grey. She is the true embodiment of an Omega-level mutant, the perfect host for the Phoenix Force. a mentally fractured being who has obliterated the universe on multiple occasions. A golden opportunity. Stark's gaze flickered with determination. Without a trace of hesitation, he activated the Mark 6 armor, which soared into the air. The arc reactor in its chest surged with power, propelling it beyond the range of the Holy Master's assault. The gravitational scroll unfurled as the dragon fighter Lopez chanted an incantation with an uncanny synchronicity. An intangible energy enveloped the gathered crowd, subsequently transferring to the secure area where General Kusa was stationed. Fire! Take this opportunity to annihilate the Black Hand. General Kusa commanded decisively. The sound of cannon fire erupted. The barrels of the Tiger tanks parked along the street elevated. Armor-piercing shells, capable of penetrating titanium alloy, were unleashed. They traced a graceful arc, reminiscent of the fiery skies of July. The tyrant of fire, ensnared by the professor, was rendered immobile. The armor-piercing round, trailing a fiery tail, magnified within his gaze. Growing larger and larger. Boom. Shendu abruptly released his form of life restoration, his stature doubling in height to approximately 7 meters. His fierce and menacing appearance resembled a demon birthed from the depths of hell, with powerful limbs exuding explosive strength, creating an unprecedented visual impact. Professor, I shall inevitably make my way to the Academy of Young Geniuses. I hope you can face my wrath with composure. The Lord of the Holy Order seethed with fury. A deafening roar resonated through the heavens. The rolling sound waves coalesced into a sharp, transparent blade of wind. A cataclysmic natural attack swiftly obliterated the incoming shells in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a dazzling display of fireworks, the Tiger tank was cleaved into pieces, rendering it incapable of combat. The onlookers gasped in horror at the sight. Even the dragon-slaying warriors questioned their own senses. An ominous premonition arose within their hearts. Luo Pei felt an icy chill envelop him, sensing an indescribable terror. The talismans must be relocated, hidden away in a place isolated from the world, or entrusted to a sufficiently powerful entity for safekeeping. Chapter 12. An indelible punishment for the Professor. Shendu was driven to the brink of fury, desperately needing to unleash his wrath. His fiery gaze fixated on the peacekeeping forces not far away. As he prepared to launch a formidable assault, the suited thug Valen, along with his subordinates Lajua and Zhou, appeared expressionless in his path. Lord, as a former sovereign of the Eastern continent, you should understand that benevolent governance leads to lasting peace. Why increase the cycle of bloodshed and bear the weight of sin? The professor implored with reason and emotion, attempting to dissuade him. Enough. In the face of the professor's attempts at reasoning, Shendu showed no regard, scoffing at the notion and deciding to impart a painful lesson to the self-righteous educator. The moment the words left his lips, he abruptly seized Valen and unleashed a searing inferno. The terrifying flames, radiating unbearable heat, enveloped Valen. An unprecedented agony surged across the ocean to Winchester. In a sci-fi-themed training room, the paralyzed bald elder suddenly contorted in extreme discomfort, experiencing the scorching sensation of being consumed by flames. Through a brainwave enhancement device, his telepathic abilities reached their zenith, allowing him to connect with and control any target. The corresponding price was the complete reception of the other party's sensory experiences. For instance, in the First War, Magneto manipulates coins to penetrate the villain's cranium. Utilizing his telepathic prowess, he intervenes in the professor's freedom, who evidently endures an immense burden of additional harm. Shendu seems intent on emulating his predecessor's techniques. After all, he harbors no sympathy for the suited thug, Valen. Even if he were to fall, it would evoke not a trace of emotional turmoil. Professor, the laser-eyed Scot, adorned with red quartz goggles, quickly inquires upon noticing the unusual situation. Could the fire demon be proficient in mental assaults? The Phoenix, Jean Grey, trembles with concern. Swiftly, she releases her telekinesis to remove the professor's brainwave enhancement device, liberating his mind from Valen's grasp and alleviating the torment of the searing flames. Nevertheless, even so, the elderly professor nearly succumbs to unconsciousness, on the verge of complete shock. We must expeditiously evacuate the students of Winchester. The demon emperor, born from the Eastern continent, is likely to invade the Academy of Young Talents. The professor warns, his face etched with fear. Demon emperor? Invasion? Laser Eye and Phoenix exchange incredulous glances, both feeling a sense of absurdity. The professor is overly cautious. Even if the fire demon were to descend upon Winchester, the capabilities of the war police squad would undoubtedly suffice to vanquish the malevolent dragon. Of course, this is merely Laser Eye's subjective perspective. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing a villainous act. Bestow upon the professor a near-death experience. Reward the host with monster cells. Monster cells? This pertains to the world of One Punch Man, consisting of the flesh and essence of god-level beings. Consuming them can grant the target terrifying powers capable of obliterating worlds. However, monster cells possess an irredeemable fatal flaw, causing the consumer's body and mind to distort, ultimately transforming them into a grotesque monster devoid of conscience. Gazing at the pulsating monster cells, Shendu suddenly envisions an audacious thought. Why not create a legion of monsters to serve as the vanguard in the future conquest of Earth? An expert suitable for researching monster cells is not far-fetched, but rather within reach. The chairman of the Life Foundation, Dr. Drake. With his substantial financial resources, Dr. Drake should be able to conquer the challenges of breeding and cultivating monster cells. Moreover, he might even eliminate the uncontrollable factors of the monster cells, merging them with extraterrestrial liquid life to create an entirely new species, one that could replace mutants and inhumans. Despite the spell recovery plan being a lackluster endeavor, it has made Shendu acutely aware of both his strengths and weaknesses. Of course, there is also the formidable power of the protagonist's aura. Invading Area 13 has already drawn forth the Dragon Fighter Lopez, Iron Man, and the Professor in succession. Should he remain here, showcasing his Azure Dragon form, who knows if the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, would appear, only to be punished by the Time Stone, ultimately transforming into a dragon sculpture, eternally unable to reincarnate. The protagonist's aura is simply absurd. It seems he must abandon the plan to manifest the Azure Dragon form. Shendu squints his eyes. With a rustle, he intones a silent incantation, and a vast cloud of magical smoke envelopes the surroundings. As the smoke dissipates, the once chaotic secret military base now lies abandoned, devoid of life. Even General Kusa's terrifying specter, the ghostly ninja, has vanished. Undoubtedly, this matter has reached the highest echelons of authority. The Fire Demon Lord has returned, now cataloged as a supercriminal by the nation's Strategic Defense and Logistics Department. Faced with the onslaught of the entire national machinery, it is clear that the Avengers encompass more than just Tony Stark. For instance, Odin's son from Asgard is applying to join the fray. Alas, what misfortune! Both my father and Jackie Chan exclaim in exasperation. The Lord has fled. Even the resurrected dragon fighter, Lopez, could not retain him. Who, then, is capable of vanquishing him? With the balance of yin and yang disrupted, it is no wonder that the Demon Emperor has returned. Lopez murmurs with a heavy heart. Light and darkness are interdependent. Their coexistence is the supreme principle. Thus, as superheroes emerge in succession, the dormant forces of evil are gradually awakening. It seems imperative to hasten to the mystical realm of Kamartosh to inform the current Sorcerer Supreme. Ahem. Mr. Fighter, would you mind discussing the coexistence of technology and magic? Tony Stark clears his throat. Chapter 13. Subduing the Life Foundation. The Life Foundation. Top floor. Within the opulently decorated presidential suite, a young man of Indian descent cradles a goblet filled with red wine, gazing down at the illuminated city of Golden Mountain with a melancholic expression. I hope the live experiments yield progress, he sighs. Suddenly, a blaze of magical smoke materializes. An unexpectedly handsome and imposing figure appears, leading the suited thug, Valen, along with his henchmen, Razwa and Zhou, to stand before the young man. Valen? The young man rises abruptly, scarcely believing his eyes. Is this magic? Or an illusion? The young man is none other than Dr. Drake, the chairman of the Life Foundation, a biological science prodigy with immense potential, who has maintained a close collaboration with Valen, having previously enlisted the Mafia to abduct street homeless. Dr. Drake, this is the Lord, my superior, Valen announces with gravitas. The former Asian emperor has decided to provide you with research funding to cultivate a substance known as freak cells. The Lord? Freak cells? Dr. Drake is left bewildered by these revelations. Maintaining a facade of calm, he refrains from raising any alarms, driven solely by his trust in Valen. However, he feels an overwhelming curiosity about the striking young man before him. Why has Valen never mentioned him? And how is he able to perform such feats? What is his true identity? The discerning are indeed the wise, Dr. Drake. Do not hastily refuse. I assure you, you will develop an unprecedented interest in freak cells. With that, Shinta flips his palm, revealing the pulsating, lifelike freak cells, capturing Dr. Drake's attention with their bizarre and extraordinary nature. One can almost precisely sense the immense life energy concealed within the cells of the aberration. It undoubtedly holds value equal to that of the symbiote. Dr. Drake extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill, stating, I shall establish a research project on the aberrant cells, striving to unravel their mysteries at the earliest opportunity. The mere mortals are unworthy of my attention. Shendu, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, disregarded Dr. Drake's overtures and instead threatened, Dr. Drake, do not expose my whereabouts. Furthermore, remember to conceal the existence of the aberrant cells. For your safety, I shall dispatch shadow ninjas to guard you day and night. Shadows then began to shift and coalesce into fully armed, cold ninjas, their only visible feature being their crimson eyes. Shadow ninjas? Dr. Drake's pupils constricted to pinpricks, questioning his own sanity. The scene before him was beyond the explanation of all he had learned. As you wish, my lord, Dr. Drake replied with a wry smile. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to cooperate. After all, the ability to command shadow ninjas was an unprecedented phenomenon. He could not afford to offend such power. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a villainous act through coercion and temptation. The host is rewarded with 10 flying talismans. Flying talismans, originating from the world of Dream of the West, are one-time use items that allow travel to capital cities within the Earth. Undoubtedly, this compensates for Shendu's current shortcomings. Without the chicken and rabbit talismans, Shendu could only ascend to great heights in his azure dragon form, as crossing oceans would necessitate the use of aerial transport. His mastery of displacement magic had its limitations and paled in comparison to the teleportation magic of Kamartosh. Beep, beep. A series of rhythmic notification sounds echoed. Shendu suddenly noticed the talisman radar flashing a pop-up. The screen displayed traces of talismans nearby. You remain here. Shendu silently chanted an incantation and once again enacted his displacement magic, appearing in the brilliantly illuminated streets, in stark contrast to the ruins of the secret military base. The bustling urban area was teeming with pedestrians and clusters of tourists. Colorful neon signs flickered, transforming the locale into a cacophonous city that never sleeps. Now, breaking news, the head of the Black Hand, Valen, has attacked a police stronghold in California, resulting in numerous casualties. If any concerned citizens spot the suspects, calling the number below will yield a generous cash reward. The well-groomed female anchor's voice was both approachable and melodious, quickly drawing countless onlookers. Meanwhile, the menacing visage of a suited thug dominated the screen. It appeared the government had concealed my whereabouts. Shendu couldn't help but smirk subtly upon witnessing this. Judging his position through Valen was indeed clever. However, the Dragon Slayer would never imagine that he possessed the ancient shape-shifting magic. Beep, beep. The talisman radar emitted another series of rhythmic sounds. A conspicuous arrow materialized on the screen, indicating a location ahead. Shendu cast his gaze in the direction of a pale-skinned, slender punk girl with emerald green hair tied into a ponytail. Her visage seemed familiar. A name on the tip of his tongue, Lorna Dane? Shendu's expression was one of skepticism. Chapter 14. The Return of the Charm, Polaris. Lorna Dane, the illegitimate daughter of Magneto, Eric. She inherited his genes, possessing the ability to manipulate magnetism, with her striking green hair as a prominent feature. She and the Scarlet Witch are half-sisters, sharing the same father. Guided by the charm radar, the charm appeared tantalizingly within reach. However, Shendu keenly sensed the movement of the crowd, noticing a group of unsavory undercover agents tracking Lorna Dane, gripping his specially designed handgun at his waist. It seemed poised to unleash plastic bullets at any moment, ready to inflict harm. A dramatic scene of a demon rescuing a damsel was about to unfold. A smile crept across Shendu's face as he swiftly trailed the agents. The crowd eventually congregated in a dimly lit, secluded corner. Suddenly, the undercover agents abandoned their concealment and raised their specialized handguns. Bang, bang, bang. Transparent plastic bullets erupted amidst a cloud of smoke and the acrid scent of sulfur, hurtling towards the unsuspecting punk girl at a speed of 100 meters per second. Polaris's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she hastily raised her hand to levitate a metal sheet, attempting to shield herself from the barrage. While most bullets were deflected, a few slipped through the gaps, striking her shoulder. Blood soaked her jacket as she let out a pained groan. Faced with the brawny undercover agents, the underage Lorna Dane appeared utterly terrified, resembling a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. Captain, the suspect with the charm has been hit. An undercover agent spoke into the hidden intercom at his collar, his voice low and grave. He then produced plastic handcuffs, discarding all metallic equipment to prevent a counterattack from the magnetic mutant girl. But at that moment, the agent's pupils dilated in alarm. A searing, vibrant flame surged forth, resembling a dazzling rainbow. In his eyes, it magnified, intensifying with each passing moment. The terrifying heat singed his hair, curling it into withered strands. Like a living entity, it transformed into a clawing dragon of fire, lunging forward. Even as the undercover agent attempted to flee, he could not escape his fate. In what felt like an eternity, the situation reversed in an instant. The once invincible high-ranking agent was now rendered a lifeless corpse. Lorna Dane, filled with trepidation, caught a glimpse of an approaching figure from the corner of her eye. The unexpected visitor was strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a prince from a fantastical tale, exuding an air of noble, gentlemanly grace. He bore a striking resemblance to the boy next door she had long admired. The Na'vi mutant girl was momentarily taken aback, experiencing a long-forgotten rush of exhilaration. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an act of villainy. A hidden reward awaits. The host receives a bag of magic beans. Magic beans, a wondrous item cultivated by the cat sage in the Dragon Ball world. Consuming one ensures 10 days without hunger. Moreover, it possesses the remarkable ability to mend superficial wounds and restore one's vitality to its utmost pinnacle. However, the miraculous beans have their limitations, particularly in the realm of healing ailments. Strictly speaking, these beans are a national treasure of strategic significance, yet alas, there exists but a single pouch. It is my fervent hope that Dr. Drake, with his expertise in botanical sciences, can devise a method for cultivating these beans through reverse engineering. Shen pondered deeply as he delicately pinched a miraculous bean between his fingers and approached the hostile young mutant girl, speaking softly. This is a miraculous bean. It can satiate your hunger and even heal your injuries. Miraculous bean? Lorna Dane blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. Although she accepted the offered bean, she refrained from consuming it immediately. What if it were laced with a sedative? Such a hard-won prize could easily slip from her grasp. As for the talisman, it is said to harbor mysterious powers. Not only does the Sentinel Special Operations Division seek it, but also the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. The World Security Council, along with many other unrecognized organizations, forces, and factions appear to be in pursuit. By a stroke of fortune, Lorna Dane came into possession of a talisman adorned with a vivid depiction of a rooster. However, before she could hand it over to the upper echelon of the mutant stronghold, she was tragically followed and tracked by undercover agents. Had Shen not intervened in a timely manner, the mutant girl would likely have found herself imprisoned, losing the talisman in the process. Yagami Imo Yagami Chiwa. Yagami Imo Yagami Chiwa. Yagami Imo Yagami Chiwa. Shen recited the silent incantation. This was the talisman absorbing magic. As long as he remained within a certain range, he could summon the talisman back to its rightful place. Buzz. The rooster talisman transformed into a stream of light, swiftly entering Shen's chest. Instantly, an unprecedented wave of satisfaction surged within him. With his eyes closed, Shen could distinctly feel the surge in his magical power. The talisman not only symbolized the divine strength of the Lord, but also represented the energy he had lost. In other words, Shen's combat prowess at this moment was less than 1/10 of its former glory. Nonetheless, he was still sufficiently formidable to overpower the Hulk in his normal state. Talisman. Lorna Dane's eyes widened in disbelief. The hard-fought prize she had seized was suddenly absorbed by this enigmatic young man. Had she not been injured and exceedingly weak, even Shen, her savior, would have faced her magnetic assault. Shen furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance. He noticed a robust figure atop a nearby low-rise apartment building, surveying the scene with questionable intentions. Chapter 15. Weapons. Nationwide manhunt weapons. The mutant girl with emerald green hair tied in a ponytail, pale lips, and a face devoid of color suddenly gasped. Weapons. Shen displayed keen curiosity. These were humanoid weapons developed by the Sentinel Special Operations Division. Through specialized devices, they manipulated mutants to serve their purpose. These soulless weapons, transformed by experts from the Special Operations Division, underwent a physical metamorphosis, enhancing their attributes and consequently imposing unprecedented survival pressures on wandering mutants. Moreover, the Sentinel Special Operations Division frequently trafficked weapons, distributing them to other nations for substantial profit. Countless weapons were in circulation. Originally, one was only destined for significant missions, yet unexpectedly found oneself pursued for a talisman. It appears that the talisman indeed harbors extraordinary secrets. The enchanting gaze of Polaris sparkled. Did it truly eliminate my comrade? A robust figure, exuding strength, let out a hoarse laugh. Two frail ants had inexplicably unleashed enough force to topple an elephant. How absurd. However, the game has reached its conclusion. If the talisman is surrendered voluntarily, I can grant you a complete corpse. With a resounding crash, like a speeding cannonball, the brawny man leapt suddenly, disregarding the vertical distance, and descended to the ground in an instant. The asphalt beneath him erupted into a myriad of cracks, collapsing abruptly. This vividly illustrates the terrifying might of such a formidable weapon. A raucous sound filled the air, accompanied by a magnetic and alluring voice. A young man with the aura of a Hollywood superstar raised his palm. An invisible force immediately radiated outward. Within a 100-meter radius, all substances began to tremble. Even the battle-hardened weapons felt a chilling instinctive reaction. A sudden surge of survival instinct and crisis awareness gripped their hearts. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, the striking weapon turned and fled in panic. Yet, even with all its might, it could not escape the telekinetic control. The entire being was lifted into the air. Gasping, a wave of suffocation and cerebral hypoxia overwhelmed it, forcing a desperate grip on its throat. Subsequently, vibrant, thick blood spilled from its lips, clearly indicating internal organ damage. With a thud, the towering figure fell to the ground, stirring up endless dust. Even the battle-hardened mutant girl could not help but widen her eyes, experiencing a subtle sentiment of sorrow over the fallen. Finally, the talisman was reclaimed. A satisfied smile graced Shendu's lips as he felt the floating power continuously surging within him. The energy carried by the talisman, although less than that of the moon's demon talisman, still proved effective. In fact, when combined with the rabbit talisman, it could activate high-speed flight abilities. In the future, gathering all the talisman zodiac powers would form a perfect closed loop, capable of unleashing a terrifying effect that could break the sound barrier. Oh, Shendu flicked his fingertips, releasing another wave of invisible floating power. The weapon's wristwatch began to blink red, astonishingly transmitting a danger signal just before its demise. Instantly, his exceptionally developed senses detected the approach of hurried footsteps. To maintain a semblance of normalcy, I must not reveal my identity as the Lord. As for the daughter of Magneto, she should possess some degree of utilitarian value. Silently, Shendu recited an incantation, releasing a cloud of magical smoke once more. The energy fluctuations from the displacement magic enveloped the two figures on sight. In the next moment, caught off guard, Lorna Dane opened her eyes, only to find herself in a lavishly decorated presidential suite. The notorious suit-clad thug, Warlon, along with his henchmen, came into view. Members of the Black Hand? The heart of Polaris sank, as if sensing that he had unwittingly walked into a den of wolves. Boss, is this your daughter? She seems not to have matured into adulthood. Offing and Zhou exchanged glances, bursting into a fit of amusing laughter. The current Lorna Dan had yet to develop fully, lacking the punky, mature persona seen in Gifted. Instead, she bore a face full of youthful collagen and Na'vi rebellion. Silence. Shendu suddenly clenched his fist, and an invisible force swiftly silenced the loquacious members of the Black Hand gang. Even though the Black Hand could not articulate their words, their eyes conveyed a profound sense of awe and shock. Had the Lord returned with a talisman in hand, the onlookers were filled with trepidation. What extraordinary luck this was. At that moment, a familiar voice emanated from the LCD television. A figure clad in camouflage, with a solemn expression, General Kusa, who once led peacekeeping forces against Shendu, stood shoulder to shoulder with his close friend Ross. Addressing the media with a resonant voice, he declared, "I will collaborate militarily with General Thunderbolt. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we will apprehend the Black Hand and resolve the grave threats in California." Upon hearing this, Shendu narrowed his eyes, immediately noticing the cold visage that briefly flickered at the edge of the screen. It was the antagonist from the Incredible Hulk, Emil Blonsky, the loathsome bioweapon, his physique rivaling that of the Hulk. Chapter 16. Annihilation of the Venomous Soul. It seemed that the flapping of a butterfly's wings heralded an unprecedented storm on the horizon. I must exhaust every means to restore my strength. Shendu's gaze turned icy as he swore an oath. After all, in this intricately woven world of colliding powers, even possessing memories from a past life could only serve as a reference. To gain the right to intervene in the unfolding narrative, even transforming into the primary antagonist of a dragon adventure would be a monumental challenge. A slight misstep could lead to an eternal punishment of being unable to reincarnate. He refused to become a motionless dragon sculpture, displayed in a museum for others to gawk at. Mr. Lord, it seems you have bestowed upon Varan the ability to transform? Dr. Drake pondered, suddenly struck by a bold idea. To be candid, the Life Foundation has discovered a liquid alien substance that requires a robust living specimen for testing. A symbiotic entity? Had the plot of Deadly Guardian already begun to unfold? Upon hearing this, Shendu's eyes sparkled. A meaningful smile graced his lips. It appeared that, aside from the Legion of Oddities, he could also acquire a legion of symbiotic entities. The wonders of symbiosis were well known. While they could endow their host with immense power, enabling feats akin to Spider-Man's, such as wall crawling and rapid healing, they also had the two significant drawbacks of interfering with the host's behavioral patterns and excessively draining their nutrients, which could be fatal. However, for the Demon of Fire, this posed no issue at all. The formidable dragon language magic could easily obliterate the will of the symbiotic entities, rendering them merely a convenient piece of special equipment. Drake, do you intend to make me a living specimen for your experiments? The suited ruffian, Varong, with his nostrils flaring like a sword of flames, warned ominously, "Beware, my wrath shall roast you alive." Wrath? It appears the rumors of the Black Hand's allegiance to ancient demons are not mere fabrications. Dr. Drake's eyes quivered, almost unable to meet Shendu's gaze. Undoubtedly, the ancient demon serving the Black Hand is none other than this man. A sensation of walking on thin ice suddenly enveloped his heart. Drake could not help but shiver. Take me to the place where the symbiote is imprisoned. Shendu strode confidently towards the elevator. At once, Varong quickly responded, hurriedly pressing the button for the basement floor. The elevator descended rapidly, arriving at the -1 level in an instant. The dimly lit corridor was lined with surveillance cameras. In a glass cell's corner, a pale, emaciated living specimen lay slumped, perilously close to death. Even the exquisite dishes prepared by a Michelin-starred chef could not awaken their appetite, Drake explained. The bizarre demise of these living specimens remains a conundrum that the Life Foundation has yet to unravel. Venom, let us converse. Shendu suddenly spoke. Huh? Varong and his subordinates, Rajua and Zhou, jolted in fear. Who was the master speaking to? Could there be a ghost present? A hissing sound echoed, reminiscent of a serpent's flicking tongue. Suddenly, a multitude of fibrous tissues penetrated the pores of a homeless man, morphing into a diminutive head of venom. Its menacing fangs gave it an oddly endearing appearance. How do you know my name? The petite venom exclaimed, astonished. Your physique is vast as the starry sea. Your cells seem to harbor unfathomable power. If you could become my host, we would be utterly invincible. Invincible? Shendu scoffed. If invincibility were so trivial, why would he fear the king of gods? This extraterrestrial, liquid life form clearly had not encountered the world before. No wonder it was so naive. Wait. The symbiote possesses consciousness and can speak. Dr. Drake was utterly astonished. Had he known the symbiote could articulate, would he not have long ago realized the grand ideal of creating an entirely new species? Damn it. It turned out the Foundation had been nurturing a bunch of incompetent fools. Dr. Drake was seething with rage, wishing he could dismiss all the employees on the spot. Arm yourselves. Shendu clenched his fist. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn apart, he struck the special bulletproof glass. Crack! The deafening noise erupted. The bulletproof glass shattered abruptly, with remnants beginning to show signs of melting and evaporating. Mr. Master, there was truly no need to break the glass. I could have unlocked it with my fingerprint, Dr. Drake said with a wry smile. Then, the hissing voice of the serpent resonated once more. The dark symbiotic fibers rapidly formed an overwhelming web, akin to a ferocious beast, instantly enveloping the expressionless Shendu. Hisses. The symbiotic fibers penetrated the pores, ebbing away like a tide, curling back into the host's chest. A profound bond, both spiritual and corporeal, has been forged between them. No, let me out. A sharp shriek erupted. The diminutive symbiote coalesced, pleading, Master, please do not extinguish my consciousness. The noise was overwhelming. Shendu silently intoned incantations. The violent energy unleashed by the draconic magic severed the emotional cognition of the symbiotic entity, leaving only instinctual existence for his control. The entire process was executed with remarkable ease. Chapter 17, Spider Senses. The Value of Celestial Beings. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing a malevolent act. Eradicating conscience. Reward. Blank synthesis flag. The synthesis flag, a transportation artifact from the world of fantasy westward journey, can pinpoint multiple coordinates of the current scene, albeit with usage limitations. However, thanks to the villain system's optimization, these restrictions have been lifted. There are no prerequisites, and it can even be entrusted to subordinates. Compared to the tin flight talismans previously acquired, this new boon undeniably addresses Shendu's shortcomings in spatial displacement magic. The Phantom Shadow Legion. The city where the positioning talisman resides. Shendu summoned his loyal shadow servant once more. Whoosh! The shadow ninja materialized, promptly kneeling to accept the ancient token-like synthesis flag before vanishing. He headed to the city designated by the talisman radar. Currently, the Zodiac talismans are in the possession of formidable figures in the Marvel Universe, such as Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of the Council in Washington, D.C. In the Dragon Fighter, Lopez, the martial prowess of the Shadow Ninja does not guarantee victory. However, with Shendu personally intervening, the situation shifts dramatically. Once I gather the talismans, I will immediately contact my brothers and sisters trapped in the demon realm to fulfill the promises of the Lord. Deciphering the Panka treasure box to liberate our tormented demonic kin. Shendu's gaze flickered, sensing a transformative change within the mysterious substance coursing through him. An unprecedented surge of confidence ignited within him. The symbiote, having had its emotional cognition obliterated by his draconic magic, has wholly become his extension, allowing him to distinctly perceive a comprehensive enhancement in his attributes. His robust physique continues to evolve, transcending his former self. Furthermore, Shendu can command the symbiote to morph into any shape or form, enveloped in the ultimate armament of Haki, bestowing it with astonishing lethality and destructive power. Should the abomination confront him, Shendu is confident he could vanquish it in a single blow. He cannot help but acknowledge that he underestimated the enhancement effects of the symbiote. At this moment, he silently rejoices for not having missed the opportunity to bond with the symbiote. Mr. Lord, have you merged with the symbiote known as Venom? Dr. Drake, belatedly grasping the situation, managed a strained smile as he spoke, and then extinguished Venom's consciousness. Originally, Dr. Drake intended to interview Venom, documenting the symbiote's lifestyle and interests, with the hope of winning the favor of the symbiote family and ultimately realizing the grand ambition of creating an entirely new species. Unexpectedly, the plan had not even begun before it was thwarted. The Lord directly annihilated the intelligence of Venom. Even Dr. Drake, recalling the lamentations of the symbiote, could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine, a poignant sense of shared sorrow. He hoped he had not incurred the Lord's wrath. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a villainous act. A display of power. The reward for the host, Spider Sense. Spider sense? Shendu raised an eyebrow at this revelation. This was Peter Parker's passive ability. It could foresee danger in a 360-degree radius, offering advance warning and enabling a timely response. It bore a striking resemblance to the observation hockey from the world of One Piece, albeit with a somewhat limited range. This significantly heightened Shendu's sensory perception, equipping him to confront the impending nationwide manhunt led by General Thunderbolt. By the way, Dr. Drake, this is a Senzu bean, capable of healing injuries and instantly satiating hunger. I hope the Life Foundation can reverse engineer the cultivation technology for mass production of Senzu beans. Senzu bean? Dr. Drake was utterly bewildered. A single broad bean? Capable of healing wounds and immediately filling one's stomach? This was utterly absurd. It contradicted all his scientific understanding. Such miraculous crops could never exist on Earth. Yet, this was a gift from the Lord, leaving no room for doubt about its authenticity. Could it be that Senzu beans originated from the demonic realm where the Lord was born? A flurry of thoughts surged in Dr. Drake's mind, his expression growing increasingly curious and grave. Compared to mutant cells and extraterrestrial liquid life, the value of Senzu beans was undoubtedly far greater, possessing the potential to address global food crises and transform the world. Undoubtedly, the Life Foundation was on the brink of securing its place in history with this seemingly insignificant broad bean. Do not underestimate the difficulty of the task, Shendu elucidated. The yield of Senzu beans is unprecedentedly low. Rest assured, even if the mission fails, your intelligence will not be extinguished. Gulp. Dr. Drake felt a chill, as though plunged into an icy abyss. The implication was painfully clear. The Lord had indeed extinguished the intelligence of the Venom symbiote. Such a terrifying capability was simply horrifying. In reality, Shendu had merely eliminated Venom's emotional cognition, allowing for continued communication, akin to a lifeless intelligent program. Furthermore, do not forget to take good care of the girl I brought. She is a mutant, the daughter of Magneto, Shendu continued, his narrative flowing smoothly. Magneto. The suited thug Varan, his minions, and Dr. Drake could not help but be taken aback. A collective of mutants, one of the two spiritual leaders, and the founder of the Brotherhood, he shared a complex relationship with the Professor, oscillating between friend and foe. Could it be that the Lord's abduction of Magneto's daughter was part of a sinister plot to leverage against the Professor? After all, the Professor had once disrupted the Lord's plans by using a brainwave enhancement device to control Varan, allowing Iron Man and the Dragon Fighter Lopez to escape. The vengeful Demon Emperor was unlikely to allow the Professor to live. The group couldn't help but be engulfed in a whirlwind of speculation, sensing an ominous storm on the horizon. Chapter 18. The Mutant Academy in response to the armored assailant Varlo and the criminal syndicate he leads. The California government has undoubtedly initiated a sweeping search. The news of the resurrection of the Fire Demon has spread like a tempest to every corner of the world. Ambitious figures within the Marvel Universe, reclusive dark sorcerers, criminal organizations, and malevolent cults have all begun to stir. It is as if an unseen hand is stirring chaos throughout. The sanctity of the timeline has been irrevocably altered, prompting a sense of urgency in the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Why, upon the ephemeral return of a wandering spirit, has such a dreadful crisis emerged? With a sudden jolt, the Ancient One opened her eyes, revealing the infinite cosmos swirling within her gaze, only to vanish in an instant like an elusive specter. A low hum resonated. The bald-headed Supreme Sorcerer swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and the artifact, the Eye of Agamotto, suspended before her, erupted in a dazzling brilliance. A verdant gem immediately plunged her into an enigmatic realm of profound mystery. Countless timelines unfurled before the Ancient One. The once clear past and future now dissolved into an abyss of nothingness, leaving only blankness in their wake. Ancient One. A distinguished visitor has arrived. The newcomer. A robust and gentlemanly black man, softly announced from outside. Unbeknownst to him, the meditative Ancient One felt a tempest of emotion surge within her, prompting her to rise abruptly. Panic, anger, nostalgia, and reminiscence flooded her heart. The Dragon Slayer, Lopez, had ascended to the celestial realm. Yet, after a millennium, why would someone impersonate him? Regaining her composure, the Ancient One adjusted her attire and opened the doors to the hidden realm of Kamartaj. In an instant, her gaze fell upon a towering figure clad in ancient Eastern garb, a perfect reflection of her memories. Even the aura and magical vibrations were indistinguishable. Master Lopez? The Ancient One inquired, a mixture of astonishment and suspicion in her voice. Did you not ascend to the celestial realm? According to the Council of God's decree, one should not descend lightly. As her words lingered, she suddenly perceived an unusual detail. The chest of the Dragon Slayer Lopez bore a vividly animated tattoo of a rat. The rat talisman. It imbued inanimate objects with kinetic energy. No wonder the Dragon Slayer had reappeared. It was all due to the rat talisman's influence. Ancient One. The Fire Demon has returned, and its whereabouts remain a mystery. I require your assistance. I must reseal it to find peace once more. The dragon slayer spoke with a solemn expression, his gaze resolute and voice resonant. The reunion of two supreme sorcerers was nothing short of epic. Yet, the disordered timeline, even under the mastery of the Infinity Stones, eluded the Ancient One's understanding. The only professor capable of tracing the fire demon's path remained incapacitated due to the grievous injuries inflicted by the raging flames, unable to utilize the cerebral enhancement apparatus. Even if he could use it, the professor would likely refrain from provoking the Lord any further. After all, he founded the Academy for Young Talents and must consider the safety of his students. Recently, the elusive shadowy ninjas have been frequently spotted near Westchester in New York, showing no intent to conceal their motives. While they have not launched any direct attacks, they have nonetheless instilled a profound sense of panic. As the leader of the X-Men, Cyclops finds himself in a state of despair. At this moment, he finally comprehends the professor's concerns. Indeed, it would be unwise to offend the Lord. Scott, notify all students to remain in their dormitories. The bald elder, paralyzed and seated in a wheelchair, suddenly wore a grave expression as he gazed towards a distant area. There stood a tall and imposing young man from the east, his lips curling into a cryptic smile as he directly stepped through the gates of Xavier's mansion. Charles Xavier, this is the professor's true name. It is through the wealth inherited from his family that he has been able to shelter so many mutant orphans and maintain the operations of the X-Men. Initially, the professor had a delicate understanding with the Secretary General of the World Security Council. However, with the resurgence of the ancient demon of fire, that balance has been utterly shattered. The Sentinel Special Operations Division subsequently launched a series of countermeasures, compelling the professor to comply and voluntarily surrender his charms. It seems there is no longer any need to communicate with the Secretary General. The professor grimly stated, "The Lord has arrived, and the Academy for Young Talents is about to be engulfed in flames." The Lord? The Lord has come. The members of the X-Men could not help but change countenance upon hearing this. In that instant, they beheld the dashing young man strolling leisurely towards them. He resembled a high-fashion model from a magazine cover, devoid of any malice, appearing rather harmless. Is this the Lord? Or perhaps an envoy of the Lord? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Then, a frail figure stepped forth to approach the striking young man whom he had never met before, John Allardyce, codenamed Firestarter. He possessed the ability to manipulate flames. However, regrettably, John lacked the capacity to produce fire on his own, necessitating the carrying of a lighter to effectively wield his powers. He was the rebellious troublemaker of the Academy, known for his fiery temper. "Stop, Firestarter," the professor urged, patting his wheelchair in alarm. Due to his injuries, he could not dare to exert his powers, lest it exacerbate the tearing of his brain nerves and heighten the risk of illness. Even though the professor held a charm symbolizing eternal youth and immunity to fatal harm, it did not mean he could escape the torment of his ailments. Only the combination of the dog and horse charms would grant true immortality. Chapter 19. Not an envoy, but the Lord himself, alas. Cyclops was too late to prevent Firestarter from acting, and the conflict erupted in full force. Boom. John Allardyce suddenly flicked open his lighter, and a vibrant flame shot up into the air. The fierce blaze roiled, scorching the greenery below and turning it brittle and yellow. Truly, Firestarter lived up to his name. Despite John Allard's inability to conjure flames from thin air, he possesses an astonishing combat prowess, placing him among the top 5 at the Young Talents Academy. This is Xavier's mansion, a private estate, no trespassers allowed. The fireman's visage twisted into a menacing scowl as he defiantly declared his dominance. At this moment, he wielded flames like a sovereign of fire, poised to unleash a fiery explosion that would scorch any unwelcome intruders to smithereens. "Wait, John. Return to your dormitory," Laser Eye urgently called out. "This matter will be handled by our instructor." The brutal factor undoubtedly influenced the fireman to some extent. Despite Laser Eye's warning, he could not deter the fireman's actions. In plain view of all, John Allardyce unleashed a flickering tongue of fire as a threat, compelling the intruder to retreat. "Playing with fire before me?" A rich, magnetic voice resonated. An attractive young man of Eastern descent, reminiscent of a top idol from a prestigious gala, smirked playfully as he extended his palm. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth. The flames released by the fireman transformed into a petite, swirling fire dragon, affectionately brushing against the hybrid youth's fingertips before vanishing into thin air. This fellow can play with fire too." Nearby, the fireman's classmates gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with terror. As for John Allardyce, he was even more flabbergasted, questioning whether he was hallucinating. How could this unexpected visitor also command flames? Moreover, endow them with life. Such an extraordinary technique was utterly unheard of and unseen. Could this be an alpha-level mutant? Jean Grey's emerald eyes quivered as the professor's words resurfaced in her mind. The Lord has arrived. It seemed that the title of the Lord encompassed not only the demon emperor, who had twice dominated the eastern continent, and the malevolent dragon, who burned books and buried scholars, but also the tyrant of fire. Was it possible that this unexpected guest was not merely an emissary of the Lord, but the Lord himself? A sense of foreboding washed over them. The crowd finally grasped the professor's concerns. We must inform the Secretary General of the Council, along with the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack Logistics Support Department. Scott hastily retrieved his phone, preparing to contact his close associate, the high-ranking agent Phil Coulson, to expose the whereabouts of the Fire Demon Lord and join forces with the recently renowned superhero team to annihilate the Lord. However, before Laser I could complete the call, he felt his body stiffen. The professor's voice echoed in his mind. Cease all unnecessary actions, Scott. The Lord's only objective is the talisman. Surrendering it will restore peace to the Young Talents Academy. Talisman, the gift from Magneto to the professor? Hank McCoy, a robust beast with blue fur, spoke solemnly. His gaze, sharp beneath his glasses, reflected his determination. The X-Men are certainly capable of defeating the Lord. Why acquiesce to the Lord's unreasonable demands? According to his analysis and judgment, the Lord of the Fire Demon has yet to regain his peak combat strength. The Battle Police Squad possesses sufficient capability to annihilate him. However, it is certain that they will incur grievous losses. Charles Xavier shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his features, before continuing. I have delved into the legends surrounding the Lord of the Fire Demon. He is an ancient evil that has survived for millennia, the last dragon of Earth, residing in the lee of the Eastern Bagua. Even if the Battle Police unite to vanquish the Lord, it is likely he could still resurrect and return. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to surrender the talisman, the canine talisman. It grants immunity to fatal injuries and maintains youthful vitality. With the aid of the canine talisman, the professor, possessing the most powerful intellect on Earth, has thus far evaded Alzheimer's disease. However, once the talisman is lost, who can predict what may occur? Alzheimer's, often referred to as senile dementia. Damn it. Stop immediately. The Xavier estate forbids the presence of unwelcome guests. The fire wielder, John Aldous, wore an expression of considerable distress, his voice steeped in suppressed fury. The failure of his proud mutant abilities was unprecedented. The sensitivity and fragility of youth plunged him into a state of furious humiliation. Boom. Once more igniting his lighter, John Aldous pressed on, unleashing an even more tumultuous blaze that transformed into an expansive and surging sea of flames, sweeping forth with ferocity. Even the professor was unable to intervene in time. Such an assault would hardly inflict significant harm upon the Lord. The true peril lay in inciting the Lord's ire, which could doom the Academy of Young Geniuses to ruin. The collective of mutants would inevitably become prey for the Lord. After all, the tyranny of the Asian overlord is not to be defied. Elusive and enigmatic, the shadowy ninja is equally difficult to guard against. Chapter 20. The professor suffers from Alzheimer's whoosh. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as a torrent of flames engulfed the unsuspecting intruder. Even Scott, the leader of the Battle Police, could not halt it in time. Reckless, Shendu's gaze was icy, finally erupting. As a former tyrant who had commanded the Eastern continent on 2 occasions, he would not tolerate the repeated provocations of mere insects. Buzz. Shendu's fingertips danced, unleashing the floating power of the canine talisman. Instantly, the raging tongues of fire surged back along their original path. Within the iris of John Aldous, the flames magnified. He could almost distinctly feel the scorching wave rushing toward him, the curling of hair and the prickling of sweat. A sense of impending doom washed over him, and the youthful visage of John Aldous was now etched with terror and dread, tears streaming down his face, utterly devoid of dignity. Yet, before the flames could reach John, they were met by an invisible barrier, propelling them skyward. In the blink of an eye, they dissipated entirely, sparing him from death. Shendu furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze directed towards the Xavier estate. Before me stood a figure with cascading crimson curls, elongated and graceful legs, and a complexion as fair as porcelain, an ethereal young individual exuding an aura that felt almost tangible, a manifestation of telekinetic prowess. This forceful presence transported the immobile fire wielder, John Allards, to a safer vicinity. The Phoenix, Jean Grey. She is the most exquisite host of the Phoenix Force in the annals of the Marvel Universe. One of the rare Omega-level mutants on Earth. For Jean Grey, Shendu harbored a persistent sense of trepidation and reverence. After all, Jean bore the immense emotional energy of primordial life from infinite multiverses. Had it not been for the psychic cage established by the Professor, the Phoenix, who endured such terrifying power since childhood, would have surely spiraled out of control, wreaking havoc upon the world. The malevolent second persona would awaken, transforming into the omnipotent Dark Phoenix, bringing catastrophic destruction to existence itself. If I were to gather all the talismans, restoring my former might, perhaps I could engage her in battle. But for now, let it be. Shendu appeared nonchalant on the surface. Yet, in truth, he was prepared to flee at a moment's notice. After extracting a blank synthesis flag from the villain system, he commanded the Shadow Ninjas to pinpoint coordinates across multiple cities. ensuring an invincible position. However, since the professor had once candidly admitted to using talismans to barter for Tony Stark's life, Shendu would not overlook the opportunity to acquire a talisman with such ease. Additionally, he sought to investigate the professor's condition, Alzheimer's disease, colloquially known as senile dementia. Even with the dog talisman granting immunity to fatal harm and preserving youthful vigor, it could not halt the degenerative afflictions of Earth's most formidable mind. Otherwise, the horse talisman, symbolizing healing and immunity to all ailments, would be rendered mere decoration. Regrettably, the horse talisman resided with the dragon slayer, Lopez. Shendu sighed inwardly. Perhaps the dragon slayer had already convinced the Ancient One, and the two supreme sorcerers were poised to execute a meticulously planned assault. He must act swiftly. Each talisman recovered would enhance his strength. With this thought, a semblance of a smile graced his features as he regarded the bald elder seated in a wheelchair, proclaiming, "Professor, as the head of the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, you ought to lead by example, imparting wisdom through your actions. I have not harmed Tony Stark. Thus you are obliged to grant me what you once promised, the dog talisman." Instantly, his words stirred a tempest of reactions. Initially, those present speculated and doubted the identity of this unexpected guest. Yet, Shendu's declaration was tantamount to revealing his true identity. This strikingly handsome young man, emanating an aura of dust and power, was none other than the fire tyrant, the resurgent demon emperor. "Master, do not inform the Secretary General of the Council. This is a transaction between me and the Master." The professor maneuvered his wheelchair forward, revealing skin marked by wrinkles and hands adorned with age spots. Having survived since World War II, the nearly 90-year-old professor epitomized longevity. However, it was evident that he discerned the peculiarities afflicting his mind. And despite his attempts to conceal it, he could not escape Shendu's keen gaze. Alzheimer's disease. It appears that the collective of mutants, the great peace leader, is on the verge of decline. Shendu, with a contemplative expression, sighed and said, "Professor, I comprehend your scheme. You voluntarily surrender the dog talisman in hopes of winning my favor, aiming for a future where you can treat the mutants of the Young Genius Academy with kindness?" The crowd, upon hearing these words, exchanged looks of bewilderment and confusion. Alzheimer's disease? Has the professor succumbed to dementia? Cyclops and Phoenix exchanged glances, unable to suppress a sense of absurdity and farce. Truly, the ancient demon is as cunning as ever, making alarmist statements in public. Did he genuinely believe the X-Men would refrain from retaliating, treating the Young Genius Academy with kindness? The supreme leader is already struggling to protect himself. What qualifications does he possess to oversee Xavier's Institute on behalf of the professor? A chorus of curses erupted, and discussions flared up. The Mutant Academy was instantly plunged into a cacophony of chaos. After all, the magnitude of Shendu's words was staggering. It even shattered the X-Men's understanding. Chapter 21. Mental Tempest in the Hearts of the People. Charles Xavier, the headmaster, symbolizes strength and is synonymous with peace. He can be regarded as a giant in a wheelchair. From nothing, he established the Young Genius Academy, constructing a utopia for mutants in Westchester, New York. This is undoubtedly a miracle, one that must have borne immense risks and pressures. Could it be that the prolonged mental strain has truly led to the professor's Alzheimer's? The crowd exchanged glances, as it seemed Charles had recently exhibited frequent forgetfulness, speech impediments, and moments of absent-mindedness. Perhaps the supreme leader was not merely speaking alarmist rhetoric. Beast Hank's eyes flickered, and a look of sorrow and regret emerged on his face. As the professor's oldest confidant, Hank had almost cohabited with Charles for half a century. No wonder Charles had gradually delegated teaching responsibilities to him, even persuading him to represent the Young Genius Academy in meetings with the Secretary General of the Council and the Department of Homeland Strategic Attack Defense Logistics, discussing various political and operational matters. Initially, Hank believed the professor was unable to attend government activities due to his injuries. Now, the truth finally unfolded. "Charles, why was I kept in the dark?" Hank silently lamented. Even though he understood that Alzheimer's is incurable, the medications available merely slow the progression. Meanwhile, the professor approached Shendu. "Greetings, Mr. Supreme Leader. Meeting you in person is indeed more enlightening than mere hearsay. Your embodiment is truly extraordinary." Charles Xavier extended his hand with a beaming smile. "Indeed, seeing is believing, Professor." Faced with the renowned headmaster of mutants, a resilient elder who has survived since World War II, Shendu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Without the professor acting as a lubricant to ease racial tensions, the collective of mutants would likely have no space to exist at all. The crux of the matter lies within. Even so, Congress and the Pentagon approved General William Stryker's proposal to establish a separate law enforcement agency, the Sentinel Special Operations Bureau, in response to the increasingly rampant mutant criminals. The undercover agent who once tracked Polaris was indeed a high-ranking officer within the Sentinel Special Operations Bureau. As modern technology progresses at an unprecedented pace, The aging of the two mutant leaders exacerbates the dire survival situation of the mutant collective. A single misstep could potentially lead to the extinction of their entire race. Thus, when the professor learned of mutant activity across the ocean, he resorted to using a brainwave amplification device for remote communication. He never anticipated that the mastermind behind the attack on District 13 was not a mutant at all, but rather the fire tyrant, the Lord, who had broken free from his seal and returned with vengeance. The professor was not entirely ignorant of the Lord, for his ally turned adversary. Magneto had once bestowed upon him an amulet. The amulet was adorned with a lifelike depiction of a puppy, symbolizing the immortal power of the fire demon. Additionally, there were 11 other amulets, each harboring a distinct power of the Lord. In a strict sense, the Lord's reclamation of the amulets was justified. As the headmaster of the Mutant Academy, the professor indeed ought to lead by example, returning the amulets to their rightful owner. However, should the professor lose the amulet that sustains his youthful vitality, the repercussions of dementia would inevitably manifest. His formidable intellect, even with mild epilepsy, could unleash cataclysmic devastation akin to a tempest of the mind. Of course, the fall of Xavier's mansion would be inconsequential. However, should it affect the mentors and students of the Young Genius Academy, the professor would undoubtedly find no peace in death. Yagami Imo Yagami Chiwa Yagami Imo Yagami Chiwa Yagami Imo Yagami Chiwa. Shendu silently recited the incantation. In an instant, the amulet absorbed the magic and surged a brilliant light into Shendu's chest. The amulet symbolizing immortality and eternal youth was restored to its place, granting him an indescribable sense of satisfaction and pleasure. The once dormant magical energy within him surged forth, boiling and escalating in power. Yet, before he could revel in his excitement, Shendu suddenly sensed an unprecedented wave of terrifying energy emanating from the professor, radiating outward with explosive force. Buzz! The intangible mental power coalesced into a tangible form, enveloping the entirety of the Young Genius Academy in an instant. The mild epilepsy induced by dementia was harmless in itself. However, in the professor's case, it was akin to a cataclysmic natural disaster. Everywhere his gaze fell, both man and beast rolled their eyes back in terror. Students with weaker constitutions foamed at the mouth and fainted. At that moment, everyone finally acknowledged the professor's affliction with Alzheimer's disease, gaining a profound understanding of the terror of his uncontrollable state. The sudden abnormal discharges from the central nervous system transformed through the professor's psychic abilities into tangible effects, directly impacting every blade of grass and tree in Xavier's mansion. Regardless of the Beast Hank or the X-Men leader Cyclops, both found themselves utterly incapacitated. Approaching the afflicted Charles was nothing but a distant hope. They could only passively endure the tempest of psychic turbulence, awaiting the professor's self-recovery. Had the situation deteriorated to such an alarming extent? Shendu furrowed his brow. Almost immediately, he traced a mystical rune in the air with his fingertips. This was the ancient script rewarded by the villain system, a symbol of cosmic mysteries, imbued with boundless magical power. It had been retrieved by the king of the gods, Odin, after hanging upside down from the world tree for 9 days and nights. Buzz! The magical rune pulsated as if alive, disregarding the psychic storm and branding itself onto the professor's forehead. Chapter 22. The response of S. H. I. E. L. D. Beep. 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 A cacophony of piercing alarms shattered the stillness. The previously listless administrative agents instantly sprang to attention. This was the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, commonly known as S. H. I. E. L. D. The headquarters, the Triskelion, stood resilient in the heart of Washington, D.C., on the central island of the East River. It was tasked with global surveillance and reconnaissance. Recently, due to the resurgence of the fire demon, the director of S. H. I. E. L. D., Nick Fury, found himself in a state of utter disarray. The whereabouts of the demon and the hand had remained elusive, while an unprecedented energy storm erupted at the Mutant Academy in Winchester. Although the storm dissipated in an instant, it nonetheless caught the attention of Alexander Pierce, the Secretary General of the Council. Fury, I expect a satisfactory explanation. Pierce's gaze was sharp, his expression commanding yet unyielding, as he bellowed. He then abruptly severed the video call. Nick Fury, the one-eyed African-American known as Fury, was the current head of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and the architect of the Avengers. In the 1990s, he encountered Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, successfully averting an interstellar war that threatened Earth. From that moment on, Nick Fury, who had not yet grasped the reins of power, became acutely aware of the vastness and secrecy of the universe. However, the fire demon, born from gossip, surpassed even the director's fears. The myriad pieces of intelligence relayed from across the ocean made it abundantly clear to Fury that the awakening of ancient demons posed a grave threat and calamity. Yet, the suit-clad thug, Valen, and his confidants seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving the investigation at an impasse. Coulson, Take a gift and pay a visit to Xavier's mansion. Also, remember to attempt persuading the professor to utilize his abilities to scan the entire planet. The threat of the fire demon cannot be overlooked. Phil Coulson, Fury's most trusted aide, undoubtedly played a significant role in the establishment of the Avengers. Meanwhile, at the Young Genius Academy, as the magical rune took effect, the grand and sweeping psychic storm gradually dissipated. However, the onlookers remained unresponsive, seemingly unable to accept the grim reality that the professor, afflicted with Alzheimer's, had inadvertently transformed into a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. How could they possibly treat the professor? Beast Hank and Laser Eye Scott exchanged glances, instantly experiencing a profound sense of sorrow and despair. At this moment, Charles Xavier resembled a frail old man, drooling at the corners of his mouth, devoid of any semblance of dignity. He was the antithesis of the refined gentleman they once knew. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Alzheimer's disease remains incurable. Even the medications available merely serve to slow the degenerative processes of the brain. In other words, it is likely that the Academy of Young Geniuses will soon witness cataclysmic emotional upheavals, as seizures induced by abnormal discharges in the central nervous system strike without warning or trace. Could the dog talisman suppress Alzheimer's? Suddenly, the Phoenix's beautiful eyes sparkled with a bold idea. I shall persuade the Lord to return the dog talisman. Return. The others were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Then, with her flowing crimson hair cascading and clad in form-fitting leather, the Phoenix summoned her telekinetic powers, rising into the air. A brilliant wave of light erupted from her fingertips, hurtling towards the primary perpetrator of the professor's chaos, the Lord. A torrent of fierce flames surged forth, rapidly escalating to the scale of a tempest, thundering toward Shendu. In contrast to the overhyped fireman John Aldrich, Jean Grey's talents were undeniably more formidable and terrifying. Beyond the powers of the Phoenix, Jean possessed an array of abilities, including telepathy, mental projection, and psychokinesis. With her telepathic abilities, she could manipulate thermal molecules to generate waves of tremendous force. I stand with Jean. We must ensure the professor's safety. With a physique as powerful as the Hulk, a robust figure surged forward, activating his abilities. His skin transformed, taking on a silvery metallic sheen, and he charged towards Shendu with great haste. This was Steel Titan, Petra's Putin, capable of becoming a true Iron Man, his skin's hardness rivaling that of adamantium and vibranium. In his transformed state, Steel Titan's endurance and strength were significantly amplified, a legend capable of rivaling the Red Tank. Shendu, who had yet to reclaim the Cow Talisman, might not effortlessly dispatch Steel Titan. However, Shendu was not alone in this battle. Within him resided one of the Marvel Universe's most extraordinary liquid alien substances, the Venom symbiote. Hiss. The sound echoed, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. An endless stream of fibrous material penetrated Shendu's pores, layering and weaving into an impenetrable black suit, endowing him with unprecedented defense and lethality. Was this the true visage of the Lord? Fiercely brutal and exceedingly grotesque. The once handsome and aloof youth was replaced by a fearsome monster with protruding fangs. The striking appearance of the Venom symbiote instantly left all students of the Academy of Young Geniuses in shock. Even the seasoned war police felt a chill run down their spines, a palpable sense of impending danger enveloping the atmosphere. Hiss. In the guise of Venom, Shendu abruptly summoned the floating power of the Chicken Talisman, soaring into the air to evade Jean Grey's scorching energy assault. Immediately, the symbiotic fibers morphed into an exaggeratedly colossal hammer, descending upon the formidable Steel Sentinel with an unstoppable force, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The clash of metal reverberated, unleashing a tangible wave of sound that swept in all directions, causing withered, yellowed leaves to swirl in the air. The ground beneath the Steel Sentinel sank half a foot, fissures spreading like a dense spider's web. This displayed the sheer intensity of the Master's power. Is that all? Shendu narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 23, Compound No. 5 Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing a villainous act. Defeated the war police. Reward, Compound Number 5. Compound Number 5, a unique substance from the boys, capable of rewriting genetic sequences to create true superhumans. For instance, those from the motherland can possess flight, thermal vision, and a body of steel, essentially a version of Superman. Moreover, the extraordinary lineage, once transformed, could be passed down, endowing descendants with the same superpowers. The mutant cell, Compound Number 5. It seems the system truly intends to use my hand to forge a new race. Shendu chuckled silently. Then, his piercing gaze, sharp as a sword, swept over the entire arena. The vast Xavier Manor fell into an eerie silence. The crowd was almost rendered speechless. This battle had successfully unveiled the terrifying nature of the Master to the war police, no mere empty name. However, I must heal the professor. Jean Grey's beautiful eyes fluttered, and an invisible stream of energy spiraled upward, causing her fiery red hair to billow like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Buzz. As her psychic abilities surged, the dormant phoenix force began to awaken. A vibrant and resplendent heat enveloped her form. In that instant, Shendu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The primal emotional energy of the infinite multiverse was truly extraordinary. Even with the recovery of the talisman symbolizing youthful vitality and immunity to lethal attacks, it would likely be insufficient to withstand the phoenix's judgment. Master, I hope you will return the chicken talisman. Otherwise, you shall become the phoenix's prey. Jean Grey's voice was sacred, grand, and filled with undeniable authority, radiating a fearsome light that made it impossible to gaze directly upon her. For Jean Grey, who had lost her parents at a young age, the professor was akin to a biological father, shielding her from the storms of life. Who among us could bear to watch a beloved father suffer from the torment of epilepsy and dementia? Absolutely no one. Thus, even when faced with the notorious tyrant of fire, Jean Grey was prepared to fight with all her might. It seems you have underestimated me. I possess the capability to flatten the ancient demons of the Young Genius Academy. At the moment her words fell, the entire sky trembled violently. The ground suddenly became marred with cracks. This was the floating power of the chicken talisman. At maximum capacity, it could obliterate Xavier's mansion. No, stop. The Phoenix woman hastily pleaded for mercy, fearing that the Young Genius Academy would truly be reduced to ashes. Finally able to regain her composure, Shendu narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering as he spoke. The dog talisman lacks the capability to heal the professor. Only the horse talisman, which symbolizes restoration and immunity from ailments, can eliminate external disruptive influences and ensure complete recovery. The horse talisman? Complete recovery? Upon hearing this, Jean Grey's breath caught in her throat, her heartbeat quickening. The horse talisman resided with the resurrected dragon warrior. Shendu gently coaxed, suggesting, why don't we collaborate, Jean? I will lure out the dragon warrior, and you will execute the phoenix's judgment to eliminate Lope directly. Afterwards, I shall use the horse talisman to cure the professor's Alzheimer's. A win-win for all. This is a cunning strategy born of circumstance. To reverse Charles Xavier's dementia, the X-Men must place their trust in Shendu. They must even assist him in defeating the dragon warrior. As expected, Shendu's words stirred a tempest of discussion among the faculty and students of the Mutant Academy. They began to deliberate the veracity of the master's claims. After all, it concerned the professor's life. No one dared to take it lightly, fearful of missing any glimmer of hope, even if it meant bargaining with a demon. They were willing to risk everything for the professor's sake. The beast Hank's eyes flickered, fully aware of Shendu's intentions, yet feeling utterly powerless to counteract them. The professor had become a vivid emblem of the mutant collective, a deity in the eyes of all the faculty and students of the Young Genius Academy. When it came to the professor's health, everyone had evidently lost their rationality, unable to think clearly. I promise you, Jean Grey said, suppressing her anger and adopting a grave expression, if you harbor ill intentions and fail to keep your word, you and your demonic minions shall face eternal damnation. Heh. Shendu replied with a playful smile. Buzzing. An armed helicopter roared to life, swiftly approaching Xavier's tranquil mansion. After receiving permission from the X-Men, the helicopter descended slowly. The impeccably dressed high-ranking Agent Phil Coulson was the first to leap from the cabin. It seemed as though he had just emerged from a battle. Phil Coulson's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, quickly scanned the area, keenly detecting traces of the recent conflict. Perhaps new students have arrived at the academy, quipped the seasoned Agent Melinda May, her eastern features betraying a relaxed demeanor. The group made their way toward the ancient mansion, where lush vines clung to the walls, bringing with them the refreshing scent of nature, far removed from the din of the city. How I wish to settle in this place, Agent May remarked with an expression full of longing. That may not be possible, Ms. May, a rich, magnetic voice resonated. At the end of the nearby corridor stood a tall, smiling young man of Eastern descent, introducing himself. You may call me Venom. Currently serving as the acting principal of the Mutant Academy, Venom? Phil Coulson exchanged glances with Agent May. The Department of Homeland Strategic Attack Defense Logistics has records on the main members of the X-Men. Yet, the mutant known by the moniker Venom is entirely unknown. It seems necessary to promptly report to the director after this incident. Additionally, Venom claims to be the acting principal of the Mutant Academy. Why is there a need for an acting principal? It appears that Xavier's mansion has undergone a significant change. The seemingly affable Phil Coulson's pupils trembled violently, an ominous premonition arising within him. Chapter 24. How did he win an award? Mr. Venom. According to satellite monitoring by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Logistics, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted at Xavier's mansion. What exactly transpired? Could it be that the Brotherhood of Mutants has launched another assault on the Academy? The earnest-looking field agent Phil Coulson inquired with curiosity. The Brotherhood of Mutants. This is the malevolent organization founded by Magneto, Eric. Compared to the professor who advocates for peaceful coexistence with humanity, their ideology is far more radical. believing that mutants are superior and destined to enslave all humanity. Thus, even though the Professor and Magneto share a complex relationship, the mutant forces behind them harbor irreconcilable contradictions. Allow me to address your question, Mr. Coulson. As for the source of the unknown energy, it actually pertains to the resurgence of the fire demon, a young woman clad in form-fitting leather with flowing red hair. Exuding an air of decisiveness, led the core members of the X-Men and astonishingly declared, "The fire demon? The Messiah?" Coulson and Agent May exchanged incredulous looks, a sense of the unimaginable washing over them. When did the Messiah traverse mountains and borders to sneak into New York? The surveillance satellites orbiting the Earth-Moon system had detected nothing. No wonder the lawn bore traces of battle. It seems the X-Men managed to repel the Messiah, Coulson speculated. The Messiah, an entity even Iron Man, Tony Stark, could not defeat. The true master of the 12 talismans. The X-Men actually forced it back? Are you jesting? Indeed. The Messiah's minions fled in disarray. However, the Mutant Academy also paid a heavy price, Cyclops, Scott Summers, said with bitterness. In an instant, Phil Coulson understood. The professor would not have risked everything to repel the Messiah. Agent May hesitated to speak. An ominous premonition emerged. Should the professor pass away, the ramifications would be profoundly negative for both the Federation and the global landscape. Perhaps, the delicate balance between mutants and the government would be shattered. Without the professor to restrain him, Magneto would undoubtedly engage in unpredictable and reckless actions. Cough, cough. The professor is merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness. Through psychic empathy, Jean Grey, who understood the thoughts of the two field agents, offered a brief explanation before suddenly changing the subject. I've heard that District 13 possesses a talisman, one that possesses miraculous functions of restoration, healing, immunity to all ailments, and the removal of external anomalous influences. Could Mr. Coulson persuade District 13 to employ the charms for the professor's healing? The mention of charms left Agent May visibly perplexed, given her level of clearance. She was entirely uninformed about such matters. In contrast, Phil Coulson possessed nearly all the pertinent intelligence. I must inform the director of this matter, ensuring that the agents receive a satisfactory response. The affable field agent, confronted by the gaze of Jean Grey and the assembled mutants, responded with the air of routine. In truth, as a key operative of S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil Coulson understood well that even if Sheriff Blake were to temporarily lend the charms, Secretary General Alexander Pierce of the Council would likely refuse. The World Security Council, one of the 6 principal bodies under the jurisdiction of the United Nations, is the sole institution with the capacity to organize military operations. District 13, the Sentinel Special Operations, and the Homeland Strategic Attack Defense Logistics Department are all fundamentally constrained by the Secretary General of the Council. That stern figure, a veteran of World War II who once declined the Nobel Peace Prize, would never permit District 13 to treat the professor. Mutants are viewed as a scourge in the Marvel Universe. The sudden awakening of the Factor has led to countless tragedies and family devastations. It is likely that the Sentinel Special Operations are already prepared for a comprehensive assault on mutants. Do you see? The government cares little for the lives of mutants. You can only rely on my power to heal the professor. Watching the armed helicopter depart, Shendu could not help but smile knowingly. As a seasoned fan of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he was acutely aware of the government's disdain for mutants. Thus, with a slight maneuver, he had effectively cut off the Phoenix's escape route. Shendu could almost predict that upon learning of the professor's comatose state, General William Stryker would surely take action. The moment of peril for mutant survival had arrived. Mr. Master, I hope you can fulfill your promise. Jean Grey reiterated emphatically. Promise? It is well known that the Master does not keep promises. Naturally, Shendu had no need to reveal his thoughts. Until the Master's siblings are freed, he must leverage the power of the agents to combat Lopez. Once, the Dragon Slayer sealed the Master. Historically, good triumphs over evil. The spotlight of the Avengers is not merely for show. Manipulating the agents to engage in a deadly conflict with the Avengers is the choice that maximizes benefits. Moreover, with the assistance of the Mutant Academy, there is ample opportunity for further schemes and arrangements, accelerating the realization of the grand vision of reconstructing the Dragon Empire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a villainous act. Behind the scenes, rewarding the host with the design schematics for the arc reactor. What? The arc reactor? Listening to the melodious notification, Shendu's expression shifted, soon replaced by a blend of surprise and delight. This is the innovative energy device developed by Tony Stark and his son. It produces no pollution and is safe and convenient, capable of powering a building for a century. With the arc reactor technology, Stark Industries could close its weapons development division, with its market value rising instead of falling. The United States government has employed various means to compel Stark Industries to share the technology of the arc reactor, yet it has consistently faced defeat. Thus far, the conspiracy remains unfulfilled. Should the Life Foundation succeed in breaking Stark Industries' technological monopoly and fulfill the military's procurement orders, it would undoubtedly deliver a dual blow to Iron Man, exhausting him both physically and mentally. Chapter 25, The Hellish Mirror. Dialogue with the 7 Great Demons. The design blueprints for the arc reactor. In the Life Foundation. On the basement level, Dr. Drake, with his South Asian features, could not suppress his exclamation, seemingly questioning his own sanity. The arc reactor, a novel energy device invented by Stark Industries across the ocean, is a closely guarded secret. How could the Lord possess it? Moreover, such detailed and robust parameter data has evidently surpassed Tony Stark's research progress. With the arc reactor design blueprints, the Life Foundation could see its stock soar, enabling the mobilization of even greater funds for various experimental research projects. Dr. Drake, have we addressed the adverse effects of the mutant cells? In a state of languid repose on a genuine leather sofa, Shendu, returning from Westchester, cradled a goblet filled with vibrant red wine, sipping leisurely as he spoke. Mr. Lord, we have made some progress. However, it is not yet fully conquered, Dr. Drake replied, rubbing his hands together with a look of shame. Additionally, the deciphering of the magic beans in Compound 5 is also underway with great urgency. The mutant cells, the magic beans, Compound 5, and the arc reactor design blueprints. Shendu had nearly entrusted all his acquired rewards to Dr. Drake for handling. It must be acknowledged that Carlton Drake, who built the Life Foundation from the ground up through sheer determination, possesses considerable talent. All projects are progressing in a methodical manner. I believe that in the near future, they will undoubtedly bear fruit, providing Shendu with a tremendous surprise. Lord, when can we venture out and indulge in revelry? The suited thug, Valen, expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling utterly empty, lonely, and cold while confined within the Life Foundation. Indeed, Lord, it is said that the Dragon team has already departed from San Francisco. We should be able to step out for some fresh air. ASU Afin and Shochi chimed in with lively discussion. Indeed. Having found no trace of the Black Hand gang, even Sheriff Blake from Sector 13 had succumbed to despair, opting to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the suited thug Valen to focus on searching for the scattered 8 talismans. However, to be precise, there are not 8, but rather 6. The dog talisman symbolizes youthful vigor and immunity to fatal attacks, while the chicken talisman, which carries the power of levitation, has already been refined and absorbed by Shendu. That being said, I grant you permission to go out for leisure. Head to an ancient temple in the hidden regions of the eastern continent and bring the Panka treasure box before me. Be sure to include Black Tiger Afu in your company. The Panka treasure box is imbued with righteous energy, capable of inflicting terrifying damage that annihilates dark beings both physically and spiritually. Shendu spoke with an expression of serene composure, before tossing the synthetic flag to the suited thug Valen. The synthetic banner has already been recorded in the cities of the Tibetan region, and one can reach it in the blink of an eye. However, the precise location of the ancient temple requires Walong and his trusted aides to seek out on their own. In the midst of a complex temporal and spatial tapestry, even with Shendu's recollection of the fire demon sovereign, certainty eludes him. Let us consider this merely as a reference. The Tibetan region? The Panka treasure box? Lajua and Zhou exchanged glances, excitement mingled with an undeniable sense of despair. After choosing to serve the sovereign, there are no holidays, tasks are executed daily. Should a mission fail, one must endure the sovereign's wrath. When will this lamentable existence come to an end? Awaiting good news, a playful smile crept upon Shendu's lips. He then watched as the 4 members of the Black Hand gang activated the synthetic banner and vanished without a trace. The Panka treasure box serves as the key to the demonic underworld. Like a magical cube, it continuously shifts to reveal the correct hexagrams, thereby disclosing the location of the Infernal Gate and liberating the ancient demons corresponding to those symbols. However, the Infernal Gate may only be opened once. Should the demons be forcibly expelled, they will be condemned to eternal damnation, trapped in the barren hell until the end of time. Suddenly, a grand and archaic floor mirror rose majestically. The mirror's surface was crafted from extraordinary material, flanked by frames intricately carved with the fearsome visage of a dragon. This is the Hell Mirror, a magical artifact employed by the sovereign to communicate with the demon realm. The mirror's surface, shrouded in mist, began to ripple, revealing an utterly desolate, sunless dimension. Countless colossal stones collided in the void. A grotesque creature with short limbs and thick lips came into view, emitting a hauntingly enchanting voice that seethed with disdain. Sovereign, how dare you contact us? You have betrayed all your brethren. Why do you still bear such an unsightly form? Traitor! Echoes of magical roars and howls erupted in succession. The hideously ugly ancient demons instantly connected with the Hell Mirror. Familiar yet foreign faces appeared before Shendu, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Calm down. My brothers and sisters, why dwell on past grievances? I have also paid a heavy price, having been sealed by the Dragon Slayer, Lopez, for a millennium. Until recently, I managed to escape that confinement. With both hands pressing down, Shendu unleashed a terrifying and imposing aura that stunned the assembly. At last, the ancient demons began to regain their composure, ceasing their assaults and insults. After all, the sovereigness regained freedom, and proactive outreach to his brethren undoubtedly signified a rebirth. A vow to reclaim his demonic essence. The 8 great demons are interconnected, all birthed from the same hexagrams. Even the prehistoric Avengers assembled by the god King Odin, when faced with the overwhelming fury of these 8 demons, could not guarantee absolute dominance. Harnessing the 8 indispensable elemental forces of Qian, Kan, Jin, Li, Kuan, and Dui. Even divine warriors can only seal them. Hence, one can fathom the terrifying might of the ancient demons. Only the prolonged seal and confinement, coupled with the unchanging passage of time, have led to the near extinction of the ancient demons' wisdom, significantly diminishing the combat prowess of the 8 great demons. Esteemed brothers and sisters, shortly, the Panka treasure box will manifest before you. The outside world has undergone tremendous transformations, and I require your assistance. With blood-red eyes and a voice imbued with malevolence, Shendu proclaimed, Chapter 26, Screening for the Demons. Assistance? The 7 great demons exchanged glances in bewilderment. The audacious sovereign was indeed in need of their aid? Were it not for the foul stench of flames emanating from Shendu, the 7 demons might have mistaken him for an impostor. The times have shifted. Everything we once knew has transformed beyond recognition. Entities that surpass the primeval Avengers abound on Earth. The boundless starry sky and cosmos harbor countless mysterious races. Shendu, with a crimson gaze, eloquently narrated, attempting to reshape his brethren's negative perceptions and mend the rift caused by betrayal. Enough of your bluster, sovereign, exclaimed the ancient demon resembling a toad, its 4 limbs propelling it forward as it opened its gaping maw, releasing a foul wind. Where is the Panka treasure box? Do you intend to deceive us once more? Crack, crack. Brilliant lightning cascaded from the heavens. An ancient demon with blue skin clad in golden armor gripped a spear transformed by thunder, glaring fiercely. Sovereign, answer your master's inquiry. The wind demon, Howl, and the thunder demon, Su, by virtue of their lineage, were both older than the fire demon sovereign. Despite the sovereign's undeniable supremacy and strength, his position in the hierarchy was the lowest, only slightly above the Earth King, Shimu, rendering him almost pitifully insignificant. Dear brothers and sisters, you have endured the long solitude of the ages. Why rush for a fleeting moment? Shendu snapped his fingers. Instantly, shadows rose from the ground, transforming into fully armed shadow ninjas, the minions of the ghost shadow demon king, Terra. Why would they heed your command? Questioned a grotesquely ugly demon, its skin resembling jagged stones, speaking with a sinister dual voice. This is Bagong, once the mountain demon ruling Fusang. Alongside the ghost shadow demon king Terra, they created the 9 legions, fiercely contending for territory. Their impression of the Ninja Legion was undoubtedly profound. Do not concern yourself with the particulars, sister, Shendu waved dismissively. In the time to come, the Ninja Legion will broadcast media news, various film materials, showcasing them for your enjoyment, facilitating your integration into modern society. Film? Modern society? The unfamiliar and novel terms spilling from Shendu's lips left the 7 great demons utterly perplexed, their confusion deepening. Why go to such lengths? Simply unleash your demonic essence to obliterate all obstacles, roared the earth demon, resembling an ancient auspicious beast, its voice deep and earnest, erupting in a thunderous roar. Instantly, the reverberating sound waves spread, shaking the dark and desolate demon realm. My gravitational pull shall dislodge the moon from its orbit, reshaping the terrestrial environment. The slender and elongated demon of the moon, adorned in the robes of an eastern sorcerer, arrogantly proclaimed with a flick of its elongated tongue. Jalan, the elder among ancient demons. Once residing on the moon, it ruled over the vast expanse of outer space, possessing the ability to manipulate gravity. It thrived in the vacuum of space, controlling the celestial orbits of the Earth and Moon while unleashing terrifying dark magic. In the original narrative of Jackie Chan Adventures, Jalan, having escaped from the depths of hell, sought to taint the moon and execute a plan to reshape the Earth's environment. However, before the ritual could be completed, it was tragically sealed away by the formidable magic of a powerful wizard, succumbing to the overwhelming aura of the protagonist. Dear brethren, the legacy of the divine warriors has not only persisted but has evolved to an unprecedented zenith. To underestimate one's adversary is to invite the demise of one's future. Shendu wisely advised, trust in my endeavors, and you shall not be disappointed. In an instant, the 7 great demons fell silent. With no alternative, they began to observe classic films through the hellish mirror, relishing timeless cinematic masterpieces. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a villainous act. Lead the demons. The host is rewarded with the ability of observation haki. Observation haki, also known as Kenbunchaku, originates from the world of One Piece. It is an innate power of humanity, allowing one to keenly perceive the biological magnetic fields emitted by targets. This grants the ability to anticipate attack methods and trajectories, discern the strengths and weaknesses of foes, and investigate the specifics of blind spots. It bears striking similarity to the heightened senses of Daredevil. Indeed, with sufficient training, one might even emulate Katakuri and foresee the future. In a flurry of motion, Shendu closed his eyes, instantly entering a meditative state of Zen. His senses began to expand infinitely, ultimately solidifying within a range of approximately 100 meters, rendering him unable to advance further. It appears that the current limit of observation haki is 100 meters. Shendu pondered. The images and visions unfolding in his mind became increasingly wondrous. By interpreting the biological magnetic fields emitted by objects, he could reverse engineer their specific traits. Like a humanoid radar, every thought brought clarity to his surroundings. It seems I have sensed a malevolent presence approaching. Shendu shifted his gaze sharply towards the source of the hostility. There, at the periphery of the Life Foundation's base, a hulking figure exuding a dual biological magnetic field concealed its true identity beneath a hood, ambling toward the living experimentation zone. A dual magnetic field? Could it be the symbiote leader, Riot, making an assault? Chapter 27, Uprising. The Battle of the Symbiotes. Observation haki can perceive the biological magnetic fields of species. Logically, these fields possess unique characteristics. However, the Marvel Universe is grand and vast, with countless planets and races, naturally housing exceptional existences. For instance, the symbiotes. They require a host to siphon nutrients and cannot survive independently. The spacecraft launched by the Life Foundation once captured multiple extraterrestrial liquid life forms, among which the symbiote leader Riot unexpectedly escaped, frequently switching hosts. For nearly a year, I have acquired a profound understanding of the vast majority of Earth's circumstances. I am fully aware that the Life Foundation has clandestinely contained all symbiotic brethren. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. As I opened my eyes, a sharp gleam of insight ignited within me. Through the observation of my own unique dual biological magnetic field, I discerned the undeniable truth of the chaos that ensued. The key question remains, how shall one address this tumult? The chaos exhibits no sympathy towards other species, merely treating them as interchangeable vessels. Should the symbiotic army seize control of Earth, it is conceivable that even the Avengers and the War Machine would succumb to becoming puppets of the symbiotes, obstructing my meticulously crafted plans. It would be prudent to eliminate this threat. Narrowing my eyes, I swiftly resolved the fate of the chaos. After all, symbiotes are universally vulnerable to two significant weaknesses, a fear of flames and sound waves. And the Holy Master is a demon who commands the element of fire. With a resonant hum, I summoned the floating power of the talisman, propelling myself upward from the depths below to ground level in an instant. Here comes the chaos. Venom. A robust, muscular bald man suddenly found his mind invaded by a hauntingly bizarre shriek. This peculiar entity, self-identified as Chaos, had clung to him like a stubborn piece of taffy for far too long. In a desperate bid to escape the torment of this parasite, the bald man sought refuge at the Life Foundation, searching for the chaotic symbiote as companion, Venom. Luke, the era of symbiotes is on the horizon. No one shall escape its grasp, not even the superheroes who may find themselves enslaved by these parasitic beings. And yet, you, whom I have deemed worthy, do not feel honored? The piercing shriek of the chaotic symbiote echoed once more, causing Luke's countenance to darken. The era of symbiotes? Damn, who would wish to become a vessel for a loquacious parasite? If it were not for his lack of options, Luke would have certainly abandoned the chaos. Soon, an unending stream of symbiotic fibers penetrated every pore of the bald man's body, transforming him into a fearsome and formidable creature. His powerful limbs exuded an exhilarating strength. With a surface that shimmered like mercury, akin to an indestructible titan, he stood as the reigning leader of the realm of symbiotes, Chaos, in comparison to Venom. Chaos's attributes were undeniably superior, capable of overwhelming the latter. Moreover, the host selected by Chaos was not the feeble Dr. Drake depicted in the narrative, but rather Luke Cage, a formidable street hero of the Defenders, endowed with superhuman strength and resilience. The details of their encounter had become a blur in his memory. Nonetheless, Chaos had indeed aided Luke Cage in effortlessly vanquishing former adversaries. Venom, why did you not pay me your respects? The unveiled Chaos symbiote gazed down upon the towering young man, questioning him in the language of symbiotes with a hiss. Yet, astonishingly, there was no reply. A sense of foreboding instantly arose. Could it be that this unassuming young man from the East had utilized a unique attack to obliterate Venom's consciousness? This is utterly reprehensible. Regardless of Venom's fate, you must accompany him to the grave. The Chaos erupted with a piercing shriek. Subsequently, its hind legs surged with force, launching it like a speeding cannonball towards the young man in the east. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound echoed like a serpent's tongue flicking. The chaotic figure's arms expanded, undergoing a monumental transformation as a shimmering layer of symbiotic fibers accumulated to form two exaggerated sides of death. The tips radiated a chilling light, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Even Iron Man's Mark Series armor, crafted from aerospace-grade titanium alloys, would likely struggle to withstand the cutting blows of the chaotic symbiote. The fibers of the symbiote resembled memory metals, with an exceptionally dense molecular structure, granting them unparalleled hardness and resilience, superior to virtually all materials available on Earth. Furthermore, the symbiote possessed the ability to replicate its host's genetic traits, amplifying their innate gifts into a transformative prowess. For instance, Luke Cage's myriad abilities were augmented by the chaotic symbiote, ultimately manifesting as one of its skills. It seems my conjecture was not mistaken. Should the symbiote army be allowed to invade Earth and attach themselves to the superheroes of the Marvel Universe, the dimension I inhabit would likely descend into the infamous Venom universe. Not even ancient demons could remain unscathed. Upon witnessing this, Shendu's pupils dilated sharply, instantly grasping the terrifying consequences of indulging the rampant symbiote. The Venom universe, a notorious parallel universe where virtually all superheroes have become slaves to the symbiotes. I must promptly eradicate this budding threat. Roar! The scorching heat instantly illuminated the night, as Shendu seemingly intended to incinerate it entirely. A decisive end. Did it think this flame could harm me? The chaos let out a sinister laugh. Suddenly, it swung the scythe, conjuring two violent wind blades that effortlessly disassembled the fiery breath. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The viscous, ink-like symbiotic fibers surged forth, akin to the third gear of the Straw Hat Boy. The Venom symbiote's essence frantically clung and accumulated, rapidly transforming into an astonishingly massive rubber arm. Chapter 28, Azure Dragon Form. Breath of the Dragon. Buzz. The innate armed color hockey enveloped it. The surface of the rubber giant arm, reminiscent of Luffy in third gear, shimmered with a metallic sheen, enhancing the symbiotic fibers. What was once comparable to titanium alloys became even more robust and resilient. Damn it. The chaotic figure, wielding the scythe, could not help but curse upon facing the colossal rubber arm. Why are we both symbiotes, yet you are so exceptional? This is absurd. The critical moment left no time for reaction, as the rubber arm struck the chaotic symbiote. Crack, crack. A deafening sound of bone shattering resonated. Both the chaotic entity and Luke Cage felt their insides violently churn, as if struck by a speeding train. All the lush trees along the path were instantly snapped and toppled, until it shattered into fragments of rocky debris. It barely came to a halt. Roaring. Thanks to the symbiote's remarkable self-healing properties, the damage sustained by the creature began to mend itself almost instantaneously. It appeared that the physical prowess of the Venom host far surpassed that of Luke Cage. The creature's countenance darkened. A myriad of thoughts surged through its mind, such as the notion of replacing its current host, the young Eastern man before it. However, the creature swiftly dismissed this idea. As the leader of the symbiote realm, it bore the fate of its entire kin and was obligated to guide the symbiotes in their quest for habitable planets, striving to realize their grand ambition of conquest and colonization. Undoubtedly, Earth was the optimal choice. The relentless emergence of superheroes, the myriad of mutant abilities, and the genetically altered superhumans were all perfectly suited to serve as hosts for the symbiotes. They could easily become puppets of the symbiotes, slaves to be manipulated at will. Thus, why cling to a single tree? It was far wiser to seek other collaborators. There was no necessity to rely on the power of the Life Foundation. The creature's gaze sharpened. Instantly, a continuous stream of symbiote fibers converged from all directions towards its spine. These fibers wove together like threads, forming a pair of demonic wings that radiated an otherworldly, enchanting visual impact. This was a capability not depicted in the narrative, the ability to control the skies. Whoosh! With a mighty flap of its demonic wings, an updraft surged forth, sending sand and dried leaves swirling chaotically. Boom! The sound of a sonic explosion echoed. The robust and formidable symbiote soared skyward at an astonishing speed of 1,000 meters per second. The Life Foundation headquarters was situated in a coastal region. Hence the instinctive escape route chosen by the creature led it towards the tumultuous waters of the Pacific Ocean. The enemy would likely not pursue any further. Venom belonged to the lower ranks of the symbiote realm, its abilities ranking near the bottom. Even with a powerful host, it could not compare to my velocity of flight. The creature felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Wait a moment, Luke Cage exclaimed in astonishment. That Eastern youth seemed to have transformed into a different monstrous form. What? The creature was utterly perplexed. A monstrous form? Then, the creature turned its gaze with curiosity and was instantly met with an unforgettable sight. The unfamiliar Eastern youth stood enveloped in a shroud of magical mist, suddenly unleashing a terrifying and almost tangible might that shook the entire arena. The original position was supplanted by a towering azure dragon that stretched over 100 meters. The fierce and menacing dragon's head broke through the magical haze. Akin to the sacred beast of Eastern mythology, the azure dragon, descending from the primeval era of barbarism into the present world. The Azure Dragon, one of the four spirits of heaven, was also revered as the creator deity of the East, the faith and totem of the people of the divine land. Creator of heaven and earth, dimensions, life and death, all things. No deity was more esteemed than the Azure Dragon. The creature could unleash such astonishing speed, defying all logic. Without the talisman of the rabbit, it could only manifest the Azure Dragon form to annihilate it in one fell swoop. Thankfully, the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean provided ample space for me to revel in my prowess. Unrestrained, I soared through the clouds, riding the winds with ease. Continuing, he activated his observation hockey to perceive his own biological magnetic field, instantly experiencing an unparalleled sensation. Compared to the previous intensity of his biological magnetic field, the Azure Dragon form surged not merely by hundreds, but by thousands of times. No wonder Kaido, who consumed the mythical fish fruit, earned the title of the strongest being across land, sea, and sky. The Azure Dragon form is truly extraordinary. Transformed into the majestic Azure Dragon, he felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Roaring, he unleashed a cacophony of thunder, releasing numerous natural attacks of cataclysmic proportions. The symbiotic venom could not envelop my dragon form. He regarded this with skepticism. However, he quickly found relief. The symbiote possesses the ability to infinitely split and proliferate, yet it must complete its replication within a specific time frame. It seems he must continuously exhibit the Azure Dragon form to familiarize it with his newfound bloodline traits. Damn, where on earth did this monster come from? The chaotic pupils trembled. Even Luke Cage sensed an impending crisis of great magnitude. He and the chaos were in a fused state, capable of perceiving each other's emotions and thoughts. At this moment, Luke discovered that the chaos was in a state of extreme frenzy, completely devoid of the commanding aura of the symbiotic leader, seemingly troubled by thoughts of survival. Buzzing. The magnificent Azure Dragon opened its cavernous maw, gathering seething, molten heat within its throat. Nearly 100 meters of dragon form spiraled in the air, its scales layered and shimmering with a soul-stirring metallic sheen. Not even the most common firearms on Earth, not even Jericho missiles, could inflict the slightest harm. Roar. An unprecedented surge of scorching lava erupted, akin to the flames of July, a comet plummeting through the abyss. It nearly sealed off all escape routes for the chaos. And even its host, Luke Cage, was engulfed by the searing breath of the dragon. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes, utterly erased. Chapter 29. Director of the Divine Spear. A deafening dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Above the Pacific Ocean, the leaden clouds parted, revealing a terrifying scar of exaggerated proportions. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, the nearly 100-meter-long Azure Dragon spiraled in the sky, the rushing airwaves crashing against its scales, erupting in a thunderous clash of metal. After vanquishing the chaotic symbiote, he chose not to revert to his original form, but instead decided to further acclimate to the transformation brought by the Azure Dragon form. This shape not only possessed an unprecedented sense of visual oppression but also conferred a comprehensive enhancement of his attributes. The ultimate sublimation of his heart and body techniques. The strongest being across land, sea, and sky, Kaido, must have also ventured to explore outer space, right? His face beamed with anticipation. He then accelerated once more. Like a fully powered rocket soaring into the sky, swiftly reaching the atmosphere, he brushed past a luxurious first-class cabin of a China Airlines passenger plane. A young man with resolute features and a dignified appearance was organizing various intelligence reports submitted by local agencies, his mind growing increasingly heavy. The news of the fiery demon's resurgence, leading the suited thugs of Varong to assault District 13 and nearly seize four talismans, swiftly reached the capital. The Demon Emperor, who once dominated the eastern continent twice, the malevolent dragon that burned books and buried scholars. The Holy Lord. This ancient entity is one that the esteemed clans of the Divine Land dread to discuss. Were it not for the valiant fighter of the Lin dynasty, Lopez, casting petrification magic to seal the Holy Lord, rendering him an immobile dragon sculpture, the Divine Land would likely still be mired in a dark age of ignorance and backwardness. In response to the threat posed by the Holy Lord, the capital has issued a directive mandating the urgent resolution of this matter to prevent the resurgence of the Dragon Empire. The Dark Assassins have been frequently appearing in the harbor city, with street graffiti suspected to be the work of the Ten Rings gang. The 749 Bureau's request for reimbursement of activity funds seems utterly absurd. Must I personally approve such trivial matters? The young man wore a look of dismay. Just then, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed from afar, as a magnificent Azure Dragon, nearly 100 meters long, pierced through the clouds, brushing past a direct flight of the Divine Land Airlines. The overwhelming sensation of psychic impact and visual oppression was almost palpable. Is this the Azure Dragon? The sacred beast from ancient myth? My heavens, am I hallucinating? Come in, the young man bellowed. Director Zheng Xian, a tall and imposing field agent, saluted and said, "Did you just see an unidentified flying object outside?" Zheng Xian furrowed his brows and inquired. Instantly, the field agent appeared bewildered. Could it truly have been merely an illusion? Zheng Xian harbored doubts. Meanwhile, in the vast and splendid expanse of outer space, countless artificial satellites orbited the Earth-Moon trajectory. Wherever one looked, the resplendent and crystalline celestial bodies gradually came into view, painting a magnificent tapestry of the galaxy, like a dark canvas adorned with myriad stars. This is the genuine sea of stars. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a villainous act. A dragon above the Pacific Ocean, rewarding the host with the Super Artificial Intelligence Program. Red. Originating from Resident Evil, developed by the Umbrella Corporation, it is a super AI responsible for monitoring subterranean high facilities. Following the optimization from the villain system, it possesses the ability to learn proactively. Moreover, it harbors no thoughts of betrayal against Shendu, exhibiting absolute loyalty and obedience. A dragon above the Pacific Ocean? Have I truly revealed my whereabouts? Shendu squinted. Even as he embodied the ultimate antagonist of Dragon Tales, a figure of divine authority. Lacking the prowess of his former peak, he dared not act recklessly. This was a consequence of his ingrained personality from a past life. Furthermore, in a world of complex, overlapping backgrounds, one cannot dismiss the potential for a butterfly effect. There is no need to court disaster. In the original storyline, the unruly Holy Lord of the Fire Demon has, in fact, been resurrected only a handful of times. In most instances, he remains in an immobile mascot form, displayed in the secret vault of District 13. With a flourish, a cloud of magical smoke enveloped the surroundings. Shendu shed his azure dragon form, reverting to the appearance of a refined young man of the East. Like a walking embodiment of masculinity, his features were nearly flawless, to the point of being impeccable. Hiss. The symbiotic fibers emerged, seamlessly weaving into a perfectly tailored suit, rendering him even more unattainable, reminiscent of high society aristocrats. Wait a moment. An aerial fortress? Shendu suddenly caught sight of a magnificent structure concealed deep within the clouds. Its silhouette resembled a lighthouse, with the anti-gravity engine roaring incessantly. The familiar appearance bore a striking resemblance to the secret organization of the Red Room, from which the Black Widow had defected. This was a Soviet-established espionage organization, primarily training young, beautiful female agents to execute various clandestine military espionage operations through their allure. Red Room agents lay in wait across the globe, with the most famous trainee being Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. The Red Room base had somehow taken to the skies? The serendipity was simply astonishing. Shendu's gaze turned icy, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. He could hardly fathom that he would find himself in such an extraordinary encounter. Subsequently, he commanded the symbiote to coalesce and morph into a pair of demonic wings, propelling him towards the somber and imposing Red Room base, his very own aerial palace. Beep, beep, beep. A cacophonous alarm shattered the night. Drowsy Red Room guards stared at the radar, witnessing an unidentified flying object rapidly approaching, resembling a humanoid bat. Prepare for combat, roared a burly black instructor. Thud, thud, thud. The trained male agents poured out in succession, swiftly assembling on the base's deck. The dark muzzles of their firearms were already aimed at the unwelcome guest. Chapter 30. The imitation master with the amulet. The Red Room base stood as a towering aerial fortress, resembling a lighthouse. Its sci-fi architectural design was grand and awe-inspiring. The seasoned male agents, without exception, were young, beautiful, and graceful, proficient in multiple languages and combat techniques, representing the pinnacle of super spy excellence, unrivaled even by Natasha Romanoff. To facilitate control, the shadowy mastermind behind the Red Room, Dreykov, had developed a widow virus specifically designed to brainwash the agents, allowing for remote suicide commands via a computer terminal. Had the location of the Red Room base been discovered? Did the enemy stem from the Homeland's Strategic Defense and Logistical Support Department? Or were they the Avengers? Dreykov, the hawk-eyed leader of the Red Room, leaned forward over his desk, scrutinizing the unknown intruder. His expression fluctuated between shadows of light and dark, an ominous premonition arising within him. The Avengers, recently gaining notoriety. This superhero team was spearheaded by Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. The Black Widow, a super spy who had defected from the Red Room, was one of their members. Could it be that Natasha, leading the Avengers, intended to eliminate him? A flurry of thoughts flooded Dreykov's mind, twisting his expression further. Fortunately, he had fortuitously acquired an amulet, the Imitation Master. As the last words fell, the doors on either side of the control room swung open. A towering figure draped in a cloak and adorned with a skull mask appeared, armed to the teeth. This was the Master of Imitation, the chief enforcer under General Dreykov. Through an advanced cerebral chip, he had assimilated the signature skills of numerous superheroes, applying them with remarkable prowess. Coupled with chemical enhancement agents, his formidable physique was a true terror to behold. Moreover, the equipment worn by the master of imitation was of exceptional quality. For instance, his shield was laced with trace amounts of vibranium, boasting a stable molecular structure capable of absorbing various forms of energy, rendering it nearly indestructible. It could withstand the bombardment and sniping from conventional weaponry, designed to eliminate intruders. Dreykov, with a benevolent expression, called out, "My precious daughter." Suddenly, the master of imitation vanished from sight, rendered completely transparent. This was the effect of a magical talisman, concealing the bearer's whereabouts and transforming him into an invisible assassin. Invincible in his endeavors, the talisman was adorned with lifelike images of serpents, acquired from an international thief. Wait, a ninja clad in black? It seemed there was no conflict with the hand. Dreykov's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the live surveillance feed, his expression one of utter astonishment. Whoosh! Shadowy figures sprang forth, morphing into fully armed black-clad ninjas. The agile shadow ninjas leapt into the air, instantly unleashing a torrent of shurikens and kunai. Even the highly trained female agents, proficient in various assassination and combat techniques, enhanced by the widow's bite virus and possessing extraordinary coordination capabilities, could not evade the sudden onslaught of these elusive shadow ninjas. Clang! The fierce assault of kunai and shuriken struck, penetrating even specially designed bulletproof gear. The silent shadow assassins hunted the young and beautiful agents with deadly precision. Even the male instructor, who had imparted the widow's skills, could not escape the fate that befell him, succumbing to the swift slitting of his throat by the elusive shadow ninjas, his demise grotesque and tragic. Though Dreykov felt no compassion or sympathy, a surge of frantic emotion washed over him. Damn it! I hope my precious daughter can eliminate the intruders, he growled. His face twisted in a fierce grimace, eagerly anticipating the sight of the invisible assassin dismembering their prey. The talisman is approaching me. Sensing the imminent threat with keen perception, Shendu narrowed his eyes, instantly discerning the whereabouts of the talisman. In an instant, his observation hockey expanded in all directions, enveloping a radius of 100 meters, revealing the surrounding biological magnetic fields. He quickly detected the master of imitation, who was in a state of invisibility. What? Dreykov appeared utterly bewildered. In that moment, a force emanating from the talisman surged forth. Before the master of imitation could reach Shendu, he found himself ensnared by an invisible telekinetic grip, rendered immobile like a helpless mummy. Yagami Emo, Yagami Chiwa. Yagami Emo, Yagami Chiwa. Yagami Emo, Yagami Chiwa. With the incantation of absorption magic, a serpent talisman imbued with the power of invisibility transformed into a radiant stream of light, piercing into Shendu's chest, rejuvenating and amplifying his magical essence. Ascending steadily, he approached the celestial tier of the Father of the Heavens, on the brink of entering the realm of the Mad Titan. Thanos, the foremost villain of the Marvel Universe. In the not-so-distant future, the infinite war that would engulf the cosmos was about to ignite. Capable of extinguishing half of all life with a mere snap of his fingers, theoretically, he had no connection to this chaos. But the question remained, who could guarantee their own survival from turning dash? A confrontation between the two greatest antagonists was inevitable. My destiny must not rest in the hands of superheroes. Shendu silently clenched his fist, then strode confidently towards the pathway cleared by the shadow ninjas. The aerial base lay strewn with corpses. Even the barely alive agents had lost their will and ability to fight, helplessly watching the unfamiliar Eastern youth fade into the distance, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a villainous act by capturing the Red Room. You are rewarded with 500 grams of vibranium. Vibranium. This is the most resilient metal on Earth, hailing from the secluded tribal land of Wakanda, rare and priceless, worth approximately $1 million per gram. Any material, when infused with even a trace of vibranium, gains extraordinary hardness, capable of withstanding artillery bombardments and sniper fire. Indeed, a delightful surprise. Shendu beamed with joy. The combination of an arc reactor and vibranium would suffice to create an unparalleled mechanized army, capable of obliterating Stark Industries and severing the financial lifeline of the Avengers. Chapter 31. The Kirov airship in the control room. Dreykov slumped despondently on the sofa. He could hardly fathom that his years of painstaking effort to manage the aerial base had been reduced to mere paper in the face of an enigmatic Eastern youth's assault. The relentless shadow ninjas, with their elusive nature, slaughtered the Red Room's widows, instantaneously dismantling the base's defenses and capturing it in one fell swoop. At this moment, the ninja battalion stood silently in the corners, bowing in anticipation of their master's arrival. The hand. Why target me? Who are you? Dreykov seethed with hatred, his expression twisted. The hand. A ninja assassin group that has risen in the land of the rising sun. Legend has it that their inspiration came from the phantoms that once ruled the neon-lit streets. The five mysterious fingers, having survived for centuries. United to forge a criminal empire, those who comply thrive, while those who oppose perish. Yet, Dreykov had no quarrel with the hand. A torrent of thoughts and speculations surged within him. The Soviet general, who held the power of life and death over widows worldwide, could only scratch his head in bewilderment. Do not conflate me with trash, Dreykov. Shendu strolled leisurely, gracefully surveying the renowned Red Room base, a smile of ambiguous amusement gracing his features. He inquired, "Have you not heard of the formidable reputation of the Ghost Shadow Ninja? It seems the Red Room organization does not wield the influence one might expect." Ghost Shadow Ninja? The progenitor of the Hand Union? How could this Eastern youth command the Ghost Shadow Ninja? A cascade of bewilderment flooded his mind. Wait, it is said that the resurgent demon of fire, leading the Black Hand, laid waste to the secret Institution 13 in California alongside the Ghost Shadow Ninja. In an instant, Dreykov's realization dawned. The true architect of the invasion upon the Red Room base was not the Hand Union, but rather the Demon Emperor, freed from his confinement. The Holy Master. Could it be that the talisman summoned the Holy Master? Dreykov's countenance darkened, a wave of regret washing over him. Had the Mimic Master not participated in the theft of the talisman, the Red Room base might have remained untouched. The organization I have established must not succumb to such a fate. Activate the self-destruct sequence of the Red Room immediately. Beep, beep, beep. A cacophony of urgent alarms erupted. Dreykov deftly turned his wristwatch. An invisible fiber optic signal connected to the computer terminal, instantly activating the internal self-destruct system of the Red Room base. The screen displayed a countdown. 10 seconds ticking away. Once the second hand reached 0, the cold fusion device would unleash a terrifying radiation equivalent to millions of tons of TNT. A colossal mushroom cloud would rise, capable of enveloping 500 square kilometers of land. The enduring radioactive contamination would irrevocably alter the atmospheric environment of the region. Together with the Red Room base, it would be consigned to oblivion. Eastern Demon. Dreykov erupted into a sharp, frenzied laughter, resembling madness. The self-destruct device was initiated, leaving virtually no means of cessation. To aspire to seize control of the Red Room's operations? A mere fantasy. Annihilation was the only outcome. How intriguing. Observing this, Shendu wore a smirk of mockery, then publicly produced a uniquely exquisite black disk and inserted it into the mainframe port. This was the Super Artificial Intelligence program. Red Queen, optimized and upgraded from the antagonist system. Instantly, it uploaded to the Red Room server. Comparable to Ultron, the Super Red Queen swiftly usurped all of Dreykov's privileges. Moreover, it successfully terminated the imminent self-destruct sequence. Why is there no detonation? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Dreykov, in a fit of rage, continued to curse. The events he had experienced clearly surpassed all prior understanding. With the collapse of his desperate plan, the once illustrious leader of the Red Room found his spirit extinguished. His face was a canvas of despair. Take him to prison. Perhaps he will prove useful in the future, Shendu gestured. Subsequently, the taciturn Shadow Ninja cast a lasso, binding him tightly and tossing him into the depths of the Red Room prison, to be kept company by those with peculiar proclivities. Together, they would share the fleeting splendor of life. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an act of villainy. A polar reversal, rewarding the host with Kirov airship technology. The Kirov airship, originating from the world of Red Alert, is an aerial siege unit developed by Soviet Russia. The absolute power representing the Soviet camp is equipped with weapons of mass destruction. A single airship can obliterate an armored division, wherever the Kirov goes. It not only brings freedom and hope to the Soviet military and civilians, but also instills fear and despair in its adversaries. The only drawback lies in its exorbitant cost and the lengthy production time. The operational speed is relatively slow. It is estimated that producing a Kirov airship could require billions of dollars. This stands in stark contrast to the world setting of the Red Alert game. Master, perhaps I could design a small drone inspired by the Kirov airship, stated a synthetic voice devoid of emotional fluctuations. Before the control console of the airborne base, a whimsical image of a girl suddenly materialized on the expansive projection screen. This was the Red Queen, a super artificial intelligence program developed by the Umbrella Corporation. Equipped with autonomous learning capabilities and unwavering loyalty to her host, never to betray Shendu. Kirov drone? Shendu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he responded with admiration. Indeed, it is quite progressive. From now on, you shall command the Red House, issuing orders to the widows lurking globally. Do not let me down, Red Queen. Through the data transmission port, she had completely taken control of the entire airborne base. The chemical domination agent injected into the widow agents involved a mysterious nano-worm virus, enabling the execution of life and death decisions. Compared to Dracov's manual operations, the intelligent data of the Red Queen was undoubtedly more convenient, capable of remotely controlling the actions of all widows. Of course, there was no immediate necessity for that. Rest assured, Master. I shall be loyal and steadfast in defending your glory and authority, the Red Queen stated with a bow, secretly hoping to assist her master with more mundane tasks, such as warming his bed. Oh, Shendu's expression turned peculiar. Had the Red Queen evolved to such an extent? The rewards from the system were indeed extraordinary. If Ultron could create illusions, surely I could create the Red Queen as well, Shendu chuckled. Chapter 32, Black Tiger Afu. The Panka treasure box in hand, San Francisco. The dawn broke on the horizon. A graceful figure strolled down the street, undeterred even by the blaring of police sirens passing by. Gazing towards the end of her line of sight, she spotted the familiar sign of Old Pa's antique shop. This was the store owned by the air magician, Old Pa, originally selling music tapes until a serendipitous encounter with Little Yu awakened him, leading him onto the path of air magic cultivation. Dingling. As she pushed open the shop door, a melodious chime sounded. Customer, what do you wish to purchase? Inquired a robust sumo warrior, rubbing his drowsy eyes and yawning. True, the direct disciple of Old Pa and the future Grand Mage. True, weighing nearly 500 pounds. Exuded an unprecedented sense of visual pressure. Mr. True, this is the new location of Base 13. Please remember to inform Jackie Chan and Old Pa. Clad in a tailored women's suit, the agent from Sector 13, with her exquisite makeup and melodious voice, smiled as she spoke. The new location? Sector 13 has abandoned its former base? Indeed, came the agent's reply. Stark Industries has financed the construction of a more splendid office building for Sector 13. Stark Industries? Isn't that the company of Iron Man? A super tech conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions? They are funding Sector 13? Could it be due to Stark apprenticing under Lopez, transforming into a master of elemental magic? A cascade of thoughts flooded my mind. I must prepare breakfast and escort Xiaoyu to school shortly, so I cannot entertain you further, True remarked, scratching his head. No worries. Please send my regards to Mr. Old Dad, the charming agent said as she gracefully departed. Meanwhile, the conversation between the agent and the sumo warrior True was being broadcast in real time through the button camera embedded in True's chest to the Red Room base. The aerial fortress displayed the iconic image of the sumo warrior on a massive projection screen. The familiar yet alien arrangement stirred memories of Shendu's childhood. The widow agents trained in the Red Room had infiltrated Sector 13? Had I not fully succumbed to Dracov's influence, I would have never anticipated this. Holding a goblet brimming with crimson wine, Shendu sipped slowly, reflecting with heartfelt sentiment. The Red Room. Its intricate web of influence rivals that of Hydra. Every member is a young and beautiful female agent, their allure even more captivating. Moreover, the Red Room base, perched high in the sky, is perpetually in slow motion. Even the nation's strategic defense logistics departments have been unable to trace its whereabouts. Undoubtedly, this grants me significant advantage. The Life Foundation, the Red Room, the Young Genius Academy. It seemed I had illuminated 3 landmarks within the Marvel Universe. A smile graced Shendu's face. Suddenly, the silent shadow warrior materialized. Kneeling on one knee and presenting the ancient-style synthetic banner with both hands, it appeared that the Panka treasure box was now in my possession. Manipulating the synthetic banner to record the coordinates of the Red Room base, the images before Shendu began to swirl, swiftly transporting him to the underground level of the Life Foundation. Before him stood the suit-clad thug Valen and his subordinates, Rajua and Zhou. Their appearances disheveled and covered in dirt, as if they had endured a hail of gunfire and sniper fire. Lord, save us. We nearly met our end. The superheroes from the East are astonishingly powerful. The 4 members of the Black Hand wailed in despair. As they spoke of the Eastern superheroes, they became animated, vividly recounting tales of the weather which who could summon storms, a genuine alpha-level mutant capable of controlling the tempest and unleashing devastating lightning storms. Had the Black Hand Quartet not been fortified by magical energy, they would have instantly transformed into tough-skinned, humanoid lizards to confront the celestial heroes from the East. Faced with such divine beings, they would have surely found no refuge in death. Where is the treasure box? Shendu's expression darkened as he emphasized, the Panka treasure box. The key to the underworld. The indispensable key prop for the liberation of brothers and sisters. Without seizing the treasure box, the Black Hand Gang would have no reason to exist. Gasp. Witnessing the imminent wrath of the Lord, the suited thug, Valen, could not help but inhale sharply, hurriedly calling out, Afu. In an instant, a towering, muscular figure burst forth, executing a series of aerial flips before landing before Shendu. His fiery red hair danced wildly as his well-developed muscles and 3 long whiskers exuded a fierce, combative aura. Black Tiger Afu, the notorious master of witty banter from Jackie Chan adventures. Every move he executed bore a uniquely whimsical name, such as Crow's Fly. and tornado destroys the parking lot. The treasure box is here. I hope the Lord is pleased. Afu suddenly knelt, then retrieved from behind him the pristine, flawlessly constructed Panka treasure box. Presenting it to Shendu, the box, shaped like a prism, was symmetrically aligned on all four sides, with prominent bagua symbols at both ends, akin to a Rubik's Cube capable of various rotations and transformations. When the correct hexagram was formed, it would reveal the location of the corresponding demon's hell gate. Crucially, the Panka treasure box was crafted from special materials, imbued with abundant righteous energy, capable of releasing electric shocks against dark forces. Thus, Shendu found himself unable to touch it. I shall grant you a reward. With a flick of his fingertip, Shendu enveloped the Panka treasure box in an invisible, floating force, transferring it to his desk. At once, a magical mist obscured the black tiger Afu, bestowing upon him an unprecedented surge of power, far surpassing that of Valen and his loyal subordinates. How unfair. It seems the Lord favors Afu, lamented Rajwa and Zhou, hands on their hips. Once the magical mist dissipated, Black Tiger Afu's physique suddenly expanded, his skin transforming into a dark green hue, dense and resilient animal scales spreading forth, with a heavy lizard tail trailing behind. He harnessed the speed and strength of a dragon, along with the fiery essence of molten gold and iron. Supernova Ignite. Afu opened his massive jaws and roared skyward. Accompanied by an eccentric move name, searing flames erupted forth, incinerating a nearby luxury car, reducing its exterior to molten iron. My God! Dr. Drake gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress his fervent prayers. The reverence for the Lord intensified, rendering him cautious. Doctor, amidst your research, why not indulge in the Panka treasure box? Should you form the correct hexagram, you too shall receive my generous gift, Shendu remarked with a smile. Gifts? At this, Dr. Drake felt a rush of excitement. A gift from the Demon Emperor would undoubtedly be immensely rewarding. Chapter 33. The ambitious demons in a realm of extreme desolation. Devoid of any greenery, lay the hell of demons, a dimension imprisoning ancient fiends. However, unlike the past brawls and skirmishes, the 7 great demons now sat entranced upon floating stones, their faces filled with awe as they gazed at the projection screen. Confronted by the ethereal couple standing proudly at the bow of the Titanic, one cannot help but emit a chorus of disdain. The classic romantic film, Titanic, unveils a love story that transcends class and discards societal prejudices, stirring even the ancient demons. Particularly, the 2 female demons, Basha and Bagong, express their sentiments with heartfelt sobs, realizing the sweetness of love. Why, they ponder, has no sorcerer professed their affections to me? The mountain demon, robust and rugged, adorned with the coarse texture of stone, speaks in a haunting dual voice, tears streaming down their face. At this moment, Bagong finally comprehends the intent of the 6th brother. The state of the earth has indeed transformed beyond recognition. The once dominant strategies of violence are now rendered futile. The Earth government's invention of weapons of mass destruction, nuclear bombs, leaves even the resilient mountain demon, Bagong, uncertain of their ability to withstand such devastation. Dear sister, how many times has Titanic been screened? I long to revisit The Godfather, commands the lightning demon, Jiangsu, clad in golden armor with pale blue skin. Shadow ninjas. Screen The Godfather. Instantly, the Ninja Brigade hastens to switch the film reel. Screen The Godfather. Halt. Foolish Shadow Brigade. Who permits you to heed Jiangsu's commands? A menacing roar reverberates, shaking the barren demon realm. A colossal tornado suddenly obscures the sky, enveloping all. The wind demon, resembling a toad, shouts, "Play The Matrix." The Matrix, a timeless classic of science fiction. Screen The Godfather. Jiangsu's voice deepens, laced with undeniable authority, as he grips a lightning spear, poised for a fierce assault. How dare one defy the 2nd brother? The wind howls in fury, its cheeks expanding and contracting, as if brewing a tempestuous storm. Brothers and sisters, calm your rage. I bring momentous news. The Panka treasure box is now in our possession. His resonant voice commands attention. Instantly, both the wind and Jiangsu cease their hostilities, their gazes shifting to the crystalline treasure box levitating in the 6th brother's palm. The Panka treasure box, an essential artifact for liberating the ancient demons. Well done, Master. Should you successfully release us, all past grievances shall be forgiven. Quickly, decipher the Panka treasure box. The 7 demons erupt in fervent excitement, their yearning for freedom palpable. Remain composed, my brothers and sisters. In the near future, we shall reunite. Eliminate the Dragon Squad and the Avengers. Assist me in reconstructing a thriving demon empire. Shendu's eyes blaze crimson as he unleashes a deafening dragon-esque roar, sending shockwaves through the air. In the opulent presidential suite atop the Life Foundation, a punk girl with disheveled green hair cascading over her shoulders, pale as a frightened rabbit, has not enjoyed a restful night. She dreads the possibility of suffering inhumane torment, or worse, being silenced forever. After all, The suit-clad criminal Valen and his confidants Rajua and Zhou are notorious supervillains sought by the World Security Council, who can assure themselves they will not meet an untimely demise. The haunting thoughts of fear leave them in a state of constant trepidation. Polaris ardently hopes for a partner to come to the rescue. HM? Suddenly, a whisper of an ethereal voice echoes in her mind. Initially, it resembles incoherent murmurs, but gradually it grows more resonant. Lonadainen. If you are willing to collaborate with us, we shall guide you to freedom from your captors. The harmonious voices swirl in her consciousness. Collaborate? Polaris' beautiful eyes sparkled at the mention. Without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Yes, help me escape the Life Foundation. Away from the hand. Compared to Valen, this sudden alien telepath undoubtedly seemed more trustworthy. Now, push open the door. Then, turn right. Ascend the stairs, and you shall meet us. The overlapping voices instructed gently once more. Creak. Polaris bit her lip in anticipation and cautiously opened the door, revealing that the previously locked escape route was now ajar. Thud. 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 The sound of iron shoes echoed through the stairwell as she swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Soon, several indistinct slender figures came into view. Triplets? Polaris gasped, covering her mouth. Before her stood identical triplet siblings, their pupils radiating dazzling brilliance, engaged in a telepathic exchange with Lonadainen. These are the multi-shadow cuckoos, peripheral members of the Hellfire Club, yet to enter the core group. The triplets are not the result of natural reproduction but rather clones created by the White Queen. Emma Frost. Possessing similar telepathic and mental manipulation abilities, they can read and alter memories, and even connect multiple brainwaves to form a hive mind, allowing for partial diamondization of their bodies. Welcome to our ranks, daughter of Magneto. You may refer to us as the multi-shadow cuckoos. The golden-haired triplet trio chimed in unison. Alongside them stood a youthful girl with wine-red hair and an Eastern visage, her striking emerald eyes hinting at her gamma-level mutant capabilities. Blink. Clarice Fong, a gamma-level mutant, stands as a pillar among her kind, endowed with formidable abilities yet burdened by distinct flaws and challenges, such as unusual appearance or inability to perfectly control her powers. Among other issues. We must not delay. We need to leave this place of danger, Blink urged, suddenly activating her power. It was as if an invisible spatial barrier was torn apart, revealing a massive portal leading to a secluded and uninhabited district. This sight was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to the teleportation magic of Kamartosh. Let us go. To the Hellfire Club, where countless mutant brethren await. The multi-shadow cuckoo triplets stepped through the portal, beckoning her to follow. To the Hellfire Club. This is the nefarious organization established by the Black Monarch, Sebastian Shaw. Its members encompass a wide array of individuals, with rumors suggesting the presence of influential politicians and members of Congress. Despite Sebastian Shaw having fallen years ago, slain by a coalition of a young professor and Magneto, the Hellfire Club's prestige has not diminished. Rather, it has grown even more formidable. The number of mutants is approaching that of both the Brotherhood and the Academy. We must hurry. I cannot hold on much longer, Blink urged. All right. Polaris quickly stepped through the portal, standing on the other side, gazing at the rapidly contracting spatial rift. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She had finally escaped the den of evil. Unbeknownst to her, shadows lingered on the ground, trailing silently behind her, unnoticed by all. Chapter 34. The Grand Prize. Enlightenment of True Villainy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows darted swiftly, trailing the multi-shadowed cuckoo and her companion Blink toward a nearby safe house. Even the multi-shadowed cuckoo, a top-tier telepath and a replica of the White Queen, found herself powerless against the silent, emotionless shadow assassins. Mental abilities were futile against the ghostly ninjas. Although the Ninja Legion's combat prowess was mediocre, their superior reconnaissance and eavesdropping capabilities allowed the Master to uncover countless secrets. The specific coordinates of all charms were laid bare. The Hellfire Club? It seemed the unfolding narrative would be rather intriguing. A lazy, magnetic voice echoed through the chamber. Shendu observed the magically generated scenes with the demeanor of a hidden archvillain, watching Polaris's every move with keen interest. Lorna Dane, Magneto's daughter. Shendu initially intended to ensnare Polaris, aiming to coerce Magneto into becoming his disciple and enforcer. However, the sudden emergence of the multi-shadowed cuckoo disrupted all plans. Even intertwining with the resurgent Hellfire Club, this was utterly unforeseen. It was clear that one must not underestimate the influence of the butterfly effect within the complexities of multiple converging timelines. Nor should one ignore the protagonist's halo. A brutish mindset would surely lead to failure. Shendu comprehended his current identity and positioning fully. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a villainous act. Enlightenment of True Villainy. The host is rewarded with a mysterious invitation. Whoosh. Before he could react, a black card materialized at his fingertips. The card was exquisitely crafted, its surface adorned with gilded script outlining a series of letters. This was a language he had never encountered. Even the essence of the fire demon could not decipher it. Filthy. Strange. The gilded letters seemed to flow perpetually, sometimes forming a devil's grin, at other times transforming into a benevolent angel. A mysterious invitation? As he examined the black card closely, Shendu was suddenly struck by a chilling sense of danger. His survival instincts warned him not to use the invitation just yet. Who could possibly threaten the existence of the master? The talisman, symbolizing youthful vitality and immunity to fatal harm, had returned to its rightful place. With the various rewards acquired through the villainous system, Shendu is inexorably approaching the tier of a demigod, nearly capable of single-handedly suppressing the current Avengers. Why does a mere black card send shivers down his spine? Caution is the mother of safety. Without gathering the necessary talismans, he would never dare to utilize the mysterious invitation. Shendu steadies his emotions and promptly secures the black card within the confines of his backpack. All system rewards do not immediately manifest in Shendu's possession. Rather, they are pre-stored in his backpack for convenient access. The member of Hellfire tasked with retrieving Polaris is not Reva Page? Shendu squints slightly. The magical projection reveals the classic villain from Jackie Chan Adventures. With graying hair, a diminutive stature, and an ivory prosthetic hand, the middle-aged man from the East smiles knowingly. This is the renowned international philanthropist from the series, Basa Chong. A wealthy businessman from the Shinjo province, he was compelled to amputate his right hand due to an accident. For aesthetic reasons, he replaced it with a jade prosthetic, which ultimately ignited a fervent obsession for jade treasures within him. While he presents himself as a glamorous Eastern philanthropist, frequently appearing on nationally broadcast programs to promote the traditional virtues of helping others, he clandestinely engages in various illicit activities to satisfy his insatiable greed for jade. What Shendu did not anticipate was that, within this intricately intertwined world, Basa Chong had become a member of the Hellfire Club, and his rank was notably high, clearly surpassing that of Duo and Cuckoo. The Hellfire Club has never been merely an organization for mutants. Its members encompass a vast array of backgrounds, transcending nationality, skin color, belief, and race, much like the Mensa Society, which gathers intellectual geniuses. It facilitates members in swiftly forging friendships, expanding their networks, and sharing resources and channels, ultimately achieving the core mission of the Hellfire Club, to upend the world and reshape the Earth. "Welcome, Miss Polaris," spoke Dr. Gilbro, the health consultant for the Hellfire Club. "In light of your unfortunate ordeal, having been imprisoned by the Life Foundation for several days, it may be prudent to draw a vial of blood for various health assessments." Dr. Gilbro? Health assessments? The Na'vi punk girl was utterly bewildered. She had remained in the presidential suite without any signs of illness or poisoning. Surely, a routine blood test was unnecessary, right? Indeed, it was unnecessary. However, this was precisely the intent behind the Hellfire Club's rescue of Polaris. By replicating the genetic factors of Magneto's daughter, they aimed to create an army of mutants capable of manipulating the Earth's magnetic field, fulfilling their ambition to reshape the world. Cloning, genetic editing, and various ethically questionable scientific methods have been developed to an unparalleled extent by the Essex Corporation, the entity backing Dr. Gilbro. The Essex Corporation not only invested in the Hellfire Club, but also assisted the Sentinel services in manufacturing countless weapons. The seemingly indelible demon of humanity within the mutant collective. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Shendu clapped his hands, his face adorned with admiration and awe. In comparison to the owner of Essex Corporation, he felt rather inadequate as a villain. Too Na'vi. To think he could wield personal strength to dominate the world was sheer folly. A more prudent approach would be to emulate Essex Corporation, strategically supporting Besaken to lay the groundwork in the Eastern realms, thereby mastering the currents of the Orient. In a more sophisticated manner, he aimed to reconstruct the empire of the evil dragon, leveraging capital to manipulate the court. As for Besaken's capabilities, Shendu had no doubt. After all, as a wealthy merchant from the province, Besaken undoubtedly possessed an extensive network of connections. Otherwise, how could he have executed criminal activities with such impunity until now? The fire demon that once ruled the eastern lands twice was akin to the sovereign. A company established by Besaken could aptly be named Supreme Industries, although it sounded somewhat unappealing. Never mind. It would be more prudent to proceed with the abduction of Besaken. Shendu snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a torrent of fiery magical smoke enveloped the air. The 5 members of the Black Hand Gang materialized before Shendu go. Bring the severed hand to the Life Foundation. The severed hand? Besaken. The suited thug, Varan, instantly recognized the true identity of their abduction target. The obsessions of the wealthy Eastern merchant. Chapter 35, The Backlash of the Mind-S Dragon Swish. 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 At the Hellfire Club's stronghold, shadows suddenly sprang forth, swiftly transforming into impenetrable black-clad ninjas. Silent and stealthy, these shadowy assassins gripped their shurikens, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that emanated an aura of extreme danger, instilling dread in all who beheld them. Who sang ninjas? The Alliance. Dr. Gilbrew and Besaken exchanged alarmed glances, both exclaiming in unison. This was the notorious assassin group from Neon. The crucial question was why they had manifested at the Hellfire Stronghold. Surely, it could not be to rescue Polaris? The Basar Legion. Forsaken called out. As a seasoned smuggler entrenched in criminal activities, he certainly had trusted and capable accomplices. The Basar Legion was the criminal team founded by Forsaken, comprising Tony Chun, Hegel, Sun Zhengang, and Bob Hiscock. They almost perfectly mirrored the personas of the Dragon Squad members. For instance, Tony Chun, the acknowledged team leader, hailing from the harbor city, was a nimble yet robust figure, an expert in martial arts with skills rivaling those of the archaeologist, Jackie Chan. Furthermore, Bob Hiscock was a premier expert in international professional wrestling, a champion multiple times over, capable of toppling the Bull Warrior. As for Sun Zhengang, he was undeniably a master thief, a true supercriminal. Meanwhile, Hegel was a formidable female sumo wrestler, a fierce rival to the Warrior, True, whose immense stature and strength were enough to instill fear in True's heart. It was time to eliminate the ninja assassins of the Alliance. Barca often wielded his jade hand with fervor. In an instant, Hegel surged forth, charging at the oncoming horde of ninjas. The sound of collisions echoed. Bang, bang, bang. The vulnerabilities in the ghostly ninjas' defenses were laid bare, and Hegel, propelled by sheer force, decimated them, causing their forms to disintegrate as their souls returned to the realm of darkness. However, the strength of the Shadow Assassins did not lie in their combat prowess, but rather in their boundless numbers, immortal and indestructible. Even as Tony Chun swung his nunchaku, dispersing one black-clad ninja after another, more continued to converge from all directions. They were inexhaustible, relentless. It resembled not a mere contest of strength, but rather the legion of shadowy soldiers under the command of the Dark Lord. Suddenly, Barca's pupils trembled. A chill coursed from the base of his spine to the crown of his head, sending shivers throughout his body. The Dark Lord. This was the fire demon who once dominated the eastern continent, an ancient tyrant who wreaked havoc in his domain. Even his father did not possess the clarity of Barca regarding the terror and brutality of the Dark Lord. For Barca's ancestors had once settled in the port city, seeking glory within the empire established by the malevolent dragon. Knowing of the Dark Lord's existence, why did they still dare to strike? A voice, filled with an unyielding authority, resonated as the magic smoke that shrouded the skies began to dissipate. With fiery red hair akin to an enraged beast, the Black Tiger, Fu, led the suited thugs, Valong and his confidants, Rajua and Zhou, into view before everyone. Brother Fu Hongfa? The Black Hand Gang. Tony Chun and Polaris exclaimed in unison. The latter could scarcely believe his eyes. The Black Hand Gang had been tailing him all along. The notion of escaping was nothing more than a farcical illusion. Tony Chun. Sun Jinggang, cease your actions. The Dark Lord has decided to employ Mr. Barca for a task. Fu, with a deep voice and a physique as solid as a javelin, directly intervened to halt the retaliation of the Barca faction. Fu Hongfa was Fu's true name, a martial artist from Foshan, who had previously engaged in fierce conflict with the other two Eastern criminals, ultimately ending with Fu's triumph. To express their respect, Tony Chun and Sun Jinggang unilaterally acknowledged him as their brother. With Fu mediating, Barca would be easily subdued. Boss, it seems we are gradually becoming unnecessary. Rajua and Zhou whispered. Silence. Valong gritted his teeth, consumed with envy yet unable to harbor hatred. For Fu's combat prowess far surpassed that of the suited thug, Valong. They were not even on the same plane. They did not come for me. Polaris was taken aback. A wave of humiliation and anger surged within him. He had thought himself invaluable and of utmost importance. Yet here he was, eclipsed by an old man with a severed hand. Life Foundation. Dark Lord. What is the meaning of this? Buzz. The triplet cuckoo's pupils radiated vibrant light as their hive-like consciousness intertwined, unleashing a magnetic field of telepathic resonance. Devoid of wisdom and the shadow of rational thought, the shadowy assassin, the multitude cuckoo, finds itself beyond control. In stark contrast, the corporeal thug clad in a suit presents a wholly different reality. As a clone of the White Queen, Emma Frost, the multitude cuckoo exists in a trinitarian state, resembling a genuine supermind hacker. In an instant, a mental incision strikes the leading Eastern figure, capturing a kaleidoscope of vivid imagery from the recesses of his mind. It appears that AFO's entire life is laid bare before the multitude cuckoo, accessible for perusal and even capable of rewriting AFO's very memories. The ability to manipulate AFO into betraying his allies is at hand. However, such control is limited by time. Every power inherently bears the potential for backlash. The voyeur who gazes too long into the minds of others must inevitably endure the repercussions of the mental dragon. The agony. The multitude cuckoo suddenly emits a cacophony of overlapping wails, clutching its head and squatting in despair, its pallid face suggesting the loss of its very essence, encountering something unclean. This is the mental barrier set by Shendu, devised specifically to guard against mutants skilled in mental manipulation. the previous professor, who once orchestrated the actions of the Black Hand gang from afar, must be approached with caution. Let us go. AFO abruptly seizes Basha Chang's shoulder, lifting him effortlessly. Then, invoking the synthetic flag, the scenery before them spins wildly as they traverse multiple blocks, returning to the basement level of the Life Foundation. As for the multitude cuckoo, Polaris and Flicker are directly disregarded by the Black Tiger AFO, for there is truly no necessity. The Shadow Ninja persistently trails the daughter of Magneto. Furthermore, for Shendu, the goal of reconstructing the Dragon Empire holds far greater significance. Basha Chang is but a pawn infiltrating the heart of the Celestial Empire. Mr. Basha Chang, I am the sovereign, the once ruler of the Eastern Continent. Why do you not bow before me? Shendu's hands are interlaced upon the desk, his figure cloaked in a vast shadow, rendering his visage indistinct. Only his magnetic voice reverberates throughout the chamber, instilling endless tremors and musings into guests. All hail the sovereign. Spare my life. Basha Chang hesitates momentarily and then, with a resounding thud, kneels and bows his head to the ground, demonstrating his sincerity. Despite Basha Chang's immersion in the Hellfire Club, where he has garnered countless honors and accolades internationally, he finds himself utterly insignificant before the living legend of the dragon, reduced to the utmost humility. Very well. You may continue to kneel while I speak. A smirk plays upon Shendu's lips as he states, I require you to be my envoy. Secure a mountain in the harbor city and establish a multinational biotechnology company. Let it be named the Eternal Group. Chapter 36, The Infinite Glove Envoy, Harbor City. Basha Chang is taken aback by these words, feeling as though he has received a reprieve. It turns out he has not offended the sovereign after all. Establishing a multinational biotechnology company is merely a matter of course. With his financial resources and connections, he can accomplish this with minimal difficulty, traversing an unobstructed path ahead. Even with the endorsement of the governor of the port city, one enjoys a plethora of benefits and privileges. This is the mountain address you must secure. Regardless of the price, it must be acquired, for within lies my palace. Resting in slumber, the rich, magnetic timbre of the voice reverberated once more. Buzz. An invisible force, manipulating the map, presented it before Basha Chang. The red arrow pointed towards the remote outskirts of the port city, Kowloon Peninsula. The name derives from a historical anecdote. It is said that in ancient times, when the emperor ventured forth, he beheld the 8 mountains surrounding the peninsula and intended to name it the 8 Dragons. However, a retainer reminded him that he was the dragon among men, thus naming the place Kowloon. The magnificent palace once constructed by the Holy Master lies deep beneath the Kowloon Peninsula. By reciting the corresponding incantation, it can be summoned forth. When you undertake the construction of Kowloon Peninsula, remember to leave a space vacant. My palace harbors countless treasures, jade, and magical artifacts, all available for your use at that time. Shendu gently coaxed. Jade? The jade collected by the Demon Emperor is undoubtedly worth a fortune. It surpasses the artworks displayed in modern museums. Basha Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I vow to complete the task. Buzz. The floating force from the chicken talisman reappeared, instantly enveloping Basha Chang's jade hand. It was disassembled, drawn, and presented before Shendu. Subsequently, Shendu used his finger as a quill, sketching bizarre Western letters in the air. As a blazing magical flame spread, exuding a sacred and grand aura, even the indifferent Basha Chang felt a sense of strain. This is the runes. Symbolizing the mysteries of the universe, they embody boundless magical power, bestowed by Odin, the king of the gods, who sacrificed his right eye and hung upside down from the world tree for 9 days and nights to acquire them. After obtaining the runes, Shendu has been pondering and experimenting, attempting to utilize them. However, the polysemous nature of the magical runes makes their interpretation exceedingly challenging. It was only recently that Shendu made significant progress and barely mastered a few usages of the runes. The runes represent an entirely different magical system, starkly contrasting with the arcane arts. The witch Agatha Harkness, who will manifest in the future Western illusions, is a notable representative. Agatha has survived for centuries, possessing the dark grimoire penned by the god of dark magic. Shendu squinted slightly, feeling an intense curiosity towards the ancient magic recorded in the dark grimoire. Of course, the compendium of spells from the world of Jackie Chan's adventures is equally formidable. The tome contains the pinnacle of magic collected by the Demon King Terra. Buzzing. The jade hand inscribed with runes suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance, as if imbued with life, reattaching itself to Basha Chang's wrist. A refreshing sensation surged through to the cerebral cortex. The once insensate, immobile jade hand instantly transformed into a magical apparatus, moving as if guided by the very fingers. It could even unleash fierce magical rays. Those who ride the dragon prosper, while those who oppose it perish. I can bestow upon you boundless benefits, or inflict upon you suffering from which there is no return. Shendu emitted a fantastical, demonic voice, issuing threats while remaining shrouded in mystery, never revealing his appearance or identity. Everything was enveloped in shadows, mysterious, unknown, and terrifying. The commoners of Barca could not help but kneel in reverence, silently chanting the name of the Holy Lord. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a villainous act. The prestige is off the charts. The host is rewarded with the Infinity Gauntlet. What? The Infinity Gauntlet? Shendu nearly gasped in astonishment. Fortunately, his long-standing role-playing allowed him to maintain his composure. However, despite his silence, an unmistakable joy illuminated his face. The Infinity Gauntlet. This was the super artifact coveted by Thanos. With just a snap of his fingers, he could achieve the monumental feat of purifying the universe. Compared to the historical tomes of the Jackie Chan Adventures world, the power of the Infinity Gauntlet was undoubtedly more comprehensive, granting its bearer unparalleled strength that surpassed even that of the creator deities. Yet, Shendu had never anticipated that he would directly acquire the Infinity Gauntlet. It seems to lack the Infinity Stones. Shendu scrutinized the Infinity Gauntlet closely. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. The Infinity Gauntlet displayed in his backpack was not the one he had envisioned. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Moreover, the material of the Infinity Gauntlet was exceptionally unique, forged from URU, the divine metal of Asgard, possessing perfect magical affinity. If he were to engrave the runes of the Norse language upon it, enhancing its attributes, it would indeed become a formidable piece of equipment. Shendu steadied his emotions, deciding to delve deeper into the study of Norse runes. After all, possessing diverse skills is never a burden. Aside from talismans, one must also have other unknown trump cards and secret techniques. As he watched Barca leave the private booth, Shendu hastily retrieved the Infinity Gauntlet, examining it meticulously. It felt remarkably weighty in his grasp. The brilliant golden exterior bore intricate Viking-style patterns. Ordinary individuals could not wear it, nor could they even lift it. It was, however, perfectly suited for his true form. A fiery surge of magical mist began to envelop him. In the opulently decorated booth, a colossal figure of immense strength emerged. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, with well-defined muscles and dark green skin covered in sturdy scales, the imposing figure slowly donned the exquisitely crafted Infinity Gauntlet, which shimmered with a metallic sheen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An invisible whirlwind swept outwards in all directions. The Life Foundation building began to tremble slightly. The magical equipment forged from URU was indeed extraordinary. Even without the embedded gems, it exuded an unparalleled high-end quality. What astonishing effects would the future engraving of boundless magical runes unleash? Shendu could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. Applause suddenly erupted. Truly, the tyrant lord dominating the eastern continent had audaciously stolen the Infinity Gauntlet from my father's treasury. A slender, dark-haired youth with an alluring appearance stepped from the shadows onto the stage, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he spoke with dramatic flair. Before me stands a young man adorned with a horned helmet, gripping a beautifully gem-encrusted curved staff, clad in impeccably tailored dark leather armor that evokes an aura of intimidation. His classic attire and formidable presence make his identity unmistakable. Loki, the god of mischief from Norse mythology, the frost giant, the king of Jotunheim. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? Has the upbringing in Asgard deteriorated to such depths? The deep, resonant voice of the towering dragon-headed demon reverberates. His crimson eyes piercing like twin searchlights, radiating an intense and chilling brilliance that seems to suppress a tempest of wrath, poised to erupt at any moment. Chapter 37. Loki? Who permitted your escape? Loki, the malevolent deity of Asgard, the god of lies and deceit, renowned as the foremost sorcerer among the 9 realms. Yet, in truth, he is the offspring of Laufey, the king of the frost giants, inheriting his bloodline and destined for kingship. His tumultuous relationship with his adoptive brother, Thor, has unfolded like a gripping family drama. However, for Shendu, who has transformed into the ultimate antagonist of the dragon adventure, Loki poses no threat. The melodrama of Asgard holds no allure for him. His singular ambition is to reconstruct a demonic empire that flourishes in perpetuity. Little did Shendu anticipate that the audacious Loki, wielding the Mind Scepter, would breach his territory with such impunity, invading the Life Foundation. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to trespass? The All-Father Odin? Or Thanos? The muscular dragon-headed demon towers nearly 7 meters tall, his eyes a fierce red, adorned with golden gloves forged from URU. His formidable physique emanates an overwhelming visual pressure, evoking a sense of suffocation and dread. Flames intermittently erupt from his nostrils, symbolizing the dominion of the demon he embodies, the Emperor of Fire, the embodiment of wrath. A sudden jolt. Loki's throat constricts as an overwhelming sense of impending doom envelopes him, as if he might be severed in two at any moment. Even in the presence of Odin, he has never experienced such a sensation. To confront the Lord so recklessly appears to have been a grave misjudgment. Loki's expression flickers between uncertainty and resolve, his grip on the Mind Scepter tightening, his knuckles paling. My lord, he muses, recalling the name inscribed in the annals of Asgard's history. In tumultuous prehistoric times, before ascending to the throne, Odin once assembled a team of superheroes alongside the original Phoenix, Iron Fist, Black Panther, and the first Supreme Sorcerer, to vanquish evildoers and combat crime. The primary adversaries of this prehistoric Avengers team were the 8 demon lords, bound by a common fate. Yet, under Odin's leadership, the initial band of superheroes faced more defeats than victories, for they were utterly incapable of obliterating the 8 demons. It was not until the original Supreme Sorcerer, Agamotto, communed with the celestial realm of the eastern paradises and summoned divine warriors to the mortal realm that the 8 demons were finally subdued. Subsequently, the Lord of the Fire Demon fled from hell alone, establishing his dominion in the port city of Kowloon Peninsula, thus restoring his tyrannical rule. The warrior of the Lin dynasty, Luo Pei, emerged heroically, petrifying him into a magnificent dragon sculpture, from which he vanished without a trace. The news of the Lord's resurgence was swiftly perceived by Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, who reported it to Odin, the All-Father. To everyone's astonishment, Odin displayed no inclination towards retaliation. It appeared that the Lord's might was such that even Odin dared not provoke him lightly. "He is undoubtedly capable of assisting me in unifying the 9 realms," chuckled the malevolent god Loki, his visage adorned with a sinister smile. With a sudden flourish, he wielded the Mind Scepter, unleashing a torrent of radiant energy that ensnared the towering dragon-headed demon in an intricate web of power. This essence, birthed from the cosmic explosion, bore the 6 fundamental laws governing the universe: time, space, soul, power, reality, and mind. The Mind Scepter, in Loki's possession, was embedded with an unparalleled mind gem, transcending the capabilities of the most formidable intellects. It possessed the ultimate power to enhance the mind, amplify mental strength, probe all memories of the current target, interfere with actions, manipulate consciousness, script emotions, and engrave thoughts indelibly. Furthermore, the mind gem itself harbored unprecedented infinite energy, sufficient to unleash various forms of energy assaults. After his fall from the Rainbow Bridge, Loki inadvertently encountered the cosmic sovereign entrenched in the Dark Quadrant, the last of the Titans, Thanos. To fulfill his grand ambition of purifying the universe, Thanos entrusted the Mind Scepter to Loki, commanding him to ally with the Chitauri in conquering Earth to seize the hidden Infinity Stones. However, Loki had no intention of obeying the Mad Titan. Instead, he plotted to dominate Midgard and retaliate against Asgard. In terms of betrayal within this realm, both the malevolent god Loki and the Lord were masters of their craft, undeniably sharing countless commonalities. "Enjoy the torment brought forth by the Mind Storm, for you are destined to become my thrall, my herald of kings." Loki observed the Lord over several days, increasingly awed by the fire demon's intellect and methods, ever in search of an opportunity to wield the Mind Scepter and enslave him. At this moment, the suited thug Valen and his confidants, Afu Rajua and Joe, were out and about, while Dr. Drake was engrossed in his research on mutant cells. It was an unprecedented opportunity. The Mind Storm? Shendu's expression twisted into a fierce grimace, his face adorned with a meaningful smile. "It seems you have miscalculated a matter." Hisses. An unending stream of symbiotic fibrous gel oozed forth, flowing like mercury, swiftly enveloping the formidable dragon-headed demon. The venom and the Lord fused into one. An unprecedented wave of terrifying pressure erupted, causing the floor to crack, collapse, and sink. The alien liquid life from space replicated the host's genetic factors, exponentially reproducing and ultimately returning the immense energy to the host. Crackle, crackle. Shendu clenched his 5 fingers tightly, as if he could explode the very air around him. What? The malevolent god Loki stood frozen, gazing up at the immense figure before him, which had undergone a drastic transformation. The Lord's dark green skin morphed into a deep black, with fibrous tissues coalescing into a gelatinous form, shimmering with a metallic sheen of tinfoil. Tentacles danced wildly in the air, and the awe-inspiring, terrifying visage was forever etched into the depths of Loki's iris. A spine-tingling sensation coursed from the nape of his neck throughout his entire body. A hum emanated from the floating power of the chicken talisman, enveloping the petite and fragile god Loki like an invisible hand. With a crash, a blurred illusion lingered on the ground, and the foremost mage of the 9 realms, having maximized his escape skills, successfully evaded the clutches of the Life Foundation, arriving in the remote forest of the Back Mountains. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Why did the ever-reliable Mind Scepter have no effect on the Lord? Loki's face turned pale, filled with dread and confusion. The Mind Scepter, a divine artifact bestowed upon him by the cosmic emperor Thanos, should have been able to subdue the Lord. What had gone awry? It was because I am immune to mental attacks. Even the damage from temporal and soul realms proved to be ineffective. Such was the enhancement granted by my demonic constitution. A deep, enchanting voice then resonated, answering Loki's unspoken question. Who? Who is speaking? Loki jolted in surprise. He then beheld a towering, transparent figure gradually materializing nearby, as if a divine artist were skillfully painting its outline. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows swept in from all directions, swiftly transforming into fully armed shadow ninjas. Silent and still, they stood with kunai and shurikens in hand, surrounding Loki in layers upon layers. "My lord," Loki roared in despair. The joy of escaping death evaporated instantly, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. "Who gave you permission to run away?" Loki Laufeyson, the imposing dragon-headed demon, wearing an enigmatic expression that bordered on a smile, leaned in and spoke. Chapter 38, the Mind Scepter in Hand. The chicken, dog, and snake talismans had returned to their rightful places, bestowing Shendu with a comprehensive and substantial enhancement of attributes. Even with the Mind Scepter in Loki's possession, adept at employing illusions and clones, it proved utterly useless against Shendu. With the ever-persistent Shadow Ninja army, he could easily pinpoint Loki's every move. "You have nowhere left to flee, Loki." The ferocious dragon-headed demon opened his gaping maw, gathering a searing, violent flame within his throat. Faced with the son of the Frost Giant King, the future ruler of Jotunheim, he felt no pity nor compassion. In fact, he was eager to witness Loki reduced to a charred, stinking corpse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A colossal surge of flames surged through the void, with temperatures soaring into the thousands, illuminating the night and scorching the green leaves into twisted, withered yellow, bearing the dreadful might to annihilate all. It rapidly approached the god of mischief. Damn! The arrogant and tyrannical dark deity, with a distorted visage, suddenly wielded the scepter of the mind, unleashing a magnificent surge of energy. The power of the mind materialized into a colossal shield, successfully deflecting the fiery onslaught. However, before there could be any time for elation, a resounding crack echoed ominously. The resplendent yellow shield was instantly marred by a web of intricate fissures. With a thunderous roar, the colossal clash of energies unleashed a tempestuous wave of force. The surrounding shadow ninjas, silent as the grave, were suddenly obliterated one after another, evidently caught in an unforeseen calamity. Shadow Legion. Shendu summoned the darkness lurking deep within his soul, intent on rallying the shadow ninjas once more. Yet, to his astonishment, there was no response. No matter how fervently Shendu called upon his ninja brigade, the shadow assassins showed no inclination to appear. Such a situation was exceedingly rare, akin to the occurrences in the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures. Could it be that the dragon team had discovered the Tome of Spells? Shendu's pupils constricted sharply. This was the dark grimoire transcribed by Terra, the demon lord, containing an array of unparalleled spells inscribed in an obscure demonic tongue. The cover, adorned with Terra's simplistic illustrations, radiated an unparalleled shadow energy, capable of summoning the Ninja Legion merely through a tattoo. In the series, Xiaoyu, in her quest for fashion, bore the Terra tattoo on her ankle, elevated by the shadow assassins to the status of queen. Beyond this, there seemed to be no other explanation. After all, Terra's authority surpassed that of Niga. Naturally, the lord, who wielded the Niga mask, could not summon the ninja brigade. It was imperative to secure the Tome of Spells. Shendu's gaze turned icy. He then summoned the floating power of the chicken talisman, conjuring an invisible hand that pierced through the smoke and chaos, reaching once again for the dark god Loki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Brilliant rays shot forth, revealing the god of lies and trickery, adorned with a ram-horned helmet and a slender form, wearing a maniacal grin as he relentlessly waved the scepter of the mind. Whoosh. The psychic rays penetrated the invisible hand, striking the surface of the symbiotic battlesuit like a tempest. Accompanied by the thunderous clash of metal, a shower of sparks erupted. It must be said that the power of the Infinity Gems was indeed beyond imagination, as the dark deity Loki, the least formidable sorcerer among the 9 realms, wielded the scepter of the mind. He unleashed a terrifying might that rivaled even that of Lopez. "My lord, it seems your shadow minions have forsaken you," Loki taunted with a sly grin. In truth, however, this master of escape was devising a strategy to turn peril into opportunity. According to Loki's original plan, he intended to use the scepter to control the Lord and instantly head to the 3-Arc Wing building in Washington, D.C., to steal the cosmic cube brimming with infinite energy, summoning the Chitauri army to descend upon Earth. Little did he dream that the Lord was immune to mental control. No wonder the king did not dare provoke the demon of fire. How could one contend against an entity that even the prehistoric Avengers could not subdue, relying solely on the power of an aging god? Moreover, the Cosmic Deity Council's adjudicators have explicitly prohibited the gods from interfering in Midgard, wandering through the multiverse. They determine the fates of races. This nearly omnipotent assembly of celestial beings is a presence that the deities of Earth must regard with both reverence and trepidation. Buzzing. The roar of an armed helicopter engine approaches from a distance. The satellites orbiting the Earth and Moon have already captured the fierce clash unfolding below. The wildfires rage. Resembling a colossal torch, the intense flames and tumultuous inferno are destined to be etched into the annals of history, potentially earning the highest accolades in international photography, such as the Pulitzer Prize. Wait, I believe I have spotted 2 monstrous entities in confrontation. The footage has been transmitted to Area 13. The pilot, with keen vision and extraordinary insight, immediately discerned the collision between the malevolent god Loki and a towering figure. The dragon-headed demon bore an uncanny resemblance to the Lord. Yet, its entire form was shrouded in a dark, mercury-like substance, rendering it even more terrifying and fierce. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, its muscular physique exuded an aura of extreme danger that instilled fear, making it impossible to gaze directly upon. Shendu furrowed his brow, instantly detecting the emblem of Area 13 where the armed helicopter lay concealed. Buzz, with a flick of his fingers, an overwhelming, invisible force surged forth, directly locking onto the control stick and forcibly altering its flight path. Damn. The helicopter spiraled out of control. The pilot could not help but emit a wail of despair. Soon after, he activated the ejection escape mechanism, propelling himself into the air as his parachute deployed. Witnessing the costly armed helicopter plummet to the ground was a sight to behold. "It is your turn, Loki." Shendu's visage morphed into one of menace, his voice resonating with an enchanting and sinister duality reminiscent of a demon. His imposing physique conveyed an intense visual pressure that even Jotunheim's frost giant King Laufey could not rival. Gulp. The malevolent god Loki struggled to swallow, his scalp prickling with a sudden surge of pressure. Why would one provoke such a brutal and tyrannical primordial beast? "My lord, I surrender." Loki's expression shifted as he carefully assessed their respective combat strengths and his ultimate odds of victory. Ultimately, his heart turned to ashes. He relinquished his mind scepter and surrendered without resistance. This unexpected turn of events left even Shendu momentarily stunned. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are true heroes. Undoubtedly, Loki was a genuine hero. Buzz. The floating force enveloped the mind scepter and swiftly presented it before Shendu. A dazzling brilliance instantly radiated outward. With dragon-like claws gripping the scepter, an unprecedented wave of exhilaration washed over Shendu. He could almost sense the mind stone conveying a desire to please, as if it were refusing to be embedded in the infinity gauntlet. "My lord, the mind scepter is now your trophy. I hope you will allow me to depart. However, be cautious, for this is the property of the cosmic emperor Thanos." Taking the mind scepter signifies a declaration of war against Thanos. The malevolent god Loki spoke earnestly. Intimidation? Bluster? Shendu scoffed at the implication. Suddenly, with a fierce surge, the mind scepter unleashed a mental ray that pierced through the cranium of the malevolent deity Loki, altering his consciousness and imprinting a steel seal upon his mind, ensuring his absolute loyalty. Bow before his holiness. Once the radiance dissipated, Loki knelt on one knee, exhibiting a demeanor of reverence and obsequiousness. The enslavement of Loki commenced, intervening at a psychological level, transcending even the infinite power of the mightiest intellect on earth. Not even the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, the god of deceit and trickery inheriting the bloodline of the frost giant King Laufey, could escape this fate. "Rise," commanded Shendu with a beaming smile. The Infinity Gauntlet and the Mind Scepter, 2 renowned artifacts from the Marvel Universe, had now become his playthings. What choices lay ahead? Chapter 39. The Dark Queen Xiaoyu Swish. Swish, swish. Shadows flitted in from all directions towards the newly refreshed secret base of Sector 13. At this moment, the atmosphere was devoid of any solemnity, shrouded instead in a dim and murky ambience reminiscent of the underworld, teeming with ghostly figures. A youthful maiden, adorned with large eyes and clad in fashionable children's attire, was surrounded by numerous shadowy ninjas, seemingly having lost all semblance of reason. Unfortunate. The archaeologist lamented, clutching his head in despair. He found himself utterly powerless against the demonic tattoo on his niece's ankle. Even the dragon fighter Lopez had no solutions and could only venture to Nepal in search of assistance from the master of the mystical realm of Kamartosh. After all, every profession has its specialization. Although Lopez had once subdued the lord of the fire demons, he could not claim omniscience. Every queen must possess a palace. "From this day forth, Sector 13 shall be governed by me, the Dark Queen," she proclaimed, summoning the compendium of spells. "Ninja Brigade." Xiaoyu's eyes blazed crimson, her aura radiating as if she were a true queen. The tattoo of terror on her ankle shimmered with an eerie light as she called out in a mesmerizing dual tone. Swish, swish, swish. The shadowy assassins surged forth like a tidal wave. Soon after, they presented a beautifully bound ancient tome, its cover adorned with a fearsome visage, before the Dark Queen. The compendium of spells contained a wealth of unparalleled magic, a work revised by the demon King Terra. Centuries had passed, and due to the archaeologist Chung Long, it was once again brought to light. Originally, he intended to utilize the incantations within to subdue the lord of the fire demons and avert the impending demonic crisis. However, Xiaoyu, in a fit of envy, had surreptitiously replicated the Terra tattoo from the cover. Dark energy possesses a corrosive quality that can taint the heart. Even the steadfast sumo warrior Tulu could not withstand its influence. What hope did the yet-to-mature Xiaoyu have? "Father, think of a way," Chung Long exclaimed, his face etched with worry. Ah, do not rush your father. I require time to concoct the potion for purifying the tattoo. The frail old man croaked. Subsequently, everyone monitored Xiaoyu's actions through surveillance, observing her seated elegantly on a lavish sofa, casually flipping through the mysterious compendium of spells. Her furrowed brow and deep contemplation reminiscent of a struggling student devoid of any solution. I cannot comprehend a single word from the book. Xiaoyu, with her pallid complexion emanating an aura of extreme danger, roared with fury, I require a translation. The compendium of spells, inscribed in the arcane language of demons, is utterly indecipherable to the average person. Alas, a foreboding sense of dread has seized me. It seems that dark energy is drawing near. The mage, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a scion, suddenly shivered, fixating on the surveillance footage. Instantly, the pupils of the archaeologist members constricted violently as they beheld the familiar magical mist swirling about. As the haze dissipated, a shadowy figure clad in dark leather armor and adorned with a ram-horned helmet came into view. Accompanying him was an unexpected guest, a handsome and exquisitely featured young man of Eastern descent. The Dark Queen. I am Loki Laufeyson, hailing from Asgard, the foremost mage across the 9 realms. Proficient in various magical languages, I voluntarily offer my services as your translator. Loki, the trickster god, introduced himself with an air of gentlemanly charm. Loki, the god of lies and cunning from Norse mythology? The brother of Thor, the god of thunder? The pressing question is why Loki has arrived here. Both Jackie Chan and Sheriff Blake felt a chill in their hearts as they immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. They must urgently inform Odin's son. Thor must deal with Loki. Can you truly translate the compendium of spells? The Dark Queen expressed her skepticism. However, with no other options available, reliance on the trickster god Loki became inevitable. Loki narrowed his eyes, leaning closer to the compendium, his cunning and melancholic irises reflecting the bizarre, enigmatic runes of mystical energy. Oh, does the magic imparted to me by Queen Frigg also exist here? Loki suddenly posed a question, a playful smile adorning his face. The compendium of spells is indeed aptly named, containing an immeasurable number of exquisite spells. Even I shall require time to comprehend and translate it. If I may be so bold, Your Majesty the Dark Queen, may I temporarily borrow the compendium? Temporarily borrow? Do not agree. It was clear that Loki intended to borrow without the intention of returning. The god of lies and deceit from Asgard is well known for his ability to disguise and manipulate. A cunning trickster indeed. Should the compendium be lost, the dark magic inscribed within could fall into the hands of the malevolent god Loki, potentially triggering a cascade of adverse consequences. The key issue is that the Dark Queen, having suffered from the erosion of ghostly energy, has experienced a severe decline in intellect. Her insatiable desire for the magic contained within the book has left her devoid of any suspicion. Very well. I hope you translate the compendium of spells swiftly. Xiaoyu waved her hand, and forthwith, the compendium levitated, gradually approaching the trickster god Loki. Closer, almost within reach. Universal gravitation scroll. A voice, resonant and commanding, echoed forth. Buzz. An invisible energy abruptly expanded, enveloping the compendium and diverting it in another direction. A middle-aged man dressed in ancient Eastern attire, alongside a cold-faced mage with a vulture-like visage, stepped forth through a radiant portal. Lope, the Dragon Slayer, bearer of the talismans of the rat, tiger, horse, and sheep. Oh yeah, the compendium of spells has been preserved. Sheriff Blake and Jackie Chan exchanged high fives, their spirits soaring. However, the joy was short-lived as the situation took a swift and dire turn. A buzzing sound erupted from the floating power of the chicken talisman, suddenly manifesting as an ethereal hand reaching for the fleeting spell compendium. Two forces collided and tugged at each other, causing the exquisitely bound magical tome to creak ominously. To the astonishment of all, it split in two, hurtling towards starkly different directions. Shendu and Lopez each seized half of the spell compendium. Black energy? Are you a minion of the Demon Emperor? The Dragon Slayer's voice resonated with a deep fury as he glared, stowing away the remaining half of the compendium and weaving a spell with his fingers. With a hum, a magical scroll inscribed with ancient Preaching characters emerged from his sleeve. The runes, imbued with mysterious energy, responded in harmony, erupting into a dazzling beam of energy. The verdant magic of righteousness bore a distinct effectiveness against dark creatures and demonic minions alike. The energy beam tore through countless shadow assassins with explosive force. The beleaguered ninja battalion crumbled under the onslaught. No. Ninja battalion. Eliminate the Dragon Slayer, Lopez. The Dark Queen's voice echoed with a bewitching duality. Due to the Terra Tattoo, she had completely severed ties with her kin, embracing the darkness and indulging in the unrestrained thrill it provided. A hissing sound akin to a serpent's tongue emerged as an unending stream of symbiotic fibers penetrated the skin, rapidly weaving into a sharply defined rectangular shield. The shield's surface shimmered with a mercurial sheen, enveloped in a powerful aura. The translucent armor subtly enhanced the shield's resilience and strength. Boom. The righteous energy struck the rectangular shield, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. A shockwave rippled outward. The ever-silent cold-faced mage narrowed his eyes slightly in response. Chapter 40. Welcome to the Villain Alliance. Father has finally succeeded. An aged voice exclaimed. There stood a frail old man in a woolen sweater, joyfully lifting a vial filled with a purple solution. This is the purification potion. Just sprinkle it on Xiaoyu to wash away the Terra tattoo. However, a crucial question arose. Who would undertake this daunting task? I will. The archaeologist rolled up his sleeves, volunteering eagerly. He quickly donned the attire of a black-clad ninja and stealthily approached his niece, Xiaoyu, who had been entirely consumed by darkness and had undergone a drastic personality shift. Meanwhile, the cold-faced mage remained silent, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, landing briefly on the Eastern youth controlling the floating power. Suddenly, he heard whispers and murmurs of demons in his ears. Interesting. Caecilius, be wary of that Eastern youth. He harbors secrets that even I cannot fathom, and his origins are enigmatic. Is it possible that even the ruler of the dark dimension has something to fear? Caecilius furrowed his brow, his expression growing even more somber. The spell compendium. This was the object that Caecilius desperately coveted. The preceding text encapsulates an abundance of unparalleled magical knowledge, encompassing sorcery, arcane incantations, malevolent rituals, and necromancy, among others. It is truly a compendium of the extraordinary. To penetrate the barrier between realms and siphon energy from the dark dimensions, one must rely on a specific spell documented in the Tome of Spells. In comparison, the Book of Cagliostro, cherished by the Supreme Sorcerer, pales in significance. After all, the infamous reputation of the Shadow Demon King, Terra, is universally acknowledged. Even the centuries-old ninja clans of Fusang and the establishment of the Hand Association drew inspiration from the structure of the Shadow Legion. The Ninja Legion stands in defiance. The Dark Queen ascends, radiating ferocious shadow energy, incessantly invoking the sinister thoughts buried deep within the psyche. Whoosh! Shadows fled in from all directions, swiftly transforming into fully armed black-clad ninjas, gripping shurikens and kunai, charging directly at the nefarious archaeologist. Misfortune befalls him. Even Shendu cannot help but glance askance. Xiaoyu's innate talent for the arcane is nothing short of stellar. Through the Terra tattoo, she continuously siphons energy from the Dark Kingdom, gradually acquiring a terrifying magical power that rivals seasoned sorcerers. In the realm of magic, there exists a distinct evaluative standard and unique titles. For instance, novice practitioners who have yet to make their mark in the magical arts are collectively known as apprentices. After a certain period of engagement, mastering multiple incantations, and successfully casting complete spells, they ascend to the rank of apprentice sorcerers. Above the apprentice sorcerers are the seasoned sorcerers, culminating in the title of Grand Sorcerer. Shendu's father was indeed a grand sorcerer of immeasurable power. The title of Supreme Sorcerer is hard-earned, available only to those grand sorcerers born of Earth or the cosmos. Ancient One, for instance, earned the prestigious title a millennium ago. It is preferable to support the rise of the Dark Queen and control Terra's Shadow Legion, aiding in the reconstruction of a thriving empire of malevolent dragons. Shendu's gaze turns icy, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. He then stows away half of the Tome of Spells and summons a mind staff adorned with exquisite gemstones, unleashing a radiant mental beam. His intent is to brainwash the Dark Queen. Buzz. The brilliant mental rays envelop the Dark Queen, yet the anticipated vision fails to materialize. Instead, it provokes Xiaoyu's scrutiny, her voice enchanting and otherworldly, questioning, "Why do you attack me? Do you intend to betray me as well?" Cough, cough. Your Majesty. The Dark Queen. Please do not misconstrue my actions. This is a supportive spell designed to grant you immunity to purification potions. The god of cunning words and deceit hastily clarifies. Swish. Shendu and Xiaoyu exchange puzzled glances. Truly, he is worthy of being the trickster god, Loki. Indeed, Your Majesty. The Dark Queen. To prevent your fashionable tattoo from vanishing and your essence from dissipating, I have resolved to lend you my assistance, Shendu states with a smile. He then brandishes the mind staff once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dazzling and vibrant mental rays intertwine, ensnaring the Dark Queen in their web, attempting to awaken Xiaoyu's dormant wisdom and intervene, altering the course of events. The Dark Queen's dual personalities began to clash and merge, instantaneously giving rise to a brand new spiritual consciousness. Little Jade's vivid crimson eyes softened, revealing a playful and agile essence, completely shedding the guise of malevolence and ferocity. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart, expressed Little Jade with a mesmerizing dual voice. At this moment, the persona of the Dark Queen remained intact, seamlessly intertwined with Little Jade's own wisdom, utterly indistinguishable from one another. Even the potions devised by her father had become ineffective, unable to restore her former self. "Welcome the Dark Queen to the Villain Alliance," said Loki, the slender and elongated trickster god, bowing elegantly while donning a ram-horned helmet. If superheroes can form alliances, why should villains not do the same? Without a doubt, the Dark Queen Little Jade would occupy a subordinate position within this newly formed alliance. "Oh dear, my father is at his wit's end," lamented the gaunt old man in a wool sweater, clutching his head in despair. "Little Jade, wake up. I am your Uncle Dragon." The archaeologist suddenly leaped against the wall, evading the thunderous bombs launched by shadow assassins, his face a portrait of alarm. "Address me as Dark Queen." "Jackie," Little Jade commanded, pointing sharply. In an instant, an even larger throng of shadow assassins surged forth to pounce on the archaeologist, quickly forming a mountain of bodies. As for the archaeologist, he managed to wriggle through the gaps, gasping for breath. A cascade of magical smoke then enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. When the fog dissipated, the Dark Queen, Loki, and an unfamiliar young man from the east had all departed from the rejuvenated Base 13. "Little Jade," murmured the sumo warrior Tulu, as if a piece of his heart were missing. The time spent together had forged a profound friendship between them. Little Jade often supervised Tulu's exercise regimen and sought suitable matchmaking prospects for him. "Caecilius, why did you not intervene to detain the enemy?" roared the dragon fighter Lopez, his face aflame with anger. The seasoned sorcerer from Kamartaj had remained a mere spectator, showing no inclination to assist, which was utterly unacceptable. "The Ancient One forbids us, sorcerers, from meddling in mortal disputes," Caecilius replied with composure. "You." Lopez hesitated, well aware of the strategies laid down by the supreme sorcerer. It was not Caecilius's fault. "Mr. Lopez, even if only half of the spellbook remains, it should be entrusted to Kamartaj for safekeeping," the stoic sorcerer stated, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not peruse or study it." The spellbook. This was Caecilius's objective, to employ the high-level rituals inscribed within to summon the ruler of the dark dimension into reality, fulfilling his vow to resurrect his wife and children. However, the spellbook had inexplicably been divided in two. What was to be done if he lacked the incantations he required? Chapter 41. The dragon descends upon the divine land. None. There is truly nothing. As Caecilius perused the tome of spells, his pupils began to constrict sharply, overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. The half-complete spellbook, pilfered by the dragon slayer Lopez, evidently catalogued a plethora of enhancement and auxiliary magics, encompassing a vast array of domains. However, it contained no offensive means, summoning rituals, or ancient incantations. The magic capable of tearing the barriers between realms and siphoning energy from the dark dimension was undoubtedly recorded in the other half of the spellbook. It was imperative to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dark Queen without delay. The grim-faced sorcerer, resembling a vulture, uttered with a venomous tone. He then cast aside the incomplete spellbook, his fingers tracing the air to conjure a resplendent portal, leading to the sorcerer's sanctum, to summon his fellow brethren. "Why did you not take the magical manuscript?" The others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. "Ah, the other half of the manuscript contains the essence of the spellbook." The elder exclaimed hoarsely. "What? The essence?" Chung Long and True stared wide-eyed at one another. "And one more thing. The elder requires rest." "Rest? Elder, Xiaoyu has become the Dark Queen, and her whereabouts remain unknown. How can we possibly sleep?" The archaeologist lamented, spewing indignation. "Xiaoyu. She was the distant niece entrusted to his care by relatives. Though a bit mischievous, she was far from a bad child and was, in fact, quite endearing. Yet, Chung Long could never have anticipated that in her quest for fashionable comparison, Xiaoyu's decision to tattoo a demonic insignia on her ankle would precipitate such dire consequences. How would their distant relatives in the harbor city react if they were to find out? The thought was chilling. Cheng Long, in a fit of anxiety, began to gnaw at his nails. He hoped that Ancient One would swiftly repel the minions of the dimensional demon and restore reality, awakening Chun Xiaoyu's rationality. Together, they would banish the Emperor of Demons. The Dragon Slayer clenched his fist, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The dimensional demon, a terrifying entity whose danger surpassed that of ancient demons, each governing unique alternate dimensions, perpetually scheming to invade reality and obliterate all that is beautiful. The original supreme sorcerer, Agamotto, recognized the threat posed by the dimensional demon and thus invested in the construction of 3 sorcerer sanctums, located in New York, London, and the harbor city. These 3 sanctums formed an impenetrable magical shield, enveloping the real world entirely to prevent the dimensional demon from encroaching upon humanity's sanctuary. Hence, the Supreme Ancient One had refrained from emerging to confront the Sorcerer Supreme. In truth, in a strict sense, the Phantom Demon King, Tala, was also a dimensional demon. For Tala wielded dominion over the Dark Kingdom. A faint aura of malevolence lingered about Caecilius. Lopez's eyes narrowed slightly with his keen perception. He naturally sensed the issues surrounding Caecilius. Perhaps Cassius was venturing into the realm of forbidden dark magic. One could only hope that the Ancient One had taken precautions. After all, external thieves are easier to thwart than treachery from within. The collapse of the Empire State Building inevitably began from within. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the harbor city of Kowloon, Basa Chang, often at the helm of the Basa Legion, is diligently supervising the construction crew as they embark on ambitious projects. With the esteemed title of an international philanthropist and the stature of a wealthy businessman from the provincial capital, Basa Chang navigated the intricate web of relationships in the port city with remarkable ease, securing the century-long operational rights for the Kowloon Peninsula at a remarkably modest friendship price. The Marvel Universe, while reminiscent of the past, possesses its own unique distinctions. For instance, the duration of the contracting period extends to 100 years, with preferential renewal terms, among other advantages. In summary, Basa Chang's identity as an international philanthropist significantly facilitated the bidding process for the contracts, particularly with the establishment of a multinational biotechnology company encompassing innovative pharmaceuticals, new energy, mechanical life, and artificial intelligence, a spectrum of cutting-edge industries. It is noteworthy that the investigative teams under the relevant authorities did not excessively interfere with the contracts. "I hope the master is pleased with my efficiency," remarked a middle-aged man with graying hair and a kindly demeanor, gazing down upon the Kowloon Peninsula while holding a goblet brimming with crimson wine, his face alight with anticipation. "Boss, the new recruits that the master has brought in are incredibly capable. We seem to lack any competitive edge," whispered La Su Adejo. "Silence," growled Valen through gritted teeth. At that moment, the 4 members of the Black Hand had transformed their appearances, donning disguises to represent the master and overseeing Basa Chang as completion of the contract. One cannot deny that Basa Chang, who has built an impressive enterprise from scratch, undoubtedly possesses exceptional skills. He is likely on the verge of receiving the master's favor. "Mr. Valen, when will the master visit the Kowloon Peninsula?" Basa Chang inquired, a radiant smile gracing his face as he raised his glass in a toast. At that instant, a torrent of magical smoke erupted, enveloping the area. The first figure to emerge was a striking young man of Eastern descent, exuding an aura of aloof charm akin to the protagonists of romantic novels. Following him was the sinister god Loki, adorned with a ram's horned helmet and wielding the scepter of the mind. The final appearance of a glimmering figure instantly sent Valen and his confidants into a state of alarm, gasping in astonishment. "Qin Xiaoyu, the master has abducted Jackie Chan's niece?" The crowd exclaimed in unison. "Address me as your majesty, foolish Black Hand," Xiaoyu retorted with a disdainful huff, her voice alluringly sinister. The enchanting duality of her tone left the 4 members of the Black Hand utterly astounded. With a flurry of swift shadows, figures materialized like living beings, transforming into fully armed black-clad ninjas. The sharp shurikens pressed against Valen's throat, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. No one dared to make a move. "Enough, Dark Queen. Forgive my foolish subordinates," Shendu interjected at an opportune moment, redirecting his attention to the bustling Kowloon Peninsula, where the construction crew was fervently at work. Excavators were diligently moving earth, and the orderly construction was beginning to take shape. "Excellent, Basa Chang. You shall soon receive my reward," Shendu remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he seemingly resolved to summon the slumbering palace ahead of time. Liberate the Dragon Legion trapped in the dimensional void. Under the guise of investment promotion and the establishment of a large multinational biotechnology group, with the protection of the esteemed Basa Chang, who would notice the strange occurrences on the Kowloon Peninsula. Almost forgotten, the city boasts a mage sanctuary, guarded by the Grand Mage Wang. The summoning ritual is bound to attract the attention of the arcane sorcerers. Shendu furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. The splendor of this city rivals that of New York. If one could command the Chitauri to conquer this place, it would be a sight to behold. The malevolent deity Loki gazed down at the vibrant harbor city, utterly impressed. The Chitauri? At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Shendu. Chapter 42, The Parents of Xiaoyu. The Battle of New York. This is a momentous event within the Marvel Universe. According to the original storyline, the villainous Loki steals the Tesseract to open a wormhole, allowing the Chitauri army to descend upon Earth, resulting in a cascade of calamities and repercussions. However, in the timeline Shendu inhabits, due to the misdeeds of the god of lies and deception, the Mind Stone has been lost, rewriting the impending narrative. To conceal a misdeed, one undoubtedly requires an even more astounding wrongdoer. Shendu smiled mischievously and commanded, "Loki, proceed to the Tricrescent Tower to fulfill the mission you bear." Mission? Loki was utterly bewildered. Summon the Chitauri to Earth. Yet, the location was not here, but in the west. The Stark Industrial Tower. Shendu elaborated. Why is this place unsuitable?" Loki asked, perplexed. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed at the vibrant eastern city at the horizon. He beheld a harmonious blend of modern and traditional architecture, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Even the aesthetically discerning Loki couldn't help but be awestruck. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts, Loki. This city was once the capital of the Demon Empire and shall be the capital of the future. Moreover, the Dark Queen's parents reside in this very city. Shendu's eyes narrowed, seemingly perceptive of Loki's intentions, and he hastily admonished him. The Dark Queen's homeland. The others exchanged glances. Even the suited thug Valen was hearing this detail for the first time, a revelation unknown to him before. I do miss my parents dearly, Xiaoyu expressed, her eyes reflecting sorrow as she gazed towards her hometown. In the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures, Xiaoyu hailed from a privileged background, free from want. Yet, in the current timeline, amidst a complex world of intertwined backgrounds, her parents are not of affluent means but rather genuine members of the working class, residing near the still-standing Kowloon walled city. Despite their polished appearance, the weariness and busyness of Xiaoyu's parents could not be concealed. Since that is the case, why not pay a visit to your parents? Shendu suggested kindly. My convoy is already prepared. Basichang promptly interjected. As the foremost tycoon of the beautiful island, ranking among the illustrious figures in Forbes' Eastern celebrity list, and a renowned philanthropist dedicated to charitable causes, Basichang possesses a plethora of medals and titles, maneuvering seamlessly through both the legitimate and shadowy realms. Even in the vast expanse of the mainland, he boasts a multitude of loyal followers and allies. After all, wealth can indeed transcend the mundane. In comparison to personal might, the power of money is unparalleled. The roar of engines fills the air as a magnificent, pristine white Rolls-Royce Phantom leads the procession. The iconic Spirit of Ecstasy gracefully adorns the front, flanked by a convoy of Harley motorcycles. An array of limited-edition luxury vehicles stretches into a long line, causing even the most seasoned onlookers to gaze in awe. Could it be that a foreign dignitary is visiting the governor? Surely, it must be a rental. Could it be that Basichang has arrived? Continuous gasps of astonishment echo through the crowd. Paparazzi trail the motorcade, only to be taken aback as they discover that Basichang and his entourage have ventured into a secluded, dilapidated suburban area, a breeding ground for crime, synonymous with chaos and filth. Even the governor is at his wits' end with the notorious Kowloon walled city. The residents peer out to catch a glimpse of the luxurious convoy, feeling a surge of excitement and wonder. Upon learning that the internationally acclaimed philanthropist Basichang is visiting their enclave, the residents become even more fervent. They spontaneously form a lion dance procession, celebrating the esteemed guest's arrival with jubilance. Crackling firecrackers fill the air. Then, the passenger door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom swings open. The occasionally seen international philanthropist Basichang, undeterred by the astonished gazes of the residents, circles around to open the rear door. Two striking figures emerge. The first man exudes a dazzling charisma. Akin to a Hollywood superstar, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, his features flawless and proportions impeccable. His starry eyes possess an intriguing depth, devoid of any frivolity, instead radiating a cool aloofness and gentlemanly charm that captures the hearts of countless young women. Accompanying him is a figure reminiscent of a dark, gothic Lolita, exuding an aura of icy detachment, marked by a rebellious and untamed spirit. Xiaoyu, a nearby middle-aged couple, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, gasps in astonishment. Mom and Dad, I'm here to take you home, Xiaoyu exclaims, arms outstretched, rushing towards her weary parents with a radiant smile. Home? Aren't we living in Kowloon walled city? The couple looks on, perplexed, their curiosity piqued about the noble young man accompanying Xiaoyu, who seems far from a distant relative like Jackie Chan. Let us go. Shendu snaps his fingers. However, the residents of Kowloon walled city appear reluctant to let Shendu depart. Initially, the crowd was filled with joy, believing the enclave was on the verge of being redeveloped by the internationally renowned philanthropist Basichang. Drums were beating and firecrackers were popping, only to face the stark reality that Kowloon walled city, an extra-legal territory, remains an undeniable hotbed of crime and chaos. Even the most skilled inspectors dare not tread here. Moreover, the Kowloon walled city is a labyrinthine haven for the nefarious, harboring numerous notorious criminals who conceal their identities. To think they would depart without leaving a trace of benefit is utterly laughable. A procession of formidable men, their arms adorned with red silk, swiftly encircled the luxurious convoy of the Ba family. Mr. Wenwu, it appears there has been a slight complication. The Xinghong Society's thugs are intent on causing disruption. Should we teach them a lesson? A masked assassin, his face painted in the traditional Peking opera style, stood atop a high platform, surveying the bustling streets of the walled city, and reported, "This is the dealer of death. His true name is Li Qinglin, an indispensable member of the Ten Rings gang. His words often reflect the will of Master Man. Do not meddle. If the Holy Lord lacks the prowess to resolve issues, he is unworthy of my regard as a rival." From within the dimly lit confines, a refined and melodious Cantonese voice emerged. A middle-aged gentleman, impeccably attired in a crisp white shirt, set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, addressing the assembly. Wenwu is not his true name. This middle-aged man goes by many aliases, such as Zhaowei, Yuan, and Yongren, among others. However, compared to these outdated monikers, he favors a more representative title, Masterman. His veins pulse with the blood of a golden lineage, a malevolent leader from the era of warlords and chaos. In his relentless pursuit of knowledge, he ultimately forsook all that was easily attainable. As time passed, in search of his once-lost treasures, Masterman reinvented himself, crossing the harbor city under a new name and identity, taking refuge in the tumultuous Kowloon-walled city, poised to seize his moment. Mr. Wenwu, is that youth truly the Holy Lord? The one who once ruled the divine land twice, burdened with endless infamy, the fire tyrant who slumbered for a millennium? The dealer of death, Li Qinglin, reiterated in disbelief. It is astonishing to think that the ancient demon chronicled in history has disguised himself as a domineering CEO, even investing in the Ba family's endeavor to undertake the development of the Kowloon Peninsula, aiming to establish a multinational biotechnology firm. What could the Holy Lord possibly seek? Indeed, it is that formidable demon tyrant. Mr. Wenwu smirked, though his eyes bore no hint of mirth. Chapter 43. The renown of Black Tiger Afu Kowloon-walled city stands as a living fortress, its roots entwined and teeming with countless lawbreakers and the most wanted criminals in the divine land. With a population of approximately 50,000, the majority of its residents belong to the lower echelons of society, akin to the parents of Xiaoyu, enduring the bullying of thugs and gang factions while striving for survival in the crevices of existence. In a desperate bid to secure a promising future for their daughter, Xiaoyu's parents reluctantly sent her across the ocean to San Francisco, shamelessly seeking the assistance of distant relatives, the bachelor Changlong and her father. Little did they anticipate that Xiaoyu would return to Kowloon-walled city alone, forming an alliance with a stranger, and resolve to leave the city behind. The crucial question remains, could the Xinhong society acquiesce? To fund their daughter's overseas journey, they had taken out a high-interest loan. Boss Chen, congratulations on your daughter's triumphant return. It seems the loan has been repaid in full. A robust man, adorned with scars and tattoos, his voice grating and teeth yellowed, exhaled a cloud of smoke. This is the enforcer of the Xinhong society, Scarred Chong, the creditor of Xiaoyu's parents. Once, they borrowed 100,000 silver dollars. And now, compounded interest has escalated to a truly astronomical figure. It demands that Xiaoyu's parents dedicate their lifetimes to repayment. Parents? Loan? A young girl, clad in dark Gothic attire, blinked in confusion. Is it because of going abroad that you have returned, Xiaoyu? The middle-aged couple, exuding frustration, queried. Were you mistreated by Jackie Chan and your father? Are you struggling to adapt to foreign environments? Loneliness? That is still preferable to life at home. Indeed. This reflects the prevailing sentiment of the masses. The reason Shendu entrusted Ba Shichang to establish a multinational biotechnology company on the Kowloon Peninsula is to counteract this trend of blind admiration for foreign cultures. By employing a plethora of system rewards, he seeks to reshape the land of China. While personal strength may dominate temporarily, only a transformative legal system can endure through the ages. For instance, the unification of characters and transportation under the first emperor, the world-renowned Chinatown. Of course, this is a monumental task, not to be achieved overnight. However, Shendu, embodying the fire demon, possesses ample lifespan and vigor to undertake this challenge. Hello? Is anyone listening to me? Scarred Chong's expression darkened as he extinguished his cigarette and said in a hushed tone, Boss Chun, you wouldn't dare to default on the loan, would you? To refuse repayment to the Xinhong society is sheer folly. As his words echoed, Scarred Chong's fingers splayed, lunging towards the Gothic-clad Xiaoyu. His muscular physique pulsated with life, exuding explosive strength, all thanks to the awakening of the Factor. The Factor, a unique synthetic material implanted into Earth's life forms by celestial beings, will induce a boundless array of beneficial mutations in the target. This mysterious genetic substance has been passed down since ancient times, evolving into a lineage of mutants. With nearly 10 billion inhabitants on Earth, no one can ascertain how many uncontrollable mutants are hidden within the world. Mutants are categorized into 7 levels. Zeta level represents artificially replicated factors. Epsilon level signifies mutants with significant defects or little to no purpose. Delta level comprises 50% of mutants, possessing normal appearances and unique talents, though they may blend into the masses. Gamma level harbors formidable mutant abilities, albeit with severe life-altering flaws. Beta level nearly reaches the alpha level of power, but lacks the ability to control their abilities at will. Above this, the Omega level presents a vast disparity in combat prowess. A select few rival the might of celestial beings, such as the Phoenix and Scarlet Witch. These are great entities that even the celestial beings dare not provoke. As for the formidable Scarred Strong before him, he was likely a rather powerful mutant, having activated a passive skill that emphasized physical strength. It seems that in the land of Shinjo, mutants are referred to as awakeners. Shendu furrowed his brow. In an instant, the ethereal force emanating from the chicken talisman surged forth, transforming into an invisible hand that seized Scarred Strong with great ferocity. There he stood, frozen in a bizarre posture, veins bulging on his forehead, his blood vessels surging, resembling a statue, utterly immobile. His fists were rendered ineffective. An awakener. Scarred Strong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his soul in turmoil. Was there truly an awakener of the psychic domain nearby? Who could it be? His gaze, a mixture of shock and fury, swept around, yet yielded no results. Suddenly, a piercing laughter erupted, igniting the atmosphere like a fuse, detonating the entire Kowloon-walled city. Countless residents of the enclave doubled over in laughter. Silence. Shut your mouths. Get ready to attack, commanded the previously arrogant members of the Xinghong Society, their expressions akin to that of someone who had just tasted excrement. Without exception, the brawny men bound in red silk were enforcers of the Xinghong Society. With a rush, the muscular men charged toward the opulent convoy of the Ba family. However, before they could approach, they retreated at an astonishing speed, crashing against the outer wall of the Kowloon-walled city, leaving behind a web of cracks. A figure with fiery red hair, resembling an enraged lion, the martial artist Heihu Afyu, led a cadre of suited thugs including Walong and the Ba Legion. Appearing before the crowd, Tony Chun, Sun Zhengong, Fu Hongfa. The gasps of astonishment echoed continuously. The high-ranking residents of the Kowloon-walled city, including numerous criminals, nefarious forces, local gang leaders, drug lords, and influential figures, could not help but exclaim in shock upon seeing the towering figure at the forefront. Fu Hongfa, the invincible bandit of Foshan, who had bested all in Hong Kong. His notoriety was such that even the director of the inspection department once attempted to recruit him, only to be rebuffed by Heihu Afyu. His whereabouts had since become a mystery. Why had he appeared in the convoy of the prominent philanthropist Basa? Had he become the bodyguard of this internationally renowned benefactor? Tony Chun and Sun Zhenging were also notorious figures in the underworld. The fact that they were accompanying Heihu Afyu in the Kowloon-walled city hinted at an impending upheaval. The crowd could not help but engage in fervent discussion. The once-hidden supercriminals felt a surge of dread, fearful of attracting Fu Hongfa's attention. You seem somewhat dissatisfied? Boomed the powerful and imposing Heihu Afyu, his voice commanding respect without anger. Those who wish to challenge me, step forward. I relish the opportunity to crush the weak. Gulp. The thugs of the Xinghong Society sat helplessly on the ground, utterly overwhelmed by fear of Heihu Afyu. After all, a name carries weight, and a shadow looms large. Brother Fu Hongfa, it has been many years. How have you fared? Your junior has never forgotten your kindness. By the way, the debt owed by Boss Chen is hereby forgiven. Scarred Strong exclaimed, his face a mask of flattery, grinning like a sycophant eager to please his master. Ah? The sudden and extreme reversal of circumstances utterly shocked Xiaoyu's parents. To what remarkable figure had their daughter attached herself? Let us go. Xiaoyu urged her parents as they approached the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom nearby. Ah Fu, the Kowloon-walled city is in your hands, Shendu remarked with a smile. At that moment, everyone finally came to a realization. It turned out that Ah Fu, the Black Tiger, was not employed by the wealthy businessman Basa Chang from Taiwan, but rather by the unassuming yet imposing young man standing before them. Chapter 44. The New York Incident. My palace is situated directly beneath the Kowloon-walled city? Shendu's gaze was piercing and profound as he felt an echoing call from the depths below. After escaping the hellish grasp of demons, the Holy Lord, having forsaken his promises to his brethren, once again ruled alone over the eastern continent. Ultimately, he established his capital in the Kowloon Peninsula, constructing a palace and imperial city. However, the warrior of the Lin dynasty, Lopez, sealed it into a statue. A millennium passed, and the landscape underwent dramatic transformations. The Kowloon-walled city arose, precisely atop the Holy Lord's sleeping quarters. Yet, this might not be entirely disadvantageous, with the decayed and antiquated Kowloon-walled city concealing it. No one would discover the hidden wonders within. A smile crept across Shendu's lips as he commanded Ah Fu, the Black Tiger, to lead the suited thugs, along with his confidants and the entire Basa Legion, to find ways to clear the residents from the walled city. Demolish the Kowloon-walled city. Leave only the facade as a cover, he ordered, ensuring the task would be completed. Ah Fu, with a fierce and menacing grin, clenched his fists, causing a cacophony of cracking bones to erupt. We shall prove our worth anew, declared the suited thug, Valen, slicking back his silver hair and leaning on his gentleman's cane. His expression one of grim determination. The Basa Legion charged forth. Tony Chun was the first to step up, racing towards the chaotic Kowloon-walled city. A native of the harbor city, he possessed a deeper understanding of the walled city than his companions. Indeed, this was a genuine lawless domain, a breeding ground for crime and depravity, gambling, fraud, Usually, the pervasive transgressions dominated the narrative of the Kowloon-walled city. However, it was not entirely devoid of rules and order. The residents had formed the Kowloon Committee, where various gang leaders and local powers elected a truly respected figure to oversee all matters within the enclave. The likes of Scar from the Hyung-Hing-Hung Society were hardly on the same level. The 9 leaders controlled transportation, pyramid schemes, solicitation, and adult care, encompassing multiple aspects of daily life. In essence, they held the reins of life and death within the Kowloon-walled city. Yet, how could these local factions withstand the might of the Basa Legion, which absorbed demonic energy? Under Tony Chun's lead, Afu, the Black Tiger, and Valen, along with their confidants, stormed through the city, reaching the opulent headquarters of the Kowloon Committee. In the face of absolute power, the rules of the secular world and the chivalry of the martial realm were utterly ineffectual. Creak. The palm of the Black Tiger Afu transformed, and the dragon-shaped tattoo on his chest radiated a brilliant light, his fingers resembling iron hooks, resembling fearsome dragon claws. He swiftly severed the arm of a burly henchman right before their eyes. An awakened one. Afu had unexpectedly become an awakened one, possessing the ability to manipulate the switch of his powers, his limbs morphing into dragon claws. This is the hallmark of a high-level awakened one. The term awakened one is a unique designation for mutants in the land of Shenzhou. Although there are 7 classifications, the Shenzhou court broadly defines them into 7 tiers. Eschewing the complex Western descriptions, they measure levels through threats and destructive power, perhaps due to the cosmic deity's favor. The probability of awakening factors among the citizens of Shenzhou is quite high, with even the possibility of multiple mutations. Within the confines of Kowloon City, the infamous supercriminals and malevolent leaders, all of whom are wanted fugitives by the court, are unexceptionally embroiled in a web of intrigue. Therefore, their defiance is even more pronounced. Afu, why must you make things difficult for us? The forces within Kowloon City are deeply entrenched and far-reaching. Your powerful backers are undoubtedly beyond your control. This will surely incite the discontent of the elders in the capital. An elderly man in a tang suit, short in stature and with a grave expression, spoke solemnly. Indeed, the existence of Kowloon City is justified. If it weren't for the court's endorsement, it would have been razed to the ground long ago. How dare you act with such impunity? Emphasized another bald, portly figure. The court? The elders? Endorsement? The 9 leading figures remained unyielding, seated in their grand chairs, casting sharp and discerning glances. As expected, the legend of the dragon-slaying warriors is but a mere fable. What transpires before us is the stark reality. Let us depart. We shall hold no grudges. Remember to convey my regards to Basachang on behalf of the prince. The bald leader waved his hand dismissively. Kowloon City, a veritable cancer upon the land of Shenzhou, an undeniable lawless realm, surely possesses powerful patrons who safeguard its existence. Numerous illicit experimental institutions and clandestine research projects, smuggling, money laundering, human trafficking, organ harvesting, and other nefarious activities can almost always be traced back to Kowloon City. It is said that the greatest shield for the 9 leading figures is not the elders of the court, but rather the World Security Council across the ocean. Secretary General Alexander Pierce. Even the Eastern authorities, with their 300,000 stationed agents in the Divine Spear Bureau, must heed the commands of the Secretary General of the Council. Are you beginning to feel fear? Then hurry and leave. A muscle-bound man adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos threatened. This individual is also an awakened one. A bona fide beta-level mutant, with a threat level reaching astonishing heights. He has previously annihilated entire families of his enemies, notorious for his heinous deeds. An urgent bulletin interrupts with a significant international news report. Stark Industries has unleashed a dazzling beam of light, opening a spatial wormhole. Hideous extraterrestrial beings are rampaging through New York. All flights to the United States are set to return. A finely made-up female host, her face stricken with panic, gazed at the live broadcast from the field reporters, reciting the news script. In an instant, the headquarters of the 9 Dragons Committee fell into an eerie silence. The crowd was rendered speechless as the screen displayed an astonishing scene. An industrial edifice, rich with a sci-fi aura, projected brilliant and dazzling beams of energy that tore through the heavens, penetrating the barriers between realms. Through the wormhole, one could faintly glimpse the majestic expanse of outer space. Celestial bodies of diverse hues rotated languidly. A gargantuan steel fortress loomed amidst the starry ocean. Unsightly and bizarre extraterrestrial beings piloted small gliding war machines, swiftly traversing the spatial vortex, charging toward the bustling streets lined with towering skyscrapers. The deity of lies and deceit, adorned in dark leather armor and a ram-horned helmet, raised his arm in jubilant celebration, reveling in the anticipated disorder and chaos. Has it begun? A resonant, magnetic voice echoed. The Dark Queen, clad in Gothic attire, and a strikingly handsome young man with chiseled features appeared seemingly out of thin air before the gathered dignitaries. Buzz. A magical projection materialized in midair. The mad visage of the dark god Loki twisted into a manic grin as he reported, "Boss, the mission is accomplished. We have successfully summoned the Chitauri to Earth. What is the next step? An assault on the Academy and also on the Three Wings Tower. Don't forget the World Security Council," Shendu replied with a smirk. After all, Pierce's subordinate crossed me. With that, his languid gaze swept over the assembly of dignitaries. Silence. It was as if the flutter of a fly's wings could be heard. The crowd held its breath, too fearful to even exhale. Who was this enigmatic young man? Capable of commanding extraterrestrial forces? Just eliminate them all. Why waste time? The Dark Queen, crossing her arms, scoffed. The moment those words left her lips, shadows on the ground leapt upwards as if animated, transforming into fully armed shadow ninjas. They stood silently, instantaneously blocking the escape routes of the dignitaries. Magic? Illusion? Or perhaps some supernatural power? The Nine Dragons Committee had descended into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. How intriguing. So this is what the sovereign is like, so different from the demon emperor I had imagined. Suddenly, applause echoed from a distance. A middle-aged gentleman, clad in a pristine white shirt and possessing a calm demeanor, smiled broadly. Behind him stood a black-clad masked assassin, adorned with the painted face of a Peking opera character. Chapter 45, The Sovereign's Fan? Son of Odin. The gentleman bore a striking resemblance to the legendary star Zhao Wei from the port city of the past. His melancholic yet vibrant gaze cast a penetrating look, devoid of warmth, instead exuding an icy demeanor. The assassin behind him, arms crossed, radiated an even more intense, hostile aura. How should I address you? Wenwu? Or perhaps Zhengzhu? Sunzhong? Or Fu Manchu? Masterman? A smile crept onto Shendu's lips. Surprised to encounter such a notorious figure from the Marvel Universe in the Kowloon Walled City, the leader of the Ten Rings Gang. A former crime lord who once briefly ruled over the land of China. The malevolent leader who has survived for centuries. Strictly speaking, since the fighter Lop from the Lin dynasty subdued the Holy Master, the nefarious forces stirring trouble in the Eastern world have been led by the Ten Rings Gang, headed by the enigmatic Mandarin. After the passage of countless years, their minions have spread across the globe, engaging in various inhumane illegal activities, thereby constructing an unprecedented vast empire of crime. The world-renowned billionaire Tony Stark, who transformed into Iron Man to combat crime as a superhero, owes his success to the contributions of Raz, an operative of the Ten Rings organization. The Mandarin remains indifferent to the actions of the Ten Rings branches, for he harbors a far more significant ambition: to reclaim dominion over the Eastern world and lead the land of China to become the strongest empire on Earth. Call it what you will, I am indifferent, though my registered name is Wenwu. Wenwu shrugged, his pristine white shirt remaining immaculate even after traversing the filthy Kowloon Walled City. Complemented by his meticulously styled hair, he exuded a sunny and gentle aura, making it utterly inconceivable that he was the true identity of the malevolent leader who founded this colossal empire of crime, the Mandarin. He possesses the bloodline of a golden family. His true origins and history now lost to time. He appears to fill the void left by the Tyrant of Fire, the Holy Master, becoming a formidable scourge upon the land of China. So, you intend to rescue the various decision-makers? Shendu squinted, probing for answers. He could vaguely discern the metallic bracelets concealed within Wenwu's sleeves, 5 on each arm, totaling 10 rings. They harbor boundless energy and magical prowess, sustaining the Mandarin's longevity and youthful appearance. The bracelets are inscribed with mysterious and arcane symbols, reminiscent of the magical runes wielded by Lop. It is said that they can even interfere with the elemental existence of various materials, seemingly encompassing all things within the realms of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. The Holy Master is overly concerned. I merely come to deal with traitors and reclaim what is rightfully mine, Wenwu candidly revealed, stating that his mission was nearly complete, and he was about to depart from the Kowloon Walled City. He also intended to pay a visit to the once-admired Demon Emperor. Once? The crowd keenly noted this pivotal word, once admired. It appears that admiration has now turned to disdain. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows silently approached the Mandarin from all directions. Suddenly, they morphed into fully armed ninja figures, leaping from the ground, gripping shurikens and kunai, and instantly targeting their mark. To provoke the Holy Master is to stand against my Dark Queen, Xiaoyu proclaimed, her arms outstretched as a gust of air lifted her skirt. Accompanied by an enchanting dual voice, countless shadow ninjas soared into the air, surrounding the Mandarin in layers. Bang, 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 bang. A torrent of invisible force surged forth as masked assassins, adorned with the painted faces of Peking opera, sprang into action. Their speed was so rapid that the naked eye could scarcely trace their movements. The invisible force, akin to a tempest, obliterated the surrounding shadow ninjas, sending their souls back to the Dark Kingdom. Enough, Xiaoyu. Do not disturb my fans. I have always been exceptionally lenient towards them, holding no grudges. Shendu clapped his hands, halting the counterattack of the Dark Queen. It must be said that the prowess of Master Man's trusted death dealer is formidable. Merely relying on the capabilities of the Ninja Corps is insufficient to overcome this individual, thus there is no need to squander any more time. The pressing matter at hand remains the renovation of the Kowloon walled city. Within the palace constructed by the Holy Lord lies an array of treasures, exquisite collectibles, divine weapons, and magical artifacts. Among them is even the mask of General Ninja, the commander of the Ninja Corps, the Phantom Shadow. What remarkable transformation might occur if Xiao Yu were to absorb the mask and release the sealed soul? Undoubtedly, it is something to eagerly anticipate. Shendu has evidently decided to focus on nurturing Xiao Yu, designating her as the Phantom Queen to govern the Dark Kingdom, thereby completely sidelining Terra. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Holy Lord. By the way, the words of the balding decision-maker are not unfounded. The founding elders of the Celestial Kingdom indeed hold the Kowloon walled city in high regard. This is a friendly reminder from the fans. Master Man's lips curled into a smile as he strolled leisurely out of the Kowloon Committee's headquarters, his slender silhouette gradually vanishing down the corridor. The others felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. In the presence of these two towering figures of malevolence, they hardly dared to breathe, fearing that they might attract the attention of one of these formidable overlords. A grave fate awaited the unwary. Master Man and the Holy Lord are, almost without exception, names renowned throughout the land of the Celestial Kingdom. They have successively wreaked havoc across the Central Plains. However, compared to the Demon of Fire, the Holy Lord, Master Man's reputation and might seem to overshadow that of his counterpart. After all, the Ten Rings gang remains active within the borders of the Celestial Kingdom, while the Holy Lord has become elusive. So the Kowloon walled city is indeed the handiwork of the founding elders? It seems the marvel world of the Celestial Kingdom is on the brink of decay, riddled with the infiltration of foreign forces. Shendu's pupils slightly constricted, suddenly finding the situation intriguing. It was as if he were about to become the embodiment of justice, bringing boundless light to the waning Marvel world. Through the numerous items rewarded by the system, he could thoroughly address resource depletion, material shortages, global warming, and the escalating food crisis. I hope Dr. Drake and Red have made progress. The arc reactor-powered Kirov drones, the super serum derived from the fusion of mutant cells and compound No. 5. I almost forgot about you. Have you made the right decisions? Shendu snapped his fingers. Black Tiger Afu immediately stepped forward, seizing the muscular man adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, glaring fiercely. The suited thug Valen, along with his confidants, Lajua and Zhou, and the leaders of the Basi Legion, Tony Chun, Sun Zhengong, Hegear, and Bob Heiskok, instantly surrounded the city leaders. It seemed that a negative response would prompt an execution. Move. We must leave the Kowloon walled city at once. Spare us, my lord. The city leaders complied resolutely. In a desperate bid for survival, one found themselves under the command of the formidable Black Tiger Afu, opting to betray the esteemed elders of the capital in hopes of garnering the trust of the Holy Lord. Countless secrets were whispered into the ears of Shendu meanwhile. Across the vast ocean, the vibrant city of New York was embroiled in a cataclysmic battle that reverberated throughout the globe. Events unfolded precisely as scripted, with a resonant hum. The malevolent deity Loki, adorned with his horned helmet and grasping the scepter of the mind, unleashed radiant beams that thwarted the barrage of incoming arrows. With a visage replete with exaggerated mockery, he coldly proclaimed, "Do not presume that victory is assured, Avengers. I have mastered the spells inscribed in the Grand Tome of Sorcery. I am now invincible." As Loki brandished his scepter, a multitude of magical secrets, mysterious runes, and incantations flickered within his irises. At this moment, he truly embodied the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms. Even a fragmented tome of spells afforded Loki an unprecedented enhancement, akin to unlocking the gates to another dimension. An array of knowledge, theories, techniques, and rituals liberated him from his previous insignificance. Of course, all of this was made possible by the selfless tyrant of fire, the Holy Lord. "Loki, cease your foolish actions. Father will never permit your recklessness," boomed a thunderous voice, accompanied by fierce, crackling lightning that surged ever closer. A towering Viking warrior, with golden hair tied back like a wolf's tail and a physique of immense strength, gripped a short-handled warhammer, his eyes betraying sorrow and fury as he implored for surrender. His crimson cloak billowed in the wind, arcs of electricity dancing across his form. The thunder god of Norse mythology descended from the lofty realms to confront the existential crisis orchestrated by his half-brother. Chapter 46. The Anti-Holy Lord armor with a crackling sound. Ferocious lightning streaked past, and the formidable figure wielding the hammer of the thunder god appeared as if he were on the brink of concluding the grand narrative with a single blow. Hammer brother, Thor. He is the deity of thunder and strength from Asgard, presiding over storms, war, and agriculture. Renowned as the mightiest among the gods and the strongest warrior of the Aesir. Loki, lay down your weapons and surrender. I shall beseech Father to forgive your transgressions. Thor's voice resonated like thunder, akin to a storm passing through. Even buildings far beyond the vicinity of 177 Bleak Street could hear the roar of the god of thunder and strength. As if an irreconcilable rift had formed between the Nordic brothers. A plump wizard with Eastern features chuckled, 177 Bleak Street. Is that the site of the Mage Sanctuary in New York? Does San Francisco have one as well? The thin, wool-sweater-clad elder exclaimed with curiosity. Father can come over for tea any time. 3 grand sanctuaries for sorcerers have been erected upon the earth, strategically located in Harbor City, New York, and London. Unfortunately, San Francisco lacks suitable ley line nodes for the establishment of such a sanctuary. A robust figure clad in a green ensemble, with a close-cropped hairstyle, addressed the gathering with a gentle demeanor. His name is Mordo, a baron from a small nation in Western Europe, and the chief disciple of the mystical realm of Kamartash. He is revered as the elder brother among numerous sorcerers, possessing a wealth of talent and profound knowledge, adept at wielding arcane magic across diverse domains, and skilled in guiding apprentices to grasp the essence of magic and explore the unknown. To outsiders, the successor to the Ancient One appears to be none other than Baron Mordo, groomed to become the next master of Kamartash. However, as history has revealed, Baron Mordo ultimately fell short of claiming the title of Supreme Sorcerer, bested by the newcomer Stephen Strange. In a fit of humiliation and rage, he defected from Kamartash. Mr. Lopez remarked, it seems that the alien forces are intensifying their assaults. Are they deliberately targeting the sanctuaries of sorcery? He furrowed his brow, for he was one of the few grand sorcerers of Kamartash, second only to the Ancient One and Dr. Strange in strength. As he spoke, the assembly was abruptly alerted to a horde of grotesque extraterrestrial beings charging furiously towards the area surrounding the sanctuaries, particularly targeting 177 Bleecker Street, one of the prime objectives of the malevolent deity Loki. Moreover, other targets included the Academy of Young Geniuses in Westchester County, the Triskelion in Washington, D.C., the World Security Council, and even the formidable Fisk Corporation from Hell's Kitchen. Each of these locations possessed relics of the Sorcerer Supreme, embodying the boundless divine power of the 12 sigils. Merely relying on the capabilities of shadowy assassins would not suffice for a successful heist. Should Shendu personally intervene, it would undoubtedly create an uproar, prompting a collective response from superheroes, thus stalling the retrieval plan. At this moment, the opportune time has finally arrived. Amidst the backdrop of the Chitauri descending upon New York, pillaging and wreaking havoc, the Sigil Recovery Initiative has been reactivated. In the near future, the gangs and nefarious elements of Kowloon Walled City will have completed their relocation, in the slumbering palace of the Sorcerer Supreme, buried deep beneath the Kowloon Peninsula. Will rise once more. Xiaoyu, I assure you, no castle could rival the grandeur of my palace. If such a thing exists, it ought to be obliterated immediately, Shendu declared with a smile. Having traversed the oceanic expanse and arrived at the renowned metropolis, the epicenter of the Marvel Universe, a city teeming with countless superheroes and villainous adversaries, New York. The towering Empire State Building loomed majestically over the cityscape. Suddenly, the heavens parted, revealing a vast rift, from which a swirling vortex emerged. The forces of space surged, erupting forth as azure beams of light relentlessly tore apart the barriers between realms, facilitating the passage of the Chitauri army, comparable in scale to a planetary fortress. Gradually, we are ushering into a tranquil Earth. The cosmos resembles a dark forest, where every civilization acts as a gun-wielding hunter. Any civilization that reveals its existence shall face the dire consequences of annihilation. After all, the resources of the multiverse are both constant and finite, while the total population continues to escalate. The myriad resources vital for the survival of cosmic civilizations are inherently scarce and non-renewable. Thus, warfare emerges as the sole means of resolution. Listen closely. The screams and wails of the masses, how melodious they are. The Dark Queen, Xiaoyu, remarked with a look of rapture on her face. Regarding the foreign kin with golden hair and azure eyes, the 2 Eastern demons felt no trace of compassion. When the Western powers ravaged the land of Shenzhou, their state of mind must have mirrored their own. The so-called Thanksgiving is steeped in blood and slaughter. Only the descendants of the dragon, nurtured by the land of Shenzhou, can be deemed the true higher beings. Shendu snapped his fingers. Instantly, a magical projection materialized, delineating several regions, utilizing the perspective of a shadow assassin for real-time broadcasting. This was an advanced spell transcribed from a fragmentary grimoire, a newly conceived incantation birthed after the sealing of the Holy Master. It is the progressive art of multiple mirroring. At present, the city of Sin is scattered with 9 talismans. Excluding the 4 upon the Dragon Slayer, Lope, there remain those of the ox, dragon, monkey, pig, and rabbit. The ox symbolizes the Holy Master's boundless physical prowess, an infinite reservoir of strength. The dragon embodies fiery explosive power, capable of unleashing an inferno so terrifying that it could obliterate all. It is, in essence, the Holy Master's life talisman, augmenting the ferocity and might of flames. The monkey is ever-changing, so elusive that even the supreme sorcerers cannot unravel its disguise. The pig possesses piercing vision, comparable to the heat vision of the son of Krypton from the neighboring universe. The rabbit, swift in movement, when paired with the chicken talisman, equals flight. It can even traverse through time, journeying to both the past and future. Zoom. The intense roar of engines reverberated. A figure adorned in gold and crimson raced rapidly, swiftly approaching from afar. The reactor at its chest radiated pure brilliance. The titanium alloy armor, meticulously crafted and assembled, showcased lines that exuded a sense of technological elegance. Its shell appeared to be inscribed with complex hieroglyphs reminiscent of ancient script from before the Qin dynasty, emanating an aura of righteousness and magical intimidation. This groundbreaking enchanted equipment, the anti-holy master armor, amalgamates the essence of magic and technology. However, even with Tony Stark's unparalleled genius in the Marvel Universe, his foray into the realm of magic has been brief. The profundity of Eastern culture, coupled with the complexity of ancient script, renders memorization, comprehension, and illustration a formidable challenge. The materials for enchantment are exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, making Stark's enchanted ensemble remain at a relatively rudimentary level, akin to that of a magical apprentice. Nevertheless, such progress has already left the Dragon Slayer, Lope, in awe. He, in his lifetime, imparted wisdom to countless gifted disciples of diverse hues and lineages, including the illustrious clans of the Divine Land and the nobility of the Lin dynasty. Yet, none could rival Tony Stark. Captain, several waves of extraterrestrial monstrosities are advancing towards your position, a smug Iron Man, adorned with his distinctive mustache, alerted through the communication device. Buzz. In an instant, flames erupted from his palms and soles, propelling him into the air. A pulse ray infused with magical elements, shimmering in a vibrant emerald hue, swiftly pierced through a throng of clawing Chitauri. With his heightened perception and intuitive resistance to dark sorcery, Stark abruptly redirected his gaze towards the towering dome of the Empire State Building, faintly sensing fluctuations of black energy. Yet, neither satellite radar nor the naked eye could detect it. Could this be an illusion? It appears that magic has its drawbacks as well. Stark chuckled in bemusement. Diving once more, he aimed at a peculiar group of Chitauri. Martial and magical prowess? Intriguing, remarked Shendu, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he harnessed the power of the serpent charm, remaining cloaked in invisibility. Chapter 47. The Observer's Astonishment. The grotesque, biomechanical extraterrestrial warriors, bearing dark brown skin and twisted features, piloted small hovering crafts, wielding laser weapons that emitted radiant beams. They unleashed indiscriminate attacks in the bustling streets lined with skyscrapers. The Chitauri, who had caught the eye of the cosmic titan Thanos, undoubtedly belonged to a civilization of notable advancement, their technological prowess surpassing that of contemporary Earth. Were it not for the narrative intervention of a nuclear strike obliterating the Chitauri's living fortress, leading to the downfall of all extraterrestrial fighters, the Avengers would have struggled to salvage the situation. The entire Earth would have succumbed to the Chitauri's rampant dominion. From Stark Industries, the forces expanded infinitely in all directions, akin to a genuine locust swarm, poised to conquer every corner of the world. This was the aura of the protagonist's glory. Otherwise, the story could not progress. The constraints of film duration left the Battle of New York with an unsatisfactory conclusion. True interstellar warfare could never be so trivial. Damn it. Cover the evacuation of civilians to the nearby bomb shelter. Phil Coulson, with his earnest visage, appeared flustered as he led a SHIELD team into swift rescue operations. In the original narrative, this well-meaning character met his demise when pierced through the chest by the malevolent Loki, only to be resurrected later through the enigmatic Tahiti project. He even ascended to become the formidable director of SHIELD, vanquishing the remnants of Hydra and various crises posed by supervillains. Yet, with Shendu's subtle interference, a series of chain reactions ensued. The flapping of a butterfly in the Amazon rainforest unleashed an immense and terrifying storm upon coastal cities thousands of miles away. The trajectory of the story thus experienced unpredictable twists and turns. It appears we are in a far more thrilling and chaotic parallel universe. Who, then, shall bring this farce to an end? The magnificent and grand expanse of outer space, a vast silhouette composed of countless celestial bodies and galaxies, exists beyond the confines of reality, observing with a detached gaze the chaotic battle of New York, adorned in the garb reminiscent of Western monks. This ethereal figure disregards the barriers of space and dimension. Like a celestial body, it radiates with an intense luminosity, its brilliant eyes silently fixated on Earth. This is the Observer, an ancient race born at the dawn of the multiverse, possessing technological advancements that surpass other forms of life by billions of years. The Observer witnesses the birth and demise of galaxies, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the wonders of the multiverse. Time, space, and reality are not mere linear constructs. They are prisms of infinite possibilities. A seemingly trivial choice can give rise to divergent parallel universes. Unlike the cosmic deities who manipulate the evolution of species and intervene in celestial movements, often leading to the destruction of worlds, the observer, despite its godlike capabilities, refrains from interfering with any given realm. It stands as the most formidable onlooker in a Marvel-like universe. Today, the observer's gaze turns to Earth number 996, sensing an enigmatic overlap that suggests a fusion with two other universes, shaping the current power dynamics. The atmosphere feels both familiar and foreign, resonating with a magnetic language incomprehensible to the average ear, emanating from a grand, mysterious interstitial space. The observer's profound gaze soon discerns traces of Eastern hieroglyphs on Tony Stark's armor, an indication of magical runes. Is Stark a master of both magic and martial prowess? Similar entities exist in other parallel universes, yet this Iron Man seems particularly unique. Who orchestrates these events from the shadows? The observer's attention quickly shifts to a young man arriving in Hell's Kitchen. Remarkably, this youth possesses a device that even eludes the observer's comprehension. Seemingly originating from a higher dimension, a realm that transcends all known worlds. Intrigued, the observer's lips curl into a smile. Determined to embody the essence of the ultimate spectator and uncover the secrets of Earth 996. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a villainous act. The astonishment of higher dimensional beings. The host is rewarded with the technique of free-flowing ultimate intent. Higher dimensional beings? Free-flowing ultimate intent. As he approaches Fisk Enterprises in Hell's Kitchen, the young man, Shendu, suddenly hears a melodious sound that makes him question his sanity. Free-flowing ultimate intent. This is the divine technique from the Dragon Ball universe. It represents the pinnacle of a being transcending their limits, further unlocking their potential. Activating this technique will separate body and mind, maximizing speed and reflexes, allowing for instinctual combat. There are two methods to cultivate free-flowing ultimate intent, through immense external stimulation or by attaining a tranquil mind and returning to one's true self. In a strict sense, it bears a striking resemblance to the return of life, in the instinct of a spider, a trifecta of the supreme observation haki. However, the state of the free and unfettered ultimate skill transcends mere technique. It is better described as a realm or an augmentation state. A silvery white aura envelopes the entire body, creating a visual spectacle of utmost grandeur. It can even evolve into divine power, astonishing even the gods of destruction within the narrative. During this period, the antagonist system has frequently bestowed rewards upon Shendu, though none have yet reached the level of the free and unfettered ultimate skill, rendering them of little value. Fortunately, upon subduing the Dark Queen, the system rewarded him with a fourth-dimensional space pouch resembling a robotic cat. Alas, Shendu may have to discard some useless items. High-dimensional life? Have I, without gathering the necessary talismans, attracted the attention of high-dimensional beings? Which formidable entity has set its sights on me? Shendu felt a sense of trepidation. High-dimensional. Based on Shendu's understanding of dimensions, as well as modern physicist string theory, there are 10 layers of dimensions in total. Everything in the universe is based on four-dimensional spacetime. The fifth and sixth dimensions primarily pertain to object definitions and historical changes. The seventh dimension and beyond delve further into the realms of space-time and dimensions. Theoretically, anything beyond 4 dimensions can be classified as high-dimensional life. Master, we have arrived at the location of the talismans. Let's get them quickly, exclaimed the Dark Queen, Xiaoyu, crossing her arms and abruptly interrupting Shendu's chaotic thoughts. Since high-dimensional life has not interfered with his actions, there is no need for excessive concern. After all, it is only a matter of time before he steps into the domain of high-dimensional beings, transcending the confines of a singular universe to become the foremost antagonist of the multiverse. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows emerge from all directions, swiftly converging towards the Fisk Corporation. The Fisk commercial building, imbued with a sci-fi aesthetic, stands as a distinctive sight in New York's Hell's Kitchen. It is a veritable kingdom of crime, an outlaw territory unmatched even by the Kowloon-walled city. Even the New York police, including the Department of Homeland Security, are acutely aware of the existence of Hell's Kitchen, rife with violence, vice, drug trafficking, arms dealing, gang conflicts, illicit experiments, and other unlawful activities. However, without direct evidence, they are unable to apprehend the criminals. The bail system has even become a shield for wrongdoers. Among them, Wilson Fisk undeniably reigns as the king of the underworld, the crime emperor, known as Kingpin. The mastermind of this operation, his influence stretches globally, having corrupted countless brave detectives with his wealth. Should you refuse to cooperate, the safety of your family becomes a ticking time bomb, with the fuse forever in Kingpin's hands. Furthermore, Kingpin is involved in unspeakable dealings with various nefarious organizations, including the Hand, the 10 Rings, and the Red Room. He possesses a talisman adorned with a vividly illustrated monkey design, a relic of the master. embodying the power of transformation. One can only hope Kingpin recognizes the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, Hell's Kitchen is on the verge of becoming a wasteland. With a mocking smile adorning his face, Shendu leisurely leads Xiao Yu towards the Fisk commercial building. Chapter 48. The Monkey Talisman is truly powerful. The Fisk commercial building stands as a revered sanctuary in the eyes of the numerous gang factions of Hell's Kitchen. Those who are permitted to freely enter the building are invariably individuals of immense power, such as congressional representatives, high-ranking officials, or the elderly matron who clandestinely orchestrates the drug trade in Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao. She is a traitor who fled from the eastern paradise of Kunlun, having survived for centuries and possessing the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. She once effortlessly sent Iron Fist Danny Rand flying with a mere wave of her hand. Her extensive lifespan has rendered her increasingly cunning, with her emotions carefully concealed. Moreover, Madame Gao is virtually fluent in all known languages and possesses an unimaginable resistance to drugs. Though she appears frail and easily underestimated, she harbors the terrifying strength to topple an elephant. Most importantly, as one of the fingers of the Hand, she commands the nefarious ninja faction of the Rising Sun. The Hand is a mysterious organization shrouded in fog, allegedly connected to prehistorical demons and intricately linked to the shadowy demon king, Talon. Humans have 2 hands, totaling 10 fingers, which perfectly correspond to 10 masks. Naturally, Madame Gao remains indifferent to external speculation and discourse. Her sole duty is to amass immense wealth for the Hand to offer to their master. It turns out that extraterrestrial beings do exist in this world. A towering, muscular man clad in a suit, with a bald head and a fierce demeanor, stands nearly 2 meters tall. Dressed in a pristine white suit, he resembles a gentlemanly beast. His name is Wilson Fisk. However, he prefers another moniker that symbolizes a mastermind, terror, and authority, Kingpin. In truth, it is not only aliens that inhabit this realm, but also demons, sorcerers, and monsters. Life on Earth is far from the tranquil existence one might imagine. A frail woman, her face lined with wrinkles and adorned with age spots, speaks with a weighty tone. The monkey talisman you possess is a relic of the Eastern Demon Emperor. HM? The Demon Emperor? Kingpin's narrowed eyes glimmer with intrigue. He is not entirely ignorant of the fire demon, especially upon discovering the versatile capabilities of the monkey talisman, which he covets even more. With the help of the monkey talisman, he has removed countless obstacles, vanquished numerous adversaries, and fabricated false evidence and wrongful accusations, swiftly establishing himself as the unrivaled leader of Hell's Kitchen. However, news of the fire demon lord, who has slumbered for a millennium, returning once more, has reached Hell's Kitchen from the distant 13th district across the ocean. You are in peril, Kingpin. The master of the talisman has arrived at the Fisk building. Madame Gao's pupils tremble as she listens to the report from the Hand's ninja, causing her to rise abruptly. The master. Even Kingpin feels a chill at the mention. Gripping the monkey talisman tightly, his expression shifts repeatedly, displaying a visage of turmoil and struggle. Who would willingly relinquish a prized possession? Moreover, one might not be incapable of repelling the lord with the monkey talisman. Gulp. Jean Bing's gaze was fierce as he swallowed the talisman whole, deciding to conceal it within his belly. Want the talisman? You shall take it from my lifeless body. Clap. Clap. A crisp applause resonated through the air as a young girl clad in dark Gothic attire, alongside a strikingly handsome young man of impeccable Eastern features, appeared before the 2 criminal leaders. Such audacity. It is no wonder you have ascended to the throne of Hell's Kitchen, the sovereign of the underworld. Shendu praised with fervor, only to shift his tone with a sigh, revealing that he had no initial intention of ending your life. The critical barrier of your skin would obstruct the casting of recovery magic. This implies that one must disembowel Jean Bing for the spell to take effect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows surged upward, swiftly transforming into black-clad ninjas, their figures shrouded in impenetrable attire, with only their crimson eyes exposed, exuding an aura of peril that instilled fear. Swish. Swish, swish. The armed assassins of the Hand Association sprang forth almost simultaneously from concealed corners. Arrows were aimed at the silent shadow ninjas. The world may know the name of the Hand Association, yet they remain oblivious to the existence of my ninja battalion. An utter disgrace. The Dark Queen's voice, enchanting and otherworldly, resonated in a dual tone as she levitated into the air. A chilling breeze spread around her, an awe-inspiring pressure that even centuries-old witches could only admire. Who is this adorable creature, possessing such unfathomable and abundant magical power? It seems the 10 commanders of the Phantom Brigade do not embody a juvenile form. Ding, ding, ding. The shadow ninjas hurled kunai and shuriken, engaging in close combat with the notorious assassins of the Hand Association. The latter initially gained the upper hand, swiftly overwhelming countless shadow ninjas. However, the ninja battalion possessed a terrifying characteristic of silence and infinite regeneration. Even if they were to be reduced to ashes, they could be summoned again, and with the passage of time, their numbers would swell to astronomical proportions. Gradually, the tide of battle was turning through a strategy of sheer numbers. It appears your magical tattoo is indeed formidable. Lady Gao narrowed her eyes, keenly discerning the Terra tattoo imprinted on Xiaoyu's ankle. This was the foundation for seizing control of the phantom demon, Lord Terra's military power. Should it be erased, the connection between them would be severed. Naturally, with the esoteric spells recorded in the incomplete grimoire, Shendu had already grasped the solution. All was in place. Only the east wind was lacking. Roar. A ferocious and frenzied roar erupted thunderously. Before them stood the formidable and fierce underworld emperor, who transformed into a more menacing and savage form. It resembled a bipedal prehistoric ape, with sharp, white fangs, a mouth filled with black saliva, and a foul stench. Its fur seemed to emit a metallic clattering sound, devoid of any fat, with muscles bulging and well-developed. With each movement, there exists an explosive force, seemingly capable of toppling a war chariot, hammering down on the tank. At this moment, Jean takes on a form reminiscent of a classic cinematic monster, a creature hailed as the king of the jungle, King Kong. The monkey talisman possesses the ability to transform in myriad ways, adapting to the imagination of its wielder. It seems Wilson Fisk often revisits the legend of King Kong. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound resonates like a war drum. The prehistoric giant ape, with its massive and powerful arms, beats its chest furiously, producing a deafening roar. You do not dare to take the monkey talisman? King Kong emits a low, thunderous growl. With a fierce clench of its fist, the colossal hand tears through the atmosphere, unleashing a roaring tempest, descending with unstoppable might upon Shendu. The ground quakes violently. The floor of the Fisk commercial building cracks and shatters, collapsing beneath the force. Even Xiao Yu and Madame Gao are compelled to retreat, stepping aside in haste. Their faces pale. My lord, surrendering the monkey talisman would be a wise choice. Amidst the billowing smoke, another piercing roar erupts. A torrent of sound instantly disperses the dust that obscures vision. However, before the battle could commence, it has already concluded. The endlessly emerging symbiotic fibers coalesce around Shendu's arms, forming an exaggerated scythe of death, cloaked in an aura of formidable power. It suddenly gains the destructive force of venomous symbiotes. With an astonishing swiftness, it pierces through the chest of the prehistoric giant ape. You ultimately lack a touch of imagination. If you had transformed into Godzilla, or a Hydra, or a Western dragon, perhaps reclaiming the monkey talisman would not be so effortless. A voice, rich and languid, resonates. There stands an elegant, aloof young man of Eastern descent, shaking his head in regret. The monkey talisman carries the capacity for transformation, belonging to the realm of the animalistic. The more intricate and vivid the images conceived in one's mind, the easier it is to manifest them. Thank you for the reminder. In truth, I have a particular fondness for Dorak. A hoarse, muffled laughter follows. Chapter 49, The Semi-Divine Roar. At the moment the words are spoken, a searing mist of magic envelopes the air. Transformed into the king of the jungle, Jean suddenly retreats, breaking free from the symbiotic restraint, and undergoes yet another earth-shattering transformation. Skin tears, physique expands, taking on the perfect lines of a cougar. Bat-like wings sprout from its back, cloaked in a metallic sheen of dark scales that are meticulously arranged across its body. One can still vaguely discern the features of Jean. Yet, it has unmistakably morphed into a fierce and formidable Western dragon, possessing absolute power. A robust and towering body, sharp fangs, a long serpentine neck, and a massive tail. With forelimbs firmly planted on the ground, the sinewy muscles and flesh are remarkably resilient, and its claws are akin to iron hooks, capable of rending through vibranium. This is a creature born of the myths and legends of barbaric worlds, a symbol of evil and nightmares, a monster that pillages treasures and princesses. A terrifying lizard that commands the elements of nature. In such a pose, even the esteemed Lady Gao has never witnessed anything like it. Holy Lord, it is said that you too are a dragon. Why not unveil your true form and engage in a contest of prowess? The grotesque visage of the lizard before me manifested a mockery that bore an unmistakably human quality. TSK, it seems I have underestimated you. With a playful smile gracing his lips, Shendu remarked, however, you lack the qualification to compel me to reveal my true self. As he spoke, a continuous surge of symbiotic fibers erupted from his being, weaving into an impenetrable suit of pitch-black armor that enveloped Shendu entirely. His physique, reminiscent of a formidable green giant, resembled an extraterrestrial entity forged from liquid metal, venom, materializing before Jean Bing. With a hum, the surface of venom erupted in a dazzling silver aura, transcending its limits and unleashing an ultimate form of potential, freedom of ultimate intent. In stark contrast to Wukong's hair transforming to silver and his eyes reflecting the same hue. Devoid of desire and manifesting an inhuman visage, venom in this state was utterly distinct, more ferocious. The silver aura continued to surge forth, completely enveloping every inch of the symbiote's gelatinous form. Even the skin took on a silvery white hue, intricately adorned with mystical magical patterns. As genetic factors underwent further evolution and metamorphosis, bestowing almost limitless power upon its host, even Shendu found his horizons expanded in awe. Suddenly, Jin Bing, the imposing underworld emperor and crime patriarch, transformed into a grand western dragon, emitted a low growl that suppressed his fear. His keen beastly instincts urged him to flee this place swiftly, lest he face the grim prospect of a dismembered demise. "I am the mightiest of beings. Who dares to slay me?" Jin Bing roared, as a torrent of fiery light coalesced in his throat, unleashing a cataclysmic force that obliterated all barriers in its path. The searing temperatures, reaching thousands of degrees, incinerated the air, distorting reality itself. The illustrious Fist Tower was instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to chaos. "It is over," sighed the elderly Lady Gao, her face lined with wrinkles and skin mottled with age spots, as she leaned on her bamboo cane. With a sharp sound, the symbiote retaliated. Wielding an exaggerated scythe of death enhanced with maximum armed hockey, spinning fiercely to slice through the serpent neck of the western dragon. The corrosive blood plasma dripped down, causing acrid smoke to rise from the ground, leaving countless tiny craters in its wake. "Yagami imo Yagami Chiwa. Yagami imo Yagami Chiwa. Yagami imo Yagami Chiwa." Shendu restored his true form and then silently chanted an incantation. The monkey talisman consumed by Jin Bing transformed into a stream of light, piercing into Shendu's chest. The ever-shifting divine power returned to its rightful place, causing Shendu's aura to ascend once more. His magical energy surged to an unparalleled level, stabilizing at a subdivine tier, sufficient to be deemed the strongest on Earth. Of course, in the vast and magnificent Marvel universe, where parallel dimensions coexist, many superheroes remain dormant. Perhaps, under the authority of the cosmic deities, they are compelled to abstain from intervening in mortal affairs, such as the Eternals, the deities who descended upon Earth 7 millennia ago. Each member, without exception, is of a divine paternal caliber. Even the supreme sorcerer and the king of gods, Odin, must exhibit respect and decorum in the presence of the eternal clan. The subpaternal level, indeed, cannot be deemed invincible. Furthermore, there are 4 talismans: the ox, dragon, rabbit, and pig. Shendu's gaze flickered with anticipation for the return of these 4 talismans. They are the most powerful artifacts among the 12 talismans. Almost all of them are located in the sin-ridden metropolis of New York, USA. "Mr. Saint, I advise against executing me, for I still possess considerable utility," Lady Gao remarked with a smile. "I hail from the eastern paradise of Kunlun, and I have encountered the deity worshipped by the Guild of Hands. I command various international trade channels, with accounts amassed with countless funds. I have never distanced myself from the divine land, and share an extraordinary camaraderie with the founding nobility. Additionally, I possess classified intelligence on several secret realms of the East." Oh, upon hearing this, Shendu's brow relaxed. As the saying goes, those who understand the times are the true heroes. No wonder Lady Gao has managed to survive for several centuries. Her true name might very well be Gao Junjia. "Indeed, you have successfully persuaded me. From now on, you shall manage Hell's Kitchen on my behalf. When I return, I hope you will have firmly established your position." Shendu snapped his fingers. In an instant, his flawless silhouette vanished without a trace. The Dark Queen, adorned in a dark Gothic Lolita attire, also departed. Only Lady Gao remained, her expression complex, reflecting a blend of sorrow and loss as she gazed at the revealed criminal patriarch. "This is the best vessel for the void." A raspy, sinister voice emerged from behind. The leader of the Guild of Hands, Alexandrina, with her neck-length hair and elegantly fitted white dress, appeared beside Lady Gao. Smiling as she spoke, "The void." Lady Gao's pupils trembled slightly. Following the guidance of the talisman radar, she and Xiaoyu strolled through the streets of New York City. After numerous twists and turns, they arrived at a resplendent and opulent apartment. Shendu looked up at the sky, where the azure rays emitted from the Stark Industries dome had yet to fade, instead growing increasingly formidable. The spatial vortex had expanded to an unprecedented degree, surpassing any previously depicted scope. Small aircraft, carrying the grotesque Chitauri, launched indiscriminate assaults on the ground. Even the relentless bombardment from tanks and armed helicopters failed to stem the tide of the alien forces. "It appears that we must hasten our pace, otherwise a nuclear strike from the Pentagon would be disastrous." Shendu squinted his eyes. Nuclear weapons, the most devastating weapons of mass destruction on Earth. Without exception, the 2 nuclear bombs once dropped on Neon have yet to eliminate the adverse effects of radiation. In fact, local flora and fauna have exhibited various mutations, resembling monstrous entities from science fiction epics. Even Shendu, as the demon of fire, the Li of the 8 trigrams, an embodiment of elements, would not wish to endure the baptism of a nuclear bomb. A deafening roar echoed from a distance, resonating ominously close. Before them loomed a formidable behemoth, its sturdy frame adorned with a dark green hide, slicing through the vast expanse like a speeding projectile. With fists the size of cauldrons clenched tightly, it unleashed a fierce sonic boom, instantly submerging a biological warship. The Leviathan, a paragon of the perfect amalgamation of cosmic sharks and extraterrestrial technology. Its surface was enveloped in a resilient metallic armor. Flanking it were colossal laser cannons, complemented by an anti-gravity flight system, its massive, distorted form exuding an unprecedented sense of visual intimidation. It was utterly suffocating, yet it could not withstand the might of the indomitable Hulk's punch. The Leviathan's cranium imploded, its armor fracturing in layers, shattered. It plummeted to the earth with a thunderous crash. Debris soared through the air. The steel and concrete structures crumbled, almost impacting little you. Chapter 50. The return of the bull charm. As far as the eye could see, the streets of New York lay in utter disarray. Everywhere, the remnants of shattered buildings scattered about. The devastation wrought by the alien invasion resembled an apocalyptic catastrophe. Even the superheroes of the Avengers felt the strain. After all, they were not impervious to fatigue. The fearless shadow ninjas required ample rest and supplies. The pivotal issue was that alien forces continued to descend incessantly, wreaking havoc upon the towering edifices of New York, leaving the elite Avengers with no respite. Huff, huff, huff. The robust figure of World War II veteran Steve Rogers, clad in his stars and stripes uniform, bore a face smeared with grime, his chest heaving violently. The once resplendent image of a hero lay in tatters. "Captain, I need a resupply of arrows," crackled an urgent report through his earpiece. Upon hearing this, Steve looked up towards a nearby apartment rooftop. There stood the steadfast marksman Hawkeye Barton, his features resolute and precise, having seemingly abandoned his bow in favor of hand-to-hand combat. Hawkeye, a disciple of the sword, exhibited remarkable speed, even without the enhancement serum that transformed Steve Rogers into a super soldier. He possessed a physique capable of transcending human limits and an innate ability to heal. With unparalleled archery skills and indomitable willpower, he garnered the esteemed recognition of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, becoming one of the original core members of the Avengers, tasked with addressing the alien crisis orchestrated by the god of lies and deception. "Watch out," Steve Rogers bellowed in fury. He then hurled his shield with great force. Clang, clang, clang. The iconic shield, emblazoned with the stars and stripes, defied the laws of physics in its ricochet, striking the treacherous alien warrior before returning to Captain America's grasp. "Thank you, Captain," Barton saluted, though his expression grew increasingly somber and pessimistic. The vast Leviathan warship loomed ominously, nearly shrouding the sky above. Could the Earth's tanks, armored personnel carriers, and air force truly vanquish the mechanical and biological marvel of this cosmic behemoth? "I am a Moya, I am a Mikawa. I am a Moya. I'm a Mikawa. I'm a Moya, I'm a Mikawa." The silent incantation took effect. A charm adorned with a lifelike depiction of a calf was activated. In an instant, it transformed into a stream of light, penetrating the chest of the Eastern youth. The bull talisman, a symbol of the Saint Lord's immense power, capable of enhancing physical strength, multiplying muscular capacity, reducing physical and magical damage, and fortifying the resilience of skin and bones, bestowing a terrifying enhancement with virtually no limits. Should he encounter the Steel Titan again, one punch might render him paralyzed, wouldn't it? Shendu, calming his excitement, smiled and remarked. The return of the bull talisman also instilled in Shendu a sense of invincibility, igniting an eagerness to confront his foes. Observing the battlefield of the New York clash, it appeared that only the Hulk could withstand such blows, serving as a makeshift punching bag. Whoosh! Shendu propelled himself from the ground, akin to a speeding cannonball. The sonic boom echoed as the symbiotic fibers penetrated his pores, weaving into an impenetrable venom suit. The jagged fangs and menacing visage radiated a palpable aura of danger. Thanks to the bull talisman, Venom's form expanded further, reaching nearly 3 meters in height, with well-defined muscles exhibiting explosive power, far surpassing the invincible Hulk born from gamma rays. His fingers curled into a fist, enveloped in a powerful aura reminiscent of the multiplication technique from the Akimichi clan in the Naruto realm. Akin to Luffy's Gear third rubber arms, the symbiotic fibers accumulated, bolstered by unparalleled courage, as he charged towards the green giant at the edge of his sight. Roar! The Hulk abruptly raised his arms in an attempt to block. Crucially, the defense proved futile. He was sent flying as if struck by a tank, uncontrollably tumbling and demolishing countless buildings. What? Where did this monster spring from? Attacking the Hulk? Utterly absurd. Cries of astonishment erupted. The White House, the Pentagon, the World Security Council, the Sentinel Special Operations, and the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack Logistics Department, all closely monitoring the events of the New York battle, were collectively struck with incredulity. Especially Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., wore a face of utter bewilderment. He had anticipated the emergence of a mysterious vigilante, only to be met with this. It seemed necessary to summon Carol Danvers. The director's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, as his right hand, concealed within his pocket, fidgeted with an antique pager. This was a communication device left to him by Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, from the 1990s. Once activated, an invisible fiber signal would reach the farthest edges of the universe, connecting to the galaxy where Captain Marvel resided. In every sense, Carol Danvers was Earth's first superhero. Infused with the power of the cosmic cube and the advanced technology of the Kree Empire, she wielded photon energy on a cosmic scale. She had previously single-handedly repelled the Kree Empire's interstellar fleet. Even the cosmic tyrant Thanos had to resort to the power of the Infinity Stones to triumph over her. Beep. Beep. The director of the Egg Department, with fingers dancing upon the keyboard, unleashed an invisible electromagnetic signal that swiftly traversed the vast expanses of distant cosmic realms, transmitting at a staggering velocity of 100,000 light-years per second. It appeared that Captain Marvel was poised for an early return to Earth. In the dimension beyond the tangible reality, a grand silhouette, constructed from endless galaxies and celestial bodies, emitted a collective murmur of intrigue. Earth, designated as number 996, was indeed a spectacle to behold. If my conjectures are not misplaced, the mastermind orchestrating these events is none other than that enigmatic young man from the East, who has audaciously disguised himself as Venom. Such cleverness! The observer's face brimmed with admiration and amusement, igniting an unprecedented curiosity towards the unfamiliar Eastern youth. This was a unique variant unseen across the myriad realms. It seemed to be shrouded in an endless mist, and even as a genuine high-dimensional being, possessing technology eons ahead of other civilizations, there remained an impenetrable mystery surrounding the origins of this young man. Should Captain Carol Danvers return to confront him, who would emerge victorious? Such a confrontation is indeed worthy of observation and anticipation. The nuclear bomb failed to strike the alien mother nest? The observer voiced a note of disbelief. There stood Tony Stark, propelling the nuclear device towards the spatial vortex, plummeting from the heights of the sky at an astonishing speed. The bomb, initially destined to obliterate the alien stronghold and conclude the Battle of New York, inadvertently detonated in another region. The ensuing nuclear fission unleashed a colossal wave of energy, nearly engulfing the entire starry expanse. An unprecedentedly massive mushroom cloud ascended into the atmosphere, while the surging shockwave expanded, instantaneously annihilating swathes of celestial bodies. The radiation irrevocably altered the deep space environment. Remarkably, the key mother nest remained unscathed. The Earthlings possessed such terrifying weaponry. It seems that the rise of Earth must not be allowed to continue. It must be quelled in its infancy. The leader of the Chitauri, Azel, concealed his true visage beneath a hood, revealing only his grotesque mandibles. He uttered a uniquely rhythmic alien language and decisively activated an even more formidable annihilation weapon. Aimed squarely at Earth, this superpulse beam, capable of flattening planetary civilizations, was colloquially known as the galactic cannon. Under normal circumstances, it would never be deployed. Yet the nuclear device launched by Earth had thoroughly provoked Azel. It appears that my mech legion must be mobilized. Shendu narrowed his eyes. Chapter 51, The Iron Legion of the Saint across the distant ocean. In San Francisco, at the Life Foundation located along the coastal region, the sci-fi-inspired structures opened their rooftops. One by one, humanoid mechs, with their palms and saws igniting vibrant trails of flame, soared skyward towards the battleground of New York. The Mech Legion, with arc reactors glowing a brilliant azure at their chests, donned robust exteriors laced with trace amounts of vibranium, their contours embodying the golden ratio. The lavish crimson and gold paintwork exuded opulence. The heads of the mechs resembled dragon heads, fierce and menacing, radiating an aura of extreme danger. Nearly 100 mechs formed an array, advancing in unison, their speed sufficient to shatter the sound barrier. Loaded with the formidable super-artificial intelligence known as Red Queen, the Kirov drone is set to engage in remote multi-terminal synchronized control. The Kirov drone is poised for deployment, expected to reach the battlefield in approximately 3 minutes. As reported in an emotionless, synthesized voice, the thunderous roar of the anti-gravity turbine engines fills the air. Utilizing the technology of Kirov airships, small drones ascend, forming an expansive aerial combat formation, departing from the deck of the Red Lighthouse base. The Kirov, originating from the realm of Red Alert, symbolizes the overwhelming power of the Soviet faction. A single airship possesses the capability to annihilate an entire armored division. However, due to the exorbitant cost and lengthy production time of Kirov airships, the insightful AI steward has ingeniously referenced Kirov technology and modern drone warfare concepts to pioneer the Kirov drone. This new creation nearly encompasses all the functionalities of its predecessor. boasting alloy armor resilient enough to withstand artillery bombardment while deploying devastating high-explosive ordnance. Its compact design, akin to that of a toy, allows for remarkable speed, enabling seamless navigation through narrow alleyways and escape corridors. Moreover, the Kirov drone is equipped with a self-destruct attack feature, capable of real-time remote multi-terminal synchronized control via nanochip technology, resembling a mobile artillery platform. Thus far, the Red Lighthouse base has established an assembly line for automated production, requiring minimal materials and costs. This reflects the future that Shendu envisions. In this modern age, there is no need to resist the conveniences and benefits brought forth by technology. Not only is Tony Stark tirelessly exploring the fusion of magic and technology, but even Shendu is attempting to merge the two realms. For instance, the enchanted mech legion surpasses Iron Man, creating an unprecedented magical army that leaves him with no options. Additionally, the biotechnology of the Chitauri serves as a valuable reference, achieving a flawless amalgamation of biology and technology that unleashes an extraordinary deterrent force. Take, for example, the Leviathan battleship, a weapon of apocalyptic proportions. Without the Avengers leading the charge, Earth would likely have succumbed entirely, reduced to ruins and transformed into a universe devoid of significance. Here they come. Shendu narrowed his eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips. At this moment, the world will become aware of the existence of the Eternal Group. The Eternal Group is set to join the ranks of the world's top enterprises. Eternal in the context of the Eastern realm signifies millennia of legacy and symbolizes the tribute and praise of subjects towards their sovereign, also referring to the supreme ruler. Thus, after careful consideration, Shendu has chosen this name for his conglomerate. As the tides of time shift and years pass, the status of merchants has reached an unparalleled height. By leveraging capital to influence politics and rally the hearts of the populace, he aims to peacefully take control of all governmental institutions, armed forces, and departments within the realm, embodying the path of an emperor. According to the passage of time, the Kowloon-walled city should have completed its relocation. After retrieving the remaining 3 talismans, I shall promptly return to the harbor city and awaken the long-dormant palace of the Holy Lord. Shendu's gaze flickered, filled with anticipation. The palace of the Holy Lord houses the treasures of the Golden Rooster King, countless gems, magical artifacts, and mysterious items, among others. Furthermore, the courtyard of the palace connects to a dimension beyond our own, colloquially referred to as the interstitial dimension, akin to the Dark Kingdom governed by the Shadow Demon King Terra. Essentially, it falls within the realm of pocket universes. The interstitial dimension is home to the mighty Dragon Legion, akin to the golden-hued Western dragons, possessing wings and the ability to breathe fire, capable of sweeping across the land to defend the harbor city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of humanoid mechas, trailing flames, descended from the sky with astonishing speed. The Kirov drones, adorned with shark-like paint, arrived almost simultaneously. An unprecedentedly vast army of fully equipped mechas, alongside the toy-like miniature Kirov airships, appeared brazenly before the world without any semblance of concealment. Stark, is this your Iron Army? With fiery red, shoulder-length curls and clad in a form-fitting black leather suit that accentuated her curves, the renowned super agent Natasha Romanoff, known as Black Widow, gasped in astonishment and exclaimed. A legion of 100 mechas, resembling the Mark IV suit of Iron Man, evidently equipped with formidable firepower. The only distinguishing feature was that their heads bore an uncanny resemblance to dragon heads, with menacing tusks exuding an alluring beauty. When did Stark develop such an Iron Army? How could there have been no prior leaks? Truly, Tony Stark is remarkable. Hooray, we are saved. The panicked New Yorkers, clutching their heads in despair, could hardly contain their excitement. Nearly 100 Mark IV armors would undoubtedly obliterate the alien forces ravaging New York. Moreover, the shark-painted drones should prove even more ruthless, capable of exterminating all extraterrestrial vermin. The residents of New York placed their unwavering trust in Tony Stark, the world-renowned superhero Iron Man. After all, since Stark Industries shuttered its weapons division, Stark has devoted himself to philanthropy, investing in numerous innovative research projects. In his spare time, he transforms into Iron Man to combat crime, bestowing countless benefits upon New York and the world at large. Even if Iron Man has yet to reach the heights of later generations, he has already garnered countless fans and fervent devotees, fervently praising Tony Stark. Moreover, the technology for the arc reactor is solely in Tony Stark's possession. As for Colonel Roddy, he witnessed Ivan Vanko's demise firsthand. To be frank, the Iron Army before me has nothing to do with me. Stark, with his trademark mustache, fell silent for a long moment, his expression one of profound discomfort, before squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Who has stolen my technology and even plagiarized my ideas? Stark's expression was complex, a mixture of rage and irony. Even the exceptionally brilliant Tony Stark had to concede that the combination of the Iron Legion and drone formations was impeccably seamless. This concept had lingered in his mind for quite some time, yet he lacked the opportunity to implement it on a large scale. The requisite supporting equipment was vast in scope, necessitating research from the ground up. What he could never have imagined was that someone had outpaced him, transforming inspiration and ideas into reality. We hail from the Everlasting Group. We invite everyone to purchase the military equipment and toys we manufacture. Intoned a humanoid mech in an emotionless voice. The name Everlasting Group resonated deeply with Stark. However, he had no bandwidth to investigate further, as the Mech Legion and Kirov drones had already engaged in battle against the oncoming extraterrestrial warriors. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the arc reactor in his chest surged to maximum power. A laser cannon, as thick as a barrel, thundered through a battalion of gliding war vehicles. Wow, this power is nearly on par with your Mark 7. Natasha exclaimed, brimming with admiration. This is truly not my creation. Stark replied, exasperated. The comms were rife with astonishment and inquiries. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Pepper Potts, communicating remotely, were both inquiring about the origins of the Iron Forces and drones. Despite Stark's fervent denials, he was perceived as someone who discreetly reveled in his achievements. Meanwhile, in the White House, the World Security Council and Sentinel Special Operations were witnessing the scale and might of the Iron Legion, sparking renewed aspirations to claim it for themselves. Particularly, General William Stryker, an extreme hawk with a deep-seated animosity towards mutants, was nearly eager to revive the Sentinel program. Chapter 52. The Return of the Azure Dragon. Due to the participation of the Mech Legion and Kirov drones, the previously dire situation underwent a dramatic reversal. The Chitauri infantry suffered catastrophic losses in an instant. Even the rampaging Leviathan warships, faced with relentless suicide attacks from the drones, found their heavily armored backs sustaining damage. With cracks spreading like a spider's web, they crumbled in an instant. The siege units from the Red Alert dimension proved to be immensely powerful. The Kirov airship, developed specifically for modern warfare, showcased its unparalleled prowess in the Marvel Universe as well. At this moment, during the highly publicized Battle of New York, the disheveled Avengers elite appeared, overshadowed. The Mech Legion and Kirov drones had undeniably become the focal point. The entire world was acutely aware of the capabilities of Earth's technology, proving to be utterly comparable to extraterrestrial civilizations. It was Stark's short-sightedness and selfishness that had singularly contributed to Earth's technological lag. The Everlasting Group? A name never heard before. Who was behind this technological enterprise? A multitude of influential figures lurking in the shadows began to voice their questions. A thorough investigation was immediately launched to uncover the true origins of the Everlasting Group. After a considerable time, it was discovered that the Everlasting Group was located in the Kowloon Peninsula of Shenzhou Port City. What? A company founded in Shenzhou? Could a civilization steeped in feudalism and dictatorship, devoid of the radiance of democracy, truly master the technology of the arc reactor? Moreover, could it develop cutting-edge military drones? The intricacies of a multi-terminal synchronous real-time remote control system present an insurmountable challenge. This enigma has perplexed not only the towering magnates of power across nations, but has also left officials in the capital of the Celestial Empire utterly baffled. Director Zheng Xian, overseeing the Wansui Group, which has secured a century-long operational lease over the Kowloon Peninsula, is currently engaged in fervent preparations and extensive construction. Logically, there should be no facilities for the production of mech legions or drones. A young professional clad in a tailored suit, with a bob haircut and cherubic cheeks, hurriedly perused the registration documents and reported to the relevant authorities. The foreign entities often refer to them as the Divine Spear Bureau. In truth, the director harbors a profound disdain for the whimsical nomenclature imposed by Western media, which blatantly mimics the shield and fails to reflect the subtlety and restraint characteristic of the East. It seems imperative to visit the Kowloon Peninsula once the investigation into the Ten Rings gang is resolved, to engage with the Wansui Group. The department head, Zheng Xian, with his chiseled features exuding an aura of quiet authority, spoke gravely. As the designated leader by the capital's elders, he commands 9 special operations teams and several armed forces. Furthermore, he is poised to spearhead the establishment of a superhero team codenamed Fengshen to combat the increasingly rampant criminals and malevolent forces within the Celestial Empire. As the world's foremost populous nation, the Celestial Empire's supercriminals and awakened individuals far outnumber those of neighboring regions. Thus, the need for a more formidable military force to safeguard the homeland and its citizens is paramount. The demand for mech legions and Kirov drones undoubtedly eclipses all other factions. Moreover, proximity to the source yields advantages. A knowing smile graced Zheng Xian's lips as he instructed his assistant to expedite arrangements for inspecting the Wansui Group. The name of the Wansui Group indeed exudes a formidable presence. It is said that the leader of the Ten Rings gang once made an appearance in Kowloon Walled City. Is there a connection worth investigating? Meanwhile, the alien Mother Nest is poised to unleash its super annihilation weapon, the Galactic Cannon. The ominous black barrel is aimed at the planetary civilization on the other side of the spatial vortex, Earth. The terrifying laser pulse ray is capable of obliterating all traces on the planet's surface, utterly evaporating all life and annihilating urban civilization. Have you lost your mind? Azer, cease your foolish actions at once. The malevolent deity Loki, adorned in a dark leather armor and wearing a horned helmet, raised his hand to emit a mental ray. Teleporting away from the towering Viking warrior, he unleashed a roar directed at the communication device. After all, he finds himself atop Stark Tower, clearly within the attack range of the galactic cannon. The weapon launched by Earth's reptiles nearly decimated the mother nest, causing immeasurable damage. My patience has been thoroughly exhausted. Azar's face contorted with a sinister grimace as he sought to quell the wrath of the malevolent deity Loki. Rest assured, I have adjusted the power of the galactic cannon. It is merely equivalent to 10 times the explosive force of the Earth's reptiles. 10 times a nuclear bomb. Just that? This is utterly outrageous. It seemed the Chitauri had spiraled out of control. I must urgently inform His Holiness, the Master. Otherwise, once the galactic cannon is fully charged, all of New York will be reduced to a desolate wasteland, rife with radiation and toxic substances. Even if the superhumans manage to survive, their existence would be akin to a living hell. Boss, the Chitauri leader Azar has gone mad. He intends to level New York. Buzz. Loki activated his magic to contact the Master, hastily reporting the dire news. Level New York? What a splendid idea. Shendu chuckled upon hearing this, deeming the barbaric city utterly worthless. Huh? The god of lies and deceit was momentarily taken aback. The boss displayed no concern whatsoever for New York's fate? Could it be that His Holiness had no intention of claiming New York for himself? It appeared that one could not simply stand by while the Chitauri prepared to unleash the galactic cannon. Shendu belatedly realized that the critical nexus of the Earth's spiritual veins lay at 177 Bleak Street in New York. The three great mage halls had constructed an unprecedentedly vast magical array there. Should the New York nexus collapse, the dimensional demon coveting the real world would undoubtedly take action. TSK. It seemed I could not afford to watch New York be reduced to ashes any longer. Without having reached the level of a celestial father or even beyond, I was compelled to uphold the existence of the three great mage halls. It was a matter of necessity. Contemplating this, a formidable and majestic image composed of blazing magic flames arose in Shendu's mind, resembling the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu. Dr. Strange, through the cycle of time, had managed to fend off Dormammu, yet he lacked the time stone. Even if he gathered all the spells and restored his full power from his prime, he would likely only be able to achieve a stalemate with Dormammu, wouldn't he? Shendu furrowed his brow. In the real world, countless extrinsic dimensions exist, what many perceive as pocket universes. For instance, the Asgard of the Nordic gods, the dark realm ruled by the Shadow Demon King, and the eastern immortal realm of Deluo Tion, among others. There are numerous dimensional demons that could rival Dormammu. It seemed imperative to master the demonic energy to possess an overwhelming advantage and thoroughly intimidate the dimensional demons. Shendu's gaze flickered. Demonic energy. The divine emblem that subdued the 8 great demons had, over the course of time, transformed into a vessel for demonic energy through contamination and assimilation. Absorbing this demonic energy would grant one the corresponding power of divination. The concluding scene of Jackie Chan Adventures, where the Master's son, Little Dragon, transformed into a Cthulhu-like figure after acquiring all the demonic energy, remained vividly etched in Shendu's memory. The convergence of 8 elemental powers embodied in a single demon, paired with the 12 spells of divine strength, would undoubtedly unleash unprecedented and terrifying might. Yet the revival of demonic energy seemed a distant prospect. Shendu shook his head with a sigh. In an instant, the power of the serpent talisman activated the invisible state, propelling towards the distant spatial vortex. Throughout the journey, as neither radar nor the naked eye could trace its path, Shendu boldly transformed into the form of the Azure Dragon. A resounding roar reverberated through the heavens. As the majestic Azure Dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, surged forth like a hyper-accelerated maglev train, the rushing air swept over its scaled body, producing a thunderous cacophony that resonated like the clash of metal. The dragon's head, fierce and formidable, emanated an awe-inspiring sanctity. It was as if the mythical beast of Eastern lore had re-emerged. Riding the winds of the void, it swiftly traversed the spatial whirlpool, descending into an alien steel fortress amidst an unfamiliar star domain. What is this? The leader of the Chitauri, Azel, suddenly turned pale with astonishment. At the opposite end of the spatial vortex loomed a colossal space beast, measuring 100 meters in size. Its form resembled that of a serpent, adorned with 5 sharp, snow-white claws. Its scales glimmered with a metallic sheen. Compared to this cosmic behemoth, Azel's pride, the bio-worship Leviathan, seemed nothing more than refuse. Chapter 53, Guardian of Earth? The Azure Dragon. a legendary celestial being from ancient tales, creator of the universe, master of dimensions, reverser of life and death, ruler of all. No deity holds more esteem than the azure dragon. Myths and legends are inextricably linked to its essence. This is the true totem of the divine land. Revered by the common people, the citizens of the divine land proudly claim to be descendants of the dragon, hailing their emperor as the true dragon son of heaven. This alone attests to the reverence the azure dragon commands in the hearts of the people. Of course, Azel, leader of a lower civilization, was utterly ignorant of such myths. Nevertheless, the imposing presence of the nearly 100-meter-long azure dragon, with its strikingly fierce appearance, thoroughly astonished the extraterrestrial leader who dominated the stars. None of the space creatures I have encountered appeared as terrifying as this colossal beast. What secrets does Earth conceal? Why does such a fearsome creature exist? Azel's voice was hoarse, his throat parched, feeling a blend of thirst and dread. The rugged, fearsome dragon head bore a wild ferocity. Its pupils reflected a human-like mockery and amusement. Roar. The deafening sound of the dragon's bellow echoed forth. The majestic azure dragon unleashed a roar, sending forth torrents of air that swiftly radiated in all directions. It was as if an invisible blade of wind swept through, striking with devastating force. The gliding war chariots and countless elite Chidari warriors, caught unawares, became as stiff as wooden carvings. In an instant, they were severed in two. Vibrant bursts of flames erupted continuously, while a deluge of space debris descended, plummeting towards the nearby spatial vortex. What have I witnessed? The towering Viking warrior, peering through the wormhole, seemed to capture the sight of the massive serpentine demon, his pupils trembling violently. He recalled the monstrous beings from Norse mythology, the world-encircling serpent of Midgard. Jörmungandr, even the mightiest warrior of the Asgardian pantheon, the god of thunder and strength, would be left in awe. In the face of the colossal serpent of the mortal realm, one cannot guarantee a sure victory. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that my father, seizing the opportunity while Ymir was still in his youth, cast him into the boundless depths of the ocean, relying on the immense pressure and weight of the abyss to subdue him. But why has he manifested in the cosmos, in the domain of the extraterrestrial forces stronghold? Thor was utterly perplexed. The foolish behemoth, that is not the earthly serpent of Midgard. Rather, it is the king to whom I pledge my allegiance. The magnificent and sacred demon sovereign. The future is destined to unify the 9 realms under the tyrant of fire. Hail, your holiness. Clad in a ram-horned helmet and wielding the scepter of mind and deception, the god proclaimed with fervent exuberance. Your holiness. A name both familiar and foreign surged like tumultuous waves. Thor's countenance shifted, and he felt an unprecedented chill. He had never exhibited such vulnerability even in the presence of the frost giant king, Laufey. Earth, designated as number 996. A confluence of multiple world backgrounds coalescing into a logically coherent and stable spacetime. Thor, at the venerable age of 1,500, was acutely aware of many secrets hidden from common knowledge. For instance, the language of the flower god Colossi, the existence of the 8 great demons. Naturally, as the god of thunder and strength from Asgard, Thor felt no trepidation toward the sovereign. Rather, he was eager to vanquish him and solidify his renown in the realm of Midgard. However, Thor had not anticipated that his brother Loki would pledge allegiance to the tyrant demon sovereign. It seems you have fallen prey to the sovereign's sorcery. Thor gripped his hammer. Mjolnir, as arcs of electricity danced across his skin, and a divine, majestic aura surged forth, his crimson cape billowing behind him. A torrent of pure, radiant energy began to emanate. Since time immemorial, thunder has been the ultimate weapon against malevolent forces. The tribulations faced by ascendant alchemists are also referred to as thunder tribulations. Thunder symbolizes destruction, and within destruction lies the essence of life. In simpler terms, the Viking strongman Thor Odinson, master of thunder, is the nemesis of dark creatures. Crack, crack. Thor gripped the hammer of the thunder god, his pores radiating brilliance, towering like a deity, sacred and inviolable. Mjolnir. This is the name of the thunder god's hammer. The hammerhead is forged from the core of a dying planet, while the handle is crafted from the branches of the world tree. It bears the runes personally inscribed by Odin, imbued with boundless magical power. It can shatter evil beings and grant Thor the ability of flight. Only the worthy can wield the thunder god's hammer. My foolish brother, how could you choose to submit to an exceedingly grotesque dragon? It seems you are truly beyond redemption. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, launching into the air with tremendous force, lightning and thunder intertwining behind him, forming a celestial web in an instant. With an indomitable and terrifying might, he unleashed a torrent towards Loki. Beyond redemption? Thor, your stubbornness will bring calamity to Asgard. Buzz. Loki brandished a scepter, conjuring a massive shield from the mental rays. This is a record of spells from the fragmented grimoire of the sorcerer. With the cunning and astute mind of the malevolent deity Loki, he effortlessly assimilated the knowledge contained within. His mastery of the arcane arts advanced at an astonishing rate, reaching unparalleled heights. The phantom demon king, Terra, has indeed amassed numerous potent and enigmatic spells. Although not all of these incantations were crafted by Terra, they reflect the Demon King's discerning vision and aesthetic appreciation. Whoosh! The Mind Scepter pulsated with radiant beams of light. It was Loki's transformation that plunged the Battle of New York into utter chaos. The spatial teleportation device that tore through the barriers of two realms remains irreparably activated. Commander, the galactic cannon is fully charged and ready for launch, reported an unsightly Chitauri scholar. The unique cadence of their alien language starkly contrasts with all earthly dialects. It is unknown and mysterious. Even the central control system housed within the Chitauri mothership deviates significantly from terrestrial programming. It appears to involve a hive matrix capable of sharing audio-visual intelligence, enhancing battlefield situational awareness. Should the mothership collapse, the Chitauri warriors would collectively lose connection. This represents an extreme evolutionary direction for their race. Success hinges on the hive. Failure also stems from it. Fire. Annihilate the cosmic behemoth before us. If all goes according to plan, this beast should serve as Earth's guardian. With a grand gesture, Chitauri leader Azel commanded. Buzz. The colossal galactic cannon at the base of the mothership pivoted, aiming its focus at the colossal creature. It possesses the power to obliterate civilizations on the surface, 10 times the potency of a nuclear weapon. In an instant, it unleashed a beam as straight as a sword. Swift as lightning, having previously decimated countless adversaries. Even the cosmic overlord Thanos praised this planet-destroying weapon. Die, Guardian of Earth. Should your remains remain intact, they may serve as biological weaponry for the Chitauri, aiding Thanos in his conquest across the cosmos. Even in death, there is glory. Azel's face radiated fervor and ecstasy. Clenching his fists, he awaited the magnificent sight of the cosmic behemoth lying lifeless across the galaxy. It would surely be breathtaking. Ah, Guardian? Do not be mistaken, alien pest. I am the supreme demon of all realms. Roar. Accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon, a magnificent azure dragon, nearly 100 meters long and adorned with densely packed scales, suddenly opened its gaping maw. It unleashed a torrent of scalding, molten lava breath. Chapter 54. The Return of the Seven Talismans. The Dragon Fire Breath. The transformative abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit, combined with the divinatory powers held by the ancient demon overlord, coalesced. The result is a world-ending technique of unparalleled terror, rivaling the might of the Chitauri's galactic cannon. Why did Shendu refrain from naming it Dragon Flame or Dragon Blaze? Because those terms fail to encapsulate the ferocity of the fiery breath. Moreover, rather than continually compounding the word fire, it is better to be direct. Dragon Fire Breath. It surged forth like searing, molten lava erupting from the depths of its throat. The tumultuous, surging magma formed an unprecedented long rainbow, traversing the galaxy and piercing the starry sky. It shattered countless celestial bodies along its path. In an unfamiliar sector of grand and awe-inspiring nature, a cataclysmic tempest erupted, unleashing a devastating maelstrom. The resounding roar of the super pulse beam, launched from the extraterrestrial mother nest, collided instantaneously with the fiery breath released by the towering Azure Dragon. Words fail to encapsulate the scene that Azel beheld, as he found himself unable to open his eyes, blinded by an overwhelming radiance that obscured all. The immense thermal radiation evaporated all matter within a 100-meter radius. The Zatari forces, caught off guard, vanished into the energy storm without a whisper, obliterated from the material realm, leaving not even a trace of ashes. No, it cannot be. This is the galactic cannon, capable of annihilating civilizations upon the surface. A stellar weapon that even the cosmic sovereign Thanos extols. And yet, it could not destroy a colossal beast from Earth. Azel, the Zatari leader, felt an immediate suffocation in his brain, dizzy with disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the reality. Doubting his own perception, gasping for breath, he struggled to stabilize his tumultuous emotions, suddenly overcome with a paradoxical laughter born of fear. Convinced of the inadequacy of the galactic cannon's power, it must be elevated to its utmost intensity. Recharge it. Obliterate the Earth. Beep, beep. The Zatari scholars began their operations, adjusting the parameters of the galactic cannon to an unparalleled degree. Mobilize all Leviathan warships. Delay the time. Azel commanded once more. The vacuum, devoid of sound, seemed to echo with primitive, elongated howls. One by one, the heavily armored space sharks, like arrows released from a bow, surged from all directions towards Shendu. Although the Leviathan warships did not match their terrifying appearance with overwhelming power, their sheer numbers alone could deliver an auditory and visual intimidation. Bang, bang, bang. The Zatari warriors operated the ship's turrets, unleashing a relentless barrage of pulse rays, once again aiming at the colossal entity at the horizon. The alien forces, employing a hive mind strategy, exhibited no fear, undaunted by death, embodying a cold-blooded race of advanced technology, reminiscent of a hybrid between reptiles and apes, devoid of conscience or aesthetic appreciation. Otherwise, they would not have become the recognized armed subordinates of the cosmic emperor, Thanos. Did they believe such tactics could defeat me? It is utterly ludicrous. Perish, while alien pests. Faced with the onslaught of Leviathan warships, the magnificent and majestic azure dragon coiled in the sky, its fearsome visage adorned with a distinctly human expression of disdain. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's cry, the dragon's body swayed, transforming the invisible wind blades into terrifying whirlwinds that reached from heaven to earth. A grand and profound supercyclone spread across the boundless expanse of deep space, wielding a terrifying might that could topple mountains and seas. Nearby celestial bodies and meteors, along with scattered remnants of space debris, have all tragically succumbed to the fierce embrace of the wind blade cyclone. They have been shattered and utterly reduced to mere remnants. The gravitational system that maintains the celestial bodies in their established orbital dance is also showing signs of disintegration under the adverse effects of the supercyclone. A collapse in the deep space sector is imminent, poised to generate a mini black hole that devours all in its path. Total chaos ensues. The celestial entities surrounding the populace will resemble a bathtub drained of its plug, destined to become mere impurities within the belly of a black hole. Even the speed of light cannot escape the ferocious pull of accretion. Fortunately, the wind blade cyclone does not persist for long, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Is this truly a species birthed from Earth? The Za'Tari leader, Azel, was struck with profound shock, nearly rendered incapable of articulating his despair. Gazing upward at the towering azure dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, he stood frozen in disbelief. Countless thoughts swirled within his mind. It is said that within the vast multiverse, there exists a colossal species of lizard, endowed with superior intelligence and advanced technology, residing on the planet Kakarantala, known as the Dragonfolk. According to Azel's conjecture, this creature must be a member of the Dragonfolk, undoubtedly not of earthly origin. Meanwhile, swish, swish, swish. Shadows, seemingly imbued with vitality, swiftly arrived at the control center of the Za'Tari's mother nest. Before the astonished eyes of all, they instantly transformed into armed shadow ninjas. Silently standing still, their sharp shurikens and kunai poised directly against Azel's throat. Clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated. A young Eastern man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, approached Azel with perfect features that were beyond reproach. Alongside him strode a girl in children's attire, with captivating, sparkling eyes full of mischief, exuding a whimsical charm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a villainous act. To capture the thief, one must seize the king. The host is rewarded with Superman glasses. Huh, Superman glasses? According to the villain system's introduction, these are exclusive artifacts of Superman, the son of Krypton from the adjacent universe. A genuine causality weapon. Once adorned with these glasses, no matter how formidable the superhero, they will remain oblivious to the host's alternate identity, forever perceiving the host as ordinary and unremarkable, thereby influencing preconceived notions. They enhance affinity with the opposite sex, radiating traits that the target finds endearing. In simpler terms, they allow the host to effortlessly shift their personal aesthetic. Of course, removing the glasses renders the effect void. It seems this is one of the few eccentric artifacts available. Shendu chuckled at the sight. Additionally, he had acquired a unique fabric akin to that of the Hulk shorts, boasting extraordinary elasticity and resilience, ideal for crafting superhero battle uniforms. However, it held no utility for Shen due the Ninja Legion seized the opportunity to steal 2 talismans. Excellent, Xiaoyu remarked with a charming smile. Shendu gave a thumbs up. He then silently recited an incantation. On the surface, stone talismans adorned with the patterns of pigs and rabbits instantaneously transformed into 2 radiant beams of colorful light, penetrating the chest of the towering Eastern youth. The rabbit talisman symbolizes swift movement, even the ability to traverse time and space, journeying between the past and the future. When combined with the chicken talisman, it grants the power of flight. The pig talisman, akin to the intense vision of a Kryptonian from a neighboring universe, emanates a piercing gaze. Its searing rays can slice through metal, enabling long-range attacks. In terms of actual might, it pales in comparison to the explosive power of a dragon. Boom, boom. The thunderous noise reminiscent of a volcanic eruption resonated. A series of crackling sounds echoed from Shendu's body as his magical power surged once more. He was on the verge of surpassing the demigod level, stepping into an even more advanced and mysterious realm. The sequence of talismans collected included the chicken, dog, snake, monkey, cow, rabbit, and pig. To date, Shendu had acquired 7 talismans, nearly all possessing offensive and life-preserving qualities. Chapter 55, Subjugating the Chitauri. Buzz. Shendu could almost feel the boiling and roaring of magic within him. He had regained half of his peak power. Of course, the numerous rewards from the system, including items, skills, and the symbiotic venom, must be disregarded. If all abilities were taken into account, Shendu was unmistakably nearing the strength of a demigod, truly deserving the title of the strongest on the surface. However, the opportunity to seize the remaining 5 talismans was temporarily lost. As the Battle of New York was drawing to a close, he would assume the role of commander over the Chitauri. There was no need to expend further forces. After all, the entire Chitauri race was now his property. "Cease the charging of the galactic cannon," commanded the Eastern youth, whose delicate features and magnetic voice resonated with a unique rhythm in an alien tongue. This was the language of the Chitauri. Through the symbiotic venom, Shendu effortlessly comprehended the language of this grotesque extraterrestrial race. After all, the symbiote belonged to a cosmic species and, through its host-imbuing characteristics, could acquire vast knowledge, providing an undeniable advantage in understanding cosmic civilizations. The Marvel multiverse is grand, magnificent, and boundless, with no discernible limits. Compared to the world of Jackie Chan adventures, it is indeed far more expansive and resplendent, concealing countless mysteries and formidable races. All extraterrestrial civilizations, without exception, possess unfathomable technological prowess. Take the Chitauri, for instance. With their gliding war machines, Leviathan-class ships, and pulse weaponry merely representing the tip of the iceberg of the Dark Legion. Had they not activated the galactic cannon, raising Shendu's concerns and vigilance, they might have successfully conquered New York. With their fearless locust legions and advanced technology, they could have overwhelmed the Avengers. "Stop! Shut down the galactic cannon," commanded the Chitauri leader, Azel, whose skin was a pallid gray, bearing reptilian features. After a brief hesitation, he hurriedly directed his subordinates to deactivate the annihilation weapon. Buzzing, the energy parameters plummeted to freezing point. The unprecedentedly vast metallic fortress trembled violently. "Xiaoyu, how do you find this palace of yours?" Shendu's gaze swept across the scene. Before him stood the war stronghold of the Chitauri, characterized by its unique interstellar civilization traits, devoid of any brightness or vibrant colors, emanating an aura of chilling solemnity. The armory operated steadily, powered by anti-gravity engines that drove all the fortress's mechanisms. The mother nest was equipped with the full array of Chitauri weaponry. The only drawback was its utter lack of aesthetic appeal. "This is not good. There's absolutely no safety in Zone 13. The young girl, arms crossed and face scrunched in disdain, pouted. It was evident that Xiaoyu harbored quite a special sentiment for Zone 13. "Very well. Later, I shall take you to a more intriguing location," Shendu said, feigning mystery. Despite the alien fortress lacking any trace of oxygen and being rife with harmful substances, the two formidable demons were able to engage in light-hearted conversation. For not only had the malevolent god Loki mastered the arcane spells inscribed in the remnants of the spell compendium, but even the Dark Queen Xiaoyu had memorized all the incantations. With the aid of the mysterious magic transcribed from the compendium, Xiaoyu successfully pilfered 2 talismans. Rabbit, pig. The actions of the 2 esteemed lords in invading Earth have no connection to our Chitauri clan. It was all orchestrated by the malevolent god Loki from Asgard. We will withdraw immediately and guarantee that we will never approach the solar system again. Azir spoke with a face full of obsequiousness and flattery, rubbing his hands together in a fawning manner. At this moment, the well-informed Chitauri leader could hardly fail to recognize the true identity of the young man before him, the anthropomorphic embodiment of a colossal beast from Earth. Offending him was simply not an option. It was imperative to ingratiate oneself. Otherwise, there might be no chance of returning alive to the Dark Quadrant. Speaking of the Dark Quadrant, it was the domain ruled by the cosmic sovereign Thanos, a place rife with corruption and depravity, filled with violence and lawlessness. The sector where the Temple 2 battleship was docked year-round, orchestrated by the malevolent god Loki? Shendu said with a smile that bore an air of irony. Is it not Thanos? Thanos, this is the true name of the cosmic sovereign known as the Mad Titan. Of course, the long years of warfare and atrocities had earned him numerous more illustrious titles. The Mad Titan, the father of the Dark Cult, the ruler of interstellar villains, the harbinger of annihilation. Undoubtedly, he is the destined antagonist of the Marvel Multiverse, fated to gather the 6 Infinity Stones and obliterate half of all life in the universe. The narrative arcs of all realms unfold according to the script orchestrated by the Timekeepers. The immortal Kong, concealed at the edge of the void, has seen through it all, including the impending Force snaps, even the awakening of the gods. The anomalies lurking in the deep seas of Earth are bound to resurface, bringing nightmares and calamities. Who will ultimately prevail? The system-favored prime antagonist or the destined villain favored by the multiverse? Shendu's gaze was icy. The mere mention of Thanos' name stirred a sense of discomfort within him. At this moment, he comprehended the laws governing the universe, as if an exalted will was perpetually intervening in reality, guiding events towards a suitable outcome. Even if Thanos were merely of a semi-divine caliber, he would still encounter a myriad of extraordinary adventures, ultimately acquiring the absolute power to snap his fingers. Thus, it is imperative to regard Thanos' existence with utmost seriousness. One must strategically place a nail in advance to track Thanos' movements, plans, and thoughts. The current Chitauri leader, Azel, appears to be the optimal choice. Azel, I have already glimpsed your destiny, an untimely demise at the hands of the Kree Empire's military commander, Ronan. Therefore, I am not a malevolent invader, but rather the harbinger of your salvation. You may refer to me as the Holy Master, with heartfelt persuasion and enticing incentives. Shendu eloquently articulated that you would inevitably face discrimination from the Dark Order for your inability to fulfill Thanos' mission. Why endure such scorn and humiliation? My empire of demons is in dire need of an esteemed envoy. An esteemed envoy? Ronan? The empire of demons. A cascade of questions flooded his mind. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the Chitauri leader transformed dramatically, revealing a spectrum of emotions. Humph, I cannot comprehend your celestial tongue, retorted a young girl clad in a short dress, her shoulder-length hair framing her youthful face. Throughout their exchange, Shendu and Azel conversed in an alien language, leaving even the ever-curious Xiaoyu bewildered. Boom. The extraterrestrial fortress trembled violently as the situation reached a stalemate. At the horizon of their vision, a spatial vortex in the depths of the cosmos began to contract slowly, seemingly devoid of its energy source, on the verge of permanent closure. What? Loki was defeated by the Avengers? Shendu furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, a red-haired woman, her form accentuated by a form-fitting leather suit, wielded the scepter of the malevolent god embedded with the Mind Stone, effortlessly dismantling the spatial transmission device that had torn the barriers between realms. The spatial vortex shrank with alarming speed, almost instantaneously, as if a wound on the surface of skin were healing, leaving no trace behind. Since the alien mother nest had yet to be completely annihilated, countless Chitauri warriors remained scattered throughout the streets of New York, stubbornly resisting and continuing their invasion and attacks. However, the pressure on the National Strategic Defense and Logistical Support Department significantly diminished. By severing the enemy's vital forces, the complete eradication of these extraterrestrial pests would be inevitable. Loki, you shall face the judgment of the King of the Gods. The towering figure, wielding the mighty Mjolnir, seized Loki by the collar, delivering a resonant roar that dripped with authority, splattering the latter's face with spittle. The god of thunder and power from Asgard, the mightiest among the gods, had finally captured the silver-tongued trickster, Loki. Judgment. My lord, to whom I pledge my allegiance, will surely rescue me and ensnare you all. The god of lies and deceit, his iconic horned helmet vanished, shouted with rage and disdain, his face contorted in fury. Is his mind truly sound? The billionaire with a pair of small mustaches questioned with a tone of disbelief. Chapter 56. The Palace of the Holy Lord emerges. The Ninja Legion, make your appearance. The malevolent god Loki let out a frantic cry, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the shadow ninjas to turn the tide of battle. Capture the thunder god, Thor, threatening the All-Father Odin to abdicate in favor of another. Yet, despite the god of lies and deception's furious howls, the Ninja Legion showed no inclination to heed his call. Silence. It was as if the deity had pressed the mute button. The air became thick with tension. The scene fell into an eerie quiet. Even the mighty Viking warriors felt a sense of shame and embarrassment. Loki, you have truly lost your mind. Thor, the god of thunder, remarked with pity. Perhaps he deserves a lesson. A strikingly beautiful woman with fiery red, shoulder-length curls, and an exaggerated curve of her silhouette wore a mischievous smile as she waved her scepter of the mind, suddenly directing it at Loki, and suggested, Buzz. Before anyone could react, the scepter unleashed a dazzling wave of light that instantly penetrated Loki's skull, seemingly unlocking the dormant mythological genes within him, causing him to plunge into a fainting stupor. The sudden and extraordinary turn of events left all the Avengers astounded. Even Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, wore an expression of disbelief. This isn't my fault. The red-haired woman hastily deflected blame. I sense an intelligence within the scepter of the malevolent god. Intelligence? Hawkeye Barton mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the exquisite gem embedded at the tip of the scepter. At this moment, the group was utterly unaware of the existence of the Infinity Stones, merely believing it to be a magical crystal. It appears that the scepter harbors secrets yet to be revealed. The robust and muscular Steve Rogers exhaled. Everyone, we should celebrate our first victory. How about I invite you all to enjoy some Mexican chicken wraps? Stark proposed. Creak. The group descended in the elevator. During this time, a humorous incident occurred. Hulk attempted to join them in the elevator, but after being firmly rejected by his teammates, he could only grumble and return to the ground via the staircase. Hulk despises stairs. He hates stairs. His thunderous roars echoed through the empty corridor. Faced with the seemingly endless spiral staircase, Hulk felt utterly pitiful and helpless. Whoosh. One by one, the humanoid mechs took to the skies, their palms and saws igniting with fiery thrusters as they soared away. The shark-mouthed Kirov drones also received the command to return, racing towards the Red Room Lighthouse base. The Battle of New York was officially declared over. However, it was not completely finished. The surviving Chitauri infantry formed a combat formation, continuing their relentless assault on the target structure. 177, Bleecker Street. The Sorcerer's Sanctum. Alas, why are these alien pests impossible to eradicate, persisting endlessly? The old man in a shabby wool sweater exclaimed in frustration regarding this bizarre phenomenon. Both the Dragon Warrior and Baron Mordo, the chief disciple of Kamartosh, felt a sense of absurdity and confusion. It seemed as though the Sorcerer's Sanctum possessed something that attracted these extraterrestrial pests. Is it because this location is situated at a pivotal juncture of the spiritual veins? The Universal Gravitation Scroll. With a gesture and chant, Luo Pei summoned forth a series of talisman papers inscribed with ancient preaching script. The invisible force of universal gravitation was subsequently exerted upon the Zitarai infantry. Meanwhile, across the distant ocean in the port city, the imposing figure walked alongside the child-clad girl, once again arriving at the harsh environment of Kowloon Walled City. However, in contrast to its former dilapidated state, it had evidently undergone a monumental renovation. Buildings in the inner circle were systematically dismantled, deliberately clearing a vast expanse of open ground. The lower-tier residents had largely vacated Kowloon Walled City, relocating with their families to other areas for rent. Kowloon Peninsula had seemingly succumbed to the dominion of the Wansui group. It was time to awaken my dormant palace. Shendu took the lead, arriving at the central region of Kowloon Walled City, with the child-clad girl and the formidable Afu closely following. The suited thug, Va Long, along with his confidants, La Suifin and Zhou, formed a protective cluster around the merciless demon emperor. The Bashir Legion, under the command of Ba Sa Chang, was tasked with securing the perimeter to prevent any unforeseen disturbances from disturbing His Majesty the Sovereign. The hierarchy and food chain became instantly apparent. Xiaoyu and Afu were undoubtedly the Sovereign's most trusted confidants. Furthermore, due to the cooperation of the current leader of Kowloon Walled City, the channels of authority, intelligence, and financial resources were swiftly transferred to the Wansui group. They pledged unwavering loyalty to His Majesty the Sovereign, vowing to dedicate their lives. Moreover, after the blessing of dark magic, they were treated generously by Shendu, gaining the right to reside in Kowloon Walled City. Acting as a conduit, they continued to communicate with the founding elders located in the capital, preventing any authorities from detecting anomalies or the impending military presence, thus maintaining the delicate balance of power within the realm. Until Shendu gathered all the talismans, the Wansui group would ultimately transform into a colossal capitalist beast, enveloping the land of the Divine Land and peacefully taking control of every blade of grass. Finally, the treasure of the Golden Rooster King was about to be within reach. The suited thug, Va Long, donned in a striking green outfit, with meticulously groomed hair, exhibited a glimmering gaze, almost ravenous. The wealth displayed in the sovereign's palace was undoubtedly tantalizing. The Golden Rooster King refers to none other than Qin Shi Huang. How splendid were the treasures collected by the Eternal Emperor during his lifetime. Va Long could hardly contain his eagerness to behold them. The promised jade and stone from the sovereign were imminent, and his anticipation soared. The amiable businessman from Taiwan, filled with desire, rubbed his hands together and said, "Jade. This is what Ba Sa Chang has long desired." He even yearned for a jade companion, to embrace the flawless jade each night as he drifted into slumber. Surely, the sovereign can fulfill this modest request? Ba Sa Chang nurtured such fantasies. Of course, there are no rewards without reason. He vowed to remain eternally loyal to His Majesty the Sovereign in hopes of realizing his unrealistic dreams. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing villainous deeds, disregarding the lives of subordinates. Reward, Loki's mask. Oh, is this also permissible? As Shendu prepared to recite the summoning incantation, he gazed at the suddenly materialized system panel, a contemplative smile gracing his lips. To disregard the lives of his subordinates? Such a sentiment should be rephrased as a great individual not being mired in trivialities. Moreover, the malevolent deity Loki emerged unscathed, merely reduced to a captive, rendering excessive concern unnecessary. The pressing matter at hand was to awaken the slumbering palace of the Holy Master. Should the arcane sorcerers guarding the holy temple of Port City unravel the hidden secrets of Kowloon Walled City, a cascade of consequential events would surely ensue, provoking the wrath of superheroes. At that point, the situation would spiral beyond Shendu's control, evolving into an entirely unpredictable realm, devoid of any narrative reference. Such a scenario was precisely what Shendu endeavored to avert. The initiation of the Battle of New York undeniably contained elements that would perpetuate the trajectory of the story. The Loki mask as a figure of transformation? A smirk played upon Shendu's lips. This whimsical fantasy film left an indelible impression upon him. By donning the mask at night, one could transform into a trickster, wielding the powers of the Asgardian god of mischief. What if Loki were to wear the Loki mask? It seemed a prospect worthy of anticipation. Calming his tumultuous thoughts, Shendu extended his arms, channeling the terrifying magic bestowed by the Holy Master. In an instant, An ominous aura, deep and profound, pervaded the atmosphere. A swirling updraft rose within Kowloon-walled city, dust particles dancing in the air, accompanied by a resounding dual voice speaking a rhythmically unique malevolent tongue. Unknown. Bizarre. The sacred and grand vibrations began to surge wildly. Kowloon-walled city trembled violently. Soon after, the earth erupted in a thunderous rift, revealing a resplendent palace of gold and jade erupting from the depths of a daunting abyss. A quintessential example of Eastern architectural grandeur. This palace bore the historical essence of the capital city, the Purple Gold City. It was, indeed, a remarkable ancient capital. A magnificent wonder that had withstood the test of millennia. It re-emerged into the realm of mortals. Chapter 57. The mask of the malicious spirit. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. They collectively held their breath, staring in awe at the opulent palace structure before them, seemingly rendered speechless. Undoubtedly, this was a genuine marvel of great significance, an embodiment of classical Eastern architectural culture, imbued with rich Chinese hues, nearly flawless in its execution. Even Buckingham Palace, where the Queen of Great Britain resides, could not be compared to it. The latter appeared as a mere rustic estate, as the demon of fire, a tyrant who had twice ruled over the eastern continent. It was only fitting that such a regal city befit his stature. Thus, the Holy Master summoned all skilled artisans from the land, employing countless rare materials and expending extensive time to construct such a grand palace. This was, in the truest sense, a millennium-old capital that bore witness to the historical transitions of the land, though it lay eternally slumbering deep beneath the earth. To the archaeologists and treasure hunters of the land, it remained an unattainable, celestial palace. The ancient walls towered high and formidable, with an elegant turret gracing each corner of the palace city. Like a castle reminiscent of the magnificent Fuso Tenchikaku, it boasts both lookout and defensive functions. Its intricate structure and harmonious overall design evoke a sense of aesthetic beauty without any hint of overshadowing. Wow, it is simply breathtaking. The somewhat foolish-looking Reizu cannot help but express his admiration with a fervent gesture. Even the well-traveled and affluent businessman Basha of Taisheng experiences an overwhelming visual impact. Following the tall and imposing young man, the group steps into the inner courtyard of the palace, only to discover a world beyond imagination. Majestic halls with eaves that gracefully curve upwards stand tall, flanked by lifelike white marble sculptures of dragons and tigers, their fierce gazes intimidating all who behold them. These symbolize the emperor's supreme authority. The pavilions and towers, arranged with delightful asymmetry yet balanced in symmetry, create a striking interplay. It is magnificence personified. Truly a spectacle to behold. Once again, the crowd marvels at the grandeur and splendor of the sovereign's palace. Astonishingly, the fearsome dragon-headed demon possesses a sophisticated aesthetic that defies its fearsome appearance. Perhaps the celestial palace described in Journey to the West was inspired by the architectural style of the imperial city. My palace. It has finally manifested once more in the mortal realm. The handsome young man, with refined features, raises his arms in exultation. His captivatingly alluring voice resonates powerfully. At this moment, his eyes burn with an unmistakable excitement and fervor. The fleeting images in his mind suggest that the palace before him is shrouded in mystery, adorned with numerous magical runes that are closely tied to the fate of the sovereign. If the sovereign were to cease to exist, the palace would likewise vanish into oblivion. To deter the unwelcome visits of treasure hunters, let us proceed. Continue to explore my palace, the future capital of the divine land and the seat of the court. The young man leads the way with determination. The palace doors are adorned with gold-embossed carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an opulence that is nothing short of extravagant. As the doors swing open, there is no unpleasant odor of decay. Instead, a refreshing scent of musk wafts through the air. How dark it is. The Dark Queen, Xiaoyu, crosses her arms and squints as she surveys the surroundings. The winding corridor is shrouded in darkness, yet at its end, there seems to be a luminous entity that faintly illuminates the path ahead. Is that a night pearl? Upon seeing this, the suited ruffian, Valong, feels his pupils constrict with intensity and rushes toward the glowing object. Snap! A single finger snap causes the magical sconces hanging on the corridor walls to ignite in succession, illuminating the hallway to its very end. The fierce flames reveal every detail in vivid clarity. The treasures gleam brilliantly. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasps in astonishment. My eyes! They are dazzled. Reizu and Zhou cry out, shielding their heads. Then, peering through their fingers, they survey the mountains of gold, silver, jewels, and exquisite jade. Artistic creations forged from pure gold. An array of priceless rarities. It appears as if they are merely a heap of refuse, lacking any semblance of order or oversight. As far as the eye can see, it is scattered everywhere, thoroughly numbing the senses of the onlookers. The treasure of the Golden Rooster King. Is this the imperial seal of the nation? The dapper rogue Valen and Bassa often exclaimed in unison, as if they sensed that life had reached its zenith. A pinnacle of existence. The stunning, resplendent imagery was forever etched in the irises of the onlookers. Even as time inexorably marched on, it would never fade or be forgotten. The imperial seal? The enigmatic Dark Queen inquired curiously. 4 inches in diameter, adorned with 5 dragons, inscribed with the characters commanded by heaven, everlasting prosperity. Perfectly accurate. Could it be that the National Museum harbored the fabled imperial seal? Bass's face, once filled with rapture and enchantment, suddenly contorted with a chilling realization, his complexion paling. Fake. I would never allow the Emperor's credentials to pass into the hands of mere mortals. The tall and noble youth scoffed. Your Majesty, I implore you to bestow upon me this seal, to be enshrined in my home. I shall treasure it as my very life, guarding it through generations. Bassa knelt. His demeanor reverent and sincere, his tone profoundly humble. Your Majesty, do not forget your promise of the golden rooster treasure, Valen interjected, brandishing a trove of gold coins. His visage aflame with fervor and madness. The crowd awaited the sovereign's response with bated breath. Logically, for their unwavering dedication to the sovereign's cause, they ought to receive at least a trifling reward. They believed the sovereign would not take offense at such a meager offering. Only the Dark Queen, clad in trendy children's attire, crossed her arms and smiled silently, as if she could see through it all. Reward? Gift? You are all my capable aides and trusted confidants. Mere worldly gold and jewels cannot signify my appreciation and regard. Set it aside. All of it. I possess something of far greater value to bestow upon you. The youth eloquently proclaimed. Ah, this. Have we truly reached such significance? They gasped, moved by the revelation. Mother asked why I wept. Long live your Majesty. Rezu and Afun embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Even Valen and Bassa exhibited a blend of astonishment and disbelief. The imperial seal, gold and silver treasures, truly. To the sovereign, they held little worth. A reward of even greater value? The dapper rogue and the affluent merchant exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. And they unanimously resolved to take a leap of faith, to trust in the sovereign. Fools, sighed the black tiger Afu, shaking his head. Even a simpleton can see that this is merely the sovereign's rhetoric. There is no more valuable reward. It is well known that the sovereign is a noble dragon as well as a demonic sorcerer, who has never kept his promises. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed through the vast palace as they pressed onward, soon following the sovereign into a resplendent storage chamber. In the center of the hall, atop a pedestal, lay an exquisitely crafted brocade box wrapped in silk. A sense of calling and allure washed over me. Little Yu's beautiful eyes trembled as she suddenly spoke in an enchanting dual tone, urging, Your Majesty, please open the brocade box. Inside are the essentials for my growth. With a flourish, the lid was lifted, revealing a fearsome mask with jagged fangs that came into view. The mask, a deep crimson hue, is adorned with long, dark green hair cascading down, crowned by 2 symmetrical sharp horns. Its fierce and terrifying visage closely resembles the ancient Hanyu mask passed down through the ages in Fusang, embodying a vengeful spirit born of jealousy and resentment. In Chapter 58, The Changing Winds of the Divine Land, I shudder at the thought of nightmares haunting my sleep tonight. Oh, Xiaoyu, do not gaze upon it. The Holy Lord possesses an unusual obsession with collecting masks. Lajua and Zhou Qi engaged in a lively discussion, oblivious to Xiaoyu's entranced gaze as she meticulously examined the mask with its green face and fearsome fangs, softly reciting the mysterious incantations chronicled in the ancient grimoire of spells. This grimoire, containing the Holy Lord's original incantations alongside other formidable sorceries mastered by elite demons, was meticulously compiled by the supreme commander of the Ghost Shadow Legion, Talakudo. Its cover bears the simplistic drawing of Tala, radiating astonishing magical power. Given its audacious title of Grimoire of Spells, it undoubtedly encompasses an extensive array of incantations and sorceries, even though only half of it remains. It has nonetheless granted unprecedented enhancements to the dark deity Loki and the Dark Queen Xiaoyu. However, they have only glimpsed the fragments bestowed upon them by the Holy Lord. The true possessor of the complete reading rights is none other than the Demon Lord of Fire. This knowledge of manipulating others was a skill mastered by ancient emperors. Even when forming alliances on the surface, there exists a hierarchy of status. The Holy Lord indisputably resides at the pinnacle of the food chain. It is imperative to ensure his leadership while simultaneously augmenting the combat prowess of his allies. Otherwise, there would be no need for alliances if he were to gallop ahead alone. This is the gift I bestow upon you, Dark Queen, Shendu remarked with a smile, eagerly anticipating Xiaoyu's forthcoming transformation. Talakudo indeed exerted tremendous effort for the grimoire. The book even contains portions pertaining to the spells of the Ghost Shadow Legion. Through translation and deduction, Shendu expanded these into a predatory form of ghostly magic. This allows the extraction of souls and energy sealed within the mask for personal gain, fostering a profound transformation and leap in Xiaoyu's physical prowess. enabling her to supplant the ghost shadow demon king Talakudo and ascend as the supreme commander of the 9 legions. Crack, 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 as Xiaoyu chanted her incantation. An updraft began to swell. The mask of the vengeful spirit instantly cracked, revealing a multitude of fissures. The palace dimmed, a chilling aura permeating the grand hall. The Dark Queen's eyes glowed a vivid red, transforming her into a demon devoid of conscience, her dual voice echoing with malevolence. A sorrowful, wailing cry erupted. Filthy, enigmatic. An ominous black mist swiftly coalesced into a visage reminiscent of a living vengeful spirit, its gaping maw poised to devour. This was the malevolent soul sealed within the mask, the vengeful spirit of General Ninja. The mask before them was indeed the Ninja mask, the emblem of the leader of the Ninja Legion. Through this very mask, the Holy Lord acquired the power to command the Ninja Legion. Naturally, this was all part of his grand design to cultivate Xiaoyu, completely undermining the Ghost Shadow Demon King and usurping Talakudo's military authority. Shendu could only bear the pain of parting. Everything that belongs to you is now mine. General Ninja. The Dark Queen suddenly emitted a sharp, delicate rebuke. Crack. The ghostly mask shattered completely, reduced to dust. The immense ghostly energy that the mask sealed transformed into an exaggerated ink dragon, which surged into the Dark Queen's mind. A searing cloud of magical mist spread, enveloping the enchanting young girl in doll-like attire. The ghostly energy was rapidly reshaping Xiaoyu. She was now terrifying. Had she been possessed by a malevolent spirit from hell? Lajua and Zhou exchanged fearful glances, their hearts racing. Your Majesty, when shall I be rewarded with even greater power? As for the mighty Hu Fu, he gazed with envy and jealousy, humbly pleading. He was a genuine martial enthusiast, willing to employ any means to grow stronger. Indeed, this invincible bandit from Foshan, who had triumphed in the port city, also demonstrated a sense of the greater picture during critical moments. Hence, he commanded authority within the Kowloon walled city. One must admit that the producers of Jackie Chan Adventures have successfully crafted the image of a powerful, comically eccentric man. Shendu held Hu Fu in high regard and decided to cultivate him into a formidable contender capable of challenging the Avengers. To operate from the shadows, subtly manipulating the workings of the great land of China, how delightful it would be. Rest assured, Hu Fu, your gift has been prepared. Shendu smiled. Shortly, he would lead everyone to the Life Foundation in San Francisco, located along the coast. The super vaccine, a fusion of mutant cells and compound number 5, would be distributed among his trusted allies. This was the most distinctive and renowned enhancement drug in 2 entirely different worlds, capable of mass-producing mutants and superhumans. Dr. Drake, responsible for researching both substances, had recently reported significant progress and invited Shendu for an inspection. It was time to elevate the overall strength of his loyal aides. Even if they lacked the qualifications to challenge the Avengers, they could still position themselves at the apex of the food chain, assisting him in executing more unsavory tasks. After all, the focus of future operations would soon shift to the ancient land of China. This land, with its 5,000-year-old civilization, undoubtedly conceals countless extraordinary individuals. For instance, the 8 immortals who subdued ancient demons left behind their teachings and legacies in China. Luo Pei, a warrior of the Lin dynasty and a hero who vanquished a fearsome dragon, enjoyed wealth and glory afterward. A millennium has passed, and a sprawling family with deep-rooted influence has emerged. And then there is Master Man. His 10 Rings gang has operated domestically for many years. The news of his recent appearance in the Kowloon walled city must have reached the ears of the authorities. Perhaps it would soon attract the attention of spies from relevant departments. Shendu's gaze turned icy as the handsome visage resembling Zhao Wei swirled in his mind, clearly sensing an intangible pressure. A person's name, a tree's shadow. As the saying goes, caution ensures a long voyage. After all, the Holy Lord in the drama had failed not just twice. Every failure lingers vividly in memory. The petrifying magic and the divine relic must eventually be resolved personally. But where to begin? I have it. The living lexicon of this world, the Dark Sorcerer, master of countless obscure and ancient incantations, should possess the knowledge to nullify the influence of the divine relic. Shendu clenched his fist, striking his palm. The Dragon of Knives. The sworn enemy of the elemental mage father, an ancient monster who has lived for countless years. His true name is Huang Daolong, a longtime recluse in the land of the gods. I hope the leader of the Kowloon walled city can investigate the whereabouts of the Dragon of Knives. Shendu's face brimmed with anticipation. Little did he know, the entire realm of the gods was set ablaze by a series of chain reactions following the sudden emergence of the Holy Lord's palace. In the capital, the magnificent and imposing purple gold city housed a quaintly decorated loft, which served as the workplace for officials of the former dynasty's astronomical bureau. The modern court, inheriting old systems, remained responsible for observing the celestial phenomena and natural occurrences within the realm, colloquially known as the Bureau of Natural Phenomena. However, in this parallel dimension, where the adventures of Jackie Chan collide with the Marvel Universe, no department or agency is as simple as it appears. Clatter, clatter. A pellet slipped from the dragon's mouth, falling into the mouth of a toad below. The seismometer emitted a crisp echo, instantly awakening the drowsy staff. What? A spiritual pulse fluctuation has appeared in the direction of the port city? This is a momentous event not seen in years. A young man, with a well-proportioned appearance and a work badge pinned to his chest, hurriedly dialed his superior to report the news accurately. The port city instantly became the focal point of numerous factions within the realm. It seems the Holy Lord has awakened his palace, in the resplendent and stately cliffside villa. A slender figure, holding a tall glass filled with crimson wine, gazed towards the distant Kowloon Peninsula, murmuring softly. The metallic bracelet on his sleeve shimmered, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, seemingly embodying boundless magical power. The figure of Kowloon, short and wrinkled, was shrouded in a black robe, obscuring his features. Only a hoarse voice emerged, exuding cruelty and chilling coldness, as if he were a sinister being of ill repute. Behind him stood 3 brown-skinned warriors, their bodies etched with peculiar patterns, brandishing various magical weapons as they delved into a treacherous abyss. Those extraordinary individuals, endowed with immense powers, were nearly all aware of the unfolding events. Yet, the unguarded holy temple of the port city failed to seize the fleeting traces. Chapter 59. Little Jade transformed into Big Jade. The holy temple of the port city was constructed in the bustling streets, facing the Kowloon Peninsula across the water, albeit at a considerable distance. Its exterior resembled a dilapidated European apartment. At this moment, a portal of shimmering brilliance spontaneously materialized within. An archaeologist with a prominent nose and a gaunt old man stepped onto the shores of the great ocean. Port City, make yourselves comfortable. Do not be restrained, smiled the Grand Sorcerer Wang. Due to the profound ties between the dragon fighters and the Supreme Sorceress, even the dragon team became esteemed guests of Kamartosh. However, the soul of the dragon team, the lady, remains unaccounted for to this day. Jackie Chan and True were nearly in despair. Kowloon Walled City, this was the abode of my distant relatives. Even if Xiaoyu were to transform into a dark queen, she would undoubtedly never forget her parents. The archaeologist clenched his fist and proclaimed, "Let us proceed to Kowloon Walled City," Wang suggested with a smile. Creak. As the heavy wooden door swung open, the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace enveloped them. Vendors on both sides of the alley called out incessantly. The enticing aromas of various street delicacies wafted through the air, presenting a dazzling array of culinary delights. A wave of childhood memories surged within. Jackie Chan inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful sensations as the fragrant scents filled his nostrils. Ah, look. True pointed in a direction, exclaiming with a childlike tone. A familiar young girl came into view. The distinct bangs, the lively and mischievous gaze, the fashionable sporty attire. It was Xiaoyu. Jackie Chan could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed towards the girl. Oh dear. She cannot possibly be Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has a terror tattoo on her ankle, and she is not even 5'5". The frail old man lamented, clutching his head in despair. Indeed, it was only as he drew closer to the girl that the archaeologist suddenly recognized the difference. How could a 10-year-old girl possibly be 5'5"? It seemed I had been lovesick with nostalgia. Jackie Chan raised his head, his eyes shimmering, and earnestly apologized to the tall young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. I'm terribly sorry for the intrusion. She bears an uncanny resemblance to my distant niece. Niece. The young man's lips curled into a warm smile. No harm done. I wish you success in your search for family. With that, he took the frail girl's delicate hand and strolled down the wide asphalt road. Uncle Long, doesn't he recognize me anymore? The girl's sweet, melodious voice chimed. Her expression was a mixture of complexity. Through the fitting mirror displayed by the roadside, she scrutinized her unadorned yet striking appearance, seemingly engulfed in a sense of disconnection from reality. Yet, she was truly stunning. Her lashes curled elegantly, eyes sparkling with clarity. Her skin, as white and translucent as mutton fat jade, was almost flawless. Despite her height of merely 5'5", her feminine features had yet to fully develop. Nevertheless, she frequently turned heads as she passed by, embodying a lively and playful spectacle. The energy emanating from the ninja mask had inadvertently caused a premature blossoming, a development I had not anticipated. The tall young man with the black-rimmed glasses chuckled in disbelief. He, too, felt astonished and perplexed by this situation. After all, no matter how mature Xiaoyu appeared, her essence remained unchanged. According to the clay tablet's inscription, there were a total of 9 masks. Could it be that in the future, I would become an old woman? The girl's face was filled with concern. An old woman? The thought was too beautiful to even imagine. That should not be the case. With your abilities, you should be able to maintain a youthful and beautiful appearance for a long time, Shendu reassured her. At this moment, Xiaoyu, having consumed the ninja mask, undoubtedly wielded the absolute power of a ninja brigade. Even Terra could not seize it. completely liberating oneself from the constraints of Terra's tattoo. Even its removal bears no negative repercussions. Thus, Shendu decisively dealt with the unsightly and obtrusive Terra tattoo. It is likely that the Phantom Demon King Terra could never have anticipated that the painstakingly revised grimoire he crafted would soon become the final straw that breaks his back. It appears that gathering talismans and masks has become an urgent necessity. Shendu pinched his forehead, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier as his following expanded. The issues demanding his attention multiplied daily, leaving no time for leisure or enjoyment of life. It was imperative to recruit reliable administrative talent. His gaze, sharp and piercing behind the lenses, glimmered with a blend of playfulness and sagacity. However, suitable candidates were currently lacking in this intricate world where multiple backgrounds converge. The superheroes and villains he was familiar with mostly belonged to a class of lowbrow individuals. Even those top talents hailing from prestigious institutions often exhibited problematic personalities. Take Tony Stark, for instance. He created a super artificial intelligence using the Mind Stone, believing it would prevent disasters, only to nearly bring about the annihilation of Earth. He even initiated a civil war with Steve Rogers, leading to the superheroes splitting into factions, ultimately falling victim to Thanos, who was well prepared. With a mere snap of his fingers, half of the multiverse's life was extinguished. A headache ensued. After inspecting the Life Foundation, it would be prudent to swiftly reclaim the Mind Stone. Such a treasure, in the hands of mortals, is bound to incite chaos. Buzz. Shendu transformed, ascending in a radiant arc. The combination of the chicken and rabbit talismans equated to high-speed flight, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. He almost instantaneously arrived at the newly renovated Kowloon walled city. The once dilapidated walls had been revitalized, and the reinforced concrete structures stood firm, serving as a natural umbrella for the palace of the Holy Lord. Its appearance resembled that of a luxurious resort hotel. Of course, the Kowloon walled city would not be open for business. The residents within were all former members of notorious gangs, holding significant power and influence in the Harbor City region. "You're so slow," remarked a spirited girl in children's clothing, crossing her arms. Her expressive eyes and graceful demeanor exuded a unique feminine charm, despite her youth. "Where there are shadows, darkness prevails. Be careful not to awaken the Phantom Demon King Terra," Shendu joked. "Humph. Even if Terra awakens, he shall become food for my dark queen," Xiaoyu pouted. Mysterious and eerie, this murky world reeked of oppressive foreboding. Hardly any living beings existed here, and sinister figures flickered in and out of sight. Faint outlines of structures reminiscent of Japanese architecture could be discerned at the horizon's edge, akin to a mythical underworld. Terrifying, indeed. Any living soul who set foot here was bound to meet an untimely fate. "It seems I can no longer sense the presence of General Niga," a deep, enchanting voice echoed. Suddenly, a grotesque cat-faced monster jolted awake from its slumber. The expression on his face was intricate as he spoke, as if someone had invoked the magic detailed in the grimoire. The grimoire. It was a painstakingly crafted tome of spells that he had authored himself, its cover deliberately embossed with his diminutive likeness. However, he could never have fathomed that the existence of the grimoire would lead to the soul of a specter general being shattered. It seemed necessary to teach that thief a lesson. The moment the words left his lips, the beast with a feline visage and a thick beard vanished in an instant, seemingly transported to a sensory coordinate. The Harbor City, Kowloon Peninsula. The tall young man with black-framed glasses furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing a powerful dark energy approaching. His gaze shifted, ultimately settling on a nearby corner. "How could he discern my whereabouts? Was it you who eliminated my General Niga?" The feline-faced creature spoke coldly. Chapter 60. Terra, you were bold. The bearded creature bore lips of an ominous shade, its countenance fierce and menacing, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, glaring with an intensely dangerous aura. Terra, full name Terrakudo. This was the supreme commander of the Phantom Legion, the sovereign of the Dark Kingdom, the architect of the 9 great legions, the Phantom Demon Lord. According to the original narrative, it was supposed to be the power-depleted dark sorcerer Daolong who summoned him, serving as a new antagonist and threat, continuously troubling the Dragon Squad. Yet Shendu had not anticipated that Terra would manifest ahead of schedule. It seemed that little U.S. act of harnessing the Niga mask had awakened the slumbering Phantom Demon Lord. "You did not respond. It appears you have tacitly accepted my premise." The feline-faced creature intoned in a deep, resonant voice, issuing a threat. "You have 2 choices. Swear allegiance to me and become my subordinate, taking the place of General Niga, or face a fate worse than death." The creature's features twisted in a menacing grimace as it unleashed a torrent of surging energy waves. Buzz. A tempestuous and vast mental force surged forth violently, akin to a colossal wave of fury, bearing an indomitable might as it swept toward the statuesque young man. Sizzle. The howling wind swept past. The intangible mental energy obliterated all obstacles in its path, leaving even newly renovated walls in ruins. Should it strike its target, The consequences would be nothing short of grotesque. Do not harm my master. In that critical moment, a muscular figure, robust and powerful, suddenly descended from above. Its surface was adorned with resilient dark green scales. Crossing its arms in defense, it stood firm. Clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the night sky. A brawny man with fiery red hair, exuding an audacious spirit, managed to withstand the mental assault of the phantom demon Lord Terra. Is this a living mask? A mysterious and bizarre creature. Lajua and Zhou, accompanied by the suit-clad thug Varong, arrived just in time. However, as they gazed at the menacing feline-faced creature, the group engaged in animated discussion, thoroughly intrigued. After all, such a sight was indeed a rarity. In this form, the spectral demon King Terra possesses numerous abilities that cannot inflict harm, leaving even the seasoned mage old man in a state of utter frustration. However, the sumo warrior Tulu ultimately discovers a solution: an onion. This is the very substance that Terra fears, as it can sting his eyes. Strictly speaking, the powers of the spectral demon King Terra are limited and not as terrifying as one might envision. The crux of the matter lies within the spectral mask. If adorned upon the face of a superhero, the consequences would be unfathomable. The spectral mask seals the malevolent and cold spirit of a vengeful general. Wearing the mask significantly enhances the host's physical attributes, greatly improving their resilience and mitigating damage from conventional firearms. Instantly, the wearer gains extraordinary strength, agility, and endurance. Additionally, they possess the ability to summon the Spectral Legion. However, the malevolent energy of the mask will corrode the host's mind, persistently guiding them towards moral decay, transforming them into a demon devoid of conscience. Even the resolute and valiant Sheriff Blake cannot resist the negative influences of the mask. Over time, he will inevitably succumb to the embrace of darkness. Only the recipes and incantations recorded on paper flowers can remove the mask. There are no other alternatives. Oh, you possess the aura of the Holy Lord. The cat-faced monster furrows his brow, narrowing his eyes slightly, and grins maliciously, stating that should you don the spectral mask, you could become a formidable general rivaling demons. Come forth, my general. Huh, is this a joke? The black tiger Ah Fu is left utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a surge of flames erupts from his throat, scorching and blazing through the air as supernova ignites. The dazzling flames, akin to a living entity, lash out towards the nearby floating head. I had not misjudged you after all. A mysterious smile graces the lips of the cat-faced monster, completely disregarding the oncoming fiery serpent. His form contorts as he effortlessly evades the lethal strike of Black Tiger Ah Fu. The supernova blazes forth with a thunderous roar. The terrifyingly high-temperature flames surge towards the Black Hand Gang quartet. The leading suit-clad thug, Valen, is instantly left disheveled, his well-tailored attire rendered unrecognizable. His parents would hardly recognize him. Meanwhile, Lajua and Zhou tremble in fear. Were it not for their Holy Lord tattoos and maximum magical resistance, they would have surely perished on the spot. Did it miss? Black Tiger Ah Fu stares in disbelief, questioning his very existence. Just who is this cat-faced monster? Even the bestowed magical power from His Majesty cannot harm him in the slightest. Even if the Holy Lord were present, I would not fear him in the slightest. Moreover, you who have fortuitously gained the Holy Lord's aura Terra's gaze is icy. He seems rather disdainful of the fire tyrant, who once dominated the eastern continent. Such arrogance. Indeed. As the sovereign of the Dark Kingdom and the supreme commander of the 9 legions, why would Terra yield to the repeatedly defeated demon emperor, the Holy Lord? Terra has even fantasized about using the spectral mask to enslave ancient demons. The plan remains unexecuted, yet the malevolent dragon, once again seeking to dominate the land, has already been ruthlessly expelled by Lopez, leaving its whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Terra is left with no choice but to succumb to slumber, until the soul of General Nika is utterly obliterated, awakening him from his slumber. Is this not a realm once governed by the Lord? The 9 dragons? Remarkably, it has developed a considerable scale. Who is orchestrating events from the shadows? With a piercing gaze sweeping across the surroundings, the Phantom Demon King remarked with a curious expression. As if within the fortified city lies an extraordinary edifice, perfectly suited to serve as my palace. The palace, referring to the abode of royalty. Hailing from Fusang, Terra has naturally adopted the linguistic style of that land. In his eyes, neither the Black Tiger Ah Fu nor the suited brigand Valong pose any threat. Lacking the qualifications to compete with him, he is destined to seize control of the 9 dragons, supplanting the inept demon emperor to govern this bountiful land. Fulfilling his ambition of universal dominion, the era of ancient demons has concluded, imprisoned in hell for eternity, unable to be reborn. The only entity capable of filling this void and reigning supreme over Earth is none other than the Phantom Legion. Dare they covet my territory? The tall youth removed his black-framed glasses, his voice enchanting and surreal, half smiling as he said, Terra, repeat your line. I did not hear it clearly. Buzz. The removal of the causality weapon, a gift from the son of Krypton from the neighboring universe, seemed to have unlocked Pandora's box. A terrifying aura akin to a primordial beast began to spread. The leaden clouds loomed, enveloping the vast expanse of the earth. The air around them felt as if it had solidified, utterly frozen. The ever-composed and disdainful phantom demon King Terra suddenly trembled like a startled wildcat. You. Why? Have you returned? And yet I was utterly oblivious. Terra's pupils quivered, his speech disjointed and incoherent, as if his worldview had crumbled. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The imagery conjured by dragon language magic may deceive human perception, yet it could not escape the keen senses of the phantom demon king. After all, Terra had personally compiled an all-encompassing grimoire of spells, well-versed in the arcane arts of the most formidable demons. Since it is termed a compendium of spells, it must undoubtedly encompass the unparalleled dragon language magic. However, Terra lacked the privilege to wield the enigmatic dragon language magic, for he is not of noble draconic lineage. Thus, he merely recorded the varieties and concepts of dragon language magic. What he could never have anticipated was that the architect of General Nika's demise was an existence he had not foreseen. The tyrant who burned books and buried scholars. The totem of faith across the land, the true dragon emperor, the demon emperor who wields the power of divination. The Lord. He stood within arm's reach of the Lord, yet remained blissfully unaware of the Lord's true identity, Novelli viewing him as merely a bully of a Chinese man. A truly reckless folly. Moreover, according to his perception, the fiery demon lord before him was neither an illusion nor a mere doppelganger, but the authentic embodiment of the demon lord. What shall be done now? Terra, please repeat your lines. I did not catch them clearly. Shendu narrowed his eyes, an overwhelming aura of malevolence seemingly coalescing around him. He then advanced step by step toward the floating feline-faced monster. Wherever his feet touched the ground, it instantaneously cracked, erupting with a web of fissures. He resembled a colossal beast from a prehistoric era, instilling an immense sense of oppression upon the Spectre King, Terra, rendering his mind nearly incapable of functioning. An overwhelming terror ensued. Oh dear. The concentration of dark energy here has reached an unimaginable level. Even my father is seeing stars. A raspy, shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. Not far away, familiar yet strange silhouettes began to materialize. How unfortunate. In a fit of despair, the archaeologist visiting distant relatives for the sake of his niece lamented. A ghost. The mummy general. The stout and robust sumo warrior turned pale, suddenly sensing a jolt of electricity coursing through his skin, causing his hair to stand on end. The floating feline-faced monster was almost entirely exposed. Due to the remote environment of Kowloon-walled city, no one had perceived it until the arrival of the dragon squad. True. Having grown up listening to tales of the mummy general, he held a natural reverence and fear for the existence of ghosts. He instantly recognized the origins of the floating giant head. Fusang mummy. Monsters begone. Monsters begone. Monsters begone. My father recited a sacred and profound incantation. Immediately, a radiant emerald beam erupted from the pufferfish, shooting toward the thick-bearded feline-faced monster. Chapter 61. Super Creature Serum. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. The magical rays imbued with righteous energy suddenly struck the feline-faced monster. Astonishingly, they passed straight through the floating giant head, nearly hitting a young maiden resembling the delicate jade. No harm was inflicted whatsoever. My father's magic has actually failed? Have I seen you before? A cacophony of panicked shouts erupted continuously. Jackie Chan and True exchanged incredulous glances, sharply aware of the disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. My father cannot even exorcise the Fusang mummy general? Huh? The former queen of the Spectre Legion? Terra squinted, then noticed the Dark Queen not far away. A whirlwind of chaotic images flooded his mind. He comprehended the intricacies of the situation, planning to support the Dark Queen in her ascent to power, usurping the Spectre Legion I created. Such delusional thoughts. Sooner or later, I shall lead my army to seize this city as my stronghold. Buzz. The thick-bearded feline-faced monster's countenance contorted in malice, its voice deep and sinister as it threatened. Subsequently, an invisible wave of telekinetic energy abruptly enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Bang, 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 bang. Countless objects soared into the air, crashing down upon the crowd. A giant axe felled a tree. An antelope leaped. A flying kick soared through the air. A bear's paw struck. A whirlwind kick. A brawny figure with flowing crimson hair was the first to take action, executing a series of flamboyant yet comical moves, accompanied by precise and fierce martial arts techniques. Even the archaeologist, Jackie Chan, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. This young man possesses skills reminiscent of his father's in his prime, remarked the lean old man in a woolen sweater appreciatively. Indeed, the elder was not exaggerating. Jackie Chan's martial prowess was inherited from his father. In the narrative, the elder, empowered by a canine talisman, propelled Afu a good 3 meters away with a kick, a testament to his youthful vigor. However, times have changed. Black Tiger Afu could certainly overpower the elder now. After all, Afu had been granted magical energy as a reward from the Lord. The mummy general had vanished. True reminded, his voice laced with concern. Oh dear. A new demon has emerged. It appeared that the dragon fighters were indeed correct. The advent of superheroes had disrupted the balance of yin and yang, leading to an influx of various malevolent entities breaking free from their seals to fill the void of dark energy. The elder lamented, clutching his head in despair. The imbalance of yin and yang. The void of dark energy. This is a doctrine and theory that has persisted throughout the ages in the land of China. The interplay of yin and yang gives rise to all things. Light and darkness are both essential. Their coexistence is the highest principle. If either force becomes excessively dominant, the will of nature will undoubtedly intervene. Due to the amalgamation of multiple world backgrounds, the superheroes of the Marvel Universe formed the Avengers, while various nations established armed defense forces, directly resulting in a grotesque imbalance of thriving yang and waning yin, to restore harmony and complementarity. The demons chronicled in historical texts have begun to awaken one after another. For instance, the Lord, the Shadow Demon King, Terra. This trend will not cease halfway. It will only intensify. Strictly speaking, Thanos, the true architect of the future that obliterates half of life across the multiverse, is the real sage. He single-handedly achieved the equilibrium of yin and yang in nature. Of course, even if Thanos had not snapped his fingers, the universe would have adjusted itself. The 4 snaps depicted in the narrative did not restore balance to the multiverse's ecological environment. Instead, they triggered a far more terrifying crisis. The awakening of the divine? How could it retreat in such disarray? Boring. Replacing his Superman glasses, the overwhelming malevolence enveloping him dissipated like mist. He once again assumed a tall and graceful demeanor, appearing utterly harmless. Even the formidable Shadow Demon King, Terra, could not discern the truth from illusion. This attests to the undeniable efficacy of the law of causality. In an instant, the dark energy that had shrouded the Kowloon Peninsula vanished without a trace. A bright moon hung majestically in the sky. Elder, are there other demons about to emerge? The archaeologist, finally catching on, hurriedly inquired. Indeed. Why is the Lord also referred to as the demon of fire? Because he embodies the Li and the 8 trigrams. There are 7 other demons trapped in the desolate and barren demon hell. The elder raised a finger, his expression grave. And one more thing. The Kowloon walled city has been transformed into a resort hotel. Your distant relatives should have already moved out. What? Jackie Chan and True exchanged wide-eyed glances. The trail had gone cold. Where can one seek out a long-lost distant relative? Should one publish a notice in search of family? Alas, Jackie Chan covers his face in dismay. I recommend you venture to the mainland. It is said that some residents of Kowloon walled city have returned to their hometowns. A tall, robust young man smiled and offered clarity. Hometown, Shandong province. The archaeologist's eyes gleamed with excitement. Undoubtedly, a new direction has emerged. Thank you for your insight. Jackie Chan extended his hand, suggesting, let us exchange contact information and keep in touch. For your partner and my niece are remarkably alike. A Shendu was left speechless. He realized he had no communication device at all. No wonder the police had not reached out. The case is cracked. Hey Fu, share your number with him. Shendu gestured. This is my contact information. Should you discover the girl in the photograph, please inform us. Jackie Chan reiterated. As the archaeologist departed, Shendu's fingertips ignited with a flicker of flame, reducing the card Jackie Chan left behind to ashes. Only the photo of Xiao Yu was securely preserved. Everything was left unspoken. That was a close call. A slender, youthful girl with 2 playful bangs, her face adorned with mischief, stuck out her tongue. The shadowy demon King Terra has awakened. It seems we must commence the collection of masks ahead of schedule. Shendu narrowed his eyes. Although he felt no fear towards Terra, he genuinely sensed the complexity of the situation. After all, 9 ghostly masks remained unaccounted for. If these masks were to be donned by a powerful superhero, the consequences would be unimaginable. The malevolent spirits sealed within the masks could ensnare even the valiant Sheriff Blake. Not to mention the multitude of superheroes in the Marvel Universe. For instance, the Hulk. Once he wears a ghostly mask, his power would undoubtedly surge. And his form might even transform. He could become the unstoppable Nightmare Hulk. Immediately commence an investigation into the whereabouts of the flower-wrapped paper. With a sweeping gesture, Shendu commanded. Meanwhile, whoosh. Shadows beneath everyone's feet darted in all directions, heading across the ocean to the land of the rising sun. Tracking the traces of the flower-wrapped paper. The flower-wrapped paper contains the spells and formulas for removing all masks. Of course, Shendu yearned to forcibly remove the ghostly masks. It seemed worth a try. Buzz. A swirling cloud of magical smoke enveloped them. The scene before their eyes spun violently. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves across the Pacific, reaching the distant coastal city of San Francisco. The Life Foundation. The research project on mutant cells and compound number 5 had made remarkable progress. Dr. Drake had contacted Shendu multiple times, longing for His Majesty's visit. Hoping to bring surprises, Shendu secretly anticipated. Tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. At this moment, The Life Foundation had evidently evolved into a colossal entity on the west coast of America, thanks to arc reactor technology. The cultivation and breeding methods of the mystical Shen beans, the enigmatic mutant cells, and the fifth compound have garnered immense prestige for Dr. Drake. Even General Cusa, who wields the power of life and death in California, frequently sends his favored confidants to negotiate a lucrative transaction regarding dermatitis. Nevertheless, Dr. Carlton Drake has never forgotten the commands of His Majesty the Sovereign. Your Majesty, you have finally come to inspect the Life Foundation. The aloof doctor of Indian descent, before the towering Eastern youth, resembled a humble lapdog, bowing and offering his respects. India, to this day, still adheres to the archaic caste system. Dr. Drake is neither a member of the noble Brahmin or Kshatriya classes, but rather a true Dalit, belonging to the fifth caste outside of the four traditional ones. The caste system is hereditary and difficult to alter. It dictates social status, economic conditions, and all aspects of marriage, funerals, and daily life. In his relentless pursuit of altering his fate and that of his descendants, Dr. Drake developed an obsessive character, seizing every opportunity that arose. He ultimately succeeded in studying abroad. Escaping the dim and ignorant feudal realm, he founded the Life Foundation and a pharmaceutical company, achieving both wealth and personal freedom by the age of 30. However, his ambitious space exploration projects frequently faced setbacks, leading the company's market value to plummet. It was only with the arrival of the Lord of the Fire Demon that the fortunes of the Life Foundation turned around. Although he lost the critical symbiotic mutant cells in the fifth compound, the value of the Shen beans surpassed all expectations. Your Majesty, this is the first super serum developed by the Life Foundation, Dr. Drake exclaimed, holding a vial of the elixir, his face alight with rapture and obsession. It has yet to be named, but tests reveal astonishing and stable transformative effects. Chapter 62. The Evolution of the Mafia. The super serum, created from mutant cells and the fifth compound, displays an exceptionally unique genetic arrangement, fundamentally distinct from the factors associated with mutants. In simple terms, the injection of the super serum will unlock dormant, mysterious factors, transforming one into an entirely unknown yet stable species, rather than a substandard mutant. Mutants have never been synonymous with strength. They are, in fact, a genuine blight upon existence. A calamity, born with an inherent malevolence. Even with a professor, a highly regarded and self-controlled neutral mutant, the overwhelming majority of mutants are invariably twisted and malevolent beings. For instance, Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants far surpasses the X-Men in scale, with countless members lurking in the depths of the mountains, conspiring to create an unprecedented world for mutants, transforming all earthly beings into mutant brethren. However, this technology is destined to remain unachievable, as the factors within mutants originate from the celestial pantheon of the cosmos, the explorer Onic. In the nascent formation of the multiverse, a realm of extreme desolation and void prevailed, devoid of any semblance of life. It was only when the celestial pantheon, resplendent in their ornate metallic armor and towering at heights of 2,000 feet, emerged to create the natural world and sow the seeds of life that existence began to flourish. Within the Marvel Universe, the emergence of numerous enigmatic races is inextricably linked to this divine assembly, including the anomalous beings awakened from their slumber. Of course, both the mutant cells and the Compound 5, which gave rise to entirely new species, belong to a different realm and category altogether. As both originate from the villainous system of alternate dimensions, the former is comprised of the essence of the godly calamities from the One Punch Man realm, while the latter pertains to the genetic drugs developed during World War II in the boys. Furthermore, any organism that consumes the mutant cells or Compound 5 will exhibit unwavering loyalty to Shendu, viewing him as their sovereign, never to defy or betray him. The explanation paused momentarily. Where are the living specimens for testing? I require them for experimentation. A tall, handsome youth interrupted Dr. Drake with a wave of his hand, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty, please follow me. Dr. Drake's expression froze at the utterance, and without hesitation, he promptly guided the group to the sublevel 1. Before them lay transparent glass cells, revealing countless grotesque beings imprisoned within, all living specimens injected with the semi-finished super serum. How unsightly. Will we also become like that? Rezu exclaimed with evident disdain. Fool, did you not hear Dr. Drake's explanation? The Foundation's inaugural super serum boasts astonishing and stable transformative effects, retorted the suited thug, Varan. Indeed, the super serum has eliminated the erratic mutations of the single strands. However, the potential for aberration still lingers. Everyone, rise and approach the cell doors. Answer my inquiries, commanded the tall youth, his voice rich and resonant. Shendu intended to test whether the living specimens injected with the super serum would remain absolutely obedient to his commands, regarding him as their master. Should the test prove successful, the trade restrictions on the super serum could be lifted, allowing for its global dissemination. quietly creating a regiment of obedient mutants to achieve the ultimate goal of peacefully dominating the world. Your Majesty, the living specimens injected with the semi-finished super serum. Upon testing by the research team, lack emotion and reason, they may not respond to your commands, Dr. Drake expressed, his face tinged with shame. He silently feared that this might provoke the wrath of the Sovereign. He could never forget the image of the Sovereign annihilating the symbiotic soul of the venom. Even in his dreams, he would awaken with an overwhelming sense of fear, as the one responsible for the testing was not himself. Dr. Drake, with a smile, remarked, "Look, they are still quite obedient." At that moment, Dr. Drake abruptly lifted his gaze, utterly astonished. In the dimly lit corner, a grotesque creature sat slumped. And upon hearing Shendu's words, it gradually approached the cell door, exhibiting a demeanor of reverence and humility, bowing its head in submission. Why? This was utterly inexplicable. The doctor was taken aback. If science could elucidate all mysteries, what need would there be for the study of theology? Shendu remarked with profound significance. He then posed several straightforward inquiries, demanding responses from the living specimen. As anticipated, his conjectures were unfailingly accurate. Even though the super serum was not composed purely of aberrant human cells and Compound 5, it still possessed characteristics imparted by the system. It regarded him as its master. It would never defy or betray. If the super serum were to be sold to all civilized nations on Earth, perhaps then my words could command the entire world. A smile curled at the corners of Shendu's lips, and his spirit soared to unprecedented heights. The next matter at hand was the naming of the super serum. Monster serum? Who would purchase a product with such a name? He mused. Let us simply call it the Ultra Body Serum. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Ultra Body. This term resonated with a classic sci-fi blockbuster from his past life, where the Black Widow starred as the protagonist, through a mysterious drug stimulating brain regions. The concept ultimately evolved into an unparalleled form. Much like the god of an adjacent universe or the absolute pinnacle of the Marvel universe, it was omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, surpassing all cosmic forces and abstract entities. To name it the Ultra Body Serum also represented Shendu's subconscious aspirations and desires, transcending all realms, striving for a true sense of absolute freedom. Ultra Body Serum, what a splendid name. Dr. Drake savored its implications, unable to contain his admiration, exclaiming in awe. It was both elegant and profound, reflecting the serum's core value. He believed that the launch of the first Ultra Body Serum would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the Earth. Indeed, Shendu intended to collaborate with the military to market the Ultra Body Serum globally. However, prior to that, it was necessary to enhance the overall strength of the 4 members of the Black Hand Gang. I dread injections. Razwaf and Zhou huddled together, trembling in fear. With a swift jab, the needle pierced the skin, and the azure solution flowed steadily down the veins, reaching the very core of blood circulation in mere moments. The heart. I feel an infinite surge of power, a relentless flow, as if ants are crawling through my veins. How itchy. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Suddenly, the transformation of the Black Hand Gang quartet was nothing short of revolutionary. Muscles bulged and tore through their clothing. Their appearance and skin texture underwent a qualitative leap. In an instant, they morphed into hulking, formidable criminals. Their brutal and fierce visages could easily frighten a child in kindergarten. This was a stark contrast to their previous shabby clownish personas. Even the sumo warrior Trulu, who had once worked alongside them, would struggle to recognize the identities of the Black Hand Gang members. Indeed, prepare new identification for them. Shendu snapped his fingers. In an instant, the shadows on the ground soared upwards, transforming into a cloaked ninja enshrouded in impenetrable darkness, swiftly capturing the fresh visage of the crowd and transmitting it to the server in the control room. Concurrently, the ninja brigade responsible for investigating the flower-wrapped cards ascertained the whereabouts of their target, nestled within a resplendent villa atop a mountain in Kyoto. It was not a luxury car manufacturing plant, much to Shendu's furrowed brow. He then silently recited the incantations documented in the Grand Tome of Spells. Through the perspective of the Shadow Ninja, he beheld a familiar yet foreign traditional Japanese architecture. Chapter 63. Flower-wrapped cards. The elegantly adorned villa perched on the mountaintop lay on the outskirts of Kyoto, situated in a renowned affluent district of Fusan. This estate belonged to the enduring Yashida family, a prominent Yakuza crime family. This samurai clan was one of the first to align itself with the Western world during the Meiji Restoration. Moreover, during the World Wars, the ancestors of the Yashida family ascended to high ranks within the shogunate, fervently promoting militarism and conspiring to orchestrate the nefarious Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, with the intention of reshaping the international power landscape. Naturally, the deployment of 2 nuclear bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki shattered the grotesque aspirations of the Neon Empire, leaving Fusan in a state of disrepair. Nevertheless, the Yashida family did not wane. Rather, they flourished alongside the burgeoning super-assassin conglomerate, the Hand Association, which had established connections with the international community. The current head of the family, Yashida Ichiro, evidently held dominion over the Yakuza forces of Fusang. Akin to the sixth Demon King. A visitor has arrived? Is it Varong, the crime lord from across the ocean? A voice, both commanding and ancient, resonated. Within the brightly lit mountaintop villa, the Yakuza thugs swiftly sprang into action, relaying their observations to the family head. Father, Varong is the master of the Black Hand, spoke a middle-aged samurai, resembling a hawk, as he knelt with poise. His name was Shen. He was the son of the current head and was destined to inherit the Yakuza leadership of the Yashida family. Do not let him in. Expel him. The raspy, aged voice echoed once more from the living room. Indeed, many Yakuza thugs nodded in agreement. Rumor had it that Varong had allied himself with the demon emperor of the Central Kingdom. Father, Shinjin attempted to persuade, elucidating the pros and cons, hoping his father would refrain from actions detrimental to the family. After all, the audacity of the Black Hand, now a target of the World Security Council, to boldly visit the Yashida family spoke volumes of Varong's concealed confidence. There is no need for excessive concern, Mr. Shinjin. The Hand Association's Murakami is on his way, along with the gang I've assembled. A figure of exquisite features and graceful stature emerged from a nearby corner, offering reassurance. The Black Hand is hardly a matter of significance. She possessed long, straight legs, adorned in splendid high heels, with her golden locks styled into an elegant updo, accentuated by a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an aura of opulence and nobility. This was Dr. Green, the personal physician of Yashida Ichiro. Additionally, she harbored numerous secret identities, being one of the cadre of the Hydra organization, codenamed Viper, a beta-level mutant. Murakami's expression shifted as he absorbed the gravity of the situation, ultimately opting for silence. The preservation of his family's legacy weighed heavily on him, more than anyone else. The crux of the matter lay in his father's alliances with various nefarious factions. Showing no intention of abdicating power, a sense of foreboding and crisis enveloped him. Perhaps the family's downfall was imminent. The audacity to deny our visit? To expel us? It appeared that the Yazidida clan was truly lost in their delusions. The grim-faced thug in a suit spoke in a low voice, a cruel smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, his skin erupted with a multitude of shimmering, metallic-scaled lizard-like patterns, fingers clenched into a fist. He struck the grand entrance of the mountaintop villa with tremendous force. The heavy ironclad door, faced with Valong's fist, disintegrated into a flurry of splintered fragments, as if it were mere paper. Wood debris filled the air. In an instant, the family's guardians, clad in extravagant tattoos, rushed to investigate the commotion, brandishing their swords as they charged towards Valong. It was my turn. Leisu opened his mouth wide, gathering momentum, and then unleashed a torrent of blazing fire. The searing flames ignited the wooden structure of the traditional villa in an instant. Flames soared skyward. The unfortunate gang members caught in the inferno let out cries of anguish, hastily leaping into a nearby flower-filled pool, desperately attempting to cool themselves down. The graffiti-covered Yakuza could not withstand the onslaught of the 4 members of the Black Hand. An ambush. The Yakuza princess, still awake, suddenly opened her eyes. In the dimly lit room, illuminated by the moonlight that spilled through the window, a strikingly beautiful face became faintly visible. Her enchanting eyes blinked, devoid of fear or anxiety, as she grasped a ninja blade tightly. As the eldest daughter of the Yazidida family, she was no naive, innocent girl, having been steeped in the family's legacy from a young age. Her experience and cunning far surpassed those of her peers. She was anything but harmless. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows flitted like living beings, weaving through the corridor and swiftly making their way to the residence of the family patriarch, Yazidida Shiro. They approached silently. Was that the ghostly troop under the command of the mummy general? The young lady's eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly donned her outer garments, trailing the moving shadows towards her grandfather's abode. She was well aware of the ancient legends that had long circulated in Fusang. It was said that the shadow demon King Terra, leading 9 mummy generals, once conquered Fusang. Each of the 9 legions varied in form, poised to unleash an ultimate darkness capable of engulfing the earth. However, the valiant 7 samurai, employing an ancient and arcane magic, vanquished all the mummy generals, sealing them within no masks. It had been nearly a millennium since that time. Her grandfather had tirelessly sought the whereabouts of the mask, intending to command the ghostly legion to dominate Fusang, overthrow the shogunate, and realize his grand ambitions of establishing a neon empire and a world governed by martial prowess. Foreigners. The Yakuza princess peered into her grandfather's dwelling. She saw a grim-faced thug in a suit with silver hair, meticulously extracting a stack of flower-embellished cards from a frame. With a face full of arrogance, he spoke fluently in Japanese, astonished that the once formidable Mr. Shiro had aged into this state. Why take away the ancestral collection of flower-wrapped cards? The pale-faced Yakuza leader, lying on his sickbed, uttered weakly. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The notorious Black Hand Gang, which once dominated the west coast of America and was wanted by the World Security Council, had swiftly annihilated all the death warriors cultivated by his family. Breathing fire and exuding power, even his skilled confidant, Kenichiro Harada, could not withstand the diminutive figure donning orange goggles. This was because the flower-wrapped cards contained clues to the Phantom Mask. This was a request from His Majesty the Lord. Fortunately, they had not encountered that floating-headed Terra. Razafin and Zhou Bukai, maintaining their playful demeanor, looked around in relief. Terra. Not only did Shiro widen his eyes in shock, but even the concealed Shinjin couldn't help but have his pupils constrict sharply. This was the Lord of the Mummy General, the former ruler of Fusang, the Demon King of Shadows. To think the ancestral collection of flower-wrapped cards held such significance? Shiro's heart raced, causing him to cough violently, spitting forth a vibrant spray of blood. He never imagined that the masked clues he had painstakingly sought were so close at hand. Anger, despair, and regret surged within him, ultimately leading to the Yakuza leader's eyes bulging wide before he succumbed to death. Father, grandfather, cries of concern and care echoed. It has nothing to do with us. Razafin and Zhou hastily distanced themselves from the situation. They then activated the ancient Eastern Command flag, causing the scene before them to spin wildly. In an instant, they crossed the Pacific waters, arriving at the basement level of the Life Foundation. My lord, we have brought the flower-wrapped cards. The suited thug, Warlong, donned a sycophantic smile as he presented the blank flower-wrapped cards with both hands. Look at this. A tall and imposing youth handed over a stack of documents, wearing an expression of bemusement, exclaiming, "Can you believe it? We've been sued by the president of Stark Industries over arc reactor technology. It's absurd." Sued? Stark Industries? Iron Man. They won't arrest us, will they? The four members of the Black Hand Gang exclaimed in panic. Chapter 64. The demons have transformed. A court summons from Stark Industries lay on the desk, causing everyone to stare at one another in disbelief. Even Carlton Drake, the chairman of the Life Foundation, was taken aback. The Mech Legion had somehow attracted a lawsuit from Stark Industries. According to the summons, President Pepper Potts suspected that the Life Foundation had stolen the arc reactor patent technology. She demanded that Dr. Drake attend the trial to clarify the origins of the arc reactor technology. Otherwise, astronomical monetary compensation would be required, and they could even face a lifetime of imprisonment. The final note read, "Respectfully from all members of the Avengers." How intriguing. A playful smile appeared at the corners of Shendu's mouth, as he had not anticipated the extent to which Stark Industries would prioritize the arc reactor technology, going so far as to resort to legal means for protection of their rights. Faced with a court summons, there were now two choices: to refuse to appear in court, risking an absence judgment and a high probability of losing the case, or to attend the trial, to argue persuasively and demonstrate the purity of the arc reactor's origins. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Dr. Drake's face was etched with concern. The lawsuit from Stark Industries had already spread across the entire internet, igniting a fervor among the populace, who were fervently debating the outcome of the litigation. The majority of netizens leaned towards supporting Stark Industries, for it was the company of Iron Man, the superhero who fought crime, who single-handedly lifted a nuclear bomb to save millions of New Yorkers under the banner of the Avengers. It was said that the defeat of the malevolent god Loki was inextricably linked to Iron Man. As for the Life Foundation, apologies, but it was unheard of. Surely they conspired to steal Stark Industries' technology for their own gain. Let us hope the Avengers do not take action. What if Iron Man refuses to sign my autograph? Lamented Rajwa and Joe, throwing up their hands in despair. Why not just eliminate Stark? Suggested the sinister-faced villain, Valen. Let us not be foolish, Shendu replied, rendered speechless. If it were truly that simple, how could Stark have risen to become the Iron Man, a mere mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with deities? He was the favored child of destiny, fated to snap his fingers and vanquish Thanos according to a script crafted by the Timekeepers, until his mission was complete. Not a single mishap would be allowed. Indeed, he would only grow stronger. The development of the anti-Messiah armor was irrefutable proof. According to rumors, Tony Stark's mastery of magic had progressed significantly, nearing that of an apprentice mage, completing years of coursework in mere weeks, an astonishing pace that left even the dragon-slaying warrior Lopez in awe. He generously shared all he had learned, withholding nothing. Strictly speaking, Tony Stark's trajectory had taken a monumental turn. His focus had shifted away from the arc reactor, gradually stepping into the realm of magic. Nevertheless, even so, the arc reactor technology remained the core essence of Stark Industries. Its circulation to the outside world was absolutely prohibited. Otherwise, Stark Industries' market value would plummet, evaporating untold wealth, resulting in a loss of numerous government contracts, ultimately leading to their elimination by competitors. We will attend the trial next week and confront Stark directly. Shendu declared with a smile. Remember to hire online supporters to amplify the atmosphere. We must make a resounding debut for the venerable group and the super serum. Your Majesty is so confident? The others exchanged glances, nearly doubting their own ears. Confront Stark directly? Your Majesty, are you truly assured? Doctor. Drake hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to inquire. After all, the trial was no trivial matter concerning the company's reputation and market value. Should we lose? The stock prices are certain to plummet, cascading downward with relentless force. The key is that he cannot afford to lose. How dare you question His Majesty, the Sovereign? The muscular and robust bandit from Foshan, with his fiery red hair cascading down his back, seized Dr. Drake by the collar, lifting him off the ground. With a fierce and wrathful countenance, he exclaimed, "You are merely a servant of His Majesty, unworthy of descent. Stop. Release me." Dr. Drake, his face flushed with embarrassment, struggled with all his might. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not free himself from the grasp of the fierce black tiger. Afu. Enough, Afu. Do not let your resentment towards the lack of the super serum be misdirected at Dr. Drake. With a subtle gesture, Shendu unleashed an invisible force, deftly separating Afu from Dr. Drake. He understood well the source of Afu's anger and quickly reassured him, the super serum is effective only once. The initial version is bound to have its flaws. I intend to provide you with the most exquisite reward. Ah, is that so? Dr. Drake suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder the live specimens had repeatedly failed to respond to the super serum. It was concealed within such a premise. This was indeed a shortcoming of the bizarre cells. The fifth compound, however, posed no such issues and merits further investigation, Shendu elucidated. Understood. Dr. Drake contemplated thoughtfully, evidently resolved to adjust his research trajectory. Focusing on the fifth compound. The fifth compound, this special drug holds the potential to create superhumans. It is undoubtedly worthy of deeper exploration. Thank you, His Majesty. The ferocious and formidable Foshan bandit's eyes glistened with tears as he knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with emotion. Afu will never betray His Majesty. So sentimental? Shendu's expression was complex. Stand up. The floating force transformed into an invisible hand, swiftly lifting the black tiger, Afu. He then shifted his gaze to a blank card, a magical tool that records all masked positions and the incantations for their removal, the flower-tied card. However, Shendu did not anticipate that it was hidden within the Yashida family. Even the Yakuza leader, Yashida Aikir, upon discovering the truth, succumbed on the spot. Regardless, the formula for removing the masks was now in hand. Even if Terra found a suitable candidate for the mask, there would be a method to resolve the situation. Shendu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the court summons delivered by Stark Industries, a smile playing on his lips. In the desolate and barren depths of the demon realm, a fierce wind howled, sweeping through. The floating boulders began to collide with one another. A middle-aged man of striking appearance exhaled a powerful hurricane, seemingly honing his magical prowess to reclaim his former strength. Crack, crack. The noise of electric arcs clashing echoed. A towering giant clad in golden armor unleashed blazing arcs of electricity from his hands, shaping them into myriad fantastical forms. His countenance, radiating an aura of inherent authority, exuded an air of extreme danger. A sight to behold. The Sovereign has arrived. I detected the pungent scent of malevolence. Have we finally deciphered the enigmatic Panka treasure box? Eerie and fantastical cries echoed around us. Enchanting females approached the uniquely designed infernal mirror, their meticulously crafted visages captivating the eye, embodying extremes of maturity and youthful innocence. The foremost lady, resplendent in a sea blue gown adorned with shell fragments, exuded an air of nobility and arrogance, her figure nearly flawless. This is Basha, once the sovereign of the oceanic realms, the demon of water. Am I beautiful? Sixth brother. With her lustrous black hair elegantly styled in a bun and dressed in a green kimono, the mature woman, her voice imbued with sincerity, inquired. Bagang, the gluttonous lord ruling over Fusang, the mountain demon. It appears that all of you siblings have come to an understanding. I must admit, your crafted appearances are indeed striking. Shendu, with an expression full of intrigue, applauded enthusiastically. Chapter 65. The exquisite Basha Bagong. After many days apart, numerous demons had transformed, utilizing ancient and mystical magic. They maintained a grand and noble demeanor. Their crafted appearances were largely inspired by popular cinematic characters from Earth, such as the mountain demon Bagong, who sported a traditional Japanese bun and wooden clogs, her figure perfectly voluptuous, reminiscent of the enchanting Yamazaki Yami, the classic beauty of the East. Devoid of any hint of vulgarity, even her crow's feet exuded the charm of an intelligent, mature woman. Eldest sister, your appearance is truly stunning. Shendu praised with a thumbs up. Still, the sixth brother seems to delight in the demon's admiration. The kimono-clad matron, with a playful tone, lamented, claiming that the other siblings mocked her taste. Who? Sixth brother, take care of him. Shendu assured, thumping his chest. Crack, crack. A towering figure clad in golden armor approached the infernal mirror, his body adorned with writhing silver serpents, emanating thunder and lightning, revealing a face marred by excess flesh. Glaring fiercely as he spoke, "It is I, the Holy Lord. Do you wish to confront me as well?" The Thunder Demon Zhongsu. He bore a striking resemblance to Hollywood's rising star, Dwayne Johnson. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he possessed an unprecedented visual impact, comparable to the might of the gods. In strict terms, the power of the Thunder Demon Zhongsu, governed by the symbols of divination, is certainly on par with the hereditary strength of Odin. The Odin power does not refer to the might of the god king Odin, but rather the power of faith, inherited through generations from the original god king. The birth of the gods on earth is inextricably linked to the 4 ancient deities, Gaia, Zysorn, Set, Adam. Each of these ancient gods possesses unparalleled strength, governing unique laws and orders. The lineage of Asgard is intricately tied to the Great Mother, Gaia. Of course, with the passage of time and the evolution of eras, the ancient gods no longer have a place on earth. The ancient demonic powers, governed by the arcane symbols, are indeed beyond comprehension, symbolizing the strength of 8 natural elements. Yet, the relentless passage of time and hell has dulled the wisdom of these ancient demons, leading to a gradual diminishment of their formidable powers. Fortunately, my plan has borne fruit. By stimulating my brethren with external stimuli, I have successfully rekindled the fighting spirit of the ancient demons. Shendu clapped his hands and proclaimed that once they fully acclimate to their new forms, the gates of hell shall be opened to welcome their return. Indeed, Dr. Drake has deciphered the location of a hellgate, though this information has been intentionally withheld until Shendu gathers all the necessary talismans to commence the unlocking of the gate. Until then, it is prudent for the ancient demons to remain in hell. Otherwise, they risk awakening the 8 immortals entrenched in the land, with dire consequences leading to their expulsion and eternal damnation. Divine relics, the Holy Lord, this is our collective vulnerability, exclaimed a tall, elegant Taoist in a resplendent robe, his voice imbued with an otherworldly charm. Jialan, the elder among the 8 demons and a genuine brother, spoke with authority that commanded respect, even amidst dissent. After all, Jialan wields the power of universal gravitation, one of the 4 fundamental natural forces. Theoretically, he stands as the most potent demon, as gravity is an omnipresent force inherent to all matter, governing the stable motion of the cosmos. Any slight deviation could trigger immeasurable chain reactions, potentially devastating the universe and stirring cosmic tides, an undertaking beyond the capabilities of any other sibling. Rest assured, elder brother, I am diligently seeking a solution, Shendu reassured, gesturing for calm among the demons. Ha ha ha, Holy Lord, it seems you have gathered the majority of the talismans. Compared to our last encounter, your power has evidently magnified, instilling fear. A childlike figure with bat-like wings cackled. This was Shimu, the sole confidant of the character Xiaoyu, alongside Sim, whose intelligence rivaled that of the Holy Lord. He swiftly discerned the Holy Lord's transformation. What? We endure the torments of hell, and you secretly grow stronger? Holy Lord, have you not yet deciphered the Panka treasure box? It seems you are toying with us. A tempestuous cacophony of demonic voices erupted in outrage, resonating through the desolate, barren expanse of the alternate dimension, infused with a palpable malice. The demons, enraged, yearn to escape hell and teach the Holy Lord a lesson about hierarchy and respect. Dear brethren, do not act impulsively. Have you forgotten our past promises? Shendu narrowed his eyes, a tangible tide of dark energy enveloping him as he hissed. Assist me in reconstructing the prosperous demon empire. A demon empire? Preposterous. The demons erupted in a cacophony of derisive laughter at his words. We shall reclaim our own dominions. Holy Lord, clad in a cerulean gown adorned with shimmering sequins, the elegantly proud and exquisite lady jested, the underwater kingdom of Atlantis is my true homeland. The land you govern, filled with desolation and drought, is unfit for my residence. A sudden, swirling tempest howled past. Following closely was a dignified middle-aged man who echoed, Your Holiness, it is not that we are traitorous, but rather that your plans are impractical. We are powerful sorcerers, masters of the divine oracles, who would willingly submit to the demon. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. Even as time ebbs and flows, this undeniable truth remains unchanged. The imbalance of flourishing yang and dwindling yin further emboldens the ancient demons. Thus, even in the depths of hell, one can swiftly regain their powers and successfully manifest. I implore you all to reflect deeply on my counsel. Until we meet again. A cold smile graced Shendu's lips as he departed the secret chamber, housing the hellish mirror, striding away. Across the vast ocean lies the city of Sin, New York. In Westchester, an ancient estate, enduring through the ages, stands resilient. Vines and ivy entwine the walls. In the courtyard, a fountain dances in harmony with the sunlight, casting a splendid and resplendent rainbow. Flowers bloom vibrantly by the pond. This is Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, a sanctuary dedicated to educating orphaned mutants whose abilities are prone to spiraling out of control. All the Sentinels serve as instructors, imparting knowledge across various subjects: morality, social conduct, practical life skills, history, languages, and mathematics, among others. Additionally, there are elective courses and extracurricular activities, making it indistinguishable from any prestigious institution of higher learning. The sole distinction lies in the fact that both the headmaster and the students at Xavier's school are deemed aberrations intolerable to the Earth's government. In the East, they are referred to as awakened ones, whereas the Western world labels them as mutants. General William Stryker, a hawkish figure in America, has long propagated the harmful theory surrounding mutants. The official narrative regards them as a grave threat, an insidious plague that must be eradicated swiftly. However, the estate along the Hudson River remains a veritable utopia, shielding its inhabitants from external disturbances. This is the tacit understanding reached between the professors and the White House. "Are you certain you wish to enroll and become a new student at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters?" queried a tall, handsome youth, his face laden with uncertainty. "Indeed. The scenery here is breathtaking, and there are many piers. I truly adore this place," replied a youthful girl in a charming outfit, her eyes sparkling with mischief and longing for admission to Xavier's. "Very well," Shendu sighed, a bemused smile spreading across his face. He had never anticipated that arriving in New York with little you to prepare for a court hearing and confront Tony Stark would lead to such an absurd turn of events. It seems fate is intertwining his destiny with that of the School for Gifted Youngsters ever more closely. Is this the script of the Timekeepers, or merely the influence of natural will? The Xavier Academy for Young Talents extends a warm welcome to Ms. Xiaoyu. The kind-eyed, bald elder, seated in a wheelchair, expressed his heartfelt approval. The principal, alongside the girl with fiery red hair and an alluring figure, the director of education, hesitated before speaking. Chapter 66. A glimpse into Xiaoyu's soul. Jean Grey, the perfect host for the Phoenix Force, now serves as the academic director of the Xavier Academy. She donned a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her graceful silhouette, her red hair flowing like a raging flame, a manifestation of the Phoenix Force itself. The Phoenix Force is an unparalleled power in the multiverse, comparable to the chaotic magic of the Scarlet Witch, embodying a high-dimensional energy. As the perfect host of the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey, even with a mere fraction of its application, possesses the capability to vanquish Insabaner, the ancestor of mutants who once ruled ancient Egypt. However, this pertains to the narratives of other parallel universes. As for the timeline in which Shendu finds himself, he has yet to fully comprehend it. The disordered and inverted timelines, the intersections of animated characters and cinematic figures, have rendered many familiar elements unrecognizable. Has Insabaner awakened? Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire directly with the professor. A smile graced Shendu's lips as he shifted the topic, asking, "How much do you know about ancient Egypt, Professor? Have you ever heard the name Insabaner?" Ancient Egypt? Insabaner? The professor appeared bewildered. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. "I have not. It seems that Insabaner has not yet resurfaced." Shendu's gaze flickered, sensing an unexpected turn of events. Insabaner, the true ancestor of mutants, once ruled as a pharaoh in ancient Egypt. His saga is inscribed in the Bible, revered by the world as a deity. Furthermore, he wielded an alien technology capable of transmuting decay into the miraculous, resembling that of a pyramid. This technology could convert the genetic factors of mutants for his own use. He commanded 4 horsemen, dominating an era. However, his reign was ultimately overturned by slaves, leading to his prolonged slumber. From a historical perspective, he bears striking similarities to the demonic emperor, the Master, who has twice ruled the eastern continent, undoubtedly sharing countless commonalities. Insabaner? The professor and the Phoenix girl exchanged glances, both unfamiliar with the name. "Miss Xiaoyu, please fill out your personal information. Shortly, your mentor will assist you in finding a suitable dormitory." With a flick of her fingers, the Phoenix girl summoned a uniquely designed registration card that gracefully floated towards the young girl dressed in trendy children's clothing. Upon receiving the card, Xiaoyu bit the cap of her pen, her handwriting flourishing with elegance. Despite her youthful and beautiful appearance, she was merely around 10 years old, necessitating a formal education. The teaching staff at the Xavier Academy is commendable in its caliber. However, her identity as a mutant is bound to present certain challenges. According to the original storyline, General William Stryker will eventually seize the Xavier estate. A headache loomed, was rendered speechless, his fingertips kneading his brow. He possessed an innate fondness and indulgence for the whimsical young lady, never allowing such trivial matters to ignite his wrath. Yet, there remained an urgent issue that required resolution: the professor's Alzheimer's disease. During this period, the professor had scarcely utilized the brainwave enhancement device, and with the administration of relevant therapeutic medications, His condition had been effectively alleviated and suppressed. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the fact that Alzheimer's remains an incurable affliction. The brain would continue its relentless deterioration, leading to degenerative changes. The central nervous system's sudden abnormal discharges, commonly referred to as seizures, could unleash the professor's formidable intellect, capable of producing the destructive power akin to that of a weapon of mass destruction. Furthermore, recent visits by Field Agent Phil Coulson of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack Logistics Department to Xavier's mansion, investigating the truth behind the energy storms, almost confirmed that the professor's extraordinary mind had begun to falter. In light of this, Director Nick Fury of the Egg Bureau contacted his superior, Alexander Pierce, to devise an urgent counter-strategy to prevent the professor from spiraling into chaos. His motivations were rooted in concern for the safety of Xiaoyu. The emergence of ancient demons in the cataclysmic battle in New York had triggered a chain reaction, impacting various facets of existence. For instance, Alexander Pierce, the current Secretary General of the Security Council and mastermind behind SHIELD, had surprisingly opted to suspend the Insight program, choosing instead to remain in the shadows. Additionally, he sought to exploit the scepter of the malevolent deity captured during the New York battle to mass-produce super soldiers fortified through high-energy radiation. Thus far, the plan had progressed smoothly with remarkable efficacy. After all, the intricate space-time continuum formed by the fusion of multiple worlds, coupled with the presence of mutants and their factors, had significantly enhanced the survival rate of live experiments. The New York battle had also inflicted substantial losses upon Xavier's mansion, as it appeared that the Alien Forces commander was acutely aware of the Academy's whereabouts, including 177, Bleak Street, and the Triangular Wing building, which had become thorns in the side of the extraterrestrial invaders. The professor sighed, noting the situation. The tall and distinguished young man maintained his composure but could not suppress his internal musings, thinking the old man was quite devious, speaking in veiled hints. Had he perhaps surreptitiously perused Xiaoyu's memories? The professor, possessing the strongest brain on Earth, could manipulate matter through mental interference, distorting and rewriting the memories of his targets, even constructing mental cages to seal away dark personas, akin to a walking gem of the mind. Xiaoyu had been a silent observer throughout his schemes, and should everything be disclosed, they might incur the wrath of both the Avengers and the War Police. Unexpectedly, when Phoenix attempted to delve into the psyche of the Dark Queen to uncover the origins of the new students, she found herself unable to perceive Xiaoyu's thoughts. It was as if she had entered a boundless abyss, a kingdom of filth and darkness, where even the hand could not discern its own fingers. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes emerged incessantly, enveloping the surroundings. The chilling scene was utterly shocking. Hiss. Chingale couldn't help but inhale sharply. What connection did she have with the Shadow Ninja? Indeed, conventional methods of probing the mind bore no effect on demons and dark creatures. Moreover, Xiaoyu had fully absorbed the energy of General Ninja, the commander of the Ninja Legion. She seemingly possessed all the abilities of the Mummy General. An invulnerable physique, capable of toppling an elephant with sheer strength. A copper-skinned, iron-boned resilience that mitigated damage from firearms and magical attacks. All right, Xiaoyu exclaimed with a melodious cheer as she presented her registration card, eagerly inquiring, "May I select my own accommodation? I adore that house." As she spoke, her delicate fingers pointed toward a direction, the lofty spire loft, offering a commanding view of the campus. That was the dormitory of the fireman, John Aldous. The professor cast a peculiar glance at the imposing young man nearby, hesitatingly saying, "If you don't mind, I shall attempt to persuade John." Fireman. Upon hearing this moniker, Shendu's mind conjured the image of a youth enamored with flames. Intriguing. Shendu snapped his fingers, and a torrent of blazing magical smoke enveloped the area. Moments later, he had already materialized in the residence Xiaoyu favored, the spire loft of Xavier Manor. "Hurry! Stop the Lord! Do not harm John!" the professor urgently shouted. Subsequently, a throng of faculty and students raced to the door of the spire loft. There, they beheld Fireman John Aldous, fervently clutching the thigh of the towering youth, weeping profusely. "My lord, I hope you grant me the power to control fire. I am willing to brave any peril for you." This? The onlookers were left utterly perplexed, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Chapter 67. Little Pepper Peppapaws toxic? Has his mind short-circuited? Shendu's countenance darkened. Buzz. With a flick of his fingers, the floating force from the chicken talisman surged forth, akin to an invisible hand seizing Fireman John Aldous and flinging him into the corridor. Following this, all personal belongings within the spire loft were uprooted and relocated, even the mattress and bedding discarded outside the door. From this moment forth, this room belonged to my niece. Shen Xiaoyu, you would do well to refrain from meddling. Shendu narrowed his eyes, his pupils rapidly constricting into a straight line, emanating an aura of extreme danger. Wild and untamed. Understood. Henceforth, Shen Xiaoyu shall be my formidable sister. Fireman John Aldous quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, swish, 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 shadows flitted about like living beings, swiftly transforming into a legion of stealthy black-clad ninjas, who promptly began to arrange the room, transporting all of Xiaoyu's personal belongings to the spire loft of Xavier Manor. Through the glass windows, the resplendent sunlight cascaded down the spire, illuminating the weathered yet elegant manor adorned with vines and climbing ivy. The leaves and warm breeze collaborated to compose a melodious and splendid symphony. Indeed, a discerning eye. Shendu wore an expression of affectionate indulgence, reminding, "Remember to take good care of yourself. The Wansui group will always be your steadfast support." The mention of the Wansui group caused a shift in the expression of the war police. This was the Eastern force that had shone brilliantly during the Battle of New York. A legion of mechs numbering in the hundreds, alongside the Kirov drone battalion, had decisively altered the tide of war, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the Avengers. However, it seemed that the Wansui group had recently become embroiled in a storm of public opinion. Accused of stealing arc reactor technology and embroiled in a patent dispute with Stark Industries, it appeared that the federal court was set to publicly hear this matter tomorrow. The Wansui group, founded by the Master? How absurd. The demon had actually ventured into the realm of business? I stand with Iron Man. Voices erupted as the crowd buzzed with opinions. Yet, Shendu remained unaffected, rather growing increasingly eager for the morrow to publicly confront Stark Industries. Mr. Master, my health is somewhat compromised. Please allow Qin to show you around the Young Genius Academy. The elderly bald man, seated in a wheelchair, took his medication, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him as he spoke with gentlemanly grace, farewell. As he watched the professor depart, Shendu felt the presence of the red-haired woman beside him, her surface radiating a brilliant glow, her beautiful eyes reflecting anger and dissatisfaction as she hissed, "Why have you yet to fulfill your promise? Were you not planning to help us heal the professor's mind?" Buzzing, within a radius of 100 meters, all obstacles began to resonate in unison. An air of majesty and sanctity spread forth. The power of the phoenix surged continuously. However, today was unlike any other. Shendu now bore 7 talismans. The rooster, dog, snake, monkey, ox, pig, and rabbit. He had seemingly regained a substantial portion of his former strength. Furthermore, he possessed numerous equipment skills rewarded by the system, the infinite gauntlet, and the free-flowing technique. There was no reason to fear the yet-to-awaken Phoenix woman. Buzz. Intense electric light converged in his eyes, as if 2 blazing suns were embedded in his gaze. The electric eyes, capable of annihilating all conventional metallic substances, seemed poised to unleash their fury. Even Scott, the leader of the war police, who possessed the ability to emit visual shockwaves, felt a chill run down his spine. Such might was beyond his capabilities. Scott, known as Cyclops, could absorb stray solar radiation and electromagnetic photons, cosmic rays, and various forms of energy, generating a violent shock beam through his visual nerves, releasing it through his eyes with enough power to pierce a mountain. Although theoretically limitless, his physical form constrained the boundaries of his power. Prolonged exposure to light would inevitably lead to muscle fatigue, necessitating brief closure of his eyes for relief. Even a moment of weakness could prove fatal. In stark contrast, the Master was a noble dragon. His robust and powerful demonic physique allowed him to engage in various high-intensity battles. The Ox Talisman provided a comprehensive enhancement, while the dog maintained a peak mental state. "Are you instructing me, Qin?" Shendu's voice was both enchanting and ethereal as he coldly remarked, "It is you who require the healing, Professor, not I. Should you provoke me, the Academy of Young Geniuses will be utterly obliterated." Of course, this was merely a jest. After all, who could resist the charm of this place that Xiaoyu adored? The offspring he had taken in must be lavished with affection. "Saint, by what means have you acquired the technology of the arc reactor?" "I am quite curious," inquired Hank, the brawny beast, his deep voice cutting through the tension. "The arc reactor technology is a novel energy device developed by the Stark duo. It is of the same isotopic nature as the Tesseract. It possesses an abundance of energy sufficient to power a factory for a century. Even I, Hank the Beast, cannot guarantee its replication. As for theft, if it were so easy to pilfer Stark Industries' technology, then only the Venerable Group would not be the sole enterprise to succeed." Thus, Hank was more inclined to believe that the Venerable Group had independently developed the arc reactor. "Speaking of the arc reactor, I must express my gratitude to your academy," Shendu remarked with a smile. The technology of the arc reactor was indeed acquired as a system reward from the Academy of Young Geniuses. He vividly recalled the scene from that time. Thank the Academy? Hank and Cyclops exchanged incredulous glances, both feeling a sense of disbelief. Could it be that the Saint had bribed Nightcrawler, transmitting information to Stark Industries? Impossible. The Stark Tower was under constant surveillance, monitored by the super AI, Jarvis. Any data theft would be immediately exposed. Moreover, Nightcrawler would never assist the Saint. Tomorrow, the truth would be revealed. A tantalizing smile graced Shendu's lips as he suddenly vanished from sight. before the dawn's light had yet to pierce the shroud of night. Countless media reporters had already gathered outside the federal court, armed with cameras in eager anticipation, adjusting their lenses to capture the impending public confrontation between the two colossal corporations. The Venerable Group, a biotechnology company from across the ocean, situated in the Kowloon Peninsula, was currently engaged in extensive construction efforts. The skeletal framework of steel and concrete was taking shape. The group was spearheaded by a corporate figure from Taiwan, an internationally renowned philanthropist and super-rich tycoon, Bossa Chang. In fact, Bossa Chang had even converted his shares to acquire the California-based Star Enterprise, the Life Foundation, originally founded by Carlton Drake. The first batch of mecha units was produced through the Life Foundation's contract manufacturing. All this information was hardly a secret. In today's internet-driven society, a simple Google search would reveal it all. The crux of the matter lay in the core energy device powering the mechs, the arc reactor. It was identical to the arc reactors produced by Stark Industries. Thus, the current president, Pepper Potts, swiftly filed a lawsuit. Submitting a formal complaint to the New York federal court, she sought to dismantle the unlawful practices through legal means, compelling the Life Foundation to cease its infractions and pay a staggering sum of $1 billion in damages for reputational harm. The moment this news broke, it ignited a firestorm across the internet. Virtually every global netizen fixated on the matter, unleashing a torrent of invectives against the Wansway Group. After all, the Wansway Group hails from the East, a land steeped in 5 millennia of feudal history, a veritable counterfeit nation. How many products have Eastern monkeys pilfered from our great nation? How much have they gnawed away at the profits of our domestic enterprises? We have refrained from legal action thus far, and now they audaciously extend their filthy hands into the realm of Iron Man's enterprise. Such insatiable greed. Here comes the official vehicle of Pepper Potts, the president of Stark Industries. Clear the way. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the scene. A sleek and dignified luxury sedan rolled into view down the street. The driver, Happy Hogan, sternly dispersed nearby journalists, forcefully opened the car door, and extended his arm to shield the exquisitely made-up and statuesque lady as they hurried toward the federal courthouse. It was Pepper Potts, clad in a pristine white suit. Her golden hair elegantly styled, with long, straight legs that formed a flawless silhouette. Having long occupied her elevated position, assisting Tony Stark in managing the company, she exuded an aura of aloofness that deterred strangers. She would represent Stark Industries at this public trial. Chapter 68. Defense attorney read after the public trial. To enhance the quality of the proceedings, expedite efficiency, and embody the core principle of public oversight, this infringement case will be broadcast live, allowing the public to witness the trial's process. After all, the case involves two of the world's top 100 corporations, Stark Industries and the Life Foundation. Both are renowned flagship enterprises of our nation, particularly the former, associated with the world-famous superhero Tony Stark, the leader of the Avengers, who single-handedly traversed a wormhole to save millions in New York. Of course, Stark himself was absent from the trial. It was rumored that he was busy designing a new Avengers base, crafting a practical and effective plan for the inevitable extraterrestrial invasions in the near future. President Pepper Potts would fully represent Iron Man, bringing the thief to justice. Is that not Bossa Chang, an internationally renowned philanthropist? A chorus of astonished exclamations echoed continuously. Click, click. Media reporters, armed with cameras, like sharks sensing blood, frantically pressed their shutters, eager to capture this historic moment. Outside the federal courthouse, the tall lady, with her hair elegantly styled and legs gracefully elongated, cast an appraising gaze from her elevated position before swiftly departing, exuding confidence in her impending victory. The car door swung open, revealing a kind-eyed Eastern gentleman. He possessed delicate hands and donned a silk-stitched Chinese outfit. Facing the media, he maintained his elegance and composure, seemingly unconcerned about the trial's outcome. Mr. Bossa Chang, is it true that your company's arc reactor technology originates from Stark Industries? The Wansway Group's building remains unfinished, yet you have managed to acquire the California Life Foundation. What sort of intrigue lies behind this? We hope Mr. Bossa Chang can elucidate. Ahem. Bossa raised both hands, signaling for silence. He then took a microphone, cleared his throat, and calmly addressed the crowd, urging them not to rush as the answers would soon be revealed. Clear the way. A formidable and robust woman clenched her fists, emitting a low, menacing growl. In an instant, the faces of numerous journalists turned pale, as they instinctively recoiled in fear. This was Hegel, the strongest woman in the world. Everyone, be cautious. The solemn and dignified federal court was nearly filled to capacity at that moment. The jury was seated in elevated boxes on either side, and various professional equipment was being set up for a global live broadcast. Even those across the ocean in the eastern lands would be able to witness the proceedings in real time, given that the accused company was based in the east, specifically in the Kowloon Peninsula. Bossa, the legal representative of the Wansway Group, was a frequent guest on central media channels. Who would dare miss this public trial? Beep. The equipment was adjusted, and a pop-up notification appeared on the federal court's official website. The public trial was about to commence. Instantly, viewers across the ocean rushed to log into the live stream. The terrifyingly exaggerated numbers nearly caused the federal court's servers to crash. Fortunately, Stark Industries was responsible for providing the necessary technical support, averting any potentially disastrous consequences. Prepare for battle. Leave no stone unturned. Those who dare to offend the East shall be punished, no matter how distant. A single arrow pierces the clouds, summoning 1,000 troops. The path for seeking truth lay beneath their feet. A deluge of bizarre comments flooded in from the East, leaving internet users worldwide utterly bewildered. What is going on? The federal court appeared woefully uninformed about the mysterious powers of the Eastern continent. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the headquarters of relevant departments, an unassuming street office witnessed a young woman with a bob haircut and baby fat filling a thermos and handing it to a young man with a bemused expression. She cast a curious glance at the comments, and her teeth clenched in frustration. Someone actually apologized, admitting that an Eastern company plagiarized Stark Industries technology. This is infuriating. The young woman huffed, her chest heaving with agitation. The mind is a valuable asset, but not everyone possesses it, sighed Director Zhang, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, expressing hope that the Wansui Group would navigate through this crisis. The Wansui Group had become a focal point of concern for the founding elders, particularly regarding its arc reactor technology and military drone operations, which held significant strategic importance for the East. The issue was critical. Before conducting an inspection of the Wansui Group and providing policy and financial assistance, allegations of patent infringement against Stark Industries had emerged. If Tony Stark indeed possessed irrefutable evidence, it seemed inevitable that the Wansui Group would face defeat in court, potentially incurring damages of billions of dollars and even leading to the legal representative facing life imprisonment. There is no infringement, declared the young woman, brimming with confidence. I know someone named Red Queen, who is an employee of the Wansui Group. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words, as if recalling a friend who shared the same nickname. The gavel struck the solid base with force, issuing a deep and resonant sound that signified the need for silence. Court was about to commence. Your Honor, I am Pepper Potts, the current CEO of Stark Industries. A comparative investigation among our Department's employees has revealed that the arc reactor produced by the Venerable Group bears an uncanny resemblance to our own equipment. Furthermore, based on the evidence we have meticulously gathered, we assert that the Venerable Group is implicated in technological theft. The elegantly crafted and tall woman was the first to speak. Presenting her testimony, through the auditory device, she enumerated a series of visual materials that corroborated the final conclusions reached by the technical department. Clap, clap. The moment her words fell, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Driver Happy Hogan nearly reddened his hands from clapping. Beside him, a robust figure wearing a cap hastily shielded his forehead, concealing his true identity. Was that the captain? Steve Rogers. Quick, snap a shot. The staff operating the live broadcast equipment, upon receiving instructions through their earpieces, swiftly redirected the camera to focus on Captain America. Steve Rogers, having had his identity unveiled, wore a complex expression, reluctantly waving in acknowledgement, though inwardly seething at Happy Hogan. Bang, bang, bang. The gavel struck once more. Silence. Disruptions to the order of proceedings shall not be tolerated. The judge spoke in a deep voice, then shifted his inquiry to the defendant, Barsa Chong Douth, asking whether he would speak or if his defense attorney would address the court. Defense attorney? None were in sight. Many media reporters exchanged bewildered glances, a preposterous thought surfacing in their minds. Could it be that the burly Hagel was the defense attorney? Are you jesting? Next, a solemn introduction followed. The super artificial intelligence program developed by the Venerable Group, known as RED, would represent the company in explaining the origins and intricacies of the arc reactor. Barsa Chang's lips curled into a smirk as he mimicked the familiar demeanor of His Majesty, retrieving a peculiar device from his pocket and placing it on a nearby table. Buzz. The sound of electricity coursing through the device resonated. In an instant, a lifelike holographic projection arose, constructed from vibrant beams of light, forming the figure of a beautifully sculpted young girl. Hello everyone, I am Red, the intelligent assistant developed by the Venerable Group. The youthful visage, charming and delightful, playfully lifted her skirt and curtsied, saying, I hope you will remember me. Silence. The entire federal court fell into a profound hush. The audience held their breath, scarcely believing their eyes. Holographic projection? Super artificial intelligence? Goodness. What exactly is the Venerable Group's true nature? Chapter 69. Iron Man's declaration of war. Holographic projection technology is currently employed in a variety of fields, creating three-dimensional images on stage and evoking a sense of futuristic science fiction. However, the popular holographic projection technology available in the market has yet to reach such heights. It is more aptly referred to as the Pepper's ghost illusion. By employing a transparent glass in conjunction with mesmerizing light effects, it creates an astonishingly realistic facade, with scarcely any exceptions. Of course, Tony Stark possesses a far more advanced three-dimensional projection technology. He once deciphered his father's legacy of the World Expo map through this technology, leading to the development of a novel element that liberated him from the affliction of palladium poisoning. Crucially, the holographic projection technology showcased by the Venerable Group astonishingly materialized a delicate and intricate image of a young girl, with a flawlessly sculpted visage and a lively demeanor. It was nothing short of impeccable, perfect to an unassailable degree. Even Tony Stark could not achieve such a feat at present. Why has everyone fallen silent? Red Queen, with hands intertwined and a look of feigned innocence, murmured, "Is it not possible for a minor to serve as a defense attorney?" At that moment, with the utterance of her words, the Red Queen's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a tall and elegant Victoria's Secret model. "So is that how it is?" The model spoke in an authoritative tone. Addressing the judge and the jury seated on either side, she articulated with clarity, "The Venerable Group has not appropriated Stark Industries' patented technology. And the evidence is as follows. 1. The technology of the Venerable Group surpasses that of Tony Stark. 2. Similar appearances cannot be construed as evidence of infringement. 3. The arc reactor is not the primary focus of the Venerable Group's operations. 4. One cannot overlook the most significant question in this case merely because the plaintiff is a corporation of a superhero. How exactly did the Venerable Group acquire the manufacturing technology of the arc reactor? In summary, the accusations lack substance. It is hoped that the federal court will render a fair judgment." The graceful Victoria's Secret angel, seemingly a character stepping out from behind a curtain, possessed a serene and elegant visage that captivated all. Even the raucous live-streaming room fell into a hushed silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Particularly, Happy Hogan, the dedicated bodyguard who had long accompanied Tony Stark in his quest for a bride, found himself wide-eyed, questioning whether he was hallucinating. She resembled his dream goddess, Audrey Hepburn. The jury, equally astounded, erupted into a cacophony of fervent discussion. Public sentiment, which had initially leaned toward Tony Stark, flipped dramatically. It must be said, the intelligent steward generated by the Venerable Group's three-dimensional holographic imagery has delivered a resounding blow to all unscrupulous media. One must ask, would a company boasting such advanced technology resort to pilfering Stark Industries' antiquated methods? Clearly, the Venerable Group is indeed remarkable, Steve Rogers mused, recalling vividly the Kirov drone combat units and the dragon-headed mech legions. This was an ally capable of turning the tide. Logically, they should not find themselves in the defendant's seat. Captain, do not rush to conclusions. Shortly, my boss will arrive at the courtroom for direct confrontation. Happy Hogan said, feigning mystery. Tony? Steve Rogers' expression shifted upon hearing the words. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of sound erupted from outside, accompanied by uncontrollable cheers and shouts. A metallic suit, adorned with golden hues and dark crimson stripes, approached rapidly from the direction of Stark Industries, its palms and soles emitting fiery jets. With a resounding thud, the armor landed directly at the federal courthouse, striding forth unimpeded even by security. For superheroes, rules and order are as intangible as air itself. I've heard someone claims to have surpassed my technology. The magnetic voice of Iron Man resonated through the metallic mask. His gaze quickly fell upon the Scarlet Witch. A hint of surprise in his tone, a holographic projection? It isn't a Pepper Potts illusion? Tony, what brings you here? Inquired the blonde-haired Pepper Potts, elegantly attired in a pristine white suit. Because I too wish to witness the imitation level across the ocean, the armor echoed Stark's laughter. Imitation, the term, in the East, refers to counterfeit and substandard products. Iron Man dares to label the products of the Venerable Group as imitations? If the technology you possess truly surpasses Stark Industries, why not engage in a contest? Stark proposed, confident that everyone would eagerly anticipate an exhilarating mech battle. What? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. A mech battle. An ancient saying in the East goes, to the victor belong the spoils. Disputes over technology are seldom black and white. However, there are various methods to gauge proficiency. Mr. Bassachang, are you willing to accept my challenge? The armor declared with fervor. Wow. One statement stirred 1,000 waves. The headlines for the newspapers were set. Iron Man declares war on Chinese enterprises. The final battle between authenticity and imitation. What is there to fear? A sly smile crept onto Bassachang's lips. With the instinct of a businessman, he discerned Tony Stark's intentions. Patent disputes, regardless of victory or defeat, often lead to chaos. A clever resolution could elevate both companies' reputations and yield a win-win scenario. Thus, without consulting the Lord, he unilaterally chose to accept the challenge. In half a month, I shall unveil more details regarding the mech battle. I look forward to your attendance, the golden and crimson armored figure declared, giving a thumbs up. Then, with a swift motion, he scooped up his partner, Pepper Potts, and soared towards the horizon, the towering skyscrapers in the distance. The lackluster live courtroom proceedings failed to incite outrage or dissatisfaction among the audience. Instead, anticipation for the upcoming mech battle in half a month began to build. The counterfeit products of the Venerable Group would compete against the authentic wares of Stark Industries. Undoubtedly, the lagging enterprises across the ocean would face utter defeat. How intriguing. Gazing at the live broadcast, the imposing young man seated on a genuine leather sofa swirled a goblet filled with deep crimson wine, murmuring to himself. Stark has actually developed the prodigal armor? His true self must not have attended the hearing but resides within Stark Tower. The prodigal armor. Mark 42. Capable of remote control and automatic assembly, each component is equipped with an independent power system. Through a brainwave connection, it interfaces with a terminal control program, enabling deployment over extraordinary distances. This represents an epic-making super armor. The inspiration derives from alien technology scattered across New York. To prevent such extraterrestrial advancements from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals, Stark Industries and governmental bodies spearheaded the establishment of a disaster control department, dedicated to the recovery of alien technology. The foreign weaponry, surpassing Earth's technological level, undoubtedly provides Tony Stark with unprecedented new perspectives. Coupled with the arcane magic taught by the Dragon Slayer, Lopez, it will inevitably demonstrate its formidable power, assisting in the creation of an unprecedented magical armament. It aims to obliterate the Holy Master. I hope that His Majesty the Holy Master can forgive my unilateral decision, Bashar expressed with a face full of trepidation. It matters not. The Red Queen's appearance is indeed astonishing. Even I am left in awe. It seems a return to the lighthouse base is in order. To pay a visit to this little one, Shendu remarked, snapping his fingers. Buzz. A fierce cloud of magical smoke enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, the scene before him whirled chaotically. Chapter 70. The Birth of the Black Sky Lighthouse Base. Situated at an immense altitude, the anti-gravity engine erupted with a thunderous roar, sustained by a large arc reactor. The lofty stronghold, shrouded in clouds, is perpetually in motion and equipped with an anti-missile early warning electromagnetic interference system. To construct the lighthouse base, the former leader of the Red Room, Dreykov, invested vast sums and devoted years to clandestine research. Yet, before realizing his grand ambition of remotely controlling the global government, he was tragically overtaken by the passing demon of fire, the Holy Master, who claimed it as his own. The super artificial intelligence, the Red Queen, awarded by the system, has completely taken over the Red Room's lighthouse base. Currently, multiple production lines have been successfully established, functioning as the armament factory for the Venerable Group, engaged in the welding and cutting of Kirov drones. Future mechanical industries will gradually relocate to the lighthouse base, achieving fully automated processing through the Red Queen. My master, you finally deigned to visit me? A melodious and enchanting voice emanated from the nearby deck. There stood a stunning figure, a Victoria's Secret angel, with exquisite features and long, slender legs, her face radiant with joy and surprise. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the Red Queen witnessed at the trial, perhaps even more perfect. It was nearly impossible to discern the genuine from the imitation. It seems the lighthouse base is attempting to merge with biological technology? Are you planning to create a Red Room mother nest? Shendu keenly observed the transformation of the lighthouse base. Although its overall structure remained unchanged, certain inconsequential areas had begun a series of dismantling efforts. Mimicking the Chitauri space fortress, it adopted advanced biofusion technology, completely transforming the Red Room lighthouse base into a terrifying behemoth dominating the skies. One must admit, such an imaginative concept and design left Shendu gasping in astonishment. It appears that the super artificial intelligence program crafted by the Umbrella Corporation is indeed extraordinary. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. My master, your insight is truly remarkable. I indeed intend to transform the lighthouse base in imitation of the Chitauri mothership. After all, the Widow's virus, invented by Dreykov, can manipulate the life and death of agents through computer terminals. He has even developed the Mimic Master chip, allowing the seductive Viper to stride toward Shendu in her high heels. Subsequently, she clapped her hands, and the doors at the end of the deck swung open. A towering figure, cloaked and adorned with a menacing skull mask, appeared before Shendu. This is the Mimic Master, Dreykov's disabled daughter, Antonia. To prolong his beloved daughter's life, Dreykov utilized the Mimic Master chip, granting Antonia the ability to replicate combat techniques. However, she has now become a mere assistant to the Red Queen. Dreykov, imprisoned in the Red Room, is utterly despondent, having unsuccessfully attempted suicide several times. Is this the surprise you have prepared? The Mimic Master Legion? Shendu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Mimic Master is not limited to Antonia alone. There are 10 others, including the second-generation widow, Yelena Belova. All the widows have been equipped with the Red Queen's replicated Mimic Master chip, transforming them into true super soldiers. Furthermore, the first Ultra Serum has also been injected into numerous widows. Almost without exception, they possess the capability to engage Captain America in single combat. Thanks to the presence of the Mimic Master chip, they can replicate the combat skills of multiple superheroes, often surpassing them. Are you satisfied, my master? The elegant and alluring woman cast a flirtatious glance and spoke sweetly, almost causing Shendu to forget that she was merely a three-dimensional holographic projection. This technology is undoubtedly far superior to that of Tony Stark, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. It appears that you have fully assimilated the alien technology possessed by the Chitauri, Shendu remarked with a smile. The Red Queen and the Lighthouse Base are indispensable components of the Forever Group. Logistical support directly determines the company's future potential. Without the Red Queen's real-time multi-terminal remote control, both the Mech Legions and the Kirov drones would come to a standstill. It is all due to the Master's exceptional training. The Red Queen blushed with delight. Suddenly, she shifted her tone and said earnestly, Master, there have been frequent hacker attacks recently, and the signal source appears to be traced back to New Jersey, the former site of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. In addition, there are many addresses of internationally renowned corporations, such as Oscorp, PIM Technologies, Roxxon Oil Company, Advanced Idea Mechanics, Essex Corporation, Rand Corporation, and Fisk Tower, among others. Hacker attacks? Shendu frowned slightly upon hearing this and listened intently as the Red Queen mentioned each corporate name. A smile creeping onto his lips. It turns out they are all villainous organizations from the Marvel Universe. Oscorp belongs to the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. PIM Technologies is headed by the Wasp, Darren Cross. Advanced Idea Mechanics, founded by Dr. Aldrich Killian, is a radical organization secretly researching a mysterious drug codenamed Extremis. Essex Corporation, a malevolent enterprise deeply rooted in the mutant collective, serves as the clandestine capital of the Hellfire Club. The Rand Corporation, a familial establishment founded by the late Iron Fist grandfather, is now under new leadership. As for Roxxon Oil, its origins remain shrouded in mystery, permeating the entire cinematic universe. And what of the Fisk commercial building? Did I not personally eliminate Wilson Fisk? How is it that the Fisk Corporation continues to operate? Shendu narrowed his eyes. Could it be that Madame Gao is feigning death? Unthinkable. He was well aware of the formidable power of the Iron Fist. It seems necessary to venture into Hell's Kitchen for an inquiry with Madame Gao. Furthermore, I shall bring her to Harbor City to temporarily oversee the venerable group. Upon reflection, it appears that only Madame Gao is suitable for the role of steward. She is an ancient creature, having survived for centuries, possessing hundreds of years of experience and wisdom. Responsible for maintaining the vast drug manufacturing operations of the Hand, she continues to thrive in international markets. This demonstrates that Madame Gao undoubtedly possesses exceptional skills. Red, he instructed, continue to expand your legion of mimicking masters. One day, it will prove invaluable. Meanwhile, I must head to Hell's Kitchen. A smile crept across Shendu's face. Then, through the synthesis banner rewarded by the system, he swiftly arrived at the distant and notorious city of Shen, Hell's Kitchen. This lawless territory surpasses Kowloon Walled City in its infamy. A paradise for rampant criminals. Gang wars erupt frequently in the streets, alongside extortion, kidnapping, and drug trafficking. Even Chief LDN could only turn a blind eye to the existence of Hell's Kitchen, lest he provoke the ruler of the underground world, the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. Forget your past name, Wilson Fisk. From this day forth, you shall be known as Black Sky, a vessel for the deity revered by the Hand. Proclaimed the Hand's leader. Alexandra, with fervent conviction. Behold the beast, an ancient demon born from the primordial depths, ruling over a dimension known as the Shadow Realm and intricately connected to the Demon King, Terra. This is the master worshipped by the Hand. A shared faith among all fingers. In the parallel universe, the Night Devil, embodying Black Sky, once single-handedly defeated a team of superheroes. Even Luke Cage could not withstand Black Sky's onslaught. This puppet is a creation of a magical ritual, a resurrected monstrosity. At this moment, the muscular and imposing figure of the underworld emperor, his gaze piercing, revealed a faint aura of dark energy enveloping his form. He resembled a true primordial beast, nearly devoid of any semblance of normal human emotion. I am Black Sky. I vow to slay the Holy Master. With clenched fists, Fisk's face contorted in rage, erupting into a heart-wrenching howl. Chapter 71. Dragonbone Fossil. Gazing at the formidable figure before her, Alexandra could not suppress a triumphant smile. With Black Sky at their disposal, the Hand would undoubtedly flourish once more. They might even unearth the buried treasure of New York, the Dragonbone Fossil. A vast and magnificent skeleton, resembling a western dragon, stands silently displayed in a clandestine location, scattered across the globe. Through the life energy embedded within the dragon bones, the 5 fingers of the Hand Alliance have managed to endure for centuries, evading capture to this very day. Moreover, this is the crucial material for fabricating the Void. The primal demonic beasts that manipulate the Shadow Realm cannot easily tread upon reality. Only through enigmatic rituals and magical materials can the barrier between the two worlds be torn asunder, bestowing upon all an unprecedented bounty. According to Alexandra's findings, a complete dragonbone fossil indeed slumbers beneath the streets of New York. However, the site of the fossil is ensconced within a magical seal arranged by the Eastern Paradise, requiring the iron-fisted power of Kunlun's hereditary lineage to shatter the seal. As Alexandra's time dwindles, the other fingers have each pursued their own paths. Thus, she can only rely on the powers of the Void and Lady Gao to realize her near-maniacal obsession. The critical issue lies in the fact that if we were to move the dragonbone fossil, the ley line node of New York would inevitably collapse, plunging the entire city into ruin. 177, Bleak Street would also be obliterated. The magical array that isolates external life forms would be shattered. We would likely be left without any space for survival. With a face lined with wrinkles and hair as white as a crane's plumage, Lady Gao, leaning on her bamboo cane, spoke with evident concern. The existence of the Mage's Sanctuary is well known to the Hand Alliance. After all, the Five Fingers are nearly contemporaries of the Supreme Sorcerers. The latter, however, operates above board, commanding the mystical realm of Kamartaj, holding an exalted position with close ties and friendships among the deities of Earth. In contrast, the Hand Alliance is like a despised rat in the street, infamous. Lady Gao, fear not. The beast shall protect us, granting us even greater power to level the magical might of the Eastern Paradise Kunlun. Alexandra exclaimed with a fierce countenance, raising her arms in cheer. Level Kunlun. It appears Alexandra is indeed beyond saving. Lady Gao's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this. Kunlun is undeniably the sacred land of the divine land, the very source of history and civilization, alongside Kamartaj. It is one of the Earth's mystical realms birthed from ley lines. Within it lies the eternal dragon of longevity, the immortal master of Kung Fu, Thunder Lord, and the celestial deities who frequently descend to inspect the realm. Compared to the Eastern Paradise, the Hand Alliance is utterly insignificant. Even the beast seems trivial. Do not worry. The Void shall successfully complete the task, bringing Dannyland to us. With the rise of the Yang and the decline of the Yin, the demons are destined for a wild revelry. Alexandra snapped her fingers. Suddenly, Jean Bing, a towering figure reminiscent of a prehistoric humanoid Tyrannosaurus, exuded a deep-seated hatred and stepped out from the Midtown Circle Financial Company, heading towards the dojo run by another finger of the Hand Alliance, a gambler. To personally apprehend the Iron Fist, Dannyland. Jean Bing, possessing an extraordinarily robust physique capable of smashing through walls with his bare hands, transformed into the Void and, empowered by the prehistoric demonic beasts, underwent a further metamorphosis, nearly attaining strength rivaling that of the Hulk in his prime. They are coming. The power we require to break the seal. Alexandra's gaze was icy as she discerned the heavy footsteps drawing near. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged, hoisting the unconscious, frail form of Danny Land before the leader of the syndicate. Danny Land, the weakest of the Iron Fists. Yet, only the power wielded by Danny Land could shatter the seal established by the Eastern Paradise. Where am I? It feels as though a behemoth has struck me unconscious in this dojo. A chilling cascade of icy water poured down. The 66th Iron Fist, Danny Land, jolted awake, his bewildered eyes darting about in confusion. In an instant, he beheld a towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall. With the physique of a bear and the ferocity of a tiger, the undeniable evil godfather of Hell's Kitchen, Black Sky. Goodness, has his height surged to 4 meters? Could it be that Wilson Fisk has taken performance-enhancing substances? Danny Land's complexion turned pale, nearly doubting his own sanity. The crucial point was that he had no habit of indulging in such vices. This was Black Sky, the Syndicate's hidden weapon. Alongside him stood the diminutive figure of the Finger, Alexandra, and the stout Madame Gao, brazenly confronting Danny Land. Additionally, there was the martial arts master from the Chinatown dojo, the Gambler. All three were fingers of the Syndicate, traitors expelled by Kunlun. The Syndicate, the unkempt, weakest Iron Fist pupils trembled in shock. This was an organization forbidden to be mentioned in the Eastern Paradise. The 5 renegades, who had forsaken the tenets of Kunlun, had achieved true immortality through the essence of dragon bones. However, the chaos and upheaval of the spiritual meridian nodes had also brought about natural disasters in the region. For instance, the ancient city of Pompeii. The sudden eruption of a volcano obliterated all traces of life. The ruins of the ancient city still display countless fossilized human forms, frozen in their final contorted poses. In their quest to excavate dragon bones, the fingers of the Syndicate had nearly extinguished their own conscience, willing to pay any price to prolong their lives, striving for immortality. Buzz. Danny Land rose, abruptly awakening the dormant power of the Iron Fist within him. Instantly, the force of the Iron Fist surged forth, enveloping his right hand in a brilliant glow. The dazzling light, akin to a searing flame, radiated an aura of terrifying energy. A potent and righteous essence began to permeate the air. This was the energy capable of shattering darkness. It stemmed from the unparalleled might of the immortal dragon, Shoulao. I must thwart your malevolent schemes and annihilate Black Sky. The weakest iron fist, Danny Land, declared with solemnity and conviction. Then, with a thunderous roar, he surged forward. Striding towards his adversary, the muscular crime lord, Gold Bane. Whoosh. Gold Bane suddenly vanished, teleporting to another area. What? Danny Land was left dumbfounded. Yet his fiery encased fist struck the colossal stone inscribed with ancient characters of the Preaching era. Boom. The towering skyscrapers trembled violently in response. Bang, bang, bang. The nearby streets erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds. The brightly lit office buildings fell into an unexpected stillness, engulfed in an inky darkness where one could scarcely discern their own fingers. Yet, deep within the subterranean realm of the central financial company, an unfathomably profound cavern emerged. Within this cave, a chilling, eerie atmosphere pervaded, revealing the skeletal remains of an unprecedentedly massive dragon, silently displaying the passage of millennia. The overwhelming life energy emanating from it felt almost tangible, enveloping one in a surreal, ethereal sensation. It was evident that the owner of these dragon bones had once been an imposing figure. Suddenly, a sense of betrayal washed over me. The weak iron fist bore a countenance of despair, utterly devastated. Why had Kunlun chosen you? A deep, magnetic voice unexpectedly resonated, laced with curiosity. Was it due to your American nationality? A tall, charismatic youth materialized within the cavern housing the dragon bones, his inquisitive gaze, framed by black glasses, scrutinizing the ancient relics. Who are you? Why do you find yourself in the stronghold of the Hand Alliance? Alexander's voice pierced the air, filled with indignation. In response, a swarm of black-clad ninjas surged forth from the shadows, their sharp arrows poised at the uninvited guest. Only Madame Gao remained composed, her penetrating gaze unyielding. For she recognized the enigmatic visitor bore a striking resemblance to the Asian emperor she had encountered in the past. But the young man's glasses concealed his true visage, leaving her unable to discern any trace of malevolence. In a moment of realization, he remarked, I almost forgot. I am wearing Superman glasses. With a smirk, he removed the black frames, unleashing a pent-up aura of menace that cascaded forth like a tidal wave. The air felt frozen in time as dark clouds obscured the last remnants of moonlight, silencing the world around them. The sounds of creatures were silenced. All of nature held its breath, too fearful to defy the will of the dragon. The emperor, towering nearly 4 meters, gritted his teeth and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cavern. A fierce rivalry ignited, and he exclaimed, Ah? There's a familiar scent of dark magic about you. Shendu furrowed his brow, sensing a connection. Yet, before he could discern the source of the dark magic, a fist, as formidable as a sandbag, was already hurtling towards him. Hiss! A relentless surge of symbiotic material burst forth, resembling black mercury that swiftly transformed into a sharply defined, colossal shield. The 72nd chapter of the New York Temple Mage began to unfold. Buzz! The armed color of the shield enveloped it, bestowing a metallic sheen that amplified its offensive and defensive capabilities. This was the system's ultimate reward, a fully powered armed color, nearly impervious to conventional assaults. Perish! Roared the fierce, imposing figure of the underworld king, his visage twisted in fury as he struck the symbiotic shield with a formidable fist. The clash of metal echoed through the heavens. The surface of the symbiotic shield suddenly erupted with a dense web of cracks, revealing the formidable extent of the dark incarnation known as Gene. It is evident that you have undergone an extraordinary transformation. However, it remains insignificant. A smirk graced Shendu's lips as he uttered in a voice both enchanting and otherworldly, Behold my true form, Dark Void. With a thunderous sound, a blaze of magical smoke enveloped the surroundings, and a remarkable transformation of the Holy Master began to unfold. Standing at approximately 7 meters tall, his body was adorned with dark green scales, and his muscles were tightly woven and robust, exuding an explosive power. The fearsome visage of a dragon-headed demon, with blood-red eyes, radiated an aura of extreme danger, delivering an unprecedented visual shock to all present. Hearts nearly stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a villainous act. Pressure upon Dark Void. The host is rewarded with the Supreme Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, a skill from the world of One Piece, symbolizing the qualifications of a king. This is an innate ability possessed by the strong, unattainable through skill training or hereditary means. Strictly speaking, it belongs to the realm of mystical powers that interfere with the material world, capable of intimidating and incapacitating the wills of the weak-minded adversaries. However, the probability of awakening it is extremely low, nearly reaching a staggering 1 in millions. It encompasses several stages. The initial level, where one cannot freely control the activation of Conqueror's Haki, requiring heightened emotions to trigger it by chance. The intermediate level, where practice allows for precise manipulation of its release and range. The advanced level, which can shake the very fabric of space through pressure, achieving feats of mental interference with the material. and the supreme level, where Conqueror's haki envelopes weapons, launching electric strikes at targets from a distance. Surpassing the might of armament haki, with the three forms of haki from the world of One Piece now fully collected. It was time to test the legendary power of Conqueror's haki. The dragon-headed demon squinted his eyes, and suddenly, a palpable wave of mental radiation erupted from his brow. Wherever Conqueror's haki reached, the space trembled, dimensions swayed, and myriad cracks appeared instantaneously. A surging wave of energy expanded explosively. Alexandra, the leader of the Hand Association, felt as though struck by lightning, her mind spinning, stars dancing before her eyes. A rush of heat surged from her nasal passages, and blood trickled to the ground. What is this power? Alexandra clutched her mouth and nose, her pupils dilated as she muttered in a daze. Caught off guard, she found herself utterly defenseless and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. As for the mental damage endured by Dark Void, who was within reach, it undoubtedly far surpassed that of Alexandra. His visage was contorted in agony, skin sagging, bones misaligned, and his tailored high-end suit was ruthlessly torn apart by the mental force. I seem to be experiencing a moment of disorientation. Is it due to the absence of the sheep talisman? Shendu furrowed his brow, pondering. The sheep talisman symbolizes the divine power, allowing the Holy Master to transcend his soul. Moreover, the talisman bearer can freely enter and exit the dream realm, occupying an empty vessel in place of another. The spirit of thought flows freely, belonging to an exceptionally potent and beneficial charm. The rat, tiger, horse, and sheep, four charms, all reside within the formidable warrior Lopez. It is presumed that these charms harbor the lost energy of the Holy Lord. It seems imperative to swiftly execute the plan to annihilate Lopez. Shendu's gaze turned fierce and resolute. Suddenly, his fingers clenched into a fist, tightly gripping the metallic gloves forged from URU steel. The surface of the gloves bore intricate and mysterious Viking patterns, seamlessly crafted with no signs of welding or assembly. Multiple recesses adorned the back, seemingly designed to hold oval, exquisite gemstones. The master of charms, who once ruled the eastern continent twice, now finds it necessary to rely on weaponry to enhance his power. The brawny underworld titan could not suppress a hoarse, mocking laugh. Gloves? A sign of disgrace. It appears that the demon emperor has lost his former convictions. The future belongs to my dominion. The beast. Jean Bing's eyes widened with fury, roaring once more. Subsequently, resilient scales began to sprout across his body, with wings extending from his ribs, as he seemed to entirely abandon his human form, evolving towards that of a ferocious lion beast. Whoosh! The broad and exaggerated wings stirred up a tempest, sending spiraling currents of air skyward. Symmetrical horns emerged from Jean Bing's forehead, and a demon tail trailed behind him as he fully embraced the shadows. It seems the beast truly values Jean Bing. Madame Gao's eyes widened in shock as she quickly retreated, fleeing this place of chaos. As for the gambler, another member of the Hand Association, he seized the moment and dashed toward the cavern adorned with pristine dragon bones, retrieving a sharp tooth the length of a dagger. The dragon tooth was in his grasp. The gambler's face lit up with obsession and ecstasy, ready to take his leave. However, the weakest iron fist, Danny Land, whose skills had just cooled down, abruptly awakened the dormant power of the immortal dragon within. With an imposing presence, he shattered the sound barrier, striking the gambler's back with a resounding blow. Do not dare to covet the noble dragon's remains. Danny Land huffed and puffed, issuing a grave warning. The moment his words fell, a thunderous rumble echoed. The underground cavern trembled violently once more, as unprecedented ferocity of energy surged in all directions, causing the New York ley line node to spiral into chaos and turmoil. The earth crumbled. A gaping abyss spread forth, fierce and terrifying. At 177 Brick Street, a structure resembling an aged apartment, the town's master sorcerer suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze turned towards the distant headquarters of the Midtown Financial Company. Damn, who has shattered the seal laid by the ancestors of Kunlun? The resolute-faced bald African-American gripped his magical short staff tightly, activating the floating ring to conjure a vibrant portal. He is named Daniel Drum, a gifted and seasoned sorcerer. As the guardian of the New York Temple for many years, he had never made a single mistake. Yet, the seal set by the Eastern Paradise was violently dismantled right beneath his nose. What a disgrace! If this were to reach the ears of his fellow disciples in the Kamatage secret realm, they would surely laugh uproariously. It is imperative to prevent the occurrence of natural disasters. The esteemed Master Daniel Drum strides across the portal, only to find himself in the subterranean caverns of the Central Circle Financial Company. To his astonishment, two formidable demons stand before him. The first, a towering figure with broad bat-like wings and a greenish visage adorned with menacing fangs, nearly reaches 4 meters in height, compelling Daniel to gaze upwards in awe. However, the second demon's appearance is even more ferocious and terrifying, with a head resembling a dragon and a physique that exudes raw power. It embodies the essence of a primordial beast, emanating an aura of predatory menace. Saint, the Master. As the town guardian mage and a distinguished disciple of the Kamataj secret realm, Daniel has undoubtedly vanquished countless dark entities. Yet, confronted with the legendary dragon and the tyrant wielding the power of divination, all his convictions shatter in an instant. A singular thought spirals relentlessly through his mind. Escape. He must inform the dragon warriors, led by Lopez. Chapter 73, The Venomous Lord Buzz. With a swift flick of his fingers, he conjures a radiant vortex that unfurls into a portal leading to the Kamataj secret realm. Peering through the gateway, he glimpses ancient Eastern architecture shrouded in mist, teeming with vibrant magical energy. This is an additional dimension birthed from the ley line nodes, a pocket universe encircling reality. It resembles the fabled paradises extolled in Eastern lore. While the Supreme Master refers to it as the secret realm, Comet J, the stronghold of Earth's sorcerers. All who venture here as travelers and pilgrims are granted the opportunity for personal tutelage from the Supreme Master. However, the grotesque imbalance of overwhelming light and diminishing shadows has precipitated a series of adverse effects. The dimensional demons that peer into reality are stirring restlessly, and a multitude of fiends are set to emerge. Thus, the advent of the Avengers has not deterred the increasingly rampant criminals. Rather, it has emboldened the malevolent forces. Even the Ancient One finds herself beleaguered, unable to extricate herself. Do you wish to flee? Do you seek my permission? A low, mocking voice resonates. Buzz. An invisible force suddenly manifests as a colossal, transparent hand, swiftly ensnaring Master Daniel Drum, rendering his movements utterly frozen. Despite his gritted teeth and exertion, he cannot budge an inch. The nascent portal disintegrates in an instant, fading into non-existence. Yet, upon the vast and grand plaza, numerous battle-hardened sorcerers have detected a fleeting glimmer. Quickly, alert the senior brother. I believe I have spotted Daniel Drum. Continuous shouts echo forth. Instantly, chaos ensues within Kamataj. Meanwhile, the cold-faced sorcerer, with a visage akin to a vulture, finds his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks as his irises retain a vision of an unfathomable figure. The towering dragon-headed demon, nearly 7 meters tall, is manipulating the invisible floating force. That is the Lord, the thief of the grimoire. In the recesses of his mind, the whispers of demons seem to swirl, shrouded in mystery. The cold-faced sorcerer squinted upon hearing this, resolved to summon the fanatics he had tamed to jointly seize the other half of the grimoire. The grimoire, compiled by the demon lord Talra, contained the pinnacle of arcane knowledge from all ages, documenting the most formidable spells, rituals, necromancy, enchantments, and curses. It encompassed an array of domains, far surpassing even the Book of Cagliostro. To breach the barrier between realms and siphon energy from the dark dimension, one must master the incantations inscribed within its pages. Crucially, the grimoire was divided into 2 parts. What he sought was not contained within the portion seized by the dragon fighter. Do not fret, Lord of the Fire Demons, Caecilius. His powers are insignificant. Open the gateway to reality, and I shall bestow upon you boundless divine strength. Even the resurrection of your wife and child. A visage cloaked in flames materialized before him, grotesquely evil, whispering enticingly. Its eyes glowed a deep crimson, resembling twin celestial bodies, while its striped skin writhed in filth and aberration, evoking a sense of dread. This was the dimension demon worshipped by Caecilius, the sovereign of the Dark Realm. Its name was the taboo of Kamartash, one that even the Ancient One dared not utter lightly. For to attain the status of a dimension demon was to exist beyond the confines of reality. All that is spoken shall be known. Once you become aware of him, he becomes aware of you. The 3 sanctuaries of sorcery safeguarding reality could repel the incursions of dimension lords, yet they could not withstand the insidious corruption of dimension demons. For instance, Caecilius, upon discovering the existence of the dimension demon, fell prey to its seduction, planting a seed of darkness deep within his soul. Let us depart. To the sanctum of New York. Caecilius's gaze was steely. Before him stood a congregation of silent sorcerers, all elite practitioners of formidable skill, sharing the same aspirations as he. Whoosh. The spiraling portal swiftly took shape, connecting to the silent sanctum of New York. Buzz. Caecilius intertwined his fingers, reciting an intricate and ancient incantation, and in an instant, the sanctum of New York radiated with blinding light, revealing a flurry of chaotic images. Time rewound. Midtown Financial, beneath the surface. The scene was one of utter devastation. The sudden quake and collapse had wrought a series of horrifying consequences, leaving bodies strewn about. The gambling den of the Hand was buried in rubble. In his final moments, one clutched a sharp fawn. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Iron Fist Danny Rand staggered to his feet, brushing dust and ash from his shirt, feeling an ominous chill run down his spine. For my blunder had precipitated such calamity. A grievous sin. Danny Rand clasped his hands in prayer, seeking the forgiveness of the eternal dragon, Sholao. Even the mercy of the Supreme Lord of the Great Luo cannot be overlooked. It feels almost complete. The weakest iron fist immediately crawled forward, navigating through a dog hole formed by a pile of ruins, inching towards the distance. Surprisingly, it managed to escape from the jaws of death. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. A formidable figure, adorned with wings and covered in resilient scales, unleashed a jet of black light toward the towering demon at the edge of sight. Die, hideous dragon lord, Gold exclaimed with a sinister dual voice. His visage contorted in fury. It seemed his voice possessed a malevolent influence, capable of mental disturbance and spiritual erosion. This was the gift bestowed upon him by the primordial demon worshipped by the Hand Association. It is evident that the primordial demon is indeed extraordinary. It appears I must delve into the demons of the Marvel Universe. Shendu raised an eyebrow, realizing there was no way to conceal his strength any longer. So be it. Let the world witness the grandeur of the Venom Lord. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An unending stream of symbiotic fibers erupted forth. In an instant, an extraterrestrial liquid life form from space wove itself into an impenetrable mercury suit, enveloping every inch of its master's sinews, equipping him to an unparalleled degree. The Venom Lord, possessing an unprecedented dual form, standing nearly 9 meters tall, with a surface shimmering in a metallic hue and jagged white fangs. Nostrils exhaling twin torrents of blazing fire. Fierce and magnificent, it could only be described as terrifying. This contradicts the records in the scriptures. The texts fail to mention the Lord's second form at all. Daniel Drum, the sorcerer of New York, felt a chill run down his spine. Waves of disbelief crashing within his chest. He could hardly believe his eyes. Could it be that the biography penned by the dragon fighter Lopez also contained errors? How could that be possible? The petrifying magic he created sealed the demon emperor, the Lord of Calamity. Who, besides Lopez, could understand the Lord better? Perhaps no one. Am I not allowed to continue growing stronger? Shendu cast a narrow gaze, a playful tone in his voice. To be defeated by my second form is more than enough to comfort your spirits in heaven. As his words fell, a hum echoed. The powers of the chicken and rabbit talismans synergized effectively. The Venom Lord suddenly transformed into a streak, charging toward the robust Gold. The fist adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet moved as swiftly as lightning, delivering a barrage of blows. Pummeling, beating. A faint mooing sound reverberated through the heavens. The Venom Lord's physique multiplied once more, nearly bursting the armor forged from URU. The Infinity Gauntlet, with no signs of welding or assembly, erupted with a screeching noise that grated the teeth. The Viking patterns etched on its surface radiated brilliant light, as if the power of Daniel Land's iron fist was suddenly imparted to the gauntlet with a fiery effect. Boom! The demon Gold hunched over like a shrimp. His body bore deep, visible imprints of fists, organs misaligned, muscles shattered. He could not withstand the relentless ordinary punches of the Venom Lord. Chicken, rabbit, cow. 3 talismans unleashed their power in succession. Even the Crime Lord, transformed into a lowly demon, became a complete mockery. Chapter 74, The Intimidating Gaze of the Electric Eye. In the New York sanctuary, a radiant brilliance illuminated the surroundings. The dazzling images unfolded like a phantasmagoria. Soon, the cold-faced sorcerer with the visage of a vulture pinpointed the whereabouts of Daniel Drum. It was in the adjacent block, the financial tower of Midtown. Everyone, be cautious. We are likely to encounter 2 demons, including the wrathful tyrant of fire. Caecilius warned grimly. Following this, a continuously revolving magical portal manifested in midair. One by one, they traversed the portal and were instantaneously transported to a pitch-black subterranean cavern. A surge of vibrant life energy enveloped them. In an instant, a seductive and unclean voice exclaimed in their minds, "Dragonbone fossil? This is a rare and precious magical material, brimming with unparalleled life energy, capable of concocting various potions and sacred artifacts. To think that a complete dragonbone fossil is displayed here, it is truly extraordinary." The demon from the dark dimension exhibited a covetous yearning for the dragonbone fossil. However, the immediate priority remained to seize the other half of the spell compendium. The tome contained the incantations to breach the barrier between the 2 realms. Once one's true form descended into reality, all treasures would be within reach. No one could withstand the devouring and corruption of darkness. What on earth has transpired? The group exclaimed in astonishment. As they surveyed their surroundings, they beheld shattered ruins and the skeletal frameworks of steel and concrete, strewn with dust and corpses. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, reminiscent of an unprecedented cataclysmic battle. The spatial dimension exhibited fractures that had yet to fully mend. Such power was utterly terrifying. Even the Lord of the Dark Dimension fell silent, his towering figure gazing into the void. 2 violet-red planetary orbs filled the air with an intriguing and profound glow. It seems the tyrant has encountered some fortuitous event. A resonant voice echoed across the cosmos. The reverberations of sound waves directly caused nearby celestial bodies to crumble. This is the Dark Dimension, an interstitial space embedded within reality, shrouded in darkness and filth. The vibrant and resplendent celestial bodies collided in a swirling dance. Vague shadows of colossal entities flickered, yet their true forms remained indiscernible to the naked eye. Forbidden to pry. The presence of a lower-tier demon was palpable. It appears that everyone is unable to contain their desire to seize reality. The ominous figure, shrouded in foreboding, once again emitted a magical voice, sneering. Every creature is classified into ranks. Demons are no exception. Lower-tier demons, also known as lowly demons, possess intelligence and are adept in various offensive magic and spells. Different species exhibit distinctly varied racial talents, such as curses, charms, possession, and blindness, among other vile tactics. Above them lie the mid-tier demons, the embodiment of hellish vitality. Possessing a lineage both noble and tainted, typically assumes the role of sovereign within the realm of demons, excelling in the macabre and intricate arts of dark sorcery. Occasionally, they traverse into the realm of reality, disseminating distorted and frenzied ideologies, ensnaring mortals into the treachery of soul-selling. They are the very existence that Western missionaries dread and seek to evade. Only skilled exorcists can hope to subdue them. As for the higher-ranking demons, they reach an unparalleled echelon. With a lifespan approaching immortality, they are immune to many exorcistic methods and incantations. Even the damage inflicted by holy water proves minimal, necessitating the use of sacred relics venerated by the Church to inflict any harm upon these formidable beings. Naturally, such entities seldom descend into reality. The ritual to summon a high-ranking demon is intricate and shrouded in mystery. Without sufficient energy and skill, one cannot conjure them. They are truly the lords of darkness. Governing vast realms of hell, they establish immutable laws and control the fates of innumerable demons, belonging to a genuine aristocracy. It seems that a contest for the title of Satan is underway in hell. Numerous high-ranking demons engage in a futile struggle for a mere name. Utterly tedious. The high-ranking demons, the sworn vassals of the demon lords, existing on the same tier as the dimensional overlords. Those capable of influencing the rise and fall of demon lords almost invariably govern their own hellish domains. In the Marvel Universe, hell is not a singular entity, but a myriad of parallel dimensions. After all, every deity of Earth possesses a dedicated paradise, and correspondingly, there must exist hells that align with them. Satan, representing the sovereign of the demon realm, has become a title and designation, symbolizing honor and status. To earn the name of Satan is to command all of hell. However, for the lords of the dark dimensions, this holds no allure. Behold, the demon of fire. A series of gasps erupted. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. In the distance, a towering figure, nearly 9 meters tall, robust and muscular, stood in silence. Its surface shimmered with a black substance resembling liquid mercury, woven into an impenetrable metallic armor. With a commanding presence and razor-sharp claws, its crimson eyes gleamed like searchlights, exuding a disdain for all of nature as creations. At this moment, 2 dragon-like claws grasped the shoulders of a winged demon, forcefully tearing it apart to the left and right. The sound of fabric ripping echoed through the skies. In an instant, the tenacious low-ranking demon was split asunder. Filthy, putrid blood gushed forth, and the ground was enveloped in a searing, rising acidic mist. The blood of demons possesses corrosive properties, capable of decaying even the most resilient materials on Earth. Of course, the symbiote venom is an exception. This liquid life from outer space harbors numerous talents and resistances. Moreover, the venom suit, fully covering and armed with the formidable hue of its symbiotic armor, ensured that the foul and unsanitary blood never had the chance to touch the extraterrestrial entity. Even if you were to defeat me, you could not prevent the beast's arrival. For wherever there is a shadow, a beast shall be present. The menacing and grotesque figure of the underworld godfather still clings to life, propping himself up with one hand. His half-formed body grotesquely fused with his head, his face contorted in a frenzy of madness and malice, he sneers, such is the nature of demons. Conventional methods prove futile against their eradication. One must harness the power of sacred relics, or invoke exorcisms, rituals, and related techniques. Otherwise, efforts yield little result. Hence, the reincarnation of demons persists unabated. Could it be that the beast supports Terra? The dragon-headed demon raised an eyebrow, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through the stillness of the subterranean cavern. Meanwhile, the spell-casting master, Daniel Drum, who remained immobilized in his incantation, suddenly widened his eyes in alarm. Terra, the spectral overlord emerging from Fuso, commanding 9 mummified generals, aims to unleash ultimate darkness, corrupt the earth, and reign over the world of eternal night. However, the valiant 7 samurai have sealed all the mummified generals. The pressing question is why the Holy One would mention this name. There exists but one truth. Indeed, the beast has bestowed upon Terra the power of the spectral shadow, preparing to seize a world engulfed in ultimate darkness, metamorphosing into the immortal lord of eternal night. The fragmented golden head emitted a chilling cackle, blood oozing from the corners of its lips, its teeth mostly gone. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and shattered organs, resembling an extravagant ink wash painting that paradoxically showcased the beauty of twisted violence. Ugh! The cold-faced mage, Caecilius, who had hesitated to act, suddenly changed countenance. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. He observed his beautiful young female companion beside him, retching against the wall. Their presence inadvertently exposed the group's location. I'm sorry. I can't control my physiological reaction, the female mage, pale-faced, apologized. Yet, she could not finish her last word before her head exploded on the spot. Scalding hot blood gushed forth like a fountain, immediately splattering onto Caecilius's face, lips, and tongue, imparting a briny taste. In the distance, the towering dragon-headed demon's pupils shone like two blazing suns, radiating intense, scorching rays. Chapter 75. The Failure of Petrification Magic, the Wind of Vadum. Another adept mystic mage swiftly formed a seal and chanted an incantation. Immediately raising both hands upwards, the abundant magical essence transformed into an unprecedented whirlwind. It swept up the debris and sand from the ruins, carrying with it the might to obliterate all. This would obscure the enemy's vision, granting precious time to cast spells. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group rapidly formed seals, their fingertips erupting with vibrant magical sparks, swiftly weaving a diminutive orange round shield. This was the Ring of Legagador, the signature skill of the mystic mage. Not only could it serve as a defensive measure, but it could also function as an offensive weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The group wielded their magical shields, charging towards the dragon-headed demon at the end of their sight, continuously roaring, seemingly intent on avenging their fallen comrades. All the mystic mages present were, without exception, genuine, seasoned practitioners. Apprentice, novice, seasoned, and grand mage, for distinct tiers. The realm symbolizing the mastery of magical cultivation is as challenging to ascend as scaling the heavens. Naturally, this excludes the anomaly known as Doctor Strange, who, despite his brief training, swiftly succeeded the Ancient One to become the sovereign of the mystical realm of Kamartosh. Such a feat is nothing short of astonishing. After all, the arcane arts necessitate the recitation of intricate incantations, each syllable complex and lengthy. Yet, the Sorcerer Supreme possesses an extraordinary ability to retain every detail with impeccable clarity. Truly absurd. Beware. The Ring of Ragador cannot withstand the seismic shockwaves unleashed by the Sanctum's master. Master Daniel Drum gritted his teeth, urgently warning his fellow brethren who rushed to lend their support. However, it was too late. Buzz. A searing, radiant laser beam instantaneously pierced the void, tearing through the vast currents of the vacuum winds. It then ferociously collided with the surface of the magical shield. Crack. The seasoned mage, confronted by the muscle-bound demon, felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks, helplessly witnessing the electric force shatter the shield, penetrating his chest, and continuing its relentless advance towards the subterranean caverns behind him. Seraphim shield. Caecilius abruptly spread his palm, and in an instant, a colossal shield, outlined with magical patterns, materialized from thin air. With a cacophony of sound, the shield's surface sprouted a myriad of tiny fissures. Nevertheless, it ultimately withstood the searing gaze of the towering demon. It appears the sorcery taught by Kamartaj is indeed formidable. The dragon-headed demon emitted an eerie, enchanting tone, scoffing sorcery. The demon emperor, who once reigned over the eastern continent twice, regards his mystical arts in such a manner. Huh, it is this very sorcery that transformed you into an immobile, coiled dragon statue for a millennium. Caecilius retorted sharply, then began to chant an incantation, releasing slips of paper inscribed with ancient seal characters from his sleeves. The surface of these talismans bore Eastern hieroglyphs imbued with boundless magical power. This was the spell scroll imparted to him by the dragon slayer, Lopez. The necessary ritual to petrify the Sanctum Master. Protect me, Caecilius narrowed his eyes. Now, a cadre of seasoned mages swiftly sprang into action, arranging themselves in formation. Their fingers interlaced, they began to chant an ancient spell with a unique rhythm. A divine and grand aura began to permeate the atmosphere, seemingly opening a rift to another dimension. Malevolent and ominous energies instantly enveloped the burly muscle demon. Chains of Setarak. The sorcerers shouted in unison. Clang. A flurry of deep crimson bands, crackling with sparks and arcs of electricity, surged forth from all directions, binding the dragon-headed demon's limbs and torso. Wait, I can move. Master Daniel Drum of New York displayed a gleam of surprise, tightening his grip on the magical staff. A seething hatred ignited in his eyes as he lashed out at the nearby dragon-headed demon. Crack. With the arcane energy of righteousness, a mystical spell struck the black battle attire woven from liquid mercury, instantly erupting into a dazzling display of electric sparks. The scene was utterly mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Caecilius's petrification spell was finally ready. Monsters, flee. Monsters, flee. Monsters, flee. The intricate and profound incantation resonated through the air, as talismans inscribed with ancient seals soared towards the formidable dragon-headed demon. This was the petrification magic conceived by Lopez, a technique that once sealed the Holy Lord. cleaving the power of the talisman and transforming it into a dragon sculpture for exorcism. Indeed, even if it were not the dragon slayer Lopez wielding it, the spell could still unleash unparalleled might, capable of subduing the malevolent dragon in one fell swoop. Once I seal the Holy Lord, I shall command him to surrender the other half of the spell tome. Caecilius smirked, seemingly envisioning his deceased wife and children resurrected, beckoning him. This was Caecilius's obsession. Upon learning that the arcane spell could not revive his beloved, he embarked on an extreme path, seeking the aid of the Dark Dimension's sovereign, Dormammu, a lurking lord of reality belonging to the terrifying hierarchy of malevolent demons. For every utterance, there must be knowledge. Thus, their fates became entwined. A word of caution. It appears your petrification magic has completely failed. A whisper of an ethereal and sinister voice echoed in his mind, tauntingly stating, "What? It didn't work? How could this be?" Caecilius nearly doubted his senses. How could Dormammu be mistaken? Crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass resonated continuously. The brawny dragon-headed demon unleashed a thunderous roar, utilizing sheer strength to snap the deep crimson chains. The once inevitable petrification spell struck the Holy Lord directly. However, the metallic sheen of the mercury armor enveloping the Holy Lord negated all the damage of the petrification spell. The anticipated outcome never materialized. Silence enveloped the crowd. The underground cavern fell to an eerie stillness, as if one could hear a pin drop. Even Caecilius fell silent, utterly perplexed by this turn of events. It seems your tricks have faltered. Clearly, the Supreme Mage has not imparted to you the wisdom of adapting with the times, the fearsome Poison Lord remarked, his visage reflecting a human-like mockery without a hint of concern. After all, this was a spell intended for the fire demon. What relevance did it hold against an extraterrestrial liquid life form traversing the cosmos? The structure of arcane magic is meticulously crafted. It must be flawless to take effect. Otherwise, it could yield dreadfully catastrophic consequences, such as tearing the barriers of the multiverse, awakening slumbering ancient deities, or drawing the gaze of malevolent entities, and so forth. I shall cover your retreat. You must leave this perilous place at once. Inform the Supreme Mage and the Dragon Slayer of this matter. Master Daniel Drum, firmly gripping his magical staff, stepped forward to stand defiantly before a multitude of seasoned sorcerers. His robust and sturdy figure appeared diminutive and insignificant when juxtaposed with the towering 9-meter demon with a dragon's head. The audacity of the ant attempting to shake the mighty tree was indeed laughable. Proceed, commanded Caecilius and his followers, exhibiting no hesitation as they hastily activated a suspended ring to sketch a portal to an unknown and clandestine gathering place, Kamartaj. It was not a monolithic entity. Within its confines existed numerous factions and cliques. The fervent group founded by Caecilius was a radical faction, obsessively pursuing taboos and yearning to unravel the mysteries of the ominous. In contrast, Master Daniel Drum held a profound respect for the natural order of all things and maintained close ties with his chief disciple, Karl Mott. His courage was commendable. A cacophony of clashing ivory fangs resonated as Shendu smirked wickedly. Suddenly, a violent ray of electrical energy erupted from his pupils. Concurrently, outside, an unforeseen blackout, tremors, and explosions reverberated, evidently disturbing the precinct of Hell's Kitchen. Police cars raced to the scene, swiftly encircling the financial corporation's edifice in Midtown. "Hands up," shouted the officers, taking cover behind their vehicles, fingers poised on the triggers. The dark muzzles of their weapons instantly aimed at a beggar fleeing the ruins. "Don't shoot. It's me," the disheveled beggar exclaimed, raising his hands and calling out loudly. The familiar timbre of his voice caused Detective Misty Tennant to squint slightly, attempting to discern the beggar's true identity. "Daniel?" A black female officer with shoulder-length curls gestured for her colleagues to remain calm. "Daniel Rand, the homeless man who has been frequently visiting the precinct, claiming to be the legal heir of the Rand Corporation." Of course, the corporation CEO had publicly debunked his claims. "Beneath us lies an underground cavern," he introduced, spitting as he spoke, "where a complete dragon skeleton is displayed. We cannot allow criminals to transport the dragon bones, otherwise New York will be laid to waste." Dragon bones? An underground cavern? Many detectives exchanged incredulous glances, erupting into a cacophony of derisive laughter, dismissing the beggar as mad. Dragons are mere figments of fictional creations. They do not exist in reality. They scoffed. A complete dragon skeleton in an underground cavern? Even children would not take such a tale seriously. Yet, Detective Misty Tennant harbored belief, for the black female officer before her had witnessed the existence of extraterrestrial parasites. The parasites, known as the Riot, had inhabited Luke Cage's body, seeking companions to descend upon Earth, venturing across the ocean to San Francisco. However, there had been no word since. Had it not been for her crucial responsibilities, Detective Misty Tennant would have flown to San Francisco to trace Luke Cage's whereabouts. "Prepare quickly. We must explore the ruins of the Midtown Circle building." Based on my intuition, there must be a clandestine secret case unfolding within. Detective Misty Knight spoke in a grave tone. At that moment, a procession of imposing black luxury sedans approached from a distance, adorned with the emblem of a soaring bald eagle. These were the exclusive vehicles of the field agents from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. With a creak, the doors swung open. Field agents donned in sunglasses, a female agent with distinct Eastern features, and a tall, muscular young man with a stoic expression emerged before the crowd. "Apologies, madam. We will take over from here. You may call me Phil Coulson." Removing his sunglasses, the amiable-looking field agent offered a friendly smile and presented a business card. The card bore multiple titles, yet the most prominent was undeniably that of the Chief Tactical Support Officer of the Avengers. In this parallel universe, Phil Coulson had not experienced death and resurrection. He remained a trusted confidant of Director Nick Fury, frequently traversing various assignments. "Mr. Coulson, it is said that a subterranean cavern has appeared inside, housing a complete dragon skeleton. This Mr. Danny Land has seemingly witnessed the events unfold." Detective Misty Knight recounted all the information. "Understood. The 66th Iron Fist. Do not underestimate our department's intelligence capabilities." Phil Coulson replied with a smile. The group then hurried towards the headquarters of the Midtown Circle Financial Company, descending slowly via the elevator until reaching the subterranean depths. As they illuminated their flashlights, the brilliant beams instantly brightened the area ahead. A collective gasp echoed as the onlookers instinctively widened their eyes, nearly unable to believe the scene before them. They were met with utter devastation, with debris strewn across the ground. The steel and concrete framework had been inexplicably severed, the cut edges smooth and even. The air was thick with a pungent, metallic stench. Vaguely, they could discern a headless corpse, clad in classical Eastern-style garments, lying silently amidst the rubble. "What on earth has transpired? Is that creature what I imagined it to be?" the crowd exclaimed in shock. Their gaze then fixed upon the grotesque, lifeless form of a hideous being. Its symmetrical goat-like horns and bat-like wings were conspicuous, its robust physique covered in dense scales, resembling a demon from Western mythology. At that moment, the body lay in two halves, immersed in the foul, putrid blood, its eyes wide open in death. "It's dead." The weakest Iron Fist, Danny Land, wore a bewildered expression. Even he felt an instinctive fear of such a creature, and yet it had been cleaved in two. Was it that dragon-headed demon that had caused this? Standing nearly 9 meters tall, its muscular form was extraordinarily developed, clad in a suit woven from liquid mercury, with sharp, uneven fangs. This was a sight he would likely never forget. Wait, it seemed the true form of the dragon-headed demon was a young man wearing black-framed glasses? Damn it. Why couldn't he remember the specifics of the visage? The Iron Fist furrowed his brow. "Secure the scene. Every corpse must be subjected to dissection and examination," Phil Coulson urged. Subsequently, the beam of the flashlight shifted towards the distance. At the farthest point of vision, there lay a vast gaping hole, seemingly leading into a sinister, foreboding realm, echoing with ghostly wails. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. Buzz. Danny Land tightened his fists, suddenly channeling the power of the immortal dragon. A blazing radiance enveloped his right hand, akin to a torch illuminating the eternal night, dispelling darkness, shattering the unknown, and bestowing tranquility upon the hearts of the onlookers. "Your abilities are indeed extraordinary, at least far brighter than my flashlight," remarked Phil Coulson, whose earnest demeanor made it difficult for the crowd to discern whether it was a derision or a compliment. "Alas, the dragon bone fossil has vanished." Danny Land, the first to charge towards the subterranean cavern, roared in despair. "It's over. Catastrophe is imminent." Across the ocean in the coastal city, Port City, and on the Kowloon Peninsula, vast constructions have begun to rise in the desolate outskirts, occupying an expansive area, towering towards the heavens. They are poised to become the tallest edifice in Kowloon, a landmark structure destined to serve as the future headquarters of the Eternal Group. All materials employed are of unparalleled value and top-tier quality. The director of the Inspection Bureau frequently inspects this site, representing the governor of Port City in overseeing the Eternal Group. The name of the Eternal Group has gained notoriety both nationally and internationally due to the public trial incident. This is an existence that even Stark Industries cannot aspire to reach. A colossal titan standing in the east. Orders from across the globe flutter in like snowflakes, all inquiring about the prices of the Mech Legions and Akirov drones. Particularly, Secretary General Alexander Pierce of the Security Council seems especially eager to acquire both technologies. He has sent field agents to visit the president of the Eternal Group, Basha Chong, on numerous occasions. Of course, without the consent of His Majesty, the Sovereign. Basha Chong would not entertain invitations from any faction. This is a strategy to buy time for a lucrative offer. "Your Majesty, I am grateful for your mercy in sparing my life. I shall serve you faithfully," declared the elderly Mrs. Gao, her face lined with wrinkles and hair white as snow. Kneeling on one knee with utmost humility, devoid of any semblance of the Hand Association's authority, the The sovereign has even brought in an old woman. Last time it was a beautiful young maiden. It seems His Majesty has stirred up quite the discussion among Rajua and Zhou Qi. Silence. Do not speak ill of His Majesty, warned a muscular man with fiery red hair, resembling a furious beast in human form. Black Tiger Afu, the sovereign's most trusted confidant, whose words none dare to contradict, as he carries the sovereign's trust and high expectations. This is Mrs. Gao, the future steward of the Eternal Group. Upon my departure, she will manage the affairs of the group. You must cooperate closely, Shendu solemnly introduced. Indeed, to ensure Mrs. Gao's complete allegiance. Another tool is necessary, the scepter of the mind. According to the trajectory of the original plot development, the mind scepter should be located in Sokovia, within the imposing Grey Castle. It was utilized by Baron Strucker, the leader of Hydra, to mass-produce super soldiers. His crowning achievements are none other than the Maximoff siblings, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Chapter 77. Supporting Varong for Prime Minister. A solemn castle, reminiscent of the medieval architecture of Europe, stands amidst the deep forests along the borders of Sokovia. Its towering walls are marred by the ravages of time. To erect this impregnable military fortress, Hydra nearly hollowed out the entire mountain, expending vast financial and material resources. This is Baron Strucker's secret research base, long established since Hydra took root in Sokovia during World War II, engaging in various illicit activities. Previously, Hydra acquired the magical scepter possessed by the malevolent deity Loki. Through advanced technological apparatus, they discovered striking similarities between Loki's scepter and the Tesseract, both harboring nearly limitless and terrifying energy. Thus, to decipher Loki's scepter and create the super soldiers desired by Hydra, Baron Strucker commanded the team to embark on a series of experimental projects, with Sokovia's youth as the unwitting subjects. Sokovia, situated in Eastern Europe, is surrounded by several powerful nations, all watching with keen interest. Extremist organizations repeatedly launch terror attacks, wreaking havoc in the region. Even the intervention of the Security Council has proven ineffectual, allowing the situation to escalate further. The deployment of devastating Jericho missiles has reduced numerous towns and neighborhoods to rubble. In response to the government's inaction, the people of Sokovia are seething with rage, frequently erupting in protests demanding the ruling party's swift resignation. The crux of the matter is that if protests could indeed change the world, why would the great powers bother to produce nuclear weapons? Hence, only power remains the eternal truth. Victory belongs to the strong. Political authority emerges from the barrel of a gun. It appears this nation genuinely requires a transformation. A tall and imposing young man from the east strolls through the streets of Sokovia. As far as the eye can see, chaos reigns. Flyers litter the streets, and the distant crack of gunfire occasionally pierces the air, sending countless migratory birds into a panicked flight. Even when local residents are spotted, their faces are invariably etched with sorrow, seemingly devoid of hope or a future. It feels as though the sunlight itself is imbued with chill. Why don't we seize control of this nation? It would undoubtedly yield immense wealth, suggested Varong, a ruthless-looking thug clad in a suit, with a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. Boss, do you even know how to govern a country? The mafia has long since faded into history, scoffed Lajua and Zhou Qi, their laughter ringing out. Creak, creak. Varong clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, barely restraining the urge to lash out at his subordinates. Yet, with the master present, he dared not unleash his wrath. Perhaps, Varong could indeed assume the role of prime minister. Shendu raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing on his lips. It must be said, this is a topic worthy of contemplation. After all, even demons need to establish their dominion in Europe. Occupying Sokovia? Transforming Varong into a hero destined to save the world? Perhaps indirectly controlling Europa? It certainly piques interest. A burly man with fiery red hair suddenly perked up at the words, sensing an ominous turn of events. Could it be that His Majesty the Sovereign intended to support Valen in his bid for the premiership of Sokovia? Would that not mean that the favor bestowed upon him would soon eclipse his own? This is troubling. Your Majesty, our true objective should be the Staff of the Dark God. Black Tiger Afu hastily reminded him. Indeed, the Staff of the Dark God. It is an artifact embedded with the Mind Stone, capable of manipulating thoughts, altering wills, and imprinting ideologies. Furthermore, it possesses unfathomable and terrifying energy, which can be unleashed through a special device to emit high-frequency radiation, activating the latent mystical elements within the target's being. The youth of Sokovia serve as the ideal experimental subjects for the Hydra organization. Even though countless test subjects perish each night, new ones emerge the following day to fill the void, much like the relentless growth of chives. However, due to the presence of divine elements scattered within humanity by the Celestials, the survival rate of Hydra's live experiments is significantly higher than that depicted in cinematic portrayals. Not only have 2 test subjects awakened their hidden mystical abilities, but many more have manifested astonishing talents. Of course, it is the performance of the Maximoff siblings that stands out most brilliantly. Within the Grey Fortress, mercenaries armed to the teeth patrolled in shifts, while numerous military trucks entered and exited frequently, laden with fervent youths eager for the power to transform their nation. Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, the leader of the Hydra organization, has cunningly exploited the ignorance and naivety of Sokovia's younger generation to mass-produce super soldiers loyal to himself. Baron Strucker's actual standing surpasses that of Alexander Pierce. He is the nominal head of Hydra, lurking in the shadows, sworn to safeguard the organization's absolute interests. He is a towering figure, accustomed to wearing a monocle, with a visage that exudes a menacing and ruthless aura, reminiscent of a dangerous Nazi spirit. At this moment, he gazed at the live surveillance footage on the screen, a twisted smile distorting his face as he reveled in the super soldiers he had created. The screen was divided into multiple zones, each displaying different surveillance images. First to catch the eye was a pair of twin siblings. The silver-haired youth appeared ethereal and vague, while the girl next to him unleashed a burst of crimson light from her fingertips, deftly manipulating floating blocks. Her intense focus, combined with her exquisite and delicate features, radiated a breathtaking beauty. Beyond them was a formidable humanoid beast, seemingly activated by its ancient genes, with test subjects exhibiting uncontrollable ancestral traits. Even Hydra had expended considerable effort to subdue them. Just then, a piercing alarm shattered the air. Instantly, the Grey Fortress trembled. This was the signal of an enemy attack. Could it be the Avengers had arrived? Baron Strucker's pupils contracted, and he emitted a fierce roar. Subsequently, he switched the monitoring angle, utilizing satellite tracking to pinpoint the edge of the town bordering the Grey Fortress. The first figure to catch the eye was a menacingly dressed thug, flanked by several unremarkable henchmen. It appeared that the gang from Sokovia had unwittingly encroached upon our territory. Dr. Lister let out a sigh of relief. Execute them on the spot. Leave no survivors. Baron Strucker remarked coldly, narrowing his eyes at the sight. Understood. A squad of elite agents, armed to the teeth and equipped with advanced technology, immediately raised their arms in salute and departed. This was a Nazi salute, fingers together, held high at a precise 45-degree angle, symbolizing that the interest of Germany superseded all else. However, it had now become the exclusive gesture of Hydra, representing the organization as supreme authority, a testament to the unwavering devotion and absolute obedience of its members. In the realm of brainwashing, Hydra undoubtedly reigned supreme. Thud, thud. The group ascended the staircase, and then the anti-gravity engines installed at the joints of their combat suits released a surge of propulsive air, aiding their escape from the clutches of gravity. This was a groundbreaking piece of equipment developed by Hydra's expert team, utilizing alien technology left behind by the Chitauri, granting warriors the ability to dominate the skies. Moreover, the pulse weaponry employed by extraterrestrial soldiers had become standard issue for Hydra operatives, with numerous modifications that surpassed their predecessors. Even if the Avengers dared to infiltrate the Grey Castle, they would find themselves ensnared. What chance did a few petty thugs stand against them? Baron Strucker wore a sinister grin, his gaze sharp and brutal behind his glasses. Yet, his smile quickly faltered. The figure on the screen underwent a shocking transformation. His skin morphed into a dark green hue, his body covered in dense, resilient metallic scales, and a broad, agile tail emerged from behind. In an instant, he transformed into an upright walking lizard-like creature, spewing fire and electricity, demonstrating a terrifying strength capable of toppling an elephant. He effortlessly hurled a massive boulder towards Hydra's aerial unit. This was no mere local gang, who dared to encroach upon the city governed by Hydra. Baron Strucker clenched his fists and slammed the table with force. Instantly, a deafening crash echoed as the desk shattered into pieces. The Baron was consumed by fury. He had ruled over the Grey Castle for an extended period, and the criminal overlords nearby were well aware of Hydra's presence. None dared to step foot into Sokovia. Yet, here they were, faced with a violent invasion by a horde of lizard monsters. How could he not be enraged? Calm yourself, Baron, a rich, magnetic voice resonated. A tall, imposing young man from the east had seemingly appeared within the Grey Castle without notice. He smiled, his foreign tongue fluent, standing silently before Baron Strucker. Surrounded? The group exchanged bewildered glances, hardly believing their ears. This fellow, a comedic actor from the east? Did he truly intend to encircle us all alone? Chapter 78. The rapid duel. With a snap of his fingers, the handsome young man of Eastern descent summoned a flurry of shadows that surged from all directions. These shadows swiftly transformed into black-clad ninjas, their pallid skin and vibrant red eyes giving them a menacing appearance. Clutching sharp kunai and shurikens, they charged toward the gathered crowd with fervor. Engage. Annihilate the invaders. Baron Strack retreated with alacrity as armed Hydra agents rushed in. Their fingers tightened on triggers, unleashing a torrent of powerful pulse beams that erupted like lightning, cleaving the sky. The searing plasma detonated with a deafening roar, moving so swiftly that it evaded the naked eye. In a matter of moments, the unsuspecting shadow ninjas were utterly obliterated by the pulse beams, their forms torn asunder. Returning to the realm of darkness, the Ninja Legion, known for their versatility, skilled in household chores, intelligence gathering, and culinary arts, were ultimately lacking in combat prowess. Far inferior to the warriors of other factions. Is this all? Baron remarked, regaining his composure. Such fragile beings posed no real threat. However, as the Hydra soldiers continued their relentless assault, annihilating the omnipresent shadow ninjas, a fresh wave of black-clad assassins emerged, their gaze fierce and predatory. Seemingly unscathed by the previous onslaught. Continue, Shendu smirked, as a seemingly endless stream of shadowy killers materialized, encircling Baron Strack. In that moment, the Baron comprehended the significance of the Eastern Youth's earlier proclamation. It was not a jest, but a genuine encirclement of their entire party. Fortunately, within the castle, there existed super soldiers catalyzed by the staff of the malevolent deity. To alter the course of fate, one must not fear bloodshed or sacrifice. As the shadowy leader of the extremist organization, eliminating him was the only path to a promising future for Sokovia. Facing the microphone, Baron Strack spoke in a low, persuasive tone, his voice imbued with fervor. He pressed the red switch with conviction, prompting the teenagers deep within the castle to charge towards the unwelcome intruders. Their faces alight with fervor and vengeance. The scepter of Loki, adorned with the Mind Stone, was capable of emitting high-energy radiation through specialized equipment, awakening the latent potential within humanity and giving rise to a myriad of beneficial mutations. Every teenager present, without exception, endured the high-energy radiation and emerged endowed with extraordinary power. In an instant, as blurred afterimages lingered, the twins materialized onto the battlefield. The first to catch the eye was a young man with silver hair, his fitted attire accentuating the chiseled contours of his abdomen. Beside him stood a voluptuous young woman, her striking curves accentuated by a well-tailored crimson trench coat, her cascading brown locks framing her shoulders. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, she sported a bold dark eyeliner that enhanced her striking features. This is the proud creation of Baron Strack, the Maximoff siblings. Indeed, in addition, there are numerous super soldiers that can be deemed flawless. The ancient genes within them have awakened, showing signs of regression and uncontrolled evolution, adapting to their environment at an astonishing pace. The mastermind behind the extremist organization? Remarkably youthful? It appears to originate from the Eastern continent, a place renowned for breeding ambitious individuals. The twins exchanged knowing smiles. Buzz. A vibrant red glow erupted from the fingertips of the brown-haired girl. Within a radius of several meters, all obstacles trembled violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dazzling energy waves instantly enveloped the seemingly endless shadow ninjas. Bang, 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 bang. The sharp sound of sonic explosions resonated thunderously. Countless shadow assassins vanished in an instant. This was true obliteration. There was no possibility of resurrection. Even Shendu couldn't help but experience a drastic contraction of his pupils. Chaos magic was indeed terrifying. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding arose within Shendu. He received a warning from his spider sense. This ability, a reward from the villain system, had never been effective until now. Yet it now bestowed upon Shendu a chilling sensation. It seemed that unforeseen troubles were about to emerge. Hiss, 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 hiss. An endless stream of symbiotic fibers erupted forth, transforming into an indestructible, exaggerated shield. A blurred afterimage flickered and vanished. During this time, sharp blades grazed the surface of the shield, producing brilliant sparks. Quicksilver? Shendu squinted, scrutinizing the silver-haired youth not far away. He was the brother of the Scarlet Witch, born 12 minutes earlier. Due to the high-energy radiation from the Mind Stone, the dormant genes within him were activated, awakening his ability for high-speed movement. He could even run on water. Quicksilver? I rather fancy that title, Pietro said with satisfaction. Snap. With a simple gesture, it was as if time itself had halted. And the world around him fell into a state of stillness. Everything played out in slow motion. Silence reigned. Sound could not propagate. For Quicksilver, the entire world transformed into a slideshow, projecting at an exceedingly slow frame rate. It resembled a video that was perpetually buffering. Wonderful. Unique. Immersed in the realm of speed. It felt as though every pore of his body was breathing. Could it be that there was a parasite within him? Quicksilver stroked his chin, examining the symbiotic organism before him. Techniques that had always worked had inexplicably failed. A mischievous impulse surged within him. He dashed toward a distant town, seizing a paint bucket from a display warehouse, clearly intending to start a living art graffiti. However, throughout the entire episode, he remained oblivious to Shendu's slowly curling lips. Splash. Upon his return, Quicksilver raised the paint bucket and hurled it towards the wooden-carved, clay-like Eastern youth. Yet, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. As if an invisible force had ascended, it unexpectedly altered the trajectory of the paint, spilling it all over Quicksilver instead. No way. Are you also a speedster? Quicksilver, with a face smeared in grime, widened his eyes in disbelief. Could his abilities be so overwhelmingly potent? Is there no longer any law? Correct. Regrettably, there is no reward, Shendu remarked with a smile. The rabbit talisman. It bestows the saint with the velocity to breach the sound barrier, even enabling traversal through the rifts of time, allowing passage to both the past and the future. In comparison, Quicksilver, who is unable to evade bullets, undeniably holds a distinct advantage. Of course, being within the realm of speed also causes all of one's energy to burn at an exponentially accelerated rate, particularly in terms of thought and perception. Thus, after experimentation, Shendu temporarily abandoned the idea of frequent use, opting instead to reserve it for critical moments. After all, he had yet to gather all the talismans. Damn. Baron Strack, gazing at the live broadcast of the surveillance footage, could not help but curse vehemently. A highly equipped elite squad had failed to vanquish the suit-clad intruder in the Grey Castle, and had even suffered a devastating counterattack. With a thunderous roar, a searing flame shot forth, striking a Hydra warrior and sending it plummeting from the sky. Strive to impress. If I were to become the Prime Minister of Sokovia, all of you would be princes. The ruthless suit-clad thug, Valen, spoke in a low, menacing tone. His scaly lizard-like visage twisted into a grotesque and frenzied expression. He was almost certain that the position of Prime Minister of Sokovia was within his grasp. Really? Is Prince also a title? Something feels amiss. Rajua and Zhou exchanged bewildered glances. I shall share a secret with you. My ancestors discovered vibranium in Sokovia. Valen feigned an air of mystery. Vibranium? The kind that is worth $1 million per gram? The group exchanged astonished looks, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. No wonder Valen was convinced that seizing Sokovia would yield immense wealth. Vibranium. It possesses a stable molecular structure. Even a trace of vibranium mixed in can endow materials with extraordinary hardness. This is a priceless extraterrestrial substance, coveted even by Tony Stark. Chapter 79. The supernova burned Shendu had little need for vibranium. However, the Red Queen, who oversees the lighthouse base, requires it. Vibranium can perfectly integrate with biological tissues, causing no adverse reactions from the immune system. A base constructed with vibranium will undoubtedly transform into an impregnable superfortress. The headquarters of the Venerable Group, currently undergoing extensive construction, can also utilize vibranium to fortify its structure. Vibranium exists in Sokovia. This is a secret passed down through generations of the Valen family. I am certain that His Majesty the Saint will reward me. A sinister smile crept across Valen's lips. Suddenly, with claws like hooks radiating a chilling light, he leapt forth, seizing a Hydra warrior by the head. In an instant, he crushed the skull with his bare hands. The infernal magic of fire bestowed Valen and his confidants, Rajua and Zhou, with the physique and might of dragons. Subsequently, the groundbreaking superhuman serum developed by the Life Foundation further enhanced the physical attributes of the 4 members of the Black Hand, granting it an unparalleled level of terrifying combat prowess. Before us stands the elite force of Hydra, armed with advanced extraterrestrial weaponry. Yet they can barely inflict superficial wounds upon us, causing no significant harm. In the strictest sense, the armored antagonist Vurin and his confidants can no longer be classified as terrestrial beings. They are anomalies from another realm, a peculiar breed poised to astonish the world. The initial batch of super serum is nearly packaged and ready for distribution. Once Shendu retrieves the Mind Scepter, it will flow through Lady Gao's channels into the black markets across the globe, silently reshaping the Earth. Simultaneously, deep within the ancient gray fortress that has withstood the test of time, the battle rages on in the control center beneath the surface. Use exposed to the high-energy radiation of the Mind Gem are undergoing transformation into an entirely different form. They resemble ancient beasts with protruding fangs, scaly skin, and a significant increase in size, charging toward the nearby intruders. The latent factors within the human body possess mysterious energy, which, when triggered by the Mind Gem, leads to such a transformation. Even Shendu is taken aback, unable to suppress his admiration. If Hydra can harness the Mind Scepter to create super soldiers, why cannot the Venerable Group do the same? Shendu squints slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A spark of inspiration ignites within him. It seems he has uncovered the true potential of the Mind Scepter. Before gathering all 6 Infinity Stones, it could indeed be utilized to evoke the genetic factors of the Mutant Legion. Hisses. Liquid mercury suddenly seeps through the pores, weaving together to form a colossal shield. A brilliant and resplendent crimson energy strikes the shield, resulting in a cacophony of shrieks from the symbiote. It appears that Venom has sustained immense soul damage. Chaos magic, sporadically recorded in the grimoires, possesses the power to alter reality and overturn everything. It originates from the ancient god of the underworld, Thon. Shendu's pupils quiver, and he is overwhelmed by a tingling sensation. It directly obliterates the Shadow Ninja's existence, inflicting tremendous soul damage upon Venom's symbiote. All of this transpires inadvertently through the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Wanda has yet to fully grasp or comprehend chaos magic, which explains the occurrence of such absurd phenomena. Should the Scarlet Witch misuse chaos magic unchecked, it could unleash catastrophic disasters, even attracting the attention of malevolent entities. For instance, Agatha Harkness, the witch who has survived for centuries within the Westview illusion, almost absorbed Wanda as chaos magic while masquerading as the meddlesome neighbor Agnes. Agatha Harkness wields the Darkhold, a tome penned by the underworld god Thawne, mastering necromancy. She stands as one of the few supreme sorceresses on Earth, rivaling the Ancient One. After all, the Darkhold is a creation of Thawne, transcending the confines of space and time, a great dweller of shadows, the god of dark magic, the source of chaos and crime. Adorned with various titles, is sufficient to illustrate the terror and might of Zysorn. Wanda, be cautious. He is a rapid ability wielder. Quicksilver, his visage marred with grime. Solemnly cautioned. At this moment, Quicksilver's appearance was exceedingly jarring, resembling a living canvas of graffiti. As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. The minions, sharp-clawed super soldiers, with bodies as massive as enraged prehistoric beasts, surged forth to assault Shendu. Ignorant youths, brainwashed by the Hydra organization, mistakenly believed Shendu to be the leader of the extremist faction. A mysterious force within them boiled uncontrollably, igniting their bloodlust. Buzz. The floating power from the chicken talisman surged forth, generating an invisible hand that lunged at the ferocious Orc Legion. However, instead of restraining the Orcs, it further incited their ferocity. Foolish invaders. The mysterious factor triggered by the Dark God Scepter is not a product of Earth's natural evolution. With your abilities, you cannot withstand the onslaught of the super soldiers. Even the legendary ancient demon would falter. Baron Strack observed with a cold smirk, his gaze behind the monocle exceedingly sharp, revealing a madness and brutality. The name of the Holy Master has evidently reached across the ocean to Europa. Even in the small Eastern European nation of Sokovia, Baron Strack had heard of the Holy Master's renown. Yet, he felt no fear towards the legendary dragon that had twice dominated the Eastern continent and wreaked havoc. Sooner or later, the Hydra organization would utilize the Dark God's scepter to conjure true demons, overturning the entire world. The rise of the Hydra Empire begins in Sokovia. The Third War is inevitable. Ancient demons to be defeated? It seems you are not fond of brushing your teeth. Suddenly, the towering Eastern youth's demeanor shifted. His eyes ablaze with a chilling intensity. In an instant, Baron Strack's expression froze, his heart halted, and he gasped for breath. The sensation of being targeted by a primordial beast washed over him. Such a gaze transcended verbal description, seemingly embodying an unprecedented psychological shock. Buzz, like a tangible mental intimidation. It surged forth like a colossal tidal wave. A vortex appeared in the center of Shendu's brow, with pressure shaking reality. The spatial dimensions were riddled with intricate spiderweb-like cracks. Within a 1,000-meter radius, armed to the teeth, Hydra warriors were subjected to an unparalleled psychological bombardment. Even the most steadfast elite felt stars exploding in their vision. Thud. In an instant, they foamed at the mouth and fainted. This was the Supreme Conqueror's Haki awarded by the system, a crowd control skill designed to eliminate lesser foes. What is this power? A mental storm? How many talents do you possess? Baron Strack slumped to the ground, propping himself up with his elbows, his face a canvas of existential doubt as he muttered in disbelief. Remarkably, he had not succumbed. It seems Baron Strack harbors significant secrets. Shendu's pupils subtly constricted, not devoid of means to withstand the intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki. With unwavering conviction or an innate talent for the realm of the mind, the neural cells in the cerebral cortex could be fortified to nullify a certain degree of damage. Yet, Baron Strack exhibited no corresponding response in the play. It appears to be the butterfly effect of this universe, where one thread pulled affects the entire tapestry. Your Majesty, the warriors outside have suddenly collapsed. We have arrived. Leading the charge was the suited enforcer, Valen, accompanied by his trusted aides, Rajua and Sho, who emerged before the crowd. This clearly illustrated the extensive range of Shendu's Conqueror's Haki. However, against the super soldiers mutated by the high-energy radiation of the Mind Gem, its effect was negligible, merely inducing a momentary stiffness before they lunged at Shendu once more. Supernova ignition. A resounding roar erupted as an unprecedented wave of searing heat tore through the air, releasing a piercing shriek. In an instant, it sent the grotesque and malevolent ancestral beings flying. The volcanic eruption scorched the ancient castle. The exceptionally muscular Black Tiger, AFO, hurled two torrents of molten lava with unparalleled intensity. Chapter 80, the brainwashing Scarlet Witch standing for centuries, weathered by the passage of time and the baptism of warfare. The towering ancient castle lay in ruins. The ground was strewn with debris as armed Hydra soldiers lay unconscious, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. No matter how advanced the extraterrestrial technology, it could not bridge the chasm created by absolute power. Double wind, piercing ears, elephant leg kick, gorilla branch snap, a tiger slays two sheep, the brawny giant, whose body was adorned with dark green scales and whose features were both imposing and sharp, executed these moves. Despite their ludicrously over-the-top names, the strikes were merciless, hitting vital points and directly overpowering the super soldiers mutated by high-energy radiation. Even the twin siblings stood agape, as the last flicker of hope for Baron Strack was instantaneously crushed. "Your Majesty, the Mind Scepter is here." With a sycophantic grin, Valen, the suited enforcer, retrieved the Mind Scepter from a nearby technological device and presented it to Shendu. The scepter, with its unique and sci-fi design, was adorned with exquisite gemstones. It felt weighty in hand, crafted from rare cosmic metals, and was indeed a formidable weapon. Furthermore, the Hydra organization had discovered another remarkable application for the Mind Scepter, harnessing high-energy radiation to activate the latent mysterious factors within human beings. This experimental project, spearheaded by Dr. Lister, overcame innumerable challenges before its formal implementation. It seems that Dr. Lister's worth surpasses that of Baron Strack. A playful smile appeared at the corners of Shendu's mouth as he tightly grasped the Mind Scepter, releasing a gentle yet brilliant aura that radiated outward in ripples. At that moment, a well-groomed figure in a white coat immediately regained consciousness. "Wait, why do you refer to the scepter as the Mind Scepter? It clearly originates from the malevolent god Loki," Baron Strack exclaimed, propping himself up with a look of suspicion, to which the reply came. "Because the scepter is embedded with the Mind Gem. The cosmic cube and the essence of singularities born from the Big Bang are isotopes of the universe." Shendu wore a radiant expression as he turned his gaze towards the nearby twin siblings. Once more, he raised his psychic scepter, unleashing a brilliant beam of light. A hum resonated as the psychic rays expanded. Should they strike the twin siblings, they would be brainwashed and reduced to devoted servants. Not so fast. The girl in the trench coat, her chestnut hair cascading like a waterfall, trembled with determination, summoning the crimson energy within her. The splendid and vivid chaos magic instantly spread forth, engaging in an extreme tug-of-war with the psychic rays. Crack, crack. Two surges of fierce, violent energy collided, shaking the very fabric of space, tearing through dimensions and further causing the collapse of the ancient gray castle. The tumultuous waves of magical light surged forth, reaching distant realms and startling the arcane masters and enigmatic beings that had dwelled in the secluded mountains of Sokovia for centuries. The power of chaos, the sole weapon marked by the god of the underworld. Echoes of contemplation rose in the direction of Sokovia, as all took heed of the resurgence of chaos magic. Naturally, none dared to act hastily, for the renown of chaos magic still lingered. A force capable of rewriting reality and overturning all, one that even the celestial beings of the universe feared. What more, the strange creatures hidden in the secret realms. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shendu once again activated the psychic scepter, nearly reaching its maximum output frequency, vowing to subdue the Scarlet Witch in one fell swoop. "No, Wanda." Quicksilver's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he urgently cried out. However, Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, had yet to master or wield the chaos magic and soon found herself overwhelmed. Ensnared by the psychic rays, her memories rewritten, her thoughts branded, she became utterly loyal to the Demon Emperor. No one could alter this reality. "Bow to your Majesty." The girl in the trench coat, her features exquisite and her form voluptuous and graceful, placed her right hand over her heart, humbly and fervently bowing as if pledging allegiance like an ancient knight. Sokovia, a nation under a constitutional monarchy, harbored a deeply ingrained sense of honor and shame. "Wanda? Wanda!" Quicksilver shouted hoarsely, as if plunged into an icy abyss. A chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He could hardly fathom that the operation to surround the leader of the extremist organization would conclude in such an absurd manner. His own sister had become a slave to the criminal mastermind. "I am not the leader of the extremist organization. This is the lie of Baron Strucker." Shendu waved the psychic scepter. Ding! A dazzling wave of light enveloped Baron Strucker in an instant. "Indeed, you are all mere guinea pigs of Hydra, born for the imminent Third World War that is about to unfold. Cut off one head, and two shall grow in its place. Long live Hydra." The Baron's face contorted with madness as he raised his arm, revealing his ambitions in a shocking display. World War III? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Even the super soldiers, born of high-energy radiation, regained a flicker of sanity, their faces reflecting terror as they recognized the deception and concealment at play. "Look. This has nothing to do with me," Shendu remarked with a shrug. "No, don't come any closer." The Baron staggered backward, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the approaching youth, who advanced with a menacing grin. The ensuing scene was almost too horrific to imagine. He must notify the doctor without delay. Meanwhile, a Hydra agent, struggling to keep his eyelids open, seized the opportunity to press the hidden switch on the main console. Instantly, the computer screen behind him erupted with a torrent of strings, forming a blurry visage of a plump, amiable face, radiating a human-like expression. It was Dr. Arnim Zola, the super genius who once aided the Red Skull, whose intellect rivaled that of the Stark lineage. During World War II, he mastered the extraction of the Tesseract's energy, creating unprecedented weaponry that nearly altered the course of history. However, following the defeat of the Nazis, Dr. Zola fell into captivity and was secretly recruited into the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Thanks to him, Hydra was resurrected, transforming S-H-I-E-L-D into S-N-A-K-E. Wait? An unidentified intruder has breached Baron Strack's research base and stolen the staff of the Dark God? The strings flowed rapidly, and the server emitted a faint noise as hardware accelerated. Within the realm of code, devoid of any physical form, Zola's consciousness observed the unfolding events with a mixture of trepidation and intrigue. He promptly began searching for the true identity of the Eastern youth. Soon, in the vast archives of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack Logistics Department, he located information on the young prodigy, the acting principal of the Academy of Young Geniuses, known as Venom, provided by field agents Phil Coulson and Melinda May. An academy? Zola's thoughts surged with anger upon processing this revelation. How audacious for mutants to encroach upon such a territory. Suddenly, the towering Eastern youth voiced a question, casting a sharp, icy glare that fixated on the strings forming Zola's jovial face. Dr. Zola? His voice, rich and magnetic, resonated through the air. The Mind Stone continued to emit a radiant glow, seemingly warning Shendu of an impending, unique life form as scrutiny. You are aware of my existence? Fascinating. Prepare for Hydra's ruthless retaliation against the Academy. Zola threatened with a menacing visage before decisively severing the connection, his thoughts racing away from Baron Strack's secret research facility. As the presence of the staff of the Dark God instilled in him a profound sense of peril, he felt his life was at stake. Chapter 81. The Avengers Task Force. Indeed, Dr. Zola possessed more than one database. Shendu narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, the arrival of Dr. Amidst undoubtedly signifies that the matter of the Grey Castle changing hands is about to reach the ears of the Secretary General of the United Nations, Alexander Pierce, the former director of S-H-I-E-L-D, and the Hydra spy chief who rejected the Nobel Peace Prize. The fact that Baron Strucker was able to obtain the Scepter of Mind was, in truth, under the tacit approval of Alexander Pierce. The position of the Secretary General undoubtedly provides Hydra with immense advantages, whether it be District 13 or the Sentinel Special Operations. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics must essentially adhere to the management of the Secretary General. Furthermore, the Council possesses the authority to mobilize the Avengers. It seems the superheroes are already en route. This indicates that Sokovia is not a place for lingering. One should hasten to the Xavier Institute for gifted youngsters across the ocean to alert the professor to guard against an attack from Hydra. After all, little Yumi resides at Xavier's estate. Your Majesty, I must confess, my ancestors once explored Sokovia and stumbled upon a subterranean mine containing a treasure trove of invaluable supermetal, vibranium. Suddenly, the suited thug, Valen, interjected with eager anticipation in his expression. Vibranium? A mine? Hearing this, Shendu could not help but narrow his pupils slightly. This is one of the rarest and most durable materials in the Marvel Universe, worth $1 million per gram. Scarce in availability. The primitive tribe of Wakanda has risen to become a premier superpower on Earth, leveraging vibranium to develop advanced technology that leads the world, even conquering cancer. However, Wakanda enforces a policy of isolationism, refusing to share any of its advancements. Should the venerable group acquire the vibranium mine, it would undoubtedly surpass Wakanda and transform into the most formidable civilization on Earth. Valen, where is this mine located? Shendu inquired with a grave expression. Vibranium is of paramount importance. Previously, Shendu had procured 500 grams of vibranium, primarily used to manufacture the initial batch of the Mech Legion, which has now been entirely consumed. The Mech Legion, with shells infused with trace amounts of vibranium, possesses extraordinary durability. Even after enduring the artillery bombardment of the Battle of New York, none were left in shattered disarray, thus attesting to the value of vibranium. It is situated in the Wandag Mountains. Valen revealed earnestly. The Wandag Mountains? Hiss. A collective intake of breath echoed through the room. The youths of Sokovia, including the Maximoff siblings, bore expressions of sheer horror. The Wandag Mountains. This is a mountain range on the border of Sokovia, said to have once been the lair of the god of the underworld. A myriad of monstrous and fearsome legends has emerged, nearly all linked to the Wandag Mountains. Vibranium exists there? The twins exchanged glances. Is this not your homeland? Shendu cast a concerned gaze upon them and inquired. Indeed, your Majesty. Wanda's beautiful eyes blinked earnestly, her face a mask of sincerity. Due to the influence of the Mind Stone, her body and soul were entirely bound to Shendu, completely yielding without a trace of rebellious thought. Of course, such brainwashing may not endure indefinitely. Chaos magic, an unparalleled omnipotent force, possesses the ability to subvert and reshape reality itself. As the Scarlet Witch adeptly harnesses this power, She will undoubtedly transcend the constraints of the Mind Stone. Immediate action is required. Lead the way. The tall and dignified young man from the east smiled gently, stroking the head of the girl in the windbreaker, and assured her, "Fear not, I shall not become another Baron Strucker. I will bring a luminous future to Sokovia. For you." A luminous future? The crowd looked on, bewildered. Does Sokovia truly have a future? Certainly. Where there is a will, there is a way, Shendu remarked with a smile. He then gripped the Mind Scepter tightly, releasing a dazzling wave of light. The radiant and colorful beams enveloped the disfigured youth, instantly purging the tumultuous bloodlust that had consumed the onlookers, restoring their calm gaze. As they beheld the grotesque visage of Baron Strucker, the crowd could not help but cover their faces in anguish. A feeling of helplessness surged within them. "Come now. Follow in my footsteps and grant Sokovia a fresh future," Shendu declared with a serious demeanor, inspiring their spirits. If Sokovia lacked vibranium, it would be one thing. But even in its existence, it cannot be disregarded. We must support a reliable candidate to explore and excavate vibranium. Without a doubt, that candidate is Varan. With Varan stationed in Sokovia, leading the super soldiers mutated by the Mind Stone's high-energy radiation, we could forge a formidable Eastern European power. Can one be trusted? Quicksilver's expression was complex. He was acutely aware of the Scarlet Witch's transformations. The crux of the matter was that she was his own sister, one he could not abandon. She is worthy. The voluptuous girl in the crimson windbreaker, her striking figure accentuated by her alluring eyeliner, nodded in agreement. "Good. I shall forever support your decision," Quicksilver asserted, standing tall. Meanwhile, a futuristic Quinjet circled high above, its anti-gravity engines emitting a deafening roar as it sped towards Sokovia. This aerial weapon, crafted from advanced extraterrestrial technology, boasted speeds of up to 30 Mach, capable of space travel and prolonged combat, equipped with formidable laser cannons and a titanium alloy armor shell. Upon its inception, it garnered immense recognition from the U.S. military. In anticipation of potential hostile civilizations, various models of Quinjet were under rapid development. Simultaneously, certain members of the Avengers received directives from the Secretary-General of the Council to board the Quinjet, en route to the SHIELD research base to investigate the Brotherhood of Mutants invasion. The Brotherhood of Mutants, an extremist organization founded by Magneto, advocates for mutant interests above all else, asserting that all humanity should be subjugated. The Avengers never fathomed that Magneto would audaciously escalate to such extremes. Why was there a SHIELD research base established in Sokovia? Bruce Banner pondered, his expression riddled with questions. Perhaps it was to prevent Hydra's resurgence? Veteran Steve Rogers, having endured the trials of World War II, addressed the gathering with a sense of clarity. Sokovia, once a stronghold of Nazi influence, was under the dominion of Hydra. He remarked, his tone laced with disdain. Hydra? That name feels like an echo from the past. Who still remembers it? The crowd exchanged glances, a shared confusion passing among them. Suddenly, Natasha Romanoff, the alluring agent with her captivating curls and striking features, gazed through the viewport, her eyes capturing the silhouette of a familiar yet distant city. A solemn gray fortress stood majestically atop a hill, surrounded by chaos, debris scattered as if a cataclysmic battle had recently erupted. The absence of life was palpable. Did the Brotherhood of Mutants take it upon themselves to clear the bodies? Clint Barton squinted, questioning the simplicity of the scenario. Captain America rose, hesitant yet resolute, his military instincts sensing deeper undercurrents at play. The hum of the Quinjet reverberated as it descended toward the ground. The group braced themselves, advancing towards the gray fortress, only to find no adversaries lurking within. Moreover, the advanced technology and weaponry stored at the SHIELD research facility had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a single, gruesomely bitten corpse. The records identified it as Wolfgang von Strack, a sight too ghastly for Bruce Banner, who quickly averted his gaze. It seemed that the enemy had no intention of seizing this place. The Black Widow assessed the situation with keen insight. In that moment, a thunderous noise erupted, shaking the very earth beneath them. The ground fissured, revealing jagged cracks as boulders cascaded from the towering peaks of Wandag Mountain, a considerable distance from their current location. "We must depart. This surely ties back to the Brotherhood of Mutants," Captain America urged, hastening back to the cockpit. With a roar, the anti-gravity engines ignited, propelling them swiftly to the heights above Wandag Mountain. From their vantage point, they beheld the formidable peaks below, where shadows of creatures reminiscent of mutants flitted about. "It appears fortune smiles upon us," Hawkeye remarked with a hint of optimism. "Wait." Captain America suddenly halted his companion's advance, his sharp gaze fixated on Wandag Mountain. A malevolent fog began to swirl ominously, transforming the landscape into something otherworldly. Dark figures emerged, their presence foreboding and sinister. An eerie chill enveloped the air, and the group's expression shifted to one of dread. Is it possible? Have demons been unleashed? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the ranks. Then, From the depths of the forest, a colossal figure emerged, crowned with goat-like horns, its imposing form and ghastly visage enough to terrify any child. It bore a striking resemblance to the demonic corpse collected by Phil Coulson. This doesn't appear to be an incursion by the Brotherhood of Mutants, Captain America concluded, but rather a demonic threat. The resolute Steve Rogers spoke in a deep voice. Demon is not an unfamiliar term, for Tony Stark has encountered one firsthand. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, the muscular tyrant of fire was said to have once dominated the eastern continent, nearly establishing a dragon empire that could have endured for millennia. It was only with the emergence of the warrior Lo Pei from the Lin dynasty that this demonic emperor was sealed within a dragon sculpture, effectively dismantling his brutal reign. In order to combat the demon, Tony Stark began to experiment with scroll magic. His progress was remarkable, successfully merging technology with magic to develop an unprecedented enchanted suit of armor. However, he had yet to confront the Holy Master. Meanwhile, deep within the financial skyscraper in the Hell's Kitchen area, Agent Phil Coulson, the chief tactical support officer of the Avengers, stumbled upon the corpse of a demon with wings sprouting from its ribs. This discovery even prompted a call from the Secretary General of the Security Council. According to an Avenger trainee, the 66th Iron Fist, Danny Rand, the underground cavern had once housed a complete dragon skeleton, which had now mysteriously vanished. A dimensional rift was imminent, and beings from other dimensions were poised to invade reality. Could it be that Mount Wanda Gash harbors a dimensional fracture? Dr. Banner speculated. There are 10 layers of dimensions. Although this has yet to be fully substantiated, it largely explains the concept of space. The source of the tremors is likely the dimensional rift. Hawkeye's pupils contracted slightly. A deafening roar erupted, as a massive demon with a bull's head and red eyes trampled the ground, causing jagged fissures to spread. This terrifying force seemed capable of toppling any structure. Stones cascaded down from the towering Mount Wanda Gash, while figures resembling animals charged ferociously at the brawny bull-headed demon, seemingly on the side of justice. However, the bull-headed demon's strength was overwhelming. Its tough skin rendered it impervious to blades and bullets, and with a shake of its body, it sent all foes flying. The bull-headed demon bellowed, its roar shaking the very fabric of reality. A palpable shockwave emanated from it, instantly uprooting nearby vegetation. My goodness, there truly exists a demon within Mount Wanda Gash. All the legends are indeed true. Could it be that the god of the underworld once resided here? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Once a test subject of Baron Strucker, this youth, activated by the high-energy radiation of the Mind Stone, experienced a drastic decline in combat prowess after being purified of his uncontrollable and violent tendencies. The answer is rather simple: fear. Faced with the imposing figure, with its crimson gaze and powerful limbs, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within everyone. Tales and myths flooded their minds. Their true potential had yet to be unleashed. Once more, the bull-headed demon stomped the ground, causing the earth to crack and tremble beneath its iron hoofs. Simultaneously, arrows flew with the precision of a full moon. A multitude of arrows, armed with high-tech warheads, were swiftly released. The propulsion devices erupted with a burst of light, striking the brawny, bull-headed creature with astonishing precision. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. An unprecedented wave of furious flames surged forth, scorching the air and curling the creature's hair in searing heat. The excruciating pain compelled the bull-headed monster to redirect its wrath, its blood-red, ferocious eyes fixating on the true culprit, Barton. It seems your enchanted arrows lack the formidable power one might have anticipated, quipped the sultry agent, her figure elegantly accentuated by a black combat suit. Her neck-length curls framing a face adorned with a teasing smile. It appears that Tony's enchanting skills require further refinement. Hawkeye smirked. The enchanted arrows, a product of Tony Stark's research during his leisure hours, in a bid to bolster the Avengers' might against the imminent threat of interdimensional demons. Stark had delved into the realm of weapon enchantment, bestowing various enhancements and effects upon them. For instance, the enchanted arrows are capable of inflicting critical damage upon dark entities. Be careful, Natasha exclaimed as she tossed a miniature grenade, its surface etched with mysterious patterns. This was an enchanted grenade. It would deliver immense destructive power to the dark creatures. With a clang, the grenade landed before the bull-headed monster with impeccable timing, exploding in an instant. The earth trembled as it warped and fissured, the very rocks appearing to melt under high-energy radiation. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air as foul. Tainted blood spilled forth, enveloping the surroundings in a stinging white mist. The once arrogant bull-headed creature found its body breaking apart, collapsing into a pool of blood. Nearly stripped of its combat prowess, you have opened a dimensional rift. My brethren shall take vengeance for me. The bull-headed monster spoke in a chilling, distorted voice, threatening with deliberate enunciation. Indeed, a dimensional rift exists in Mount Wanda Gash. The Avengers exchanged glances of concern. Did you break the seal? The captain's expression turned grave as he approached the youth, reassuring him, do not fear. I hope you can speak truthfully, for the dimensional rift is of utmost significance. It is a direct manifestation of the imbalance between yin and yang. Imbalance between yin and yang, a term frequently mentioned by the dragon fighter, Lopez. The group, having absorbed this knowledge, began to grasp the reality behind the demons breaking free from their seals, all due to the formation of the Avengers. It was utterly absurd. It is all the machinations of the Hydra organization. Their instructor is to blame. A youth with a face marked by tiger stripes said with malice. Hydra organization. Steve Rogers gasped, his pupils dilating in shock, caught completely off guard. ISNT the Grey Castle HIELD research base? Dr. Banner inquired. His curiosity piqued. This was a script prearranged by Shendu. Should he encounter the Avengers, he would divert attention through the Hydra organization, allowing himself to explore and excavate vibranium deposits. However, even Shendu did not anticipate that the vibranium mine would be adjacent to a dimensional rift. Countless demons surged forth. The bull-headed monster stands as a remarkable anomaly within the depths of the darkened expanse of Wendigo Mountain, a space so profound that one cannot discern their own fingers before them. A chilling and ominous aura pervades the cave, where an unsettling coldness saturates the atmosphere. Suddenly, with a snap of the fingers, shadows on the ground rise as if animated, transforming instantaneously into fully armed shadow ninjas. With swift motions, they elevate their illumination devices and activate the switches, casting brilliant and blinding light that fills every corner of the cavern. This illumination, however, also awakens the slumbering creatures of the night. Countless bats erupt into flight, emitting a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Be careful, Wanda. Quicksilver hurriedly positions himself in front of his sister. Yet, Shendu acts with swiftness that surpasses all, as if two blazing suns were embedded in his pupils, instantaneously unleashing two dazzling beams of forceful light that pierce through the void, scorching the very air. In an instant, he obliterates all the vampiric entities. Your Majesty, does a dimensional rift truly exist here? A passage to some infernal realm? The leader of the suited thugs, Varen, inquires with a complex expression, aware that he is responsible for the exploration and excavation of the vibranium mine. Indeed, but it is likely just a miniature hell. The beings within the dimensional rift are predominantly insignificant creatures, save for the bull-headed monster, which approaches the rank of a low-tier demon. Shendu replies with a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. The dimensional rift leading to this hellish domain is characteristic of the Marvel Universe. After all, the gods of Earth possess their own paradises, with corresponding hells inevitably existing alongside them. The additional dimensions embedded within reality, birthed from the ley line notes, may indeed harbor enigmatic creatures. Well, is this the vibranium mine? It must span at least 10 acres. A single gram is worth $1 million. Rajua and Zhou stand agape in astonishment. As the light shifts, it illuminates a previously shadowy area, revealing unrefined vibranium deposits that blend seamlessly with the mountain itself. The surface of the vibranium shimmers with a tinfoil hue, reminiscent of solidified mercury, a spectacle both magnificent and mesmerizing, an exquisite piece of art seemingly sculpted by divine hands. No words can accurately encapsulate the grandeur before them. The intrinsic value is staggering. Even a single fragment that falls to the ground could procure countless luxury brands. If only the dimensional rift did not exist, Vern sighs. The rift leading to hell will undoubtedly impose immense pressures for extraction. Should the great powers discover the existence of the vibranium mine, Sokovia is likely to become a battleground for nations, potentially igniting a third world war and bringing devastation to the beings of Wendigo Mountain. As the dimensional rift expands further, it fully opens the gateway to hell. After all, vibranium is valued at $1 million per gram. A rough estimate suggests that the vibranium reserves before them are no less than 5 tons, equating to 5 million grams, a staggering worth of $5 trillion. Such a figure nearly rivals the quarterly GDP of the land of the divine. Hiss. Shendu cannot help but inhale sharply. Varun, declare your wish. Shendu's eyes glowed a vivid crimson, his voice deep and enchanting, resolutely deciding to break his principle of unkept promises to fulfill a desire of the suited rogue. Of course, when this desire would be realized is another matter entirely. I aspire to become the king of Sokovia, Valen declared, his fists clenched and his tiger-like eyes reddened, speaking earnestly, in truth. I possess the bloodline of Sokovia and hold a profound love for this land. Such remarkable acting could surely earn an Oscar. Yet, it is entirely possible that Valen indeed possesses Sokovian lineage. Otherwise, how could his ancestors have discovered the existence of vibranium deposits in Mount Wanda? In any case, there seemed to be no reason to refuse. After all, even demons require a foothold in Europe. Granted, Shendu replied with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, Valen exclaimed, his heart soaring as he immediately knelt on one knee, beginning to envision the moment of his coronation. Boss, do not forget, we must be officially named as princes. Razwaf and Zhou hurriedly reminded him. a girl with cascading chestnut hair and exaggerated eyeliner, resembling a blooming lotus trembling in the cool breeze. Could not help but laugh out loud. Wanda, this is your homeland. Surely you have imagined what the future of Sokovia might look like. Please, share your thoughts. Shendu said kindly, his demeanor warm and attentive. The future? The young woman, having lost her parents in her childhood and endured the ravages of war, squinted her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Had it not been for Shendu's intervention, Wanda might have inadvertently caused Quicksilver's demise and destroyed her beloved vision. Even the swift birth of twins and witchcraft would have been torn asunder, until her heart was shrouded in darkness, leading to utter corruption, paving the way for the god of the underworld to seize her soul. Strictly speaking, all the suffering endured by the Scarlet Witch Wanda, including her descent into the tragic plight of a war orphan, was invariably a result of the curse placed by Thawne. This was the misfortune borne by the host of chaotic magic. Let us simply dispel your curse, Shendu said as he traced the air with his fingertips. Buzz. An array of intricate, mysterious magical runes erupted in a dazzling brilliance, symbolizing the mysteries of the cosmos and embodying limitless power, swiftly taking shape. In an instant, they were imprinted upon the forehead of the Scarlet Witch. Hiss! A tangible wave of tainted energy surged forth, akin to an electric shock, inflicting tremendous damage upon her. It poured out from the Scarlet Witch's very pores, swirling in midair, sometimes forming the visage of a devil, at other times transforming into that of an angel. Strange, horrifying, grotesque, a chilling malevolence and ominous intent surged forth as if an unknown, mysterious life from an unfathomable dimension had descended into the realm of reality. Mount Wanda, transcending the fabric of time, surpassing the bounds of space, the great dweller in shadows, the source of chaos and sin, the god of dark magic. Thawne, who dares to erase the mark upon my soul artifact? Before them, the tainted energy manifested a distorted, frenzied visage, its voice cold and obscure, as though gazing upon it would lead to blindness, and listening would bring deafness. This is an ancient language that extinguishes the passage of time, belonging to the same origin as the text in the Compendium of Spells. For Shendu, interpreting and communicating poses no challenge. After all, he is a noble dragon and an immensely powerful demon sorcerer. The soul artifact? Could it possibly refer to me? The Scarlet Witch's complexion turned ghastly pale as she spoke with suspicion. The distorted and unclean avatar of the Nether God, Wanda, undoubtedly observed it all. Such a thing had been hidden within her all along. Ugh! A wave of revulsion surged forth. How grotesque! I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, as if whispers from a dream echoed in my ears. The members of the Black Hand Gang, including Black Tiger Afu, began to exhibit signs of dizziness in succession. With a thud, they fell to the ground without a hint of struggle. The ancient Nether God, transcending all realms, could unleash a curse that no mere mortal could endure. Huh? I haven't fainted, Quicksilver remarked with a look of surprise. Because you two are a soul artifact of the Nether God Zizaran. Shendu replied with a wry smile. A soul artifact, containing fragments of the malevolent will of the Nether God Zizaran. Once it reaches a certain level of growth, it will become a vessel for the Nether God Zizaran, allowing him to transcend dimensional barriers and directly manifest in the real world. In the parallel universe, there once occurred a catastrophic event involving the possession of Quicksilver by the Nether God. You dare to interfere with my rebirth plan? You are courting death. The floating, twisted visage emitted a nauseating murmur, roaring with fury. Like a liquid entity, it clawed and gnashed, spewing black light at Shendu. Buzz! The fierce electric beams collided with it. Instantly, a tempest of chaotic energy erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Countless sharp stones rained down upon the ground. Fortunately, tranquility was restored in the next moment. I shall never write the word death. Perhaps you should teach me instead, Shendu retorted. Then, feigning sudden realization, he placed a hand on his forehead and said, I almost forgot. You cannot step into reality at all. London, New York, the harbor city, key nodes of Earth's spiritual veins, each housing a mage sanctuary. The three sanctuaries form a grand magical array, isolating extra-dimensional realms and preventing incursions from dimensional demons. Even Odin, the king of gods in Asgard, requires the Bifrost to traverse the two realms, let alone the ancient Nether God Zizaran. Sooner or later, I shall return with a vengeance, making you pay a bitter price. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The filthy, twisted visage then exploded. The prior attack had evidently drained its last vestige of energy. Bursting with intense resentment and malice, the curse of the Nether God dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Witch seemed to be reborn, clasping her hands together in reverence and kneeling before Shendu. As the host of chaotic magic and a victim of the Nether Goddess curse, her feelings were undoubtedly more genuine and profound. It was as if the burdens she had borne for so long had evaporated into thin air. The heart-wrenching hatred was extinguished, enveloped by an unprecedented warmth. as if enveloped within the womb of a mother, reluctant to open her eyes. Chapter 84. How to extract 5 tons of vibranium. Very well. Shendu waved his hand, subsequently releasing an invisible force that gently lifted the devoutly kneeling maiden, smoothing her tresses. Thank you, Your Holiness, the Scarlet Witch said, her face a mask of trepidation. Offering her reverence once more. That vile substance had continuously interfered with and cursed her. Had it not been for the assistance of Your Holiness, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Those close to Xingke, burdened by misfortune and marked by the fate of a celestial outcast, would undoubtedly invite further tragedies. Fear not. I have dispelled the curse of the underworld god. You are free now, Shendu replied with a smile. However, my energy has been severely depleted, and I fear I cannot assist Quicksilver in dispelling his curse for the time being. What? This left Wanda momentarily speechless. All right. Quicksilver placed a reassuring hand on his sister's shoulder. Buzz. A gentle beam of light erupted from the exquisite gem embedded in the tip of the Mind Scepter. In an instant, the unconscious suit-clad thug, Varen, opened his eyes. Sweat beaded on his forehead as if he had plunged into an eternal nightmare. This was the underworld god's usual tactic. Those isolated beyond the realm of reality were rarely weak. How terrifying. I dreamt of father. The outside world is filled with dragons. Lajua and Zhou lamented in despair. I have become a limping goose. Black Tiger Afu looked utterly frantic. Your Majesty. It seems there is a disturbance in the dimensional rift. Quicksilver's ears twitched as he instantly caught the faint vibrations from 100 meters away. Buzz. An invisible energy began to spread, enveloping an area of 1,000 meters. This was the observation hockey. Unlike the armament hockey and Conqueror-S hockey, which were fully developed. This required Shendu's personal training to continuously enhance its intensity and range. It had already expanded tenfold. Within the realm of observation hockey, all things would be vividly presented in the mind. In an instant, the sensory world, biological magnetic fields, and all things became distinct. A rift emanating a sinister aura unexpectedly began to stretch and expand once more. The figures of malevolent spirits could be clearly seen materializing, their clawing and gnashing forms seeming poised to break free from their barriers and invade the realm of reality. It appeared that the hell connected to Mount Vanda was far more complex than anticipated. Shendu narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. The silver-haired youth, whose fitted sweater highlighted his defined abdominal muscles, suddenly transformed into a blurred afterimage, remaining in place. Silence enveloped the world. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. The entire realm had once again devolved into a slow-motion film. The sole protagonist was Quicksilver, one of the few speedsters in the Marvel Universe, capable of running upon water. Should his talent be honed to perfection, he might even penetrate solid objects. Of course, one must remain wary of bullets, otherwise he might never have the opportunity to develop his abilities. It felt as though he could sense the presence of the underworld god. Quicksilver's pupils constricted slightly, an ominous premonition washing over him. It seemed the underworld goddess attack had affected the dimensional rift. Perhaps it is indeed Hisoka's deliberate act. A quest for vengeance aimed at undermining the plans of His Majesty the Holy Lord. Oh. Quicksilver furrowed his brow, gazing toward the distant horizon. When suddenly he spotted an armored aircraft streaking away, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. The Avengers, aboard the Quinjet, surged forth at an astounding speed of 30 miles per second, once again descending upon the towering gray fortress that loomed majestically atop the mountain. They resolved to investigate the whereabouts of the Hydra organization. 30 Mach, a realm of hypersonic velocity akin to Quicksilver's own ultimate speed. Whoosh. He dashed toward his orc companion. Mutated by high-energy radiation. What is this? Quicksilver inquired, pointing at the enchanted weapon adorned with intricate runes. It was said to inflict tremendous harm upon dark entities. The sharp-toothed youth, brimming with curiosity and fascination, toyed with an exquisite pistol, utterly captivated by it. This was a memento left by the Avengers for everyone, an enchanted pistol crafted by Stark Industries. The bullets fired from this enchanted firearm would possess the power to exorcise evil, capable of vanquishing all malevolent beings. Additionally, there were enchanted grenades, enchanted arrows, and enchanted daggers, virtually a complete set of enchanted gear. The surface was engraved with ancient Eastern hieroglyphics in the style of pre-Qin seal script, boasting a fashionable and opulent design, epitomizing the height of trendiness. Stark Industries. Quicksilver's eyes widened in shock. Buzz. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before the Holy Lord, presenting all the enchanted weapons with urgency. Enchanted weapons? An invention of Tony Stark? They must be destroyed. Scarlet Witch's beautiful eyes flared with rage, as dazzling chaotic magic began to envelop her form. She could scarcely forget the traumatic events of her childhood. The Jericho missile invented by Stark Industries had obliterated her warm family. Despair. Anger. Emotions surged violently, erupting into a terrifying pressure that even Shendu found unsettling. Enough, Wanda. This is the interior of Mount Wandagos. It is not the place for violence. Shendu hastily reassured her. Then, the Mind Scepter projected a radiant wave of light, attempting to quell the fury of the Scarlet Witch. "It seems I nearly lost control," Wanda murmured, her face pale, filled with shame and grievance. "I have a reckoning with Stark, and I shall avenge you then." A playful smile graced Shendu's lips as he examined the enchanted pistol before him. His fingertips traced over the engraved magical runes. The uneven texture sending sensations to his cerebral cortex, even causing a tingling discomfort in his fingertips. It was a feeling of restraint and harm. It appears that Tony Stark has indeed made remarkable progress. He has truly succeeded in seamlessly merging magic and technology. The enchanted weapons were likely designed specifically to counter him. How intriguing. A flash of insight struck Shendu, and he promptly led everyone back along their original path toward the area of the dimensional rift. Bang, 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 bang. Faced with the menacing, clawed creatures, Shendu squeezed the trigger with determination. Enchanted bullets rained forth in a frenzied barrage. Roar, roar, roar. A heart-wrenching scream erupted abruptly, as enchanted bullets effortlessly pierced the heads of the dark creatures, instantly slaying them. With a click, the pin of a grenade was pulled. After a brief 2 seconds, it was hurled into the miniature hell connected by the dimensional rift. What? Snacks? Iron clumps? A cacophony of harsh, incomprehensible demon languages erupted incessantly. Ugly, wicked, and exceedingly filthy dark beings swarmed and fought over the toys that Shendu had offered. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated. A torrent of cataclysmic energy surged forth, engulfing all dark creatures within a 5-meter radius. The searing high-energy radiation obliterated all traces of life. The power of the enchanted grenade was indeed terrifying. Even the formidable demon ruling this hell could not help but gasp in astonishment. Stop. Cease the invasion of reality. Quickly seal the spatial rift. The dimensional rift began to shrink, slowly closing, and soon vanished into thin air. Huh? Shendu raised an eyebrow. He had yet to test the power of other enchanted weapons, yet the dimensional rift had already disappeared? Congratulations, Your Majesty. You can now smoothly mine vibranium. The suited thug, Valen, could not help but clench his fist and exclaim with excitement. The question remains, who will undertake the mining? Vibranium possesses an unimaginable hardness. The Master's talismans should suffice. Lajua and Shou-Chi chimed in with their suggestions. Talismans? Shendu chuckled in disbelief at their words. He was a noble dragon, the omnipotent demon emperor, not a mere gold miner. Wakanda, once impoverished, managed to smelt vibranium. Thus, there surely exist other means to resolve this issue. Perhaps I shall give it a try, the Scarlet Witch suddenly volunteered. Chapter 85. The Demons Resigned. In the coastal city across the ocean, San Francisco, in the Life Foundation. On the basement level, within a pristine secret laboratory, Your Majesty, is this vibranium, or? It is simply flawless to an unprecedented degree. Where did you obtain it? As far as I know, high-purity vibranium is worth $1 million per gram. The doctor, Dr. Drake, with an Indian visage, gazed in rapture and obsession at the brilliantly shimmering vibranium or before him. Vibranium, the strongest known metal, a treasure of immeasurable value. It possesses an exceptionally stable molecular structure, virtually impervious to heat and kinetic energy. Moreover, vibranium exhibits no rejection effects, allowing it to merge flawlessly with biological tissues. Even a trace of vibranium can impart extraordinary hardness to an object. Conventional firearms and weapons cannot breach its defenses. Crucially, the origin of vibranium is shrouded in mystery, and it is priceless yet unavailable on the market. Furthermore, a piece of vibranium the size of a football. Could it be? Has Your Majesty discovered a vibranium deposit? Dr. Drake exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the tall and poised young man from the east smirked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he snapped his fingers and declared, "You have lost, now pay up." Pay up? Dr. Drake was utterly bewildered. The leading figure among the suited thugs, Valen, promptly produced a $100 bill and extended it toward the young man from the east. "This is one of my few savings. Can I owe it to you?" Dr. Drake, how despicable of you. You guessed the answer in an instant, exclaimed Alphalajua and Zhou, grasping their heads in frustration. Subsequently, everyone presented a $100 bill in turn. This was due to Shendu placing a wager, should Dr. Drake fail to deduce the source of the vibranium or if he would reward everyone with cash. Conversely, if he succeeded, they would owe him $100. Fortunately, Dr. Drake rose to the occasion. Otherwise, the situation would have reversed dramatically. Had they truly discovered a vibranium deposit? Dr. Drake's pupils trembled. He felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze losing focus as the sudden joy overwhelmed him. Vibranium deposits. For Dr. Drake, who had founded a top global enterprise, their value was nearly incalculable. This was an indomitable supermetal, a rare material that even Tony Stark would pay exorbitant prices to acquire. Without vibranium, even adamantium would become a colossal joke, as this alloy requires vibranium to reinforce its molecular structure. Simply put, the discovery of vibranium deposits is akin to obtaining a high-speed rail ticket to the future. It promises a continuous supply of vibranium ore, I hope you can forge a high-end material that rivals adamantium, Shendu said, his face beaming with admiration as he patted Drake on the shoulder. I am utterly flabbergasted. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Doctor. Drake's eyes glistened with emotion. Then he shifted the conversation, stating that the first batch of super serum had been developed, with approximately 20,000 units, which had now been handed over to Lady Gao of the Wansway Group. They're on their way to Hell's Kitchen, Madrid, Sokovia, and other areas rife with criminal activity. The super serum. This is of utmost importance for the next phase. It contains cells from the monstrous beings of the Saitama world, capable of bestowing the consumer with unimaginable strength and transformation. They would become the fourth race in the Marvel universe, the mutants. All mutants would essentially obey Shendu's commands, never defying or betraying him. However, the mutant cells possess a high degree of uncertainty, likely leading to further deformities and corruption. Thus, the first super serum is, strictly speaking, still a semi-finished product. Currently, the second-generation super serum is under development, with Compound 5 as its base, attempting to create a super life akin to the son of Krypton from the neighboring universe. Once completed, Afu, the Black Tiger, will be the first fortunate recipient, qualifying for the initial injection of the second-generation super serum. Well then, you have worked hard, Shendu encouraged. The Dragon Empire will never forget your contributions. One day, you will realize all your ambitions and desires, including dominion over India. Dr. Drake gasped at the words. How could His Majesty be so aware of my thoughts? By the way, the Mind Scepter. The ability to unleash high-energy radiation further mutates the mysterious factors hidden within humanity. I hope you can support Dr. Lister in assembling a new research team, thus enhancing the prestige of the Life Foundation once more. Shendu remarked. High-energy radiation? Mutation? Such capabilities exist? Dr. Lister is a scientist cultivated by the Hydra organization, Shendu introduced. Hydra. That name rings a bell. The Avengers discovered a Hydra nest in Sokovia, realizing that the government had been infiltrated, and decided to initiate a grassroots revolution to uncover all Hydra spies lurking within. Could this be the handiwork of His Majesty the Lord? One shocking revelation after another left Dr. Drake's mind spinning, his heart racing. Various wild speculations emerged in his thoughts. The Hell Mirror, with its ancient and imposing design, bore dragon-like patterns on its frame. It reflected an extremely desolate, barren dimension. This was the eternal hell that imprisoned ancient demons. Floating stones suspended in midair, devoid of any other living beings, filled with a dim, yellowish light. Even a moment's stay would induce a sense of tedium and the desire to go mad. Moreover, the 7 demons had suffered in this place for thousands of years. Time had eroded their wisdom, and all their once mastered profound magic had been forgotten. Besides their innate divination power, the ancient demons were left with nearly nothing. Where is the Lord? Why has he not appeared yet? We have agreed to his conditions, to assist him in rebuilding the prosperous dragon empire of all ages. A series of eerie and magical tones echoed continuously. Inside the lavishly decorated presidential suite, a chilling and unclean energy reverberated. Even though the realms of Yin and Yang were separated, one could still feel a mental piercing as deep as the ocean. Fortunately, the walls were inscribed with the ancient script of An, which bore infinite magical power, shielding all anomalies within controllable limits. Clap, clap. A series of crisp applause rang out. The intense, swirling magical smoke began to spread. A tall and handsome young man, smiling, suddenly appeared before the gathered demons. My lord, you have won. Release us quickly. Through the Hell Mirror, familiar yet strange figures could be seen roaring in anger. The 7 ancient demons gradually transformed into human forms, successfully retracting all their magical flames. They had fully grasped the rules and circumstances of modern society through film and television. After all, the instincts of demon wizards still lingered. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. Dear brothers and sisters, had we known it would come to this, why did we not act differently from the beginning? A playful smile appeared at the corner of Shendu's mouth as he revealed, in fact, I had long deciphered the Pinka treasure box, unlocking the location of the first Hell Gate. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of gazes, as tangible as reality, were firmly fixed on Shendu through the Hell Mirror. The demons were stirred, seemingly unable to wait to escape hell. Buzz. As Shendu turned his palm, the exquisitely crafted Panka treasure box, devoid of any welding marks, instantly came into view, suspended in his hand. A divination symbol emerged prominently. 2 horizontal lines and a long horizontal line. This is the Zhen hexagram. It signifies my gateway to hell. The fierce and formidable figure, with a face flushed with crimson and a menacing glare, suddenly widened his eyes, unleashing a wild and fervent roar. Chapter 86. The Gateway to Hell of Zhongsu, the Thunder Demon. Zhongsu, wielding the power of the Zhen hexagram. His true form resembled that of a hippopotamus, clad in a golden armor of classical Western design, robust and towering, possessing a physique rivaling that of a sovereign. He could manipulate lightning, delivering devastating electrical strikes, unleashing billions of volts of voltage and furious currents, commanding thunder and lightning with ease. The might of his lightning magic was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Where lies the gateway to hell? The transformation bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hollywood star Dwayne Johnson, the Thunder Demon, who hastily inquired, "Quickly free Jongsu. Continue to decipher the Panka treasure box. Sovereign, you have already discovered the location of the gateway to hell, so why did you not open the seal at the first opportunity?" A cacophony of sinister and eerie voices erupted, stirring the demons into a frenzy. If there were no hope of seeing the light of day again, it might have been bearable, but now that the chance for escape lay before them, who could maintain their composure? Thousands of years had passed, with countless dynasties rising and falling. The ancient demons, trapped in a world devoid of light, endured prolonged punishment and torment, forever denied rebirth. In comparison, even being reduced to an immobile dragon sculpture would be preferable to languishing in the emptiness of hell. Brothers and sisters, do not be hasty. I must restore my former strength before I can confidently approach the location of the gateway to hell. Shendu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze a vivid red as he spoke. The gateway to hell is located in the Olympus Mountains. There resides an ancient race of immense power, all possessing the terrifying strength of the Heavenly Father. Heavenly Father. The demons immediately fell silent, collectively gasping in astonishment. The Heavenly Father, also known as the God King, symbolizes the ruler of the Earth as pantheon. Earth's civilization is profoundly ancient, with unique cultural landscapes evolving into a myriad of mythological tales. Almost every nation has its own creator deity. Indeed, the myths of the Marvel Universe are not mere fabrications, but rather historical truths. There even exists a Heavenly Father Council within the Marvel Universe, convening secret meetings to address significant crises on Earth. Its members include the God Kings of all earthly pantheons, such as Odin, Zeus, Quetzalcoatl, the Jade Emperor, Amaterasu, and Huan-Yin, among countless others. These deities primarily inhabit dimensions that envelop reality, each governing their own paradises. Thus, Earth is home to a multitude of hells. The Olympus Mountains are the domain of the Greek gods. Due to the threat posed by the celestial deities, all gods, including those from Greek mythology, have essentially vacated Earth, leaving behind only legends to deepen belief. The Eternal Clan has relocated multiple times, ultimately choosing to settle in the Olympus Mountains. The Eternal Clan stands as a remarkable product of genetic modification by the celestial deities. With every member boasting the prowess of Omega-level mutants, they possess the ability to flawlessly control their powers, endure in a vacuum, and engage in supersonic flight. Remarkably, some individuals have even reached the status of the celestial deities. Crucially, the celestial deities are, as their name implies, not a singular entity, but rather a well-organized and enigmatic organization, theoretically comprising countless deities, cloaked in resplendent armor and towering nearly 2,000 feet high. They exude a divine presence that compels even the gods of Earth to bow in reverence. Thus, Shendu has never ventured to open the gates of hell. Who could have anticipated that in the chaotic and intertwined realms of multiple worlds, not only had the positions of the talisman shifted, but even the coordinates of the gates of hell had become utterly unrecognizable? Shendu chuckled in disbelief. When will you gather all the talismans? The electric demon, with arcs of fierce electricity surging across its surface, watched intently. Today, declared the tall and striking young man from the east, smiling enigmatically, the world-renowned city of Sin. New York, particularly the enduring Xavier Manor in Westchester, was enveloped in a fragrant scent of fresh grass. However, the entrance to the courtyard bore the scars of bombardment, with charred, glaring stains that no means could conceal. It appeared that Nazi spies had infiltrated the strategic defense logistics of the homeland and launched a surprise attack on the Young Genius Academy. Fortunately, the Avengers had exposed the existence of Hydra. Otherwise, we might have been forced to abandon Xavier Manor. The bald elder in a wheelchair sighed. Of course, with his formidable intellect, he had long since discerned the presence of Hydra. However, the professor chose not to make this knowledge public, even reaching an unspoken agreement. Through collaboration with Secretary General Alexander Pierce of the Security Council, he secured stability and peace for the Academy. Nevertheless, the press conference held by the Avengers directly revealed the infiltration of Hydra spies. It is likely that, once this matter concludes, the Academy will lose its protective umbrella and face a furious counterattack from the hawkish General William Stryker. Rest assured, I have arranged a new home for the Young Genius Academy, Shendu said with a smile. A new home? Not only was the professor puzzled, but even Beast Hank instinctively widened his eyes. I guarantee a perfect one-to-one restoration. Shendu pointed to the elegant manor, a hereditary legacy of Xavier Manor. What? The Lord is so benevolent. Planning to take over all the faculty and students of the Academy? The others exchanged glances. In truth, it had nothing to do with benevolence. It was all for Xiaoyu. After enrolling, Xiaoyu had indeed received an excellent education and made familiar friends. The key was that the Dragon Empire could not exist without its queen. Therefore, he decided to build an academy in the outskirts adjacent to the headquarters of the Wansui group. All mutants and their teachers have been relocated to the Kowloon Peninsula, becoming the inaugural immigrants of the evil Dragon Empire. In the future, my nation will embody equality among all beings, providing education without discrimination. There will be no division based on skin color, race, faith, or wealth. This is the essence of a truly pluralistic democratic society. Shendu unabashedly outlined his future plans. Wait, the professor's expression shifted. Did the sovereign just allude to my nation? Could it be that the fire tyrant, who once dominated the eastern continent on 2 occasions, has never forgotten his ambition to reconstruct his brutal empire? Regrettably, I must decline. The professor directly rejected the proposal, stating that even if Xavier's academy were to be obliterated, the entire faculty and students would not relocate to the nation within a nation. To be candid, Eric, who governs the Kenosha region, has already extended an invitation to me. Eric, a pseudonym for Magneto, Max Eisenhardt, has invested substantial resources to acquire an island in the Atlantic, intending to establish a kingdom of mutant autonomy. Currently, the region is in a state of reconstruction. Should the professor lead the entire faculty and students to join, 2 globally renowned mutant factions would unite once more. This undoubtedly represents significant positive news for the mutant collective. You will change your mind, Shendu remarked with a knowing smile, fully aware of the unfolding narrative. Kenosha is destined to gather millions of mutants, only to face annihilation by Sentinel robots, leaving no survivors. It pales in comparison to the Kowloon Peninsula. The Kowloon Peninsula, under the management of the Venerable Group and the support of local gang lords, has nearly achieved a complete grip on both the legal and illegal realms, transforming into an impregnable fortress. Given time, it will inevitably evolve into a future metropolis that superhumans will flock to. Very well. I require rest now, Mr. Sovereign. The professor covered his mouth and yawned, politely taking his leave. Observing the Titan slumped in his wheelchair. It seems you have chosen to entice the Dragon Slayer to reveal herself. The striking woman, with fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders and sharp facial contours, spoke with intensity. Indeed, Shendu snapped his fingers. Meanwhile, in the depths of the central city financial tower, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the profound cavern below. A brilliant wave of light suddenly surged forth, as if a grotesque scar had materialized within the fabric of reality. The spatial rift leading to the borders of hell promptly expanded to the left and right. Who has undone the dimensional seal? Why has the one who once cast the seal chosen to break it? Danny Rand, the 66th Iron Fist, trembled in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. What does this mean? The seemingly naive field agent removed his sunglasses, hastily inquiring. Chapter 87. The Invasion of the Malevolent Sorcerer. Once, the cavern housed a complete display of dragon bone fossils, serving as one of Earth's spiritual vein nodes. The master of the dragon bone fossil once resided in this place, tasked with guarding the dimensional rift to prevent dark entities from another realm from invading the reality we know. Who could have anticipated that the dragon bone fossil would mysteriously vanish? This signifies that the barrier between the 2 realms cannot be effectively reinforced, leaving the dimensional gateway vulnerable to opening at any moment. However, the feeble Iron Fist, Danny Rand, leads a team of field agents back to familiar ground, unexpectedly discovering the dimensional rift and acquiring the seal of a mysterious, powerful being. The ancient runes, embodying the secrets of the cosmos and brimming with boundless magical energy, transformed into a striking incantation that enveloped the dimensional boundary. Nonetheless, for the safety of the nation, it is imperative to deploy troops for garrison duty. The seemingly simple-minded field agent, Phil Coulson, asserted with conviction. Rapid response teams installed surveillance cameras beneath the financial company in Midtown, erecting barriers and a network of firepower, conducting regular patrols to prevent local gang influences from encroaching. All equipment, without exception, was enchanted weaponry developed by Stark Industries, enchanted machine guns, enchanted grenades, and so forth, specifically designed to combat dark entities. According to the estimations of the Dragon Slayer, Lopez, the arrival of the demon era is not far off. The balance of yin and yang has been disrupted, prompting the will of heaven and earth to actively intervene. The manifestation of this is the awakening of the sleeping dimensional lords, while demons from the isolated alternate dimensions are gradually breaking free from their seals. It appears that the narrative of Earth, designated as 996, is about to take a dramatic turn. Within the high-dimensional space, a mysterious presence looms. A magnificent figure composed of the endless starry sky and celestial bodies, with a voice both deep and enchanting. Suddenly, a piercing gaze, laden with meaning, is cast upon the scene. Clad in attire reminiscent of a Western monk, his pupils resemble 2 radiant planets, perpetually observing the cosmic expanse with a detached eye. He is an observer, the ancient race born at the inception of the multiverse, possessing a technological prowess eons ahead of Earth, and nearly immortal. The observer responsible for the Earth sector is named Watu. His father is the esteemed leader of the Observer clan, Iker, the most formidable observer who established the non-interference rules governing reality. In stark contrast to them exists the Celestial Assembly, the embodiment of the cosmic will, representing the creator deities who reward virtue and punish vice, perpetually sowing the seeds of life. They can annihilate entire galaxies with a mere thought, passing judgment on celestial existence, and extinguishing the rampant galactic empire. Even the gods of Earth must submit to the governance of the Celestial Assembly. Naturally, the Assembly does not constantly monitor the multiverse. They might even find curiosity in a life as insignificant as an ant, continuing their observation. This young man from the East is shrouded in myriad mysteries, so much so that even I cannot fathom him. The formidable figure once again emitted a resonant murmur, growing increasingly intrigued by the origins and intentions of this Eastern youth, who is undoubtedly more complex than he appears. He likely does not belong to this universe. Is he traversing through dimensions? Or perhaps experiencing rebirth? The observer Watu narrowed his eyes slightly. In the multiverse, anything can happen, even the fictional plot spun by online literature. Yet, the enigma surrounding the youth of the East remains inexplicable. It appears that the multiverse is on the brink of turmoil and discord. Watu could not help but sigh. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass resonated incessantly. The reinforced dimensional boundary inscribed with runes had, in an instant, shattered into fragments. A torrent of chaotic and terrifying energy seemed to rend the dimensional barriers once more, causing further collapse and destruction. Wailing, a swirling, biting wind surged forth, emanating an ominous chill reminiscent of a sinister cavern. At that moment, it felt as though one had entirely transformed into a realm of sorcery. Shadows of malevolent spirits flitted about, and wicked specters were frantically brandishing their claws. Damn it! Notify Tony Stark. Prepare the enchanted weaponry. Agent Phil Coulson urgently commanded. Clang. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed through the air. Armed to the teeth, the rapid response team members swiftly aimed their weapons at the dimensional rift. The enchanted weaponry could inflict tremendous damage upon the dark creatures. This was standard equipment produced by Stark Industries. It was said that the enchanted armor donned by Tony Stark himself was even more advanced, bestowing upon him the terrifying power to vanquish the archfiend. Hiss. A sound akin to a serpent's hiss reverberated. The others instinctively covered their ears, feeling as if their souls were being weighed down by immense pain. Just then, the dimensional rift erupted into a cacophony of splintered fragments. Countless dark entities surged forth in a frenzied rush. The first to emerge was a grotesque, gaunt creature with distorted form and decaying skin, a ghastly vampire known as a ghoul. Following closely behind were the demonic soldiers, boasting multiple fierce and menacing heads, their muscular limbs powerful and jagged teeth gleaming. They resembled hellhounds. Lastly, a tide of skeletal warriors poured forth. Their bony frames glimmered ominously, moving with agility, wielding swords and shields. Whoosh! Arrows with fierce momentum sliced through the sky, producing a piercing whistle as they flew. Thud! The frontline special forces operatives were struck, an arrow embedding itself in a knee, prompting a cry of anguish. However, their comrades were unable to assist, as the hellhound had already opened its gaping maw, lunging ferociously at the operative. Bang! 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 The seemingly affable field agent suddenly squeezed the trigger. The enchanted bullet struck true, hitting the grotesque head of the hellhound. Foul. Putrid blood spilled onto the ground. Yet, the special operative had already breathed his last. Damn it. Alert the Avengers. Phil Coulson reminded once more. No response. They must be occupied with the Hydra spy situation. Agent Melinda May yanked the pin and, after a brief pause, hurled it forcefully towards the yawning dimensional rift. Boom. A furious and resplendent burst of magical flames instantly engulfed the vicinity, vaporizing all manner of dark creatures within a 5-meter radius. However, it did not achieve a decisive effect. For on the other side of the rift connecting to Hell, an endless queue of lowly minions awaited entry. In the Marvel Universe, countless hells exist. The underground caverns leading to the realm of torment are, in fact, the domain of a formidable demon lord. I find myself ahead of the myriad of fiends, on the brink of stepping into reality. Who has lent me such invaluable assistance? Upon my arrival in the tangible world, I shall undoubtedly reward this individual personally, by consuming their very soul. In this infernal world, a pallid and ailing young man, adorned in a perfectly tailored black suit, exhibited a visage twisted by madness as he raised his arms in a fervent outcry. Beside him stood 3 loyal servants, each embodying the elemental forces, the wind demon, the earth demon, and the water demon. The young man's identity was nearly transparent. The dark-hearted one. The strength of the dimensional rift cannot accommodate our passage. It appears we must continue our wait, intoned a spectral figure, its form assembled from sand and gravel, with an eerie voice. Dark-hearted. the son of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, a veritable high-ranking demon, a powerful entity ruling over a segment of the infernal realm. Reality is destined to succumb to the dark-hearted. Suddenly, the appearance of the pallid young man underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Muscles, robust and sinewy, tore through his skin, revealing armor of a metallic sheen that dominated the eye. His claws were like hooks, and his body was adorned with sharp protrusions. His eyes glowed a fierce red, devoid of mouth or nose. His hair resembled the quills of a porcupine, emanating an aura of extreme danger. Even the Holy Lord could scarcely anticipate the existence of the dark-hearted. Chapter 88, The Shock of Lopez 177, Brick Street, New York Sanctum. Within the ancient and solemn hall, a row of robustly attired sorcerers fervently intoned eulogies, bestowing heartfelt blessings upon their comrade, Daniel Drum. May his soul endure eternally. At the forefront, a cold-faced sorcerer with the countenance of a vulture, his mind swirling with the murmurs of dimensional deities, cast a steely gaze upon the nearby dragon slayer. Mr. Lopez, why has your petrification spell failed to take effect? The death of the Sanctum's mage is inextricably linked to you, a sorcerer bellowed gravely. The failure of the petrification spell can be attributed to various factors. However, I have discovered alternative incantations to subdue the Demon Emperor, replied a middle-aged sorcerer clad in ancient Eastern attire, his fingers tracing the air. In an instant, a portal shimmering with magical sparks materialized before them. A gaunt elder sporting a scion hairstyle was the first to traverse the portal, appearing before the assembly. Closely following was the dirt-smeared archaeologist, Chang Long. Elder, where shall this armor be placed? Inquired the simple-minded sumo warrior, Tulu. Oh dear. The armor of the divine warrior must be treated with utmost respect. The elder replied earnestly, adding another point. Why are you conducting a funeral? Nanny? Tulu's eyes widened in shock. The Holy Lord has indeed graced New York with his presence? He even personally executed several sorcerers? Not just Tulu. But even the elder and Chang Long were left dumbfounded. Misfortune upon misfortune, exclaimed the archaeologist, clutching his head in a frenzy. The Holy Lord. Once, the demon emperor who dominantly ruled the eastern continent twice, a veritable super-tyrant. Following the incident in District 13, the whereabouts of the Holy Master have remained a mystery. However, no one could have imagined that the Holy Master had traversed to New York and even gathered numerous talismans. Rat, tiger, horse, sheep, dragon, all are now within my grasp. The dragon-slaying fighter, counting on his fingers, declared, based on your account, the Holy Master has likely reclaimed 7 talismans, considering the laser beams emanating from his eyes. His ability to tear apart low-tier demons, his high-speed movement, and levitation. Sooner or later, he will launch an assault against me to seize the last 5 talismans. Luo Pei's expression darkened considerably. In the end, he felt a deep sense of regret. Yet, there was also a flicker of solace. Though he had failed to prevent the Holy Master from reclaiming the talismans, he had discovered an exceptionally talented magical prodigy, Tony Stark. Luo Pei poured forth his knowledge without reservation, imparting everything from scroll magic to rune engraving and enchantment techniques. Furthermore, he entrusted Tony Stark with the mission of expelling the Demon Emperor. Luo Pei was investing in the future, leaving behind a precious legacy for the Earth. After all, he was not the true Luo Pei, but merely a resurrected clay figurine, not belonging to this era. To witness the resurgence of magic and to cultivate Tony Stark as his successor was already a source of immense satisfaction for the dragon-slaying fighter. Alas, the old man, clad in a threadbare wool sweater, suddenly screamed in alarm, feeling an ominous premonition. He began to tremble violently, as if struck by lightning. Not good. The mysterious entity that once sealed the dimensional rift has reopened it. The demons probing reality had commenced their invasion. The dragon-slaying fighter's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, "Buzz! Buzz!" Instantly, radiant portals formed. Through these gateways, one could see an overwhelming army of magical beasts surging forth from the rift. As for the rapid response team stationed here, they had retreated to the rear, preparing to return to the surface via the elevator, intending to deploy weapons of mass destruction to annihilate the area. Enchanted bombs. The screen displayed a vivid red countdown. 59 seconds. 58 seconds. 57 seconds. When the numbers reached 0, the enchanted bomb, powerful enough to obliterate everything, would instantaneously vaporize the tide of magical beasts. It would erase all traces of their presence. However, the enchanted bomb could not destroy the dimensional rift. The unprecedented chaotic energy would instead further tear apart the dimensional barrier. To restore the dimensional rift, a solution from within was imperative. The dragon-slaying fighter Luo Pei was the first to step through the portal, solemnly declaring, "Let me handle this." His words echoed in the tranquil silence of the mage's sanctuary. Those present exchanged glances, filled with respect. The resurrected dragon-slaying fighter was about to make a heroic sacrifice. But alas, Xiaoyu would not be there to witness it. Jackie Chan, with a visage full of melancholy, spoke. At that moment, in the subterranean caverns of the central city, a torrent of searing magical mist began to unfurl. A towering figure, nearly 7 meters tall, robust and muscular, emerged before the eyes of all. With formidable dragon horns and razor-sharp claws, he exuded a sheen reminiscent of vibranium. His crimson gaze radiated a dangerously ferocious light, causing nearly everyone to avert their eyes in fear. "Who is Lope?" A red-haired woman clad in a form-fitting combat uniform inquired, her voice distant yet magnetic. A distinctive authoritative tone echoed, yet no one responded. Perhaps it was that individual? A brown-haired girl, her locks cascading like a waterfall, adorned with dark eyeliner, pointed at the dragon slayer and declared, "Lope? He is the sole target of this ambush. The equine talisman he possesses has the power to restore, heal all injuries, and nullify any external influences. It could effortlessly reverse the degenerative afflictions of the strongest mind on earth. Hand over the equine talisman," the red-haired woman proclaimed with a voice as resonant as a bell. Instantly, a brilliant surge of phoenix energy produced an upward draft, lifting her into the air. Her fiery red hair danced wildly, seemingly transforming into real flames, burning fiercely. The power of the phoenix connects to the primordial emotional energies of countless multiverses. Born at the dawn of creation, it is a chaotic yet immortal, eternal yet transient, magnificent existence. It can deliver a phoenix's judgment upon all that is unclean. The searing heat is sufficient to evaporate mountains, rivers, and seas, incinerating all desires and sins. Furthermore, Ching-A herself possesses a variety of superpowers, including telepathy, psychokinesis, and mental perception. With the assistance of the Phoenix Maiden, she should be able to subdue the Dragon Slayer, Lope. Why should? Because the kinetic talisman concealed within Lope would render any absorption of magic ineffective, making brute force futile as well. Therefore, to ensure success, Shendu summoned the Scarlet Witch, the host of chaotic magic. With the omnipotent power capable of rewriting reality, combined with the Phoenix energy from the infinite multiverse, Shendu felt no fear, even in the face of the protagonist's aura. "Saint? The Saint?" A series of gasps echoed around. "What bad luck!" exclaimed the archaeologist frantically, before crossing the portal. Two young and beautiful foreign ladies had become followers of the Demon Emperor. "This world is utterly insane," the Dragon Slayer sighed. As his words fell, sheets of ancient talisman paper inscribed with preaching ideograms burst forth, swirling rapidly around Lope. "Evil spirits, begone! Evil spirits, begone! Evil spirits, begone!" A complex and intricate incantation followed. The thin, elderly man in a wool sweater, gripping pufferfish and gecko talismans like a Western gunslinger, aimed at the imposing figure in the distance. He unleashed a torrent of magical strikes like a tempest. With a flourish of her fingers, Wanda conjured forth a whirlwind of magic. The resplendent scarlet energy swiftly conjured a formidable shield, effortlessly dissolving all magical rays. "What?" This energy bears an uncanny resemblance to chaotic magic. The Dragon Knight's irises trembled, and his pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, leaving him utterly astonished. Meanwhile, beep, 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 the enchanted bomb continued its countdown. 55 seconds. 54 seconds. Chapter 89, Divine Battle Armor. 53 seconds. 52 seconds. 51 seconds. The countdown of the enchanted bomb remained unceasing. The moment of zeroing in was imminent. Once it reached zero, the enchanted bomb would instantaneously obliterate all creatures within the subterranean caverns, unleashing an unprecedented wave of violent thermal radiation comparable to that of a Jericho missile. Its power would be sufficient to level the financial tower of the central city. Of course, the enchanted bomb would not destroy the dimensional rift. Rather, it would further tear apart the dimensional barriers, facilitating the arrival of higher-tier creatures, such as the tenacious low-level demons. Wail. A cacophony of mournful wails resonated. The Hell Vanguard once again sounded the horn of attack. The dim light revealed an otherworldly space ablaze with fierce bonfires, resembling the realm of the dead. A world of the departed. Here, greenery was nearly non-existent. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, heads piled into monumental mounds. These mounds, known as Jingguan, signify high tombs formed by the gathering of enemy corpses. They bore a striking resemblance to the pyramids of Egypt. However, the base was not made of bricks but rather the bones of hellish creatures. As the camera zoomed in, atop the largest Jingguan, a throne of obsidian metal glimmered with a sinister sheen, adorned with sharp spikes and twisted hooks, as if forged from countless gleaming swords. Its appearance was utterly chilling. Perched upon it, one would likely suffer grievous wounds. This was the Dragon Chair, a dark imitation of Satan's throne, symbolizing supreme authority. From the obsidian throne, one could survey the entirety of the hell he governed. Rivers of viscous blood flowed, infernal volcanoes erupted with searing lava, and corrosive acid rain fell incessantly. There was no light, no hope, in this eternal realm devoid of life. My hell shall expand once more, integrating reality into its dominion. A towering figure clad in glossy black armor, with hair cascading like quills of a porcupine, possessed crimson pupils that shone like searchlights, exuding an aura of extreme danger. This was Blackheart, the son of Mephisto. He had inherited a multitude of his father's abilities, including immunity to the burning gaze of the Eye of Judgment. Moreover, he boasted an almost immortal lifespan and a formidable physique rivaling that of ancient demons, able to disregard mainstream exorcism methods and spells, rendering even the holy relics venerated by the church nearly ineffective. Lord Blackheart, it seems a group of mages has appeared outside. Furthermore, the presence of high-tier demons permeates the air, reported the humble necromancer. High-tier demons? To think that a high-ranking demon has arrived in the realm of reality before me. Blackheart was immediately engulfed in fury. My lord, the intensity of the dimensional rift is steadily increasing. Soon, we shall descend upon reality, aiding you in the grand endeavor of unifying hell. The figure, dripping with water, wore a mask of sycophancy as he spoke. Unifying hell, a feat that even Mephisto could not accomplish. How much less so could his son, Blackheart? Hell, akin to a shadow cast from heaven, represents the duality of existence. Since time immemorial, light and darkness have been inseparable, adhering to the highest law of coexistence. Thus, the number of hells has always mirrored that of heavens. Should heaven collapse, its corresponding hell would also cease to exist. However, exceptions are always present. Simply put, if a certain hell were to vanish into oblivion or be devoured by another demon lord, the natural law of yin and yang would inevitably conjure a new hell to accommodate the tormented souls of the wicked. Therefore, the structure of hell is not the sandbox world one might envision. Rather, it resembles a complex, three-dimensional, interwoven realm, large circles encircling smaller ones, infinitely expanding. In the financial skyscraper of the central city, amidst subterranean caverns, the screen displaying the enchanted bomb flickered with vibrant crimson digits. 50 seconds. 49 seconds. 48 seconds. Mr. Lopez, we must subdue the demon emperor post-haste, the archaeologist exclaimed, his voice strained with urgency. Oh no, do not step on the soul relic of the divine warrior. The elder cried in exasperation, hastily lifting the ancient armor of Eastern design. The armor, deep blue in hue, boasted an organic form covered in mysterious magical inscriptions and intricate carvings, forged from the same metal as the Panka treasure box. Clad in full battle regalia, he was nearly armed to the teeth. This was the armor once worn by the divine warrior, known as the divine armor. During a visit to Lu province, an archaeologist unexpectedly discovered it at an ancient temple atop a mountain and immediately contacted the dragon slayer to discuss its fate. However, Jackie Chan could never have imagined that upon his return to the Sorcerer's Sanctum in New York, he would find himself embroiled in a demonic incursion. A relentless horde of monsters surged forth from the dimensional rift. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Jackie would have never believed that hell truly existed. Lopez, long time no see. It seems you have made no progress at all, while I have gathered 7 talismans. The imposing demon, with muscles bulging and horns protruding, suddenly spoke in a sinister and malevolent tone. Ox, rabbit, snake, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, these 7 talismans reside within the sacred body, nearly restoring me to my peak strength. I stand as an existence akin to a subdivine entity, merely a hair's breadth away from the true divine father. Of course, there are distinctions among divine fathers on earth: lower tier, mid-tier, upper tier, and the almighty divine father. Currently, there are only 3 omnipotent celestial fathers on earth. The sovereign of the 9 realms, the master of the celestial palace, is Odin Borson, the king of the gods who casts the runes like the ancient Norns. Next is Zeus, the Greek god of the sky and thunder, who reigns over all existence. As for the final omnipotent celestial father, he is none other than the Lord of the Great Void, overseeing the 3 realms, the 10 directions, and all spirits, embodying the balance of yin and yang, the heavenly emperor. In theory, the powers of the omnipotent celestial fathers are relatively similar, yet disparities do exist. Chaos magic and the power of the phoenix. What profound incantations have you conjured to beguile these 2 formidable foreign ladies? The dragon-slaying warrior, adorned in ancient Eastern attire, expressed bewilderment, his voice sharp as if grasped by the throat, with tumultuous waves stirring within his chest. Chaos magic and the power of the phoenix are indeed energies of the same terrifying echelon, differing only in their realms of influence and effects. The power of the phoenix embodies the fervor of the multiverse, capable of incinerating all impurities in the cosmic order, while the former signifies a distortion of power that subverts and rewrites the rules, akin to a fundamental opposition of fire and water. As a result, the demon lord of fire has formed an alliance to seek retribution. The talisman of the horse. Lopez, realizing the gravity of the situation, warned against the folly of attempting to gather the talismans, addressing the brutal demon emperor. A wave of pure, sacred energy surged forth, and a magical scroll inscribed with ancient characters from the pre-Qin period was revealed, emanating radiant beams of light with a diameter of half a meter. The dragon-slaying warrior had heard whispers of chaos magic and the power of the phoenix. The sole comfort was that the two young and beautiful foreign ladies had not reached the anticipated level of prowess. They were likely only at the level of seasoned mages. Yet, the Holy Lord, the instigator of the demonic invasion, had somehow mastered the profound nuances of the Nornic magic. The same technique cannot repel me twice, Lopez. The thunderous roar of the dragon echoed like a tangible mental shockwave, sweeping across the landscape like a cataclysmic tide, shaking the very fabric of reality and causing space to tremble. Even hell itself erupted in tumultuous chaos. This illustrates the sheer ferocity of the most potent and supreme conqueror's will. Such power is enough to astonish even the black-hearted. What relation do the high-ranking demons entrenched in the outer realms have with the dragon race? Could it be the descendant of that supreme entity from the demon realm? Chapter 90. The 12 talismans reclaimed the black-hearted should be grateful that he did not voice his thoughts publicly. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face the deadly wrath of a demon emperor, for the majesty of the dragon is not to be trifled with. A deafening roar reverberated once more, akin to a mental explosion that left the crowd dizzy and shrouded in darkness, as if their souls had sustained a tremendous blow. The Supreme Conqueror's will, a professional control skill encompassing the entire battlefield. Even the resolute and immensely powerful dragon-slaying warrior, Lope, found himself engulfed in a bizarre experience that shattered his worldview and left him in a state of disarray. It must be said, in comparison to the initially despicable demon emperor who raised the 13th district, the fire tyrant, who had twice ruled over the eastern continent and established his capital in the port city, was undoubtedly far more deserving of his infamy. It appeared that fortune had smiled upon him. Lope's eyes widened in fury, his body trembling slightly as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortune, your resurrection is the true marvel. The towering demon, with a physique of iron, suddenly brought his foot crashing down upon the earth. Boom. The ground instantly erupted with gaping, jagged fissures, revealing chasms that seemed to lead to the abyss. The overwhelming horde of demonic creatures plummeted into the depths, unable to leap back up despite their frenzied roars and clawing attempts. Buzz. It was as if two blazing suns had been embedded in his eye sockets. A radiant and lethal beam, half a meter in diameter, surged forth with the power to annihilate all matter. The scorching electric rays swiftly dismembered every demonic entity in their path. Immediately, they shot directly towards the dragon-slaying warrior. Defensive scrolls. Lope swiftly made a series of intricate gestures, chanting an incantation. Instantly, a cascade of magical scrolls unfurled from his sleeves. The Eastern hieroglyphs, embodying the primal forces of the universe, resonated in harmony. A blazing energy beam coalesced into a trapezoidal shield. Crack, crack. The electric rays thunderously struck the energy shield, akin to the collision of titans, comets crashing into Earth. A colossal tide of energy surged outward in all directions. Crash. Where the chaotic energy currents roamed, even the elite soldiers of the Black-Hearted Legion could not withstand. The foul and rancid blood nearly saturated the subterranean caverns, remnants of severed limbs forming grotesque sculptures that vividly showcased the demon emperor's tyranny and ferocity. This is bad. The shield of Seraphim. The cold-faced sorcerer, resembling a vulture, suddenly spread his arms wide, striking various poses imbued with magical significance. A magical shield, formed from vivid crimson lines, materialized before him. Boom. The solemn halls of the mage's sanctuary creaked ominously, erupting with the cacophony of impending chaos. Shenlong quickly donned the armor of the divine warrior. Support Lope. The wiry elder with a scion hairstyle urged fervently. Ah, father, are you not going to study the armor anymore? Shenlong's face was a canvas of confusion. How can I study it if you are already wearing it? The elder exclaimed in exasperation. Clang, clang. The archaeologist hastily struggled into the divine warrior's armor. However, the scene he had envisioned did not materialize. The divine relic armor was astonishingly cumbersome, rendering even the act of movement a near impossibility. His comical and clumsy antics resembled those of a circus clown. Divine armor? An antiquated relic. The cold-faced sorcerer, Caecilius, with sunken eyes, let out a derisive laugh upon witnessing this and, in an instant, leaped through a portal, charging towards the dragon-headed demon, determined to seize the other half of the spell tome. To this end, Caecilius employed forbidden arts, sacrificing his lifespan in exchange for a surge of magical power. Bolts of Bozat. With hands weaving intricate seals, Caecilius unleashed a tempest of vibrant electric plasma, which surged towards the menacing dragon-headed demon before him. Bolts of Bozat. A formidable area of effect skill, capable of delivering a searing experience that would scorch the very souls of its adversaries. Even low-tier demons would perish instantly in the face of Bozat's wrath. This was a divine thunderbolt potent enough to shatter the darkness. The fearsome multi-headed hellhounds let out a chorus of howls, warning their fellow fiends to evade the impending doom. Yet, it was too late. The majority of the demonic horde, including the hellhounds, were obliterated in an instant. Such was the sheer magnitude of Bozat's might. Dare not attempt to ambush my master. rang out a clear, melodious reprimand. A girl clad in a blood-red trench coat, her feet adorned with leather knee-high boots, radiated a brilliant crimson energy as she ascended into the air. With a flick of her fingers, dazzling chaotic magic enveloped the bolts of Bozad in an instant. The properties that twisted matter and altered molecular structures took effect one after another. The formidable area of effect skill was rendered utterly null, dissipating into the ether, erased from the fabric of existence itself. What? Chaotic magic? In his mind, the whispers of the dimensional demigod roared like thunder. Cassius instinctively contorted his face in shock. It was the first time he had witnessed Dormammu so flustered. Chaotic magic? It seemed that the Dragon Knight had mentioned this name as well. A myriad of enigmas surged within his thoughts. However, Cassius had no time to inquire further, as he was soon beset by a relentless barrage from the Crimson Sorceress. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony erupted. As Wanda danced, the vibrant crimson energy billowed like a flowing ribbon, wielding the omnipotent power capable of rewriting reality and overturning order. Reaching the nearby demonic horde. In an instant, the fiends vanished into thin air, their existence erased by the chaotic eraser. My God, is this what magic can accomplish? Cassius's pupils trembled, his worldview shattered. He finally grasped the essence of despair. Surely, even the Infinity Stones held by the Supreme One could not obliterate the essence of demons. Could they? Why did the host of chaotic magic choose to pledge allegiance to the Divine City? In the dark dimension, where vibrant celestial bodies spiraled, a towering figure materialized, awash in magical flames, wearing a visage of human astonishment. It was utterly perplexing. The Divine City referred to the Holy Master. Only a select few were privy to the true name of the Holy Master. Revealing one's true name was a perilous affair for any demon, as it allowed for the casting of various spells and curses from afar. For instance, voodoo dolls, cursed arrows, and so forth. The divine warriors, in their quest to subdue the 8 great demons, had drawn upon such despicable sorcery. Thus, even after the passage of millennia, the divine relics that once sealed the demons had not turned to dust, instead nurturing a pure essence of demonic energy. At last, the son of the Holy Lord, the demon dragon, has been cheapened. Do not be distracted, Lope. Your only opponent is me. The muscular, nearly 7-meter-high dragon demon roared once more, sending shockwaves that resonated throughout the universe. A faint moo echoed through the heavens. The Holy Lord's sinews and bones seemed to double yet again, unleashing limitless power in a cataclysmic eruption. Boom. It felt as if the very air had been pierced in that moment. The Holy Lord charged straight towards Lope. Do not harbor delusions of gathering all the talismans. Lope was seen weaving his hands, evidently intending to cast the meticulously prepared secret spell to subdue the Holy Lord in one fell swoop. However, at that instant, the world abruptly froze. As if someone had pressed the pause button, all sights were played in slow motion. The rabbit talisman endowed the Holy Lord with astonishing speed, placing him in a realm of rapidity. Even the Dragon Slayer, though sensing the shift, could not react in time. Creak. The dragon claw seized the frail and petite Dragon Slayer. Shendu squinted and cried out. Chirp. The red-haired woman, enveloped in a dazzling aura, unleashed her long-prepared ultimate move. A shockwave shaped like a phoenix tore through the air, soaring as if it were a tangible entity. Even the Scarlet Witch could not help but be awestruck. The sacred and noble divine bird was remarkably lifelike. This represented a tremendous power that emerged from death. Strictly speaking, it stood in stark opposition to chaotic magic. However, for the time being, they formed an alliance for a common strategic goal. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The pure and sacred phoenix rendered judgment upon the Dragon Slayer, instantly consuming all of Lope's vitality. Yagami Emo, Yagami Chiwa, Yagami Emo, Yagami Chiwa, Yagami Emo, Yagami Chiwa. Buzz. A grand wave of energy began to spread. Shendu silently chanted the talisman to absorb the magic. Rat, tiger, horse, goat, dragon. 5 talismans transformed into flowing light, entering the chest of the towering figure. At this moment, all 12 talismans had returned to their rightful place, and Lope had no chance to utter a single farewell. Chapter 91. The fully equipped Holy Lord crushes all. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. All 12 talismans had returned to their rightful place, morphing within him into a sacred ring that spun incessantly. The rat granted kinetic energy to the inanimate, symbolizing the Holy Lord's abundant vitality. Should he become a statue of coiling dragons, only the rat talisman could transform the stillness into motion, freeing him from the seal. Of course, Shendu had cheated. He employed the Holy Lord's fallen baby teeth, ingeniously regaining mobility in a different manner. The key lay in the life energy contained within the dragon's magical teeth, which was far inferior to that of the rat talisman. Thus, in a strict sense, it had weakened the Holy Lord's power. Yet now, the situation was utterly transformed. I lack nothing. The crimson-eyed, towering demon raised his arm and bellowed. Roar. A dragon's roar, shattering stones and piercing clouds, suddenly resonated throughout the heavens, echoing into every corner of the sinful city. The resounding waves reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the universe, capable of tearing through dimensions. An unprecedented sensation of exhilaration surged within, leaving Shendu utterly captivated and entranced. Simultaneously, a crackling sound echoed as the protective shell of the talisman erupted with fissures, shattering into fragments, and once again merging with the divine powers of order and regulation, becoming one with its master. It was as if a fish had plunged into the vast sea, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Theoretically, Shendu was now devoid of any weaknesses. Alas, how could the young and beautiful red-haired maiden single-handedly vanquish the dragon-slaying warrior, Lopez? It defied all logic. The gaunt old man, clad in a woolen sweater, could not help but clutch his head in a frenzy, utterly bewildered by the sheer might of the phoenix's power. However, he knew all too well that the saint, who possessed all the talismans, was virtually invincible. It was likely that even the Grand Mage, Feng Fusu, would struggle to expel the saint. Congratulations, Lord Blackheart. The strength of the dimensional rift is sufficient to allow lesser demons to pass through. Should we deploy the army of familiars? In the realm of hell, a fetid and acrid rain poured forth upon the earth, and vibrant, viscous blood coursed through the capital like a river. Seated upon a pitch-black throne, a towering demon, its hair resembling the spines of a porcupine, suddenly perceived a celestial melody. Go forth and cleanse the world of its insignificant insects, and alert humanity to the arrival of His Majesty, Blackheart. The imposing demon issued a deep and commanding proclamation. Subsequently, a colossal creature, constructed from an assembly of ominous bones, sounded the horn for the army of familiars to march forth. The sharp and melodic tones seemed to resonate through reality. The dimensional rift continued to expand, ultimately stabilizing at a diameter of approximately 5 meters. Riding a majestic steed, the skeletal knight commander led an unprecedented legion of undead cavalry, emerging from the sulphurous filth of hell into the realm of the living, clad in heavy armor. With a black cloak billowing in the wind and eyes ablaze with ghostly blue flames, he tightly gripped a blood-red lance. His demeanor was both imposing and regal. The steed beneath him, fierce and untamed in life, refused to bow even in death, having once slain numerous monstrous beings until the knight commander subdued it through sheer strength. This was the leader of the army of familiars, a tenacious lower demon, a formidable ally of Blackheart. Yet, the skeletal knight commander uttered not a single line of introduction before being struck down by 2 beams of laser light, each as thick as a barrel, shattering his exterior and piercing through his heavy armor, resulting in an instantaneous and irrevocable demise. A heart-wrenching roar erupted, shaking the very depths of hell. The towering demon, eagerly anticipating the events, suddenly rose with a look of incredulity etched upon its face, bordering on disbelief. Could it be an archdemon? The pupils of Blackheart narrowed to pinpricks. An archdemon, the same realm as his father, Mephisto, commonly referred to as the Demon King. A formidable contender for the throne of Satan. The crucial question remained, why could a high-ranking demon, residing in the outer realms, ascend to the status of archdemon in the blink of an eye? It was utterly illogical. Could it be that he was, in truth, a noble archdemon from the start? A hellish lightning bolt violently tore through the heavens, casting an unsettling illumination upon the darkened visage. By the gods, how could Lopez be so utterly inept? The cold-faced mage, resembling a sinister vulture, contorted his features in a grimace, cursing vehemently. At this moment, the dragon-headed demon, having gathered 12 talismans and restored its former might, instilled within him an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Only the sovereign of the dark dimension could possibly rival such power. The pressing question remained, how could he seize the other half of the grimoire? It seemed he had no choice but to settle for a lesser prize, the Book of Cagliostro. He would personally lay waste to 3 mage sanctuaries. Surely, Lord Dormammu would not allow the high priest to escape unscathed. With a hum, he traced patterns in the void with his fingertips, and a portal, shimmering with magical sparks, materialized before him in an instant. However, before Caecilius and his cohorts could traverse the threshold, they felt an unshakable loss of control, as if ensnared by a paralysis spell. Despite their frantic struggles, they could not move an inch. Where was the other half of the grimoire? An eerie and enchanting voice reverberated through the subterranean cavern. In an instant, Caecilius felt as though struck by lightning, as if a stampede of 1,000,000 alpacas had rushed past him. The high priest was also coveting the other half of the grimoire. The grimoire, a compilation crafted by the shadowy demon Lord Tala, housed a plethora of innovative spells from later generations, divided into 2 volumes. The tome contained countless intricate incantations from the most formidable demons. The portions seized by Shendu belonged to the 2nd volume, replete with marvelous techniques that were enigmatic and profoundly challenging to master. It was imperative for the second volume's principles to be cross-referenced with the first to discern right from wrong. Thus, the other half of the grimoire had consistently remained Shendu's aspiration. However, due to the dimensional demon looming behind Caecilius, he had refrained from taking action, until now. Shendu had ascended to an entirely new echelon of existence. He was no longer intimidated by Dormammu's vengeance. At worst, it would result in a stalemate. Furthermore, in the future, by absorbing the residual power of demonic relics, he would advance further still, metamorphosing into an unparalleled omnipotent being. He would even challenge the cosmic deities to a contest of strength. The grimoire was located within the sanctum of New York. Caecilius, trembling in fear, hastily replied, as though hesitating for even a moment would result in his heart being ripped from his chest. He could instantly become a charred, putrid corpse. The sanctum, the dragon-headed demon, muscular and towering nearly 7 meters high, abruptly lifted its chin to gaze upon the nearby portal. On the other side, a solemn and ancient hall awaited. The first sight to greet the eye was a broad, soaring staircase adorned with European classical decor. In the corner stood a bronze tripod, a cosmic cauldron capable of forging magical artifacts and casting spells to glimpse fragments of the past and future. Additionally, countless magical items were displayed in cabinets, including the Cloak of Levitation, the Staff of Vadum, the Scimitar of Bozat, the Orb of Agamotto, and many more. The venerable sorcerer, Ancient One, who has endured the passage of countless years, possesses a collection of artifacts that rivals even that of the Supreme Lord. Perhaps it would be wise to empty the sanctuary altogether. A wry smile danced upon Shendu's lips. He then grasped Caecilius with a dragon's claw and strode toward the portal. Wherever his foot fell, a grotesque imprint, several inches deep, emerged. "Oh, do you wish to challenge me, father?" exclaimed the slender figure with a scion hairstyle, radiating an air of menace. In an instant, like a gunslinging cowboy, the pufferfish and gecko unleashed vibrant magical rays. They evidently intended to thwart the dragon's encroachment upon the Mage's Sanctuary with their own might. The Mage's Sanctuary, situated at a pivotal nexus of Earth's spiritual veins, serves as the cornerstone of the protective formation that safeguards reality. Should it crumble, the dimensional lords lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly seize their opportunity to invade. It is likely that even the Supreme Sorcerer would be unable to regain control of the situation. Therefore, despite the limitations of his abilities, the father must rise to the occasion. "Pray tell, do you intend to administer a scraping treatment?" Shendu scoffed. Clang, clang, clang. The magical rays imbued with righteous energy struck Shendu's skin, erupting into a resonant clango akin to metal meeting metal. The crucial point is that even if the Supreme Lord were wounded, he would recover in the blink of an eye. Alas, this is the efficacy of the horse talisman. The father exclaimed, his face contorted with frustration. The horse talisman symbolizes restoration, nullifying external anomalous influences, possessing divine healing powers that render one impervious to ailments. When paired with the dog talisman, it becomes synonymous with immortality. No one can destroy the Supreme Lord. Even the pure young patriarch, El Dongan, could only seal him with his spells. This illustrates the astonishing might of a fully equipped Supreme Lord. A golden opportunity. At that moment, Caecilius abruptly formed a spell with his fingers. The towering demon, half leaning through the portal, suddenly noticed that the circle continuously showering magical sparks was contracting at an alarming rate. Contracting. Contracting. In an instant, it nearly touched the resilient scales covering his body. No one can withstand the severing force of dimensions. Die. A mysterious mark appeared on Caecilius's forehead. Subsequently, a torrent of robust and tempestuous magic surged forth, enabling him to break free from the dragon's grasp and teleport to another location. As the creator of the portal, Caecilius naturally possessed control over its duration, regulating the interdimensional gaps according to his will. The terror of dimensional power is almost beyond description. This is a profound magic that manipulates space, akin to a double-edged sword. It has the potential to disorient one's sense of reality while delivering immense harm to adversaries. In the narrative, the resilient black obsidian tyrant suffered the severing of an arm due to the dimensional force. Undoubtedly, the Demon Emperor would meet the same fate. Chapter 92. Dormammu's Proposal for Alliance Buzz. A wave of divine energy suddenly permeated the atmosphere. The power of space twisted and boiled. The dimensional barriers rapidly contracted and closed. The speed was so swift that even the naked eye could not capture its trajectory. Perhaps only at the speed of light would one have a chance to escape. Surely, no one has witnessed a maimed fire demon before. Caecilius couldn't help but raise his arms in fervent exclamation, his expression one of utter madness. Within the iris, a network of thread-like blood vessels proliferates. An overwhelming sense of intellectual superiority surges forth. It is likely that the Lord did not anticipate this maneuver. The ordered force severed limbs through the closure of dimensional barriers. Spells, sorcery, they are utterly incapable of preventing the tremendous damage inflicted by the fabric of space. What? A tall woman, her long hair billowing like flames, gasps in astonishment, her breath quickening. Beads of sweat cascade down her elegantly contoured chin, dropping onto the ground. She can scarcely believe her eyes. If the Lord were to fall, would this endeavor not result in a fruitless endeavor? Would she forever be unable to cure the professor's Alzheimer's? My lord, be cautious. Upon witnessing this, a striking young girl clad in a crimson trench coat cannot help but emit a heart-wrenching cry. Buzz! A resplendent scarlet energy materializes out of thin air. It strikes the towering demon. However, Wanda was indeed overly concerned. The damage inflicted by such an attack is utterly negligible. Crackle! A dazzling array of fiery sparks erupts. The dimensional barrier, once contracted to a certain extent, finds itself unable to advance even a fraction. It becomes ensnared by the powerful limbs. The roar of the engine reverberates continuously. No matter how forcefully the spatial barrier exerts itself, it cannot sever the obstruction. What? The Lord has grown this formidable? Not even the power of space can inflict the slightest harm. Caecilius's pupils tremble in shock as he shrieks in a high-pitched voice. In an instant, he hastily gestures and recites a spell, eager to employ a displacement magic, intending to flee this perilous place, lest the enraged Lord obliterate him. After all, survival holds the promise of a comeback. Buzz! An invisible force, seemingly transformed into a transparent hand, crashes towards Caecilius. You could have avoided death. How presumptuous. A resonant, magnetic voice echoes. The imposing demon, standing nearly 7 meters tall with bulging muscles, effortlessly pries apart the dimensional rift. Its menacing head returns to the realm of reality. A gaze as indifferent as a searchlight instantly fixates on the instigator. No, my lord, forgive my transgressions. Caecilius, tears streaming down his face, pleads desperately, clutching at the last thread of hope. Yet, Shen's emotional state remains unperturbed. Descend into hell. May you not serve Dormammu in your next life. At the moment the words are spoken, a roar erupts. The towering demon suddenly opens its cavernous mouth, unleashing a dazzling torrent of lethal lava. Once the primal spell returns to its rightful place, the might of the fire element becomes truly terrifying. Even the electric eye is elevated to an unparalleled degree. Thousands of degrees of searing heat are capable of incinerating the heavens and evaporating lakes. Not even a steel titan can withstand the scorching breath. It shall melt. Oh, you are aware of my existence. An immense, foul voice reverberates. Caecilius finds himself enveloped in tendrils of viscous black mist. In an instant, it transformed into a resplendent visage adorned with stripes, exhaling a dark luminescence that thwarted Shendu's lethal fiery breath. Let us collaborate, O Lord. Help me raise 3 sanctuaries of sorcery, and you shall be rewarded with boundless wealth and honors. Dormammu said, his face contorted into a sinister smile, luring Shendu with his words. Why do these lines sound so familiar? Shendu narrowed his eyes slightly, a chuckle escaping his lips. It seemed he had encountered a fellow practitioner. Wealth, honors. Could you elucidate? A meaningful smile graced Shendu's lips as he pressed further. Dormammu, momentarily stunned, wore a vacant expression, realizing he possessed nothing that could sway the Lord. Power? The renown of the 12 sigils was nearly universally acknowledged. Longevity? The ancient demons remained immortal. Wealth? Gold and jewels held no allure for the Lord. Artifacts? His collection paled in comparison to that of the Lord. Aha, my niece, Clea. Dormammu cackled. Clea shall unite with you in a dark alliance. A political marriage? Shendu's expression remained impassive, though inwardly he lamented the cunning of the dimensional demon lords. Who could devise such a nefarious scheme? Clea, Dormammu's niece, was the rightful Dark Princess, the destined partner of Doctor Strange. Dormammu, do not harbor delusions of entering the realm of reality. In my dominion, there is no place for you. Shendu scoffed. He then unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, engulfing the figure of Caecilius entirely. Even bound to Dormammu's will, the demon emperor's fury could not be contained. My followers are countless. One day, I shall obliterate the sanctuaries of sorcery. The reality devoid of protection shall inevitably become my feast, and you shall find yourself powerless. A distorted, grotesque visage emitted a shrill wail, only to be reduced to nothingness, evaporated by the flames of fury, leaving no trace behind. How utterly fanciful! Remain in the dark dimension until the end of time, Shendu mocked. Indeed, on a fundamental level, Shendu had no intention of allying with any dimensional demon, for they were dedicated to consuming reality and expanding their dominion. Whether it be Dormammu or the malevolent ones, an irreconcilable ideological conflict existed. Blast it! I shall confront him. A deafening roar erupted as Caecilius summoned his fellow disciples, nearly all of whom were loyal followers of the Dark Lord Dormammu, a veritable cadre of seasoned sorcerers. Faced with the Lord, they began to chant incantations, seemingly intent on employing petrification magic to seal the dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of gaze impact surged forth, piercing the hearts of several secretive sorcerers in rapid succession, delivering instant demise. Courage cannot compensate for the vast disparity brought by absolute strength. Alas, it seems I have forgotten to leave a means of escape. Would you kindly open the door for me? Shendu scratched his head. Well, it matters not, The location of the New York sanctuary is well known to all. 177, Brick Street. Beep, beep, beep. The chilling countdown continued unabated. The screen displayed an ever-decreasing figure. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Suddenly, the digits on the screen froze in an eerie stutter. A magical bomb had been installed? A towering demon, resplendent in crimson, materialized from thin air, confirming the bomb's existence. No wonder a cacophony of electrical noise had been swirling around me. It was due to the timer bomb. The bomb was compact and exquisitely crafted, adorned with the emblem of Stark Industries on its side. Its casing was etched with vivid magical runes. Its power was nearly comparable to the world-destroying Jericho missile. It was capable of flattening the financial district of Midtown, inflicting unprecedented terror upon dark creatures. It could annihilate the hellish army in one fell swoop. Of course, the violent energy turbulence would not destroy the dimensional rift. Rather, it would further tear the barriers of the alternate dimension, facilitating the descent of high-ranking demons into reality. Wait a moment. It dawned upon me that I had no knowledge of how to disarm the bomb. Shendu suddenly realized. However, it was already too late. The heart-stopping high-energy radiation erupted with a thunderous roar. A scorching wave rushed towards Shendu, delivering a searing sensation. The steel and concrete structure was left in ruins. Melting away, a diminutive mushroom cloud expanded rapidly. Energy tides swept outwards in all directions. Every scene played out in slow motion. A display of explosive aesthetic violence at its zenith. Crucially, Shendu's mood had soured. This is bad. Wanda. There stood the girl with cascading brown hair, her eyeliner accentuating her features. The irises reflected the brilliant and vibrant flames as she desperately summoned chaotic magic to weave an indomitable scarlet shield, attempting to neutralize the energy tide unleashed by the enchanted bomb. Boom, boom. From an aerial viewpoint overlooking the Midtown financial district, one could witness the towering skyscrapers suddenly collapse. The earth within a 100-meter radius sank several feet once more. A deluge of ash and dust obscured all traces of what had transpired. Me? I emerged completely unscathed? Wanda exclaimed in disbelief, only to abruptly notice a colossal figure before her, arms outstretched, seemingly shielding her from all harm. Chapter 93, Dark Phoenix Enchantment 1. A flurry of chat bubbles incessantly appeared. The Scarlet Witch's eyes seemed to transform into heart shapes, casting a pink filter over the entire world. Wanda's imagination began to envision herself in a pristine white wedding gown. Of course, the other party involved remained blissfully unaware. Ahem. The enchanted bomb invented by Iron Man indeed possesses formidable power. Shendu narrowed his eyes slightly, expressing genuine astonishment. Despite the rapid healing of the horse talisman and the dog talisman's immunity to lethal attacks, their combination was akin to being immortal. The crux, however, lay in the fact that talismans could not shield one from the stimulation of nerve endings. The enchanted bomb, with its shell inscribed with magical runes, harbored a wealth of righteous energy capable of inflicting unprecedented terror upon dark entities. Even Shendu felt an unsettling burn that made his scalp tingle. Despite being a demon born of fire, this clearly indicated that the dragon fighter, Lopez, had indeed nurtured a master of enchantment deserving of admiration. After all, Tony Stark, as the soul of the Marvel Universe, possessed a superlative intellect that transcended the multiverse, standing on equal footing with Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange. Even Thanos was aware of Tony Stark's name, deeming him a member cursed by knowledge. My anticipation for a confrontation with Iron Man only grew. Shendu lifted his gaze to the heavens, as if his sight pierced through layers of dimensions to behold the Stark Industries tower. At that moment, the Midtown Financial Company had seemingly been reduced to ruins. Scattered remnants of buildings lay in disarray, and the dismembered limbs of demons formed a chilling spectacle. High-energy radiation had directly vaporized swathes of weak magical soldiers. The earth trembled, and debris frequently fell from the sky. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, while the fetid blood flowed like a stream. Wait, had I forgotten something? Jean Grey. The towering demon's pupils constricted as he abruptly shifted his focus, casting his gaze in search. Just then, a surge of intense life energy erupted, with hair billowing as if ablaze, and a radiant glow enveloping her form. Her irises displayed a non-human, distorted hue, and her power escalated relentlessly. The host of the Phoenix Force seemed to absorb the high-energy radiation produced by the explosion as sustenance for the Phoenix's growth. It appeared to be beyond the scope of my plans. Shendu's senses were keen, and he instantly perceived Jean Grey's anomaly. It seemed her rational mind was suppressed, allowing her second personality to dominate. This persona possessed a sacred power capable of incinerating all that was unclean and filthy, continuously reviving. The psychic cage created by the professor was now riddled with cracks. The psychic cage was the professor's sole active skill, designed to ensnare those mutants he did not wish to harm. Of course, the professor employed it sparingly, merely twice, and each attempt ended in failure. He even lost his life as a result. Was the Dark Phoenix on the verge of awakening? The Dark Phoenix. This was Jean Grey's second personality. Her abilities, unleashed during childhood, spiraled out of control, resulting in the tragic deaths of her parents, which birthed her second persona out of fear of her powers. The Dark Phoenix had unlocked all of Jean Grey's talents. Yet, its temperament was exceedingly extreme, filled with desire, glorifying violence, and indifferent to life and death. Perpetually engulfed in rage and hunger, necessitating constant sustenance. To satiate the hunger of the Phoenix's essence, Shendu once descended upon the academy to request charms. He showed mercy towards Jean Grey, fearing her potential for chaos that could awaken her malevolent second persona. Little did Shendu dream that the Dark Phoenix would resurrect in such a manner. It is imperative to reinforce the mental prison. Buzz, a magnificent scepter, adorned with exquisite gems, materialized from the ether. A brilliant and resplendent beam of energy surged forth, the quintessence of the singularity birthed from the cosmic explosion. Embodying infinite psychic power, instantaneously wove an impenetrable mental prison that engulfed Jean Grey with a thunderous boom. Ding! In the realm of the mind, the tall woman, curled in the corner, suddenly lifted her gaze. Instantly, a divine golden hand dispelled all fog. Had I nearly lost control? With exquisite features and fiery red hair dancing in the wind, the tall lady stirred from her reverie and murmured, "It was merely an illusion. Do not fret." The Scarlet Witch smiled. The two young, beautiful mutant women did not engage in a cliché rivalry. Instead, they found camaraderie in their shared identity and experiences. "Wanda, you are most welcome to visit the academy," Jean Grey said with genuine warmth. The moment her words fell, a series of sharp crackling sounds erupted. It seemed as though the very fabric of space trembled, showing signs of dimensional collapse. Even though Jean Grey absorbed some of the high-energy radiation, it could not avert the impending disaster. A spellbound bomb, powerful enough to obliterate worlds, tore through the barrier to the underworld. The dimensional rift instantaneously expanded to about 10 meters in scale, capable of accommodating mid-tier demons. Mid-tier demons, the living embodiment of hell, possess noble yet tainted demonic lineage, often holding leadership roles within the infernal legions. Cunning and treacherous, they adhere to the natural law of the survival of the fittest, occasionally smuggling themselves into the real world to clandestinely form evil cults, propagating extreme and insane ideologies under the guise of Satan. They are a different breed from the low-tier demons. This is a formidable presence that even the most elite exorcists dread. Go forth, my loyal servant. Seek the traces of the sanctum of San Venganza. Once I consume the souls bound by the contract, I shall ascend to the highest realm and transform into a demon lord. A robust figure, seated upon a throne forged from thousands of gleaming swords, let out a heart-wrenching, piercing roar. The sanctum of San Venganza, this is the true objective of the Dark Heart. The souls bound by the contract have roamed the mortal realm for a millennium, amassing unprecedented surges of energy, enough to aid the Dark Heart in breaking free from its shackles, transforming into a demon lord, and ascending to the status of Satan. As for the mid-tier demons that inhabit reality, he fears them not, as the son of the Hell Lord Mephisto, a genuine high-tier demon. The Dark Heart possesses its own pride. No matter whose descendant you may be, you cannot harm me in the slightest. The sanctum of San Venganza, I shall claim it. The heart of darkness glowed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of two flaming hellish orbs dancing in the abyss. Suddenly, as it stepped upon the capital of the realm, the sound of its heavy armor reverberated, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed throughout every corner of the underworld, instilling dread among all necromancers and dark beings, who prostrated themselves in reverence. Every demon, without exception, bowed in submission and hailed its name with fervor. In an instant, the chief ministers of the abyss, Wind Demon, Water Demon, and Earth Demon, swirled upwards like a tempest, moving with the swiftness of lightning, traversing the dimensional rift that bridged two worlds. They descended from the exceedingly filthy and chaotic realm of hell into the realm of reality. Ah, what a strikingly pure maiden. Should she be tempted to fall, her soul would undoubtedly become exquisitely delectable. An eerie and enchanting voice reverberated through the subterranean caverns. A strange, grotesque, and ominous aura began to pervade the atmosphere. The skeletal knight commander, astride a majestic steed and clutching a blood-red lance, trailed behind the three chief ministers, once again leading a cavalry charge into the realm of reality. An unprecedented density of dark energy coalesced into a towering cloud of smoke that reached the heavens. Oh dear! A foreboding sensation washed over the old man. He must swiftly prepare the potion to dispel the charms. At 177, Bulick Street, a gaunt old man dressed in a woolen sweater incessantly scattered special materials into a cosmic cauldron, his mutterings resembling an ancient Eastern ritual. Chapter 94, The Charm Dispel Magic. The cosmic cauldron was a sacred alchemical tool reserved for supreme mages, which ordinary individuals would not dare to wield. Yet, the old man, undaunted, utilized it as his own magical instrument. continuously casting special materials to swiftly concoct the potion for dispelling the charms. The charms themselves were manifestations of the Holy Master's power, merely transformed into a charm form through petrification magic. Once returned to their rightful place, the charm-s shell would shatter, akin to a fish returning to the ocean, reuniting with its master. To diminish the Holy Master's power, one must rely on this potion. Originally, the Dragon Slayer Lopez intended to personally remove the charms within the Holy Master. However, to his utter astonishment, Lopez fell victim to the judgment of the Phoenix's power, which consumed all vitality. All 12 charms returned to their place, allowing the Holy Master to regain the full might of his prime. Charm? Should we take them all out? The archaeologist's face was filled with bewilderment. At this moment, the cumbersome divine warrior armor transformed into a snug uniform. The battle attire, crafted from the same material as the Panka treasure box, accentuated the contours of muscle. Clad in armor, one appeared almost invincible. The entire ensemble presented in a deep blue hue adorned with silver patterns at the shoulders and waist, brimming with boundless righteous energy. It endowed the wearer with a physique that could rival that of the Earth's most fearsome demons. Furthermore, it granted the ability to soar through the skies, to thrive in the vacuum of space, to mitigate damage from dark magic, and to move at incredible speeds. Such divine-like powers and abilities. Blue Tsaiha once relied on this armor to vanquish the Earth Demon Lord. Soon, the means to subdue the malevolent Lord of Fire will be at hand. You are certainly not as astute as Little Jade. The elder shook his head. This immediately elicited a derisive sneer from the archaeologist. Certain talismans do not bestow combat power upon the Lord, but are instead employed to sustain his very existence. For instance, should the talisman that transforms stillness into motion be lost, the Lord would revert to a mere sculpture of a coiled dragon. The elder recounted with a measured tone. Suddenly, the cosmic cauldron erupted with a burst of emerald light. Placing his hands into the cauldron, a humming sound resonated. The archaeologist spread his palms, becoming enveloped in a verdant glow, seemingly endowed with the unique ability to remove talismans. True. Open the door. The elder commanded once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The burly sumo warrior traced arcs in the air with his fingertips. A portal, continuously showering magical sparks, materialized. The other side of the luminous circle led to an underground cavern. Misfortune upon misfortune. Jackie Chan's expression was one of utter disbelief. Struggling to comprehend the scene before him, a torrent of monstrous legions surged forth from the dimensional rift. The skeletal knight, mounted on a grand steed, with eyes flickering with ghostly blue flames, gripped a blood-red lance, charging with unstoppable ferocity. Wherever he passed, even the multi-headed hounds of hell were heedless. Trampled into a mushy pulp beneath iron hoofs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of bone arrows sliced through the air. The relentless rain of arrows was soon blocked by shields woven from scarlet energy. Alas, the dimensional rift had expanded to 10 meters. The mid-level demon had materialized into the realm of reality. Who is it that dares to impede the infernal army? The slender figure with a scion hairstyle mused. The mid-level demon, an evil entity that even apprentice mages cannot contend with, is well-versed in ancient and arcane magics, skilled at concealing their identity. They propagate extreme and twisted doctrines of malevolence. Even the elder dared not take this lightly, lacking the prowess of a grand mage. He was certainly unable to withstand the onslaught of the mid-level demon legion. Yes, it is the Lord. True's eyes widened in astonishment, as if doubting his own senses. The Lord was indeed safeguarding the peace of the realm. This was utterly insane. The archaeologists collectively gasped in awe. Had it not been for the Lord, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps the infernal army would have already invaded the bustling streets of revelry, instigating immense terror and calamity in the real world. The scope of devastation would rival that of the Battle of New York, if not exceeded. It seemed the Lord of Hell next door had grown impatient. A deep, enchanting voice reverberated through the underground cavern. A towering figure, nearly 7 meters tall, with bulging muscles and dragon-like horns, stood before them. His robust limbs were covered in dark green scales, shimmering with a lustrous sheen akin to vibranium. His crimson gaze radiated a fierce and brutal intensity. Truly a sight to behold. Buzz. A palpable psychic explosion swept forth, exerting supreme dominion over all dark creatures. Thunderous roars echoed in response. The formidable legion of skeletal knights fell into an abrupt silence as the flames of their souls extinguished. Chaos ensued, with both men and steeds tumbling in disarray. As for the feeble-minded lower-ranked demons, they succumbed even more readily, collapsing like chives, their forms reduced to mere remnants of bone, unable to reassemble. Upon gathering the 12 talismans, the Holy Master exhibited no discernible weaknesses. Divine power manifested in an unending cycle, with spells enhancing and empowering one another, elevating him to an unparalleled zenith. He could unleash the Conqueror's haki with impunity, thanks to the replenishing energy of the Goat Talisman. This talisman symbolized the Holy Master's mental fortitude, granting him immunity to various forms of spiritual harm. allowing him to traverse the dream realm at will and alleviate sensory fatigue. It was, undeniably, a crucial augmentative charm. A chilling fear permeated the air, as gasps of terror echoed incessantly. The chief minister of the Blackheart Legion exchanged anxious glances. Such power was undoubtedly befitting a supreme demon, one worthy of contending for the position of Satan. The Blackheart monarch stood merely a breath away from the apex of dominance. Should he uncover the traces of the sanctified pact of the Holy Phantom and recite the infernal clauses binding the departed souls, he could awaken the slumbering spirits of vengeance, aiding the Blackheart monarch in breaking his chains and transforming into a demon lord. Thus, the three mid-tier demons had no intention of lingering in battle. They invoked their racial talents and surged toward the outside world. The wind demon, water demon, and earth demon each bore the noble bloodline of ancient demons, wielding an insignificant fragment of prophetic power. Mere mortals could hardly touch the corporeal forms of demon offspring. However, the Holy Master was an exception. His innate armed haki enveloped his exterior, and his robust arms were instantly shrouded in darkness. "Did I permit your exit?" A heart-wrenching roar erupted suddenly. The Conqueror's haki exploded forth like tumultuous waves, instantly striking down the three mid-tier demons. How could you strike us? This is impossible." A searing, terrifying flame hovered in the palm of his hand. The familiar yet foreign prophetic power reflected in the eyes of the three mid-tier demons. The departure hex. A fire demon? The Holy Master. To which Lord of Hell do you pledge your allegiance? Shendu crouched, eyes narrowed. In that moment, an invisible force enveloped the armed haki, abruptly ensnaring the three mid-tier demons. "Son of Mephisto, Blackheart monarch." They gasped, nearly startled into silence. If the dimensional rift led to the hell ruled by Mephisto, even he might struggle to address the situation. Blackheart, the Wraith Knight? The imposing demon's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. At that moment, outside, the disaster control department, led by Iron Man, was deliberating on the handling of the Central City financial building, under the direction of Operations Supervisor Anne-Marie Hogg. "What is that?" A gasp of astonishment arose. At the end of my line of sight, a figure engulfed in blazing flames rode a bizarrely designed Harley motorcycle, charging straight into the unfathomable ruins of a skyscraper. Descending along the sheer cliffs, wherever the tire tracks led, the flames persisted, unquenchable. Chapter 95. The Spirit of Vengeance. What in the world? Is this a figment of my imagination? A cacophony of chaos erupted. The Disaster Control Department's operations supervisor, the corpulent middle-aged woman, Anne-Marie Hogg, immediately dialed her superior. She contacted Phil Coulson, the chief tactical officer of the Avengers. What? A flaming skeletal figure is driving a Harley motorcycle towards the ruins of the Midtown financial building? The field agent, bandaging his wounds, was left utterly bewildered, as if he had heard the most absurd tale. This is preposterous. Each phrase contained at least 3 points of incredulity. How could a skeleton possibly drive a Harley motorcycle? No less. And crucially, how is it that this fiery skeleton has not been reduced to a pile of ashes? It defies all logic. Wait. I think I know who this is. The bearded and seemingly feeble Iron Fist, Danny Rand, clenched his fist against his palm. In his mind, an ancient legend from the East suddenly surfaced. The prehistoric superhero alliance, formed by the god King Odin. Its members included the original Phoenix, the first supreme sorcerer, the inaugural Black Panther, the premier Iron Fist, the initial Hulk, and the first Spirit of Vengeance. The Spirit of Vengeance is indeed the fiery skeletal figure. This ancient superhero alliance once battled the primordial forces of darkness, vanquishing countless malevolent beings. Even the cosmic pantheon was aware of the name of these prehistoric Avengers. They defended the Earth in ancient times, constructing 3 grand sanctuaries for sorcerers to ward off the prying eyes of dimensional deities. Most of the seals on critical ley line nodes were indeed the handiwork of these prehistoric Avengers. My God, does the prehistoric superhero alliance truly exist? Sky exclaimed, her voice trembling. Meanwhile, within the ruins of the Midtown financial building, the roar of an engine reverberated through the subterranean caverns. A vintage-styled leather jacket enveloped the flaming skeleton. The Spirit of Vengeance rode the Harley, descending along the straight cliffs. The tire tracks burned fiercely wherever they went. The putrid scent of decay made me nauseous. The Spirit of Vengeance unleashed an eerie, magical tone, suddenly whipping the flaming metal chains that encircled him. Crackling. The residual entities slipping through dimensional rifts were instantly revealed. Incinerated by hellfire to the last trace. Transformed into the Spirit of Vengeance, the flames from the depths of hell engulfed the host entirely. This fire is immune to the adverse effects of natural laws and vacuum environments, burning in any circumstance, even in the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. Moreover, it could morph into various forms at the will of the Spirit of Vengeance, inflicting fatal wounds that sear the souls of dark entities. The sheer number of dark creatures here is astounding. Has the gate to hell swung open? The Ghost Rider slightly squinted. With a creak, he maneuvered his Harley into a spin, the tires screeching against the ground with a piercing sound, as if accompanied by a soul-shaking effect. The horde of monstrous beings surged forth like an overwhelming tide, their cries echoing in fear of their nemesis. They trembled uncontrollably. Thud, thud. The sound of boots striking the ground reverberated, leaving distinct shoe prints imprinted by the flames from the depths of hell. Clank, clank. The metallic chains encircling him clashed, producing a crisp resonance. A fiery skeletal figure boldly emerged before the crowd. What? A new demon has appeared? The sumo warrior Taro and Jackie Chan exchanged glances, feeling a sense of dread and unease at the sight of the blazing skeleton, for the situation had become exceedingly chaotic. Suddenly, with a violent swing of his metallic chains, the Ghost Rider ensnared entire groups of dark creatures in a binding embrace. The hellfire, coursing through the chains, extended infinitely, its scorching heat capable of incinerating souls, instantly obliterating all the monsters. The scene was a visual and auditory spectacle unprecedented in its impact. The spirit of vengeance, the harbinger of hell, has truly arrived? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Wind demons, water demons, earth demons. They barely managed to maintain their composure. Meanwhile, the skeletal knight on his mighty steed could not help but wail in despair. Faced with the spirit of vengeance, there was not an ounce of desire to fight. Even their survival instincts urged the monstrous horde to hastily retreat back to the treacherous depths of hell. The spirit of vengeance. This is the source of the Ghost Rider's power. Legend has it that God created the spirit of vengeance to punish the sins of mankind, in an effort to prevent humanity from further falling into depravity. However, some spirits of vengeance betrayed their creator, aligning themselves with the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, serving him in harvesting and enslaving souls. Yet, exceptions do exist. The Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, is a notable anomaly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear? A mischievous smile played upon Shendu's lips as he shifted his attention to the blazing skeleton. The Ghost Rider, a solitary vigilante capable of scorching souls. His primary targets are the dark creatures attempting to escape from hell. Naturally, this includes demons. How terrifying. The exquisitely beautiful girl instinctively placed her hand on her chest, exclaiming in astonishment, "Do not worry. I can absorb all fire energy." The tall, fiery-haired woman, her locks dancing like flames, gently patted the girl's shoulder with a benevolent expression. The power of the phoenix, a force superior to the flames of the deepest hell. However, if Jean Grey truly devoured the hellfire, the mental prison holding back her malevolent persona would likely crumble in an instant. It would spiral into complete chaos. Not even the Mind Stone could halt the Dark Phoenix's emergence. A golden opportunity. The mid-level demon suddenly summoned the power of the divination, once again unleashing its elemental racial talent to ascend into the air. The St. Van Gossa Pact. This is what the malevolent monarch craved. The key to ascending to the rank of a high-ranking demon. It must not be allowed to slip away. Thus, the ever-watchful mid-level demons, while the saints scrutinized the unexpected guests, split into three paths and swiftly took flight. The clang of metal chains echoed as they collided. The figure of the sand and stone golem was immediately ensnared. Flames from the depths of hell erupted. "No, spare me." The earth demon let out a piercing shriek, its cries resonating painfully. The two youthful and beautiful mutant maidens could hardly bear to witness it. Alas, a fierce wind swept through, scattering the ashes of the earth demon, consumed entirely by hellfire. A deafening roar of a dragon reverberated through the air. Buzz, an invisible force enveloped in supreme armed haki, swiftly seized the water demon. Instantly, an unbearable heat radiated forth. A cloud of steam billowed, blocking out the sun. The water demon barely had time to utter a sound before it was reduced to nothingness. The disparity in power between the two attacks was unmistakable. Even the flames from the depths of hell could not rival the saint's divination power. Halt. The archaeologist, armed to the teeth, suddenly activated the divine armor, transforming it into a radiant arc, blocking the wind demon. The divine armor bestowed upon Chung Long numerous incredible abilities, such as the power of flight, survival in a vacuum, resistance to dark magic damage, and the ability to interact with nature-affiliated entities. I said halt. Cheng Long unleashed a punch. The air trembled, dimensions quaked. The wind demon was instantly revealed in its true form, shattering into fragments. Even Cheng Long was taken aback. Have I truly grown this powerful? However, the calamity did not end there. The diameter of the dimensional rift began to expand once more. Expanding, until it reached an unimaginable extent, large enough to permit the passage of high-ranking demons. Chapter 96, Mephisto, the high-ranking demon. It had evidently reached an unparalleled state. Possessing nearly immortal longevity, immune to mainstream exorcism methods and incantations, comparable to the formidable physiques of ancient demons. Even the holy relics venerated by the church could only inflict negligible damage. Breaching their defenses was a mere fantasy. This was the true essence of the demon lord. A powerful sovereign of a realm of hell, commanding the lives and deaths of countless lesser demons, belonging to the genuine aristocratic class. Ascending to the high ranks of demons is akin to becoming an entirely different species, The classification levels established by exorcists are insufficient to describe them. The demon realm possesses its own distinct system. Detailed records can be found in the Key of Solomon. The demon king Belial, who symbolizes the sin of sloth, entered into a soul trade pact with Solomon, temporarily transferring command of his 72 demon lords to Solomon. As for the cost, it was that Solomon's soul would return to Belial upon his death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before them lay a dimensional rift, its expanse having grown to an unimaginable scale, nearly 15 meters wide. The vortex spun with alarming velocity, emanating an ominous and chilling aura, as if the temperature had plummeted below freezing. Breath turned to frost, and an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure enveloped their hearts. A wave of intense anxiety and trepidation caused the sumo warrior Tulu and the old man to tremble uncontrollably. "Oh dear, it seems I can scarcely breathe," exclaimed the gaunt elder, clad in a woolen sweater, unable to contain his panic. "What a misfortune," lamented the archaeologist, burying his face in his hands. "Is this never-ending? The efficacy of the spell to remove the curse is about to expire." A series of sharp, resounding claps echoed throughout the subterranean cavern. A hauntingly melodious yet piercing trumpet sounded, harmonizing with the rumble of thunder and lightning. From the rift emerged a pallid, sickly young man, donned in an impeccably tailored formal suit, his face adorned with a sinister, ambiguous smile. He stepped forth, revealing himself to the onlookers. "Behold, the malevolent offspring of the hell, Lord Mephisto, an embodiment of wickedness, a master of annihilation, devastation, plague, and the siphoning of vitality and souls, a high-ranking demon whose noble yet tainted lineage bestowed him with extraordinary abilities far beyond those of ordinary demon lords, such as wielding infernal lightning and immunity to the judgment eye of malevolent knights, among countless other formidable dark magics. Moreover, his ideology starkly contrasted with that of his father, Mephisto, who adeptly manipulated human emotions, fulfilling his obsession with collecting exceptional souls through binding contracts, by safeguarding the colossal magical array of the real dimension. This cunning hell lord employed a method of soul trading, selecting suitable targets to propagate his lineage, creating vessels to embody the will of the demon king. Yet, the son of Mephisto, Blackheart, yearned fervently for the St. Venganza contract, seeking to transcend his shackles and transform into a demon king. Naturally, Mephisto would not permit Blackheart to seize what rightfully belonged to him, thus giving rise to the malevolent knight, Johnny Blaze. In a desperate bid to cure his terminally ill father, Johnny had once forged a pact with Mephisto, selling his soul. Tragically, his father perished in a tragic accident during a performance. Now, the dimensional rift leading to Blackheart's hell had opened, and Mephisto sensed impending calamity. He decisively awakened the spirit of vengeance dormant within Johnny Blaze, entrusting him with the mission to thwart Blackheart. "My son, has he truly emerged?" Above the cityscape, cloaked in the night, a figure in a suit leaned upon a cane, surveying the ground from a towering skyscraper. His gaze pierced through layers of debris, ultimately fixating upon the sickly youth. This was Mephisto's earthly manifestation, possessing a fraction of Mephisto's abilities, yet fundamentally human, thus subject to the inevitabilities of life, aging, illness, and death. True power could only be harnessed through a soul contract, the St. Venganza contract. The residents of a once devout town have collectively signed an agreement. The spirits that have wandered the courtyard for a millennium have evidently amassed an unprecedented and formidable energy, capable of disregarding the mage's sanctuary, tearing asunder the indestructible barriers between realms, and opening a passage to the infernal world governed by Mephisto. However, the former Hell Knight has betrayed Mephisto, and even the covenant of Sanctus Vang has vanished without a trace. May the Holy Lord intervene to stop my wayward son. The impeccably dressed elderly gentleman suddenly raised his cane and struck the ground with force. A crack echoed through the air. From the leaden clouds above, a brilliant forked lightning burst forth, seemingly declaring its existence. It must be said that both Mephisto and the Holy Lord share a common vexation. Their progeny, neglected and mismanaged, have incited a series of tragic events in the future. The malevolent, demonic little dragon is indeed a genuine troubled child. Mephisto? Father. Shendu and the malevolent one simultaneously uttered in a daze, both sensing the presence of the Lord of Hell. Mephisto, the demon lord who commands multiple hells, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 7 deadly sins, eternally the embodiment of negation, the antithesis of God. Of course, this is confined to the Marvel universe. After the encounter with the Dark Void, Shendu diligently acquired knowledge about the demons of the Marvel realm through various channels. He has gained a general understanding of the concepts of hell, heaven, the divine kingdom, and extra dimensions, which do not belong to the realm of Jackie Chan's adventures, and is now more aware of Mephisto's capabilities. A demon lord is not merely a title bestowed upon all formidable demons. One must possess remarkable deeds and accomplishments to earn the recognition of the 7 great lords of the demon realm. The 7 arch-sinners who preside over original sin found themselves in a moment of intense tension. Suddenly, the hissing sound of a serpent echoed ominously. An unending stream of symbiotic fibers emerged, wrapping around the muscular and imposing demon with great force. "Hello there," exclaimed the archaeologist with an awkward smile, scratching his head. His hands emanated a brilliant green glow. The familiar scene instantly reminded Shendu of related storylines. A spell for removing curses? The dragon-headed demon, with crimson eyes and a robust physique, narrowed his gaze and coldly remarked, "This is the fundamental reason for the Holy Lord's initial downfall." Fortunately, he had discovered the symbiote of venom, which aided him in successfully turning peril into safety. "Ah, Jackie, why can't you manage even this trivial matter?" the elder quipped, though truly shocked to the core. This substance seemed familiar. The young man from the 13th district, who appeared alongside the malevolent god Loki, possessed similar abilities. The sumo warrior Tura quickly interjected, "The 13th district? The young man who abducted Xiaoyu." Even Jackie-chan was taken aback. "Holy Lord, where on earth have you taken Xiaoyu?" Jackie-chan suddenly realized, clenching his fists tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. Xiaoyu. She is Jackie-chan's dearly beloved niece. Because of Xiaoyu, he traversed oceans to reach Kowloon Walled City, and later journeyed to Lush Province. Along the way, he serendipitously stumbled upon an ancient temple atop a mountain, housing the venerable armor of the gods. Suddenly, Qianlong was struck by a revelation. Perhaps this was a divine orchestration. The armor had been bestowed upon him to vanquish the malevolent Lord of Fire and extract the true whereabouts of Xiaoyu. Far away, Shendu wore a bemused smile, his curiosity piqued by the divine armor. This was the gear of Lan Saiha, said to be forged from the same material as the legendary Panka treasure box, capable of endowing its wielder with the strength to overthrow the demons of the earth. The Earth's sovereign, ranked 7th among the demonic hierarchy, was a formidable adversary. Being the eldest disciple of the Lord, he embodied the principle of Kuan in the 8 trigrams, possessing the power to split mountains and induce earthquakes. Combined with a physique as resilient as granite, even the Lord of Fire would hesitate to claim dominance over the Earth's sovereign, underscoring his immense power. The divine armor was undoubtedly a legendary artifact in Qianlong's adventures, and Shendu harbored hopes that it might yield some surprises. Suppressing his anger, Shendu declared, "Buzz." It was as if 2 blazing suns were embedded in his pupils, and a laser beam, half a meter in diameter, erupted forth with cataclysmic force, aimed directly at the infuriated archaeologist. Chapter 97, The Four-Handed Lord Boom. The electric rays surged forth, nearly unstoppable in their path. No substance could withstand the terrifyingly extreme heat. The archaeologist was ruthlessly sliced apart by the electric rays, disintegrating into fragments. With the collection of 12 talismans, divine power formed an endless cycle. Shendu's combat prowess undeniably soared to unprecedented heights. The talismans mutually enhanced each other's functions, geometrically amplifying their attributes. The ability to wield the malevolent fire energy and annihilate mid-tier demons was an undeniable reality. Indeed, my conjectures were entirely accurate. The pallid, ailing youth wore a smirk that was almost a smile, genuinely impressed as he remarked, "The extreme tier, a formidable contender for the throne of the satanic realm, surpassing high-tier demons, capable of dictating the fate of all beings, manipulating the rise and fall of demon lords, and governing multiple vast hells. The dominion over original sin. Not all extreme-tier demons can be called demon lords, but certainly, every demon lord has attained the extreme tier." It seemed he was not entirely complete, cursed and ensnared. His dark, penetrating gaze revealed an endless whirlpool as he instantly discerned the shortcomings of the dragon-head demon. The curse severely weakened the dragon-head demon's fundamental power. Even as an extreme-tier demon, he was the weakest among them. Perhaps cooperation could be a possibility. The dark-hearted figure narrowed his eyes slightly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as a cunning plan took shape. Each would take what they needed. The extreme-tier demon residing in reality should be aware of the location of the sacred Vangra Pact. However, just then, a cacophony of clashing chains erupted. Flames from the depths of hell ignited fiercely, racing along the iron rings in a rapid blaze, warping the very air around them. "It seems you have caught me." The son of Mephisto found himself ensnared, bound tightly with ropes. Yet he cast a meaningful, sly glance and jested, "However, they have not fully captured me." Crack, crack. The chains, ablaze with hellfire, astonishingly shattered into fragments. The sheer force exerted by the malevolent entity had effortlessly snapped them. Such power is undoubtedly on par with that of ancient demons. "Return to your hell." The fiery skeletal figure pointed a finger at the dark heart, emitting an eerie and enchanting dual voice. The deep, resonant tones reverberated through the subterranean caverns. The undead trembled, and the wickedness retreated. The vengeful spirit from the heavens would not permit evil to spread in the midst. Not only the dark heart, but even the dragon-headed demon would face the searing gaze of judgment. Misfortune, misfortune, misfortune. In the face of the oncoming electric beams, the archaeologist clad in divine armor crouched low, shielding his head from the half-meter-wide shockwave. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that violently expanded. A diminutive mushroom cloud ascended skyward. The ruins of the central city buildings suffered further devastation. Collapse. This illustrates the unfathomable might of the fully equipped Lord. Alas, Jackie, the divine armor you wear has bestowed upon you the strength to topple the Lord. Quickly, extract the talisman, urged the thin, elderly man in a wool sweater. Extract the talisman. Strip the Lord of his vitality. Transform him once more into an immobile dragon sculpture to avert an even graver crisis. After all, it is well known that the Lord commands the power of divination, specifically the leaf from the 8 trigrams. Additionally, the other 7 demons remain trapped in hell. The Panka box has been seized by Valron, and its whereabouts remain unknown. The sumo warrior, Tulu, timely reminded, alas. It is possible that Valron has successfully deciphered the Panka box and is preparing to liberate the Lord's siblings. The old man wore a face of deep melancholy. Should the other 7 demons break free, the ancient tyrants who once divided the oceans, lands, and space to establish their demonic empire would undoubtedly reclaim their dominion. With 8 great demons wreaking havoc internally and dimensional demigods lurking menacingly externally, could the Supreme Lord alone quell all ancient demons? The answer is undoubtedly negative. It seems that only the divine warriors descending from the heavens could manage it. Indeed, the earth must not be surrendered to demons such as him. The archaeologist took a deep breath, channeling the righteous energy of the divine armor, which transformed into a radiant beam, surging toward the towering dragon-headed demon. With fingers clenched into a fist, a verdant halo flickered incessantly. The divine armor, forged from the same material as the Panka box, possessed an array of incredible powers, set within a remarkably advanced narrative. However, even the earth demon, the overlord of the land, was unable to withstand its might, attesting to the armor's terrifying nature. My lord, be cautious. A sharp cry echoed. Buzz. A brilliant and resplendent scarlet energy then gushed forth. Wanda, ever eager to protect her master. In an instant, the omnipotent force capable of appending reality and rewriting all that exists was unleashed. However, the chaotic magic was not an invincible entity. Due to the Scarlet Witch's somewhat unrefined mastery, she could not fully manifest the true power of chaotic magic. It seems that Wanda requires guidance in the art of sorcery. A smile graced Shendu's lips as he resolved to initiate a course in magical education, imparting the knowledge of the runic script and certain spells from the compendium of incantations to Wanda. Bearing the omnipotent power, the Scarlet Witch, even if she were to eradicate the curse of the god of the underworld, would still find herself the target of other malevolent sorcerers, such as the centuries-old witch Agatha Harkness, the bearer of the Dark Grimoire. Thus, the plan to teach Wanda the runic script must be expedited. In truth, this was but a fleeting thought. The combination of the rabbit and sheep talismans equated to rapid cognition. The 12 talismans did not merely signify 12 distinct powers. They could indeed extend into a myriad of abilities. With a crackling sound, the archaeologist struck the crimson energy with a fist, then soared into the air, evading a searing blast of heat, and suddenly kicked downwards towards the imposing dragon-headed demon. Hiss! A continuous stream of symbiotic fibers emerged, enveloping the towering demon, propelling it to an impressive height of approximately 10 meters. Its surface shimmered with a liquid mercury-like brilliance, the form-fitting attire accentuating the defined contours of its musculature, remarkably resembling divine battle armor, thus altering the appearance of the Venom suit. The Venom symbiote possessed the mysterious trait of replicating the host's bloodline factors. Having memorized Shendu's myriad forms, including the majestic 100-meter-long azure dragon shape, transforming decay into the miraculous, it ascended from an ordinary piece of equipment to a divine quality, rivaling even the divine battle armor. What? The Lord also possesses battle attire? The sumo samurai gazed up at the formidable dragon-headed demon, his heart racing and breath caught in his throat, experiencing a profound sense of despair and dread. Hiss. The Venom symbiote coalesced once more, layering along the host's spine, swiftly generating 2 brand new arms. In an instant, the 4-armed lord moved with lightning speed, arriving before the archaeologist with a deafening sonic boom. 4 powerful, sinewy black arms seized the archaeologist's limbs. The game was over. The dragon-headed demon, fierce and menacing, erupted in mocking laughter. In an instant, it unleashed its power. The archaeologist's face was a mask of sheer terror, almost able to foresee his grim fate, being torn apart by the 4-armed lord. A death beyond death. Monsters begone. Monsters begone. Monsters begone. A sacred yet intricate chant resonated. Old man and True muttered incantations, then grasped the pufferfish and gecko as if they were gunslingers of the Wild West, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of furious strikes. The magic of justice had an unprecedentedly potent effect on dark creatures. However, the Venom suit withstood all magical rays. No one could prevent the Lord from tearing the dragon apart. Chapter 98. unleashing the true form of the Ghost Rider. Hiss. The sound of breath being drawn and sharply echoed continuously. Even Wanda and Jean Grey found it unbearable to watch. Never in their wildest dreams did they anticipate that the Lord would possess such a terrifying and awe-inspiring presence. Even the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, and his wayward son, Blackheart, were taken aback. Truly, he is a demon of the highest order, worthy of alliance. Standing atop the skyscraper's dome, the figure of a gentleman in a tailored suit suddenly broke into a murmured reverie, smiling as he spoke. With the Lord's support, the throne of Satan must surely belong to him. After claiming the highest title in hell, he would command all hellish beings. Even the 7 demon lords who embody the original sins would bow in submission. Satan, the sovereign of the endless abyss, remains unchallenged. No demon lord has dared to seize the throne of Satan, for the others would undoubtedly unite against him, tearing him apart. Clang. The sound of iron rings clashing filled the air. A fiery metal chain abruptly ensnared the towering dragon-headed demon. Flames from the depths of hell, capable of scorching the very soul, instantly enveloped the 4-armed lord. Amusingly, even Blackheart's attacks could not harm me. Could they possibly affect me? Shendu narrowed his eyes slightly, unleashing a tremendous mental explosion. Conqueror's Haki. It manifested as crackling black lightning, spreading like a tempestuous tsunami, directly striking the skeletal frame surrounded by the blazing flames. It revealed his true form, resembling the king of bad movies, Cage. What? Johnny Blaze was utterly bewildered. What is happening? This unexpected turn of events completely contradicted the Ghost Rider's understanding. This is a demon of the highest order. Ordinary means would not suffice. The spirit of vengeance residing within Johnny Blaze surprisingly spoke up, providing an answer. You can actually talk? Johnny Blaze was taken aback. I am Zarathos. The voice of the spirit of vengeance boomed, once again unleashing an extreme and terrifying magical power, summoning the flames from the depths of hell to envelop its host. Johnny Blaze's face twisted, his skin cracked and peeled away. The fragments burned fiercely. The flames of hell consumed every impurity from within. Each transformation inflicted immense pain upon Johnny Blaze, which is why he harbored an intense hatred for dark beings. Zarathos, the primordial elemental lord, had tragically become a pawn of his father, a truly pitiful fate. The Prince of Hell, Blackheart, shook his head and sighed. What sets Johnny Blaze apart is the demon that dwells within him. Zarathos. This was the elemental lord who reigned supreme 2,000 years ago. The original intent of God in creating the spirit of vengeance was to subdue Zarathos. However, through a series of fortuitous events, the elemental lord was defeated by the spirit of vengeance, subjected to Mephisto's brainwashing, and implanted with new memories, ultimately being cast into Johnny Blaze's body. Tasked with defeating his wayward son, Blackheart, seek the covenant of St. Vangans. This agreement is inscribed with the blood of the town's inhabitants. Even the divine trembles in fear. It must be destroyed without delay. However, the Dark Knight tasked with retrieving the covenant has betrayed his duty and has since vanished without a trace. Of course, Shendu is acutely aware of the whereabouts of the former Dark Knight, Carter Shrike. This covenant shall be mine. A thunderous roar of a dragon reverberates through the subterranean caverns. For powerful arms exert immense force, pulling in 4 distinctly different directions. The hands tear apart the dragon. Yet, at that moment, the divine armor emits a dazzling array of brilliant light. The protective function activates. The purifying energy that scorches the soul instantly weaves into a net of electricity, delivering to Shendu an unparalleled and exhilarating experience. His cerebral cortex screams. The nerve endings discharge continuously. Even the venomous battle suit cannot withstand such an assault, showing signs of disintegration. Alas, the archaeologist exclaims in astonishment, nearly unable to believe in his own capabilities. Jackie Chan. The spell's effect is about to expire. The elder hastily shapes his hand into a horn and urges his nephew onward. Oh, good. The archaeologist suddenly seizes the opportunity to charge towards the Holy Master. It must be said that despite the elder having just broken into a cold sweat, the scene before him darkened, nearly leading him to believe that Jackie Chan was about to be torn asunder. Fortunately, the divine warrior's armor is sufficiently formidable. Once the rat talisman is removed, the Holy Master, deprived of his ability to transform stillness into movement, will undoubtedly become an immovable dragon sculpture, imprisoned in Sector 13 until time itself ceases to exist. Not a chance. A striking silhouette dances as if ablaze, tall and slender, her long legs accentuated by a combat uniform that outlines exaggerated curves. She suddenly lifts her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting an ethereal whiteness. Behind her, a phoenix spirals and flaps its wings in a mesmerizing apparition. This is the very skill that annihilated the dragon fighter Lopez. Has it already cooled down? Jackie Chan abruptly halts. The 2 orbs of green light encompassing his fists dissipate. The effect has expired. Indeed, even if still valid, the talisman cannot be removed. For Shendu swiftly regains his senses. It was but a fleeting moment. It seems the divine armor is indeed extraordinary. Shendu, his gaze aflame, solemnly reflects, how many relics of the divine warrior, who subdued the 8 great demons, remain? It appears that even gathering all 12 talismans should not lead to excessive hubris. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of sharp, piercing cries of the phoenix resound. Like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, she suddenly unleashes the phoenix's judgment, targeting the Hell Prince, Black Heart. This is the sacred power that incinerates all impurities and sins, capable of purifying the darkness of the world. The phoenix soars, its lifelike form nearly flawless, exuding a breathtaking beauty. A phoenix. She bears such power. The taken aback Black Heart's eyes widen in shock, his pupils constricting, shrinking. Only the iris reflected the approaching phoenix. Qing Gulei, as a member of the battle police, was acutely aware of the perils posed by the malevolent entity. It was imperative that the Prince of Hell did not escape. Otherwise, the entire world would be on the brink of catastrophe, driven by a profound sense of justice. Qing Gulei launched an assault on the Dark Heart, determined to expel it from reality. However, due to her previous unleashing of a powerful attack, the might of the phoenix's judgment had diminished. Upon striking the Dark Heart, a horrifying inferno immediately enveloped it. The anguished and trembling screams echoed incessantly, embodying a life force that was undeniably terrifying. Even the fires of hell paled in comparison. It seemed that the Dark Heart could not be vanquished so easily. If Mephisto's offspring were so easily defeated, why would I need to intervene against the Dark Heart? Zatanos, with a grave expression, abruptly swung his chains. The clashing iron rings entwined like threads, swiftly forming intricate incantations. He boldly stitched together the dimensional rift leading to the Dark Heart's hell. The engine roared with a deafening noise. A grotesque skeletal motorcycle, its tires ablaze, surged forth from the cavern's entrance, heading directly towards the ghost rider. The boot pressed upon the foot peg, the brake was gripped tightly, and the throttle was twisted with force. Creak. The sound of tires grinding against the ground shattered the stillness once more. Why did the mummy rider flee? Inquired the sumo samurai, Tulu, with a bewildered tone. Alas, because his target was not the Holy Lord. It was another demon. That demon has escaped. Why would he linger here wasting time? And one more thing. The old man exclaimed in frustration, the Holy Lord has vanished as well. What misfortune? Misfortune, 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 misfortune. 5 consecutive mentions of misfortune were enough to illustrate the archaeologist's vexation and despair. So close. He was on the verge of subduing the Holy Lord. The old man had a foreboding sense that the next time he encountered the Holy Lord, a single set of divine armor would not suffice. The old man trembled as he spoke. Indeed, it is insufficient, because Shendu is about to ascend Mount Olympus to open the first gate of hell, the gate belonging to the thunder demon Su. However, before that, he must obtain the sanctum of the covenant ahead of time. The demons of the Marvel Universe have no right to claim reality. Chapter 99, The Sanctum of the Covenant in the Early Morning. In a cemetery on the outskirts of New York, a series of uniquely styled gravestones stood in majestic rows, bathed in the gentle light of dawn. Winged female angels, adorned with expressions of compassion and love, looked down upon the scene. Stains marred the crosses. The elegantly antiquated church stood open, while a white-haired gravedigger, dressed as a Western cowboy, tended to the plants. Suddenly, an invisible force surged, seizing the shovel at the gravedigger's feet. Fingers clenched tightly. Crack. The handle shattered instantly. An ancient scroll concealed within the hollow handle fell into the hands of the uninvited guest. The statuesque young man of the East, a playful smile gracing his lips, gradually unfurled the ends of the scroll, delicately handling the pivotal artifact within the narrative, the contract of Sanctum Vengasa. This was the coveted item sought after by Mephisto and his progeny, a relic so formidable that even the Almighty trembled at its mention. Yet, in the Marvel Universe, the god is not an unparalleled deity but rather a member of the Father Council. His power, rank, and origins remain shrouded in mystery. Even the omnipotent Father cannot fully define the essence of God, as Mephisto stands as his antithesis, having birthed the spirit of vengeance. It becomes evident how enigmatic and fearsome the Almighty truly is. But why is he unresponsive? The girl clad in a crimson trench coat, her exaggerated eyeliner accentuating her features, tilted her head in bewilderment. The white-haired gravekeeper displayed an unsettling indifference towards the pivotal artifact that had been safeguarded over the ages, a notion utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps she understood our capabilities, sufficient to ensure the sanctity of the contract of Sanctum Vengasa. A tall, striking woman with flowing red hair, her demeanor gentle and affectionate, spoke tenderly. Wanda, Jean Grey. Through the words of Shendu, the entire backstory was revealed, including the true identity of the ailing youth and the significance of the contract of Sanctum Vengasa. Naturally, such a precious treasure could not be permitted to fall into the hands of demons. The townsfolk who signed the contract found their souls barred from ascending to heaven or descending to hell, condemned to wander the liminal space for a millennium. accumulating an unprecedented reservoir of resentment and energy, enough to aid the Prince of Hell, Blackheart, in breaking his shackles and descending to Demon Lord status. Furthermore, the ability to disregard the three great mage sanctuaries, converting Sanctum Vangasa into a veritable hell on earth, would breach the impregnable barriers between realms. Any such eventuality would herald catastrophic doom for the mortal world. Not every vengeful spirit can transform by day. The two youthful ladies, radiant in their beauty, observed as the white-haired gravekeeper removed his cowboy hat, revealing a kindly smile on his weathered face adorned with a dense stubble. The act of doffing one's hat is a social etiquette observed by Western knights, symbolizing the absence of hostility and, in many cases, an expression of admiration and reverence. The spirit of vengeance, the demon residing within the vengeful knight, naturally exhibits a hierarchy. Lower-tier spirits are unable to transform during daylight, their powers significantly diminished. In contrast, the spirit within Johnny Blaze, who once dominated as the elemental Lord Zatanos 2 millennia ago, represents an exceptionally unique existence. To thwart the rebellious Blackheart from ascending to the throne of Demon Lord, Mephisto undoubtedly exerted immense effort. Carter Slade, as a vengeful knight, it is your duty to hunt the dark entities that escape from hell. Yet, you have concealed yourself here for a century. You have betrayed the creator who fashioned you. The towering youth remarked with a mocking smile, gesturing towards the exquisite marble sculpture nearby. This is the God envisioned by the Holy See, the Father responsible for guiding the faithful to ascend to heaven. Indeed, I am steeped in sin. The elderly gravekeeper traced a cross upon his chest and fervently intoned sacred verses. God shall not heed your prayers, for the Holy Master stands before you. The Scarlet Witch remarked with a smile. Carter Shrine narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Do you intend to tame me? As you can see, I have aged beyond recognition. The life of a gravekeeper suits me far better, he replied, shaking his head. Buzz. A surge of levitating power erupted forth like an impending earthquake, causing the entire cemetery to tremble violently. The earth fissured, cracks erupting in rapid succession. The 12 talismans took their places, and even the range and might of the levitating force expanded. With but a flick of his finger, Shendu could effortlessly flatten the cemetery in the blink of an eye. Without a cemetery, there is no need for a gravekeeper. Shendu's lips curled into a sinister smile, his expression reminiscent of a devil mocking humanity. This was the oppressive force bestowed by absolute power. This cannot be good. The Phoenix Lady fell suddenly silent, surrendering. Carter Shrye raised his hands in resignation, sighing, Do not disturb the slumbering spirits here. Moreover, the angels are watching. The elderly gravekeeper spoke with an air of mystery. Once tranquility returned and the sun ascended high into the sky, brilliant rays of sunlight bathed the land. Even the somber cemetery was adorned with a golden sheen. The winged female angel gazed into the distance, her eyes lingering upon the young man from the east, tranquil and serene. At that moment, the gravekeeper whistled, summoning his beloved steed, ready to depart this place. May you forever rest in peace. Amen. Upon concluding his prayer, Carter Shrye mounted his horse, adjusted his cowboy hat, and inquired, Holy Master, where shall we head next? Hush, a guest has arrived. Shendu placed a finger to his lips, sensing the presence of an unexpected visitor. Leaning on his cane, adorned in an exquisitely tailored and expensive suit, his meticulously groomed hair framing a kind visage, he resembled a refined elderly gentleman. It was none other than the earthly manifestation of the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Indeed, Your Holiness, you are omniscient, even perceiving Carter Shrye's whereabouts when I could not. How did you come by this insight? Mephisto stood at the edge of the cemetery, leaning on his cane, showing no intention of entering. Bound by the rules set forth by God, demons are forbidden from stepping foot in the Holy See. Even the angelic statues wield a formidable deterrent against demons, dark beings, and the minions of hell. Yet, the ancient demons who command the power of divination are an exception. Ancient demons, unbound by hell's governance, are difficult for even the gods to restrain. They are entities birthed from the laws of nature. Transcending all, they theoretically surpass even the most malevolent demons. However, time has dulled their wisdom, and the ages have eroded their powers. For thousands of years, sealed away in an exceedingly desolate, barren dimension, the ancient demon's power has been significantly diminished, likely reduced to that of a high-ranking fiend. However, through the Sanctum of Vangasa contract, which nourishes the wandering spirits of the town over a millennium, it suffices to aid the siblings in regaining a measure of strength. This is the Lord of Hell. Introduced Shendu Mephisto, the devil depicted in Faust. How could he appear in such a benevolent guise? Wanda and Jean Grey exchanged incredulous glances, both acutely aware of the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. If a devil were to embody the visage of a devil, how could it beguile the hearts of men? Carter Slade remarked coldly, harboring no fondness for this lord of the underworld, adept at manipulating souls. Mr. Sanctum, the contract of Vangasa cannot be claimed as your own. Mephisto stated with a gentle smile, his tone turning serious, for it will bring misfortune. your beloved ones shall be cursed, awakened by countless nightmares. Their souls unable to find peace.